Chapter 101, Promotion Commotion, Part 2, Room 301 and the Endless Hallway. The boy turned around and responded, "Ah, Ren-san." It was none other than Itaki Uchiha, roaming around the streets of Konoha with a tiny squirrel tagging along behind him. And, of course, he was casually flaunting his fully matured 3-tomo Sharingan like it was just another sunny day. Ren narrowed his eyes. "And why the hell are you flexing your Sharingan in broad daylight?" Ren said, hands in his pocket. "Your face alone is enough to get recognized, no need to glow up like a walking clan logo." Before Itaka could answer, the squirt behind him dashed forward, arms spread wide like a mini bodyguard. "Don't speak to my big bro like that," the boy shouted, cheeks puffed up in anger. It would have been a noble gesture, if the kid didn't have such a punchable face. Ren crouched down to his level, spreading his knees wide, resting both hands on them, and grinning. "Oh, what you gonna do, squirt?" Before Suzuki could puff up further, Yujeo's fist dropped down squarely on Ren's head with a dull bonk. "What's with you?" she scolded. "Talking to a kid like that, people would think you're waiting for Itaka to walk off so you can kidnap him." Ren waved her off. "Relax. This kid just has a punch-cough cute face." "That's right. Cute. I just wanted to see it up close." Itaka stepped forward protectively, subtly shifting in front of Suzuki. His voice was calm but direct. "Ren-san, this is my younger brother, Suzuki." And, he paused, looking Ren dead in the eyes, "Please don't talk to him." Ren blinked. "Huh. Ever," Itaki added flatly. "Suzuki, don't talk to this person. And if you ever see him alone, run. Understand?" Suzuki gave a serious nod as if he'd just received top-secret Uchiha protocol. Hitachi, standing nearby, chimed in, "Remind me to inform my younger brother the same." Ren looked over indignantly. "Hey, Akira likes me just fine, thank you very much. I even gave him candy once." "Yes," Hitachi replied. "And now he keeps asking when the tooth-rotting big brother is coming back." Ignoring the sass, Ren reached into his space belt and pulled out a tomato. "Here, want one?" he offered, holding it out to Suzuki. Suzuki's eyes sparkled, but he stayed strong, glaring at the tomato and then at Ren. "No, I don't want it." Ren calmly pulled out a second tomato. "How about two?" Suzuki's eyes wavered. His grip on Itaka's sleeve trembled slightly. Then with a dramatic thud, Ren pulled out an entire crate of tomatoes from his space belt. "How about a whole crate?" Yujeo blinked. "Wait, why the hell do you have a crate of tomatoes in your belt?" Ren looked at the crate in his arms and genuinely pondered. "Honestly, I don't remember. Maybe I bought one this morning to stock up, and then forgot I already had one." Suzuki was visibly shaking now. He looked up at Itaka, desperate. The temptation was clearly too much. Itaka reacted instantly. Scooping Suzuki up in one arm, he raised the other and incinerated the entire crate in a swift fire style, fireball jutsu. "I'll see you at the exams," he said flatly to Ren. "And once again, stay away from my brother." With that, he flickered away, leaving nothing behind but ashes and silence. Ren blinked at the smoking spot where the tomatoes once were, then suddenly clapped his hands together. "Oh, right. I did buy one in the morning. Then I bought another after training. I should probably organize the belt better. Maybe add a compartment system." He began muttering to himself and started walking off in a half-crouch, still in deep thought about storage upgrades. Yujeo sighed. She gently grabbed the back of his collar and straightened him up like a badly adjusted signpost. "Walk straight, you idiot." Ren kept mumbling. Yujeo shook her head, waved to Hitachi, and followed after him. Hitachi, left alone, simply turned and headed in the opposite direction. Not a word spoken. The next day arrived with a clear morning sky and an unusually quiet front gate at the academy. Standing near the entrance were Yujeo and Hitachi, dressed in their official gear, with Udakata standing calmly beside them. Yujeo glanced around, clearly agitated. "Did that idiot actually forget we have an exam today? What's he doing, still improving that dumb belt of his?" Hitachi answered calmly, "It's possible. Last year, while you were away, we were in the middle of a mission debrief with the Hokage when Ren saw a seal on one of the walls in the office. He just stopped mid-sentence and started examining it like the meeting wasn't even happening." Yujeo blinked. "Huh? And Hokage-sama didn't say anything?" Hitachi shook his head. "No. In fact, he entertained the question. Even Sensei joined the discussion." He glanced sideways at Udakata, who gave no reaction whatsoever, pretending like he had no memory of the incident. Before the conversation could continue further, Ren flickered in front of them. "Sorry I'm late. It just took a little more time than expected." He was about to launch into an explanation, probably involving ink types and a newly installed compartment system, but Yujeo immediately cut him off. "All right, let's go. You can brag about your belt upgrades later." Udakata clapped his hands lightly, drawing their attention as they stood side by side. "All right, you three. You've come a long way since the day you were assigned to Team 1. You've grown stronger, smarter, and more dangerous, let's be honest." He smiled faintly, then his tone turned serious. "But now, it's time to put everything you've learned to the test." He looked at each of them individually, his gaze steady. "The Chunin exams are a big moment for every shinobi, but do you know why these exams exist at all?" he asked. "We shinobi are taught to live in secrecy, to hide in shadows, to move unseen. And yet the Chunin exams are held in public, where civilians and foreign dignitaries can watch. Why?" He paused but didn't wait for an answer before continuing. It's because these exams aren't just for you, or even for other shinobi. They're for the people of the village, the civilians, the merchants, the ones who can't use chakra or jutsu. These exams show them that the next generation is ready, that someone will protect them. Yujao and Hitachi both straightened slightly. Even Ren's usual smirk faded. You might wonder why you have to protect people you don't even know. You might think it's unfair that you spend years training, risking your life, and still have to take up more responsibility. But that's the truth of power. With power comes duty. Yudakata's voice didn't rise, but it carried weight. Everyone sacrifices something. Civilians live safe lives but carry the fear of being unable to protect themselves. Shinobi live dangerous lives, but they have power. And power means responsibility. If you want to enjoy the strength you've earned, you have to pay the price, and that price is protecting those who can't protect themselves. He stepped forward and placed a hand gently on each of their heads, one by one. So go. Enter the exam, not for a rank or a reward, but to prove to the people of Konoha that the village's future is safe in your hands. The three genin gave synchronized nods. No quips, no jokes. Yudakata waved them off with a rare full smile. Go on, before you're late. As the trio entered the academy building, disappearing into the crowd of other genin teams waiting to check in, Yudakata remained by the gate, watching them until they were out of sight, then closed his eyes. A moment later, a flicker of movement to his side. A large figure appeared beside him, silent. The man placed a heavy hand on Yudakata's head. You've grown up well, Yudakata, he said, voice deep but warm. Looks like you finally understand what it means to be a shinobi. Yudakata didn't open his eyes as he replied, yes, sensei. When they entered, only a handful of teams were present. Without any intention to socialize or draw attention, Team 1 moved to the back and took 3 seats together. There were no assigned spots, so they simply claimed an empty row and waited. As time passed, the room steadily filled with more squads. Ren kept his eyes peeled, analyzing each group that came in. Some were familiar faces he'd seen during his brief time in the academy, but others, especially those from foreign villages, were unknown to him. Then the door opened again, and a squad wearing Stone Village headbands walked in. The girl at the front carried herself with a confidence beyond her years. Look ahead, Ren said under his breath, leaning slightly toward Yujao and Hitachi. That's the Tsuchikage's granddaughter. Her name's Kurotsuki. The rest of the room seemed to recognize her as well. Heads turned, whispers passed, and tension rose. After all, she wasn't just another genin, she was the granddaughter of the third Tsuchikage, and word had already spread that her presence meant that Tsuchikage himself would be attending the final rounds. Ren scanned her team quickly. Kurotsuki, level 46, he noted. About the same as Yujao and Hitachi. She's strong but nothing too crazy. Yujao should match up well against her. He glanced at the larger boy behind her, Akatsuki. Level 36. Big guy, lots of stamina, probably uses earth release. Shouldn't be a problem. His eyes landed on the third member. A boy who looked slightly older than the rest, maybe 13 or 14. There was nothing particularly special about him. Level 32. Average. He continued scanning the room, comparing levels, but quickly grew disappointed. Most of these guys are in their 20s. He frowned slightly. I've gotten too used to dealing with monsters. Forgot that average genin level starts around 20. He looked across the room and caught sight of Kabuto, chatting amiably with 2 other genin. Kabuto, level 29. Not bad, but his teammates are only 22 and 23. Pretty weak. He's not special yet, not until Danzo sends him to Orikimura. Ren's eyes narrowed for a moment. I should be careful. He's still a spy in the making. A sudden sensation made him glance to the side as he felt someone was watching him. He turned and met eyes with Itake Uchiha, sitting alone a few rows up. For a moment, their gazes locked. Itake tilted his head slightly in a polite greeting. Ren blinked. What a bracon. Yesterday he looked ready to kill me just for talking to Suzuki, and now he greets me like nothing happened. He nodded back and chuckled under his breath. Looking around once more, Ren confirmed that there was no one else particularly interesting, no Jinchuriki or prodigies out of legend, aside from the ones he already knew. Just then, a procession of Chunin entered the room, lining up against both side walls. Each one wore a stern face, watching the genin with sharp eyes. The room quieted. The door opened one last time as a man with pineapple-shaped hair walked in, stifling a yawn. Looks like a few couldn't find the real room, he muttered, unimpressed. Oh well. He ambled toward the front podium and dropped into the chair, looking completely uninterested in being there. Then he raised a hand and signaled to a Chunin, who walked up and pinned a chart to the blackboard, the official seating arrangement. Learn your seating orders and move it, the Chunin barked. The genin all stood, scanning the board and adjusting to their assigned seats. Ren found himself in the third row from the front, while Yujao and Hitachi ended up spread a few seats apart, still within eye contact. Once the reshuffling was done, stacks of paper began circulating as the examiners passed out test sheets. The pineapple-haired man leaned forward with clear reluctance and lazily dropped the words, begin. The Chunin exams had officially started. Chapter 102, Promotion Commotion, Part 3, Speedrunning the Chunin exam, no glitches, just skill. The written exam had been almost laughably easy for Ren. Most of the questions tested knowledge well beyond standard genin training, but with his stats and intelligence level, he was done in just 20 minutes. After finishing, he leaned back in his chair and casually scanned the room. He noted that the number of examinee had already thinned out. Every few minutes, a proctor would call out a name and eject a full team for cheating. Since no rules were given at the start, some had foolishly assumed they could use underhanded methods like in past exams. Those early exits were a clear sign of who had failed to adapt. Ren's eyes roamed until they met the gaze of the head proctor, the disinterested-looking man with pineapple-shaped hair. They stared at each other for a moment before both looked away at the same time. Ren couldn't help but think, it looks like it is a war era theme, orders without question. Also, he doesn't strike me as someone who'd go through the effort of planning anything elaborate like Ibiki did. So was it really just that straightforward of a test this time? Time passed quickly, and once the hour was up, the proctor stood and spoke in a monotone voice, "Take their papers." "Time's up?" A few groans echoed across the room, followed by some weak protests, but they were instantly cut off as the proctor began speaking again, this time with clear disappointment. "You lot made the most basic mistake, not asking for the rules when the test began. You didn't even question why the paper didn't have a time limit. Then some of you started cheating, right in front of the proctors." He glanced toward Kurotsuke, clearly expecting something. She stood up smoothly and spoke like a model student. In a real mission, this would simulate information gathering. Getting caught cheating is equivalent to getting caught while spying, which would compromise your team. Escorting a team out symbolizes being captured, or killed. Correct? The proctor nodded, and Kurotsuke sat back down. He resumed his scolding. "Some of you knew the answers. Some of you were smart enough to cheat without being caught. But the rest of you? Sitting there like lumps, hoping to coast through. Ridiculous." His tone hardened as he added, "Let me explain how we actually graded you. There were 10 questions. If you got 5 or more wrong, you fail, simple as that. And if even one person on your team fails, the whole team fails. Also, you'll be banned from taking the Chunin exams for the next 2 years." That statement made several students gasp, and a few began protesting loudly again. Especially the ones from foreign village. "And that," the proctor snapped, "is another mistake. You're in a foreign village, and you didn't even take time to understand how we run our exams. Every exam structure is agreed upon beforehand by your village elders. So if you're mad about the rules, take it up with them." He looked around the room one final time. "Come back here tomorrow at 8 AM for the results. And let me say this, you're the worst batch of genin I've ever seen. I hope the next set of rules are stricter, so unqualified brats like you stop slipping through and getting your teammates killed." Bam. He slammed the door shut behind him. A tense silence followed, but it didn't last long for Team 1. Ren stood up calmly and walked out. Hitachi, Yujeo, and even Itake joined him on the way. Some of the more confident squads followed shortly after. As they walked through the streets, Ren broke the silence. "Well, that was fun. I thought they were going for the war era theme, orders without explanation, situational adaptation. Guess I was overthinking it." "I had the same thought," Hitachi added. "I thought the unknown variables were part of the test." Yujeo chimed in, "I just answered the questions. They were easy enough. Didn't bother thinking too deeply." She turned to Itake. "What about you?" "The questions weren't difficult," Itake replied in his usual calm tone. "I finished quickly and began considering all possible test structures. This one was within my predictions." Team 1 stared at him for a moment, then just shrugged. It wasn't surprising. That was just Itake being Itake. As they continued walking, a loud voice broke the moment. "Itake-in." A blur slammed into Itake from the side. A girl hugged him tightly, then looked up, cheeks reddening slightly. "Hehe, sorry. Got too excited. How was your exam?" It was Izumi Uchiha, smiling brightly. Itake nodded, composed as ever. "It was easy. I'll pass, Izumi." Ren raised an eyebrow at the scene and took the lead. "Well, we won't interrupt your romantic reunion. But make sure to invite us to the wedding, K." With that, he walked off ahead, Yujeo grinning and following after him. Izumi flushed a deeper red while Itake stood frozen, still processing Ren's words. By the time Itake recovered, he and Izumi were already sitting by the bridge sharing dango. She was talking animatedly while Itake quietly stared at her, then turned away, blushing just faintly as Ren's words echoed again in his mind. The next day arrived swiftly, and the front of the academy was buzzing with anticipation. Genin from all over the world crowded around the notice board, trying to get a look at the results of the written exam. Team 1 stood at a distance as Ren calmly waded through the crowd toward the board, leaving Yujeo and Hitachi behind. After a few minutes, he reached the front and scanned the list. First, Ren Takahashi. Second, Itake Uchiha, same score. Third, Kurotsuke. Fourth, Hitachi Abarame. Ninth, Yujeo Uzuki. Ren raised an eyebrow but kept his expression calm. Tied with Itake, huh? Not bad. He smirked slightly. A few years back, I bet the Uchiha would have been pushed to the top just on principle. But now, my existence and the shifting clan politics probably forced them to stay honest. He checked the system but found no rewards. Yeah, I guess the system didn't count this as a true challenge. Fair enough. Next, he checked the list of teams that passed. There were only 11 full squads and one solo name at the bottom, Itake Uchiha. Among the 11 squads, 4 were from Konoha, including Team 1, 2 from Tsunagakuer, 1 from Uegakuer and 4 from Minor Village. He noted that neither Kabuto nor Iruka's teams made it. With nothing more of interest, Ren returned to Yujeo and Hitachi, informing them of their results. As expected, their reactions were muted since they had already expected to pass. They waited near the academy like the instructions had said. Soon, the failed genin dispersed and the area cleared. That's when a thud sounded and a man landed in the center of the clearing with a loud laugh. The man was unmistakably an Akimichi, large build, jovial expression, and radiating physical power. Let's head to the Forest of Death, he announced cheerfully. What awaits you there is either death, or the third round. Personally, I'm leaning toward death. My teammate told me what kind of genin we've got this year. Another boisterous laugh. Then he added, meet me at training ground 44. Without another word, he vanished. Team 1 exchanged a glance and quickly took off. On the way, Ren quietly instructed, Hitachi, once we're inside, place a bug on every team, except the Stone Squad and Itaki. We need to know who has which scroll. Yujo raised an eyebrow. You already know how the test works. Ren nodded casually, making up a smooth excuse. Yeah, Dad told me about it. His team, you know, him, Sensei, and the fourth, still holds the record for the fastest completion time, 6 hours, 15 minutes. Yujo's eyes widened slightly. The fourth's team, Master and Sensei were with the fourth. Ren nodded. Yup. Let's break their record. Maybe we'll get another reward. Yujo smiled, pumped at the thought. Sounds good. They reached training ground 44 first and waited as the other teams trickled in. 15 minutes later, the final team arrived. The same Akimichi Proctor stood in the middle, scrolls in hand. He raised them and began the briefing. These are the Heaven and Earth scrolls. Each team gets one. Your goal is to reach the central tower with both within 5 days. That means you'll have to fight another team to get the second scroll. His grin widened. If you open the scrolls before reaching the tower, well, I guess you don't want to know what happens. A nervous shudder passed through some of the younger genin. One Konoha genin cautiously raised his hand and asked, are these all the rules? Big mistake. The Akimika's cheerful tone vanished instantly. A higher authority is giving you orders, and you're interrupting, he barked. If this was wartime, I could kill you for that. The genin almost cried on the spot. The first proctor scolded them for not asking about the rules and the second one scolded him for asking the rules. His teammates quickly pulled him aside, and the teams moved to the tent to sign the liability waivers, forms that confirmed their death during the exam wouldn't be the village's responsibility. Team 1 was handed the Heaven Scroll. With Hitashi's bugs already deployed, they also quickly identified which nearby team carried an Earth Scroll. Ren smirked as they headed toward their gate. All teams were then escorted to separate entrances by Chunin guards. The Akimichi looked up at the sky, then bellowed, begin. The gates opened simultaneously. All squads rushed forward into the dense jungle. But while the others charged deeper into the forest blindly, Team 1 instantly veered right, toward the nearest team carrying the Earth Scroll. The Chunin guard at their gate watched them for a moment before closing the gate again and returning to his post. Inside the Forest of Death, chaos was about to begin, but for Team 1, it was already business as usual. Ren gave the signal. Hitashi's insects had already picked up on the other squad's direction. Now all that was left was the hunt and the aim to break a legendary record. Team 1 moved swiftly through the dense undergrowth of the Forest of Death, Hitachi taking the lead with his insects guiding their path. They'll pass through this route soon, Hitachi commented, his voice barely above a whisper. Ren and Yujo took up position beside him, each of them perfectly concealed among the foliage. They didn't have to wait long, just as Hitachi predicted, a squad moved into their ambush path. Ren narrowed his eyes as he recognized them. Ah, the same loudmouth who got chewed out by the proctor earlier. You guys must be rethinking this whole shinobi career thing already. So let me help you out. With that, the three of them flickered from their hiding spots. The ambush was over before it even began. All three opposing genin collapsed to the ground in an instant, each knocked out cold before they could register what hit them. A clean takedown. No unnecessary movements. No wasted time. Hitachi quickly rifled through their packs and found the Earth Scroll, tossing it to Ren, who caught it with one hand and tucked it into his belt with a grin. Well, let's go break that record, Ren said, still grinning. And let's make sure it's so ridiculous that no one even thinks about trying to beat it. Yujo returned the grin. Hitachi gave a short, satisfied hum. Before heading toward the tower, they carried the unconscious team back toward the nearest gate and left them near a path where a patrol would easily spot them. They didn't do this out of kindness, well, not exactly. It was more of a professional courtesy. A fellow Konoha team, and more importantly, they had made their job easier. They deserved at least that much, Ren thought. All in all, the entire engagement, from ambush to drop-off, had taken them just 20 minutes. With the scrolls secured, they were on the move again. This time, Ren took the lead. Having trained in the Forest of Death before, he knew its terrain better than most genin. Every twist, turn, and shortcut, Ren used them all. Hitachi made sure they avoided every other team by directing their path with his insects, while any large animals they came across were dealt with by Yujo or Ren before they could become a problem. No breaks. No pauses. Just forward momentum. Finally, after more than an hour of non-stop movement, the tower came into view, its tall, cylindrical structure rising through the mist and trees. All three of them broke into a final sprint, kicking off branches and roots as they dashed toward it. The gates of the central tower loomed ahead. They skidded to a stop in front of it. To their surprise, the gates were shut, and there didn't seem to be anyone stationed there to receive them yet. Ren walked up to the doors and raised a hand, ready to knock. But before he could, multiple voices rang out behind them in unison, each of them stunned. What the fuck? Chapter 103, Promotion Commotion, Part 4, Fugaku Uchiha, Jealous Dad Energy activated. Team 1 turned around and saw that it was the Akimichi Proctor and a few of the Chunin who had been at the training ground earlier. The Akimichi was the first to snap out of his stupor. What the hell are you brats doing here already? If you wanted to gatekeep the entrance, at least hide properly while doing it, he barked, half annoyed and half confused. Without missing a beat, Ren calmly reached into his belt and pulled out both scrolls. We already have both scrolls. Figured it'd be a waste of time pretending to be scary at the gates. His expression was neutral, composed, but in his mind? Holy shit. We really got here before the proctors. As if to add dramatic timing, the massive gates behind them creaked open. On the other side stood another team of Chunin exam proctors, clearly ready to receive the genin. They blinked when they saw Team 1 already standing there. Huh, one of them said dumbly. Team 1 didn't mind the reaction. In fact, the stunned faces confirmed it. They had shattered the previous record. Not just broken it, but stomped it into dust. The Akimichi looked at Ren again, this time clearly seeing the scrolls in hand. He sighed, muttered something about dem kids, and barked at the rest of the Chunin. What are you all dawdling for? Go inside and get to work. The Chunin scrambled through the gates, still casting bewildered glances at the three genin before vanishing inside. Without saying another word, the Akimichi gave Team 1 one last look and flickered away, not even bothering to debrief them. Yujeo muttered, well, that was helpful. Glad to know wasting our time is standard procedure. Ren and Hitachi nodded, then moved toward the tower entrance. Inside, they were met with the large central hall of the Forest of Death Tower, with the carved message on the wall, heaven and earth ____ without both, one cannot reach truth. Ren read it once, then glanced at the others. Alright, let's open the scrolls now. He handed the earth scroll to Hitachi while keeping the heaven scroll in his own hand. Throw it away after opening it, Ren reminded him. The two nodded at each other and opened the scrolls at the same time. In perfect synchronization, they threw them ahead of them. A moment later, puff, a burst of smoke filled the room, and when it cleared, their sensei, Utakata, stood before them. Utakata looked at the three of them in silence, then pulled out a silver pocket watch from his robes and checked the time. He raised an eyebrow. 69 minutes, he said plainly. Before he could continue, Yujeo fist-pumped into the air. Yes? We beat the record you guys set? That means we dash. She never finished the sentence as Ren clamped his hand over her mouth and whispered, you idiot. Don't talk about rewards yet. Let him finish first. Otherwise, he'll brush it off. Yujeo nodded rapidly, and Ren let go. She turned to face Utakata again, now with an extremely neutral, formal expression. The kind of expression a shinobi uses when a cage is speaking directly to them. It was so forced and awkward that even Utakata paused for a second. He squinted. Okay, ignoring the weird behavior, let's talk about the performance. He crossed his arms and took a step forward. You completed the second stage of the Chunin exams in 69 minutes, shaving nearly 5 hours off the previous record held by Minato Namikaze's team. Ren allowed a subtle smile to form. Utakata continued. You successfully located, intercepted, and incapacitated another team without injuries to yourselves or your opponents. Then navigated a hostile terrain in record time while avoiding further conflict. He looked at all three of them in turn. This level of efficiency isn't just impressive, it's rare. He paused. Honestly, it's so rare that I thought you might be exaggerating when I heard about your performance at the gates. But here I am. There was a faint smile on his face now. Utakata looked at the three of them and asked, so, what made you decide you had to be this quick while completing the second stage? Ren stepped forward, hands behind his back with a casual smile. Well, Dad told me your team held the record for the fastest completion of the second stage, so I figured, records are meant to be broken, right? Utakata gave a faint nod, not particularly surprised. Without commenting further, he turned toward the wall and began explaining the heaven and earth scrolls and the meaning of the inscription carved there. His voice was flat, clearly uninterested, as if he were just going through the motions. The genin nodded along, also clearly not invested in the explanation, both sides silently agreeing that this was just procedural nonsense. Finally, Utakata wrapped up the explanation and straightened up. Well, you've got 5 days. Rest, train, do whatever you want, but you're not leaving the tower until time's up. He was just about to flicker away when Ren called out, Sensei, wait. Utakata paused, turning slightly as he looked back at him. Ren stepped forward, rubbing his hands together with a subtle grin. So, you see, we did really well. Broke the record, arrived before the proctors even got here. Pretty impressive stuff. Utakata narrowed his eyes. So, Yujeo blurted out immediately, we want rewards. Utakata blinked once and slowly turned his gaze to all three of them. The genin stared back with unwavering, hopeful expressions. Ren nodded sincerely, picking up where Yujeo left off. Yes, Sensei. Since we did so well, the village should definitely reward us. It'd be good for morale too. Imagine future genin squads looking up to us, thinking if we beat their record, we'll get a reward too. Real motivation, right? There was a subtle twitch on Utakata's forehead. I'll see what I can do, he said slowly. Then he flickered away without another word. As soon as he was gone, Ren turned toward Yujeo with a half-annoyed look. You shouldn't have mentioned the rewards directly. I could have persuaded him more gently if you'd waited. Yujao shrugged, unapologetic. I was excited. We broke the 4th Hokage's record. From the side, Hitachi asked calmly, wouldn't it have been better to ask the Hokage directly? He might have taken the request more seriously. Ren shook his head. Nah, sensei has a better chance of persuading him. My dad once told me the Hokage likes Udakata sensei a lot. He was always the rational one on their squad. The only one who actually listened to instructions. As a Chunin silently led them down the tower corridor toward their assigned room, Ren continued talking. Dad said the 4th was way too innocent back then. He could be tricked by even the simplest things. That didn't really change until after they became Chunin. Hokage had a hard time managing their team. Dad was loud and brash, the 4th was naive and easy to swindle, and their sensei was, well, Jiraiya. Yujao gave a slow nod. Yeah, curvy teacher, overly pure student, loudmouth teammate. Makes sense. Hitachi added, so Udakata sensei was the only sane one. Exactly, Ren confirmed. The Hokage once told Dad that without Udakata sensei, their team would have been classified as a mobile disaster unit. The 3 of them chuckled slightly at that, still walking. Meanwhile, the Chunin escorting them didn't say a word. He walked ahead in silence, internally conflicted about whether he should even be hearing these kids casually discussing 2 of the strongest shinobi in the village's history like they were gossiping about classmates. He decided not to question it. Eventually, they arrived at the room. The Chunin opened the door, gestured them inside, and walked off wordlessly, likely in need of mental detox after the conversation. Team 1 walked in and made themselves comfortable. 5 days inside the tower had begun. Meanwhile, Udakata had already arrived at the Hokage's office. Hiruzen looked up from a scroll as he sensed his arrival and asked casually, what happened? You should be free until your squad completes the 2nd stage, right? Udakata, standing with his usual neutral expression, responded plainly, well, they did. Hiruzen paused mid-puff of his pipe. Huh. They've already cleared the 2nd stage, Udakata clarified. Now fully attentive, Hiruzen sat up straighter. Already? How long did they take? 69 minutes, Udakata answered. The 3rd Hokage's brows lifted slightly. He gave a low whistle before chuckling, HOH. I expected them to be fast, but not that fast. He took a thoughtful puff from his pipe, then added with a nostalgic grin, looks like your squad's record has finally been broken. Udakata nodded, a rare small smile appearing on his usually unreadable face. I'm not really sad about it. If anyone had to break it, I'm glad it was them. Hiruzen laughed, haha, I know that feeling. It's a strange sort of pride, isn't it? Letting the mood settle, Udakata then brought up the other matter. There's something else. After they reached the tower, they requested a reward for breaking the record. He paused before adding, and I believe we should give them one. Hiruzen looked curious, but didn't interrupt. They phrased it like it would be good motivation for future generations, Udakata continued, and to be honest, they're not wrong. Having real records with tangible rewards tied to them might actually increase performance during these exams. Most shinobi work best with clear incentives. Hiruzen nodded slowly, exhaling a puff of smoke. That's a fair point, and if they performed well enough to arrive even before the proctors, it's worth acknowledging. He waved his hand dismissively. You know them best. Pick something appropriate. I was thinking, Udakata said, we can give them the S-rank techniques now instead of later. That was going to be their final reward anyway. Then, once the exams are over and they pass, I'll handle something additional on my own. The Hokage gave a satisfied nod. That sounds reasonable. Just make sure the rewards stay within acceptable limits. No handing out forbidden techniques without clearance. Udakata nodded. Of course. With that, he flickered away, leaving Hiruzen alone once again in the quiet room, smoke gently curling upward as the old Hokage muttered to himself. 69 minutes, huh. I wonder if even Minato saw this coming. On the same day that Team 1 reached the tower, another person arrived, Itaki Uchiha. The proctors were stunned for the 2nd time in a single day. First, the record set by their previous Hokage had been broken, and now it had been broken twice on the same day. The forest hadn't even had a full day to become dangerous. When Team 1 met with Itaki, both parties exchanged casual greetings and shared stories about their journeys through the forest of death. Unsurprisingly, Itaki's path had been just as efficient, if not quieter, than theirs. They sat together for a while, talking in low tones as the proctors watched from the shadows, still muttering about the bizarre turn of events. An hour later, another team finally arrived, Kurotsuka's squad from the Hidden Stone. This was the 3rd team to arrive on the first day. The proctors were visibly flustered. 3 arrivals on the first day alone was unheard of. Thankfully for their pride, the record still belonged to Konoha. The foreign team had only come in 3rd. When Kurotsuka found out that not 1 but 2 teams had already made it before hers, and that one of them was a solo participant, she couldn't help but glance over at the others. Her gaze landed on Ren, but he didn't bother looking back. He simply continued his conversation with Yujao and Hitachi as if unaware. The next 5 days passed without any more surprises. A single team from Tsunagakure arrived on the 3rd day, their condition a little ragged, but intact. That brought the total number of qualified participants to 10, 3 full squads, Leaf, Stone, and Sand, and Itaki Uchiha, standing solo. When Ren learned about the final count, he briefly wondered if it was too few. But then he remembered, in the original timeline, there were 21 participants, and they had to introduce a preliminary round just to cut the number down, something that hadn't happened for 5 years prior. That meant the standard number of final stage participants was usually much smaller, somewhere around 8 to 10. So with 10 confirmed, it made sense. There would likely be 5 one-on-one matches in the first round of the third stage. Once the 5th day ended, the proctors closed the tower's gate, officially ending the second stage of the Chunin exams. For many, their dreams of promotion ended there. The proctors then led the 10 genin to the main auditorium inside the tower. A raised platform had been set up at the far end, clearly reserved for the Hokage. The 10 of them stood in a straight line, facing forward, waiting for the final stage announcement. Before the Hokage appeared, 4 men arrived, the Jonin instructors of the remaining teams, Utakata from Leaf, Kitsaka from Stone, and a Sand Village Jonin Ren didn't recognize. The last to enter was Fugaku Uchiha. Ren noticed that Fugaku wasn't even glancing at Itaki. Instead, his sharp eyes were trained directly on him. Kitsaki and the Sand Jonin were doing the same, their attention on Team 1. Ren raised an eyebrow slightly. Looks like word's gotten around that we broke the record. Then, without warning, there was a soft flicker of chakra. The air shifted. On the center stage, surrounded by a few high-ranking proctors, stood the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Calm. Composed. Regal in his robes and hat, the symbol of fire resting proudly on his brow. The auditorium fell completely silent as they waited for the third to begin. Chapter 104, Promotion Commotion, Part 5, Training begins with screaming and threats. The arrival of the third Hokage immediately silenced the room. Whatever quiet muttering had been going on among the genin was wiped away the moment Hiruzen Sarutobi stepped onto the stage, his presence commanding attention with ease. He stood still for a moment, scanning the line of participants. His gaze was calm, thoughtful, but heavy. Every genin in the room straightened instinctively under the pressure of his presence. The Akimichi proctor took a step forward and announced clearly, Hokage-sama will now explain the third test. Listen carefully. He turned slightly, then bowed. Hokage-sama, please. Hiruzen nodded and began, for the coming third test. He paused, then started again. Before that, there's something I would like you to know. It concerns the true reason behind this exam. Ren immediately tuned out. Here it comes, he thought. He had already heard the speech once before in the anime, and later read it in the manga. The talk of how the Chunin exams were a replacement for war, meant to avoid unnecessary bloodshed between nations, how they allowed nations to compare strength without falling into conflict, and how they served as a show of power to attract clients and allies. All very grand, all very political, and none of it new. He let his mind wander while the old man spoke, only tuning back in when the final line dropped. This is not just a test, Hiruzen declared. This is a life-risking battle, with your dreams and your village's prestige on the line. Now that got the room's attention. Ren noticed it instantly. The tension. The way nearly every genin tensed up, their hands subtly clenching, their expressions tightening. Even Yujao and Hitachi, who rarely let anything shake them, showed a flicker of tension. On the other side, he could see Kurotsuki and her teammates glance at each other, their bodies stiffening. The Sand team looked similarly affected. Yay, Ren thought. He might be long-winded, but the old man still knows how to work a room. Hiruzen smiled gently, perhaps to lighten the mood a little, and said, well, I think your third proctor is better suited to explain the test format. With a light flicker, a man appeared beside the Hokage. Platinum blonde hair, calm demeanor, and the unmistakable bearing of a Yamanaka. To those of you who've passed the second round of the Chunin exams, congratulations. He bowed slightly. My name is Inokawa Yamanaka. I will now explain the rules of the third round. His voice was calm, even, and efficient. As Hokage-sama already mentioned, the third round is public. It is a stage meant not only to test your abilities but to display them to others, nobles, clients, and shinobi alike. Because of this, the final stage will be held a month from today. He paused, letting it sink in. This 1 month will serve as your preparation period. You may train, strategize, and study your opponents. Additionally, those of you from other villages will be permitted to remain in Konoha for this time. You will be allowed to move freely throughout most of the village, except for secured and restricted areas, of course. Ren nodded slightly. So they're telling us to scope each other out. Standard. Then Inokawa raised a small box from behind the stage and stepped forward. There's one final thing. Inside this box are numbered slips from 1 to 10. These will determine the match order for the third round. He went down the line, allowing each genin to draw a slip. Once everyone had drawn, the Nara proctor from the first round stepped in, clipboard in hand. He gathered the numbers and then, after a brief pause, announced the results. Match 1, Ren Takahashi, Leaf, vs Iwa Shiro, Stone. Match 2, Akatsuki, Stone, vs Kamiko, Sand. Match 3, Kurotsuki, Stone, vs Benjiro, Sand. Match 4, Yujao Uzuki, Leaf, vs Daiki, Sand. Match 5, Hitachi Abarame, Leaf, vs Itake Uchiha, Leaf. As soon as the match list was revealed, Ren understood the implications. So the final's going to be me versus Itake. He wasn't being arrogant. That was just how the bracket worked. Akatsuki, Kamiko, Benjiro, they were not much trouble for him. Kurotsuki and Yujao were around the same level, so their match could go either way. But Hitachi, no matter how much he improved in the coming month, wasn't beating Itake. Ren looked over at his teammate briefly but didn't say anything. Hitachi simply adjusted his collar and stared straight ahead. He probably knew too. In the background, the Hokage gave a small, proud smile and spoke one last time. Well then, good luck. I hope all of you represent your nations with honor and make us proud. With that, he flickered away. The genin started to disperse after that. Each one made their way to their respective sensei. Kuratsuka's team went to Kitsuke. The Sand team went to their jonin. Itake approached his father. Fugaku was still watching Ren. The room slowly emptied as everyone exited one by one. Only one thing was certain now, the real battles were about to begin. Once they were out of the forest of death, Utakata silently led Team 1 toward Training Ground 1. The sun was just starting to dip, casting a mild golden hue across the field. Upon arriving, Utakata gave a casual wave to Ren and said, "Alright, go train on your own for the month." Ren blinked. That's it. Utakata, already turning to face Yujao and Hitachi, stopped when he saw Ren still standing there. He raised an eyebrow. What, you need help too? If that's the case, sit down. I'll get to you after the other two. But honestly, he shrugged, I don't think there's much I can help you with this month. Just keep doing what you've been doing. Don't slack off, because if you do, you might end up getting beaten. He pointed at Yujao and Hitachi, both of whom looked back at Ren with calm, confident expressions. Ren nodded thoughtfully, rubbing his chin. All right. Can I train in the Forest of Death, then? Utakata paused for a second, then nodded. That's fine. Meet me here in 2 days. Also, he looked at the three of them, adding flatly, your reward request has been approved. But you'll get them after the 3rd round. Yujao pumped her fist. Yes. Ren gave a slight grin and nodded. Thanks. And good luck to both of you. With that, he flickered away, likely already planning out his next month's routine in his head. Once Ren was gone, Utakata turned to the other two. All right. Let's begin. Yujao, we'll start with you. Specifically, he crossed his arms, let's talk about how to deal with Itsuchiki's granddaughter. The next day soon arrived. As per Utakata's instructions, Ren had one free day before reporting back. So, he began his routine training. He made his clones, strapped on his training seal weighted at 800 kilograms, and went for his usual morning run around the village. After a couple of hours, he returned home for a quick refresh, then resumed physical training and sparring with his clones until the afternoon. By the time his stomach grumbled, he was already heading toward Ichiraku Ramen. He ordered his usual, nodded at Tuki, and quickly devoured the steaming bowls placed before him. Once he was done, he wandered around Konoha, thinking to himself, should I just keep doing regular training? I can't think of anything new right now. Learning another jutsu won't be helpful in a month. And any sealing technique I make would be incomplete without testing. His train of thought paused when his eyes landed on the rooftop of a nearby bathhouse, or more precisely, on the man perched on it. Ren grinned as he muttered, well, maybe not regular training. With a flicker, he appeared beside none other than Jiraiya, who was lying on his stomach, telescope in hand, grinning like a fool. Ren casually laid down next to him and watched for a moment. Jiraiya, completely immersed in his research, didn't even notice the presence beside him, or ignored him until Ren slipped out 2 of his custom explosion tags and placed one on either side of him. Still no response. With no other warning, Ren flickered away and triggered the tags. Boom. The explosions blasted Jiraiya into the air. However, instead of damaging the rooftop, the seals channeled the blast upward, propelling Jiraiya into the sky like a missile. A second later, buckets, towels, and sandals flew out of the bathhouse as several women half-covered and fully furious stormed out, chasing after the airborne toad sage. Pervert. The sight of a half-dressed mob chasing Jiraiya across Konoha barely raised an eyebrow among the villagers. It had, after all, become something of a weekly event a few years back. Eventually, Jiraiya hid himself in an alleyway behind a food stall, huffing, his hair soaked in soap suds still clinging to his sleeve. Ren appeared near him, completely unbothered. So, would you be so kind as to fight me for the next month? He asked with such sincerity and politeness that it took Jiraiya a full 5 seconds to process it. What? Hell no. Jiraiya glared. You just screwed up my research, brat. Now you want my help. Without responding, Ren calmly stepped into the open street and shouted at the top of his lungs, he's here. Instantly, the still searching mob perked up and started running toward the voice. Jiraiya paled. You little. He vanished in a blur. But Ren wasn't done. He continued flickering across rooftops and alleys, helpfully announcing Jiraiya's exact location like a live tracker. Eventually, Jiraiya snapped. He yanked Ren into an alley and hissed, all right. You win? The hell do you want? Ren fixed his clothes like nothing happened and bowed politely. Thank you for accepting my unreasonable request. Jiraiya groaned. Drop the flowery words. I'd rather you be rude again like with Tsunade than pretend to be some kind of sage. Ren straightened up and grinned. Okay then. Train me for a month. I don't need jutsu or anything, though I won't complain if you toss 1 or 2 in, but mostly I want experience. I figured a month of fighting someone like you would help more than grinding. Jiraiya thought, while I don't really mind giving him some time since he is Juiki's brat, but... He looked him over with a frown. Why not Utakata? And what the hell is grinding? Ren smiled sheepishly. Sensei is focused on training my teammates. And also, he scratched his cheek. I didn't really plan this out. I just saw you peeping and thought, might as well ask. Jiraiya looked genuinely offended. First off, I was not peeping. I was collecting research for my next masterpiece. He pulled out a worn, dog-eared copy of Ika Ika Paradise like it was some kind of holy scripture. Ren's eyes twitched toward the book. He'd heard of it, the legendary adult series that every man in the village either read or wanted to read. As a norm for all transmigrators, he too wanted to read the book, but he'd never been able to buy a copy himself. Jiraiya noticed the glance and smirked. Oh, you want to take a peek? He asked, like a sleazy merchant offering forbidden fruit. Come on, sit. I'll give you a preview. He patted the ground and Ren sat beside him, both crouched in a corner of the alley. Jiraiya slowly opened the book like it was a national treasure. Before he could read even the first word, "What are you two doing?" Both froze. They looked up. Standing at the alley entrance, expression unreadable, was none other than Udakata. His hands held some bags. His eyes dropped to the Ika Ika in Jiraiya's hand, then to the way the two were huddled suspiciously in a corner. Jiraiya went pale. Ren immediately pointed at him. It was him? I was just passing by. Traitor. Jiraiya roared. Udakata sighed deeply, pinching the bridge of his nose. I don't even want to know, he muttered and walked away but left a remark for Ren. It's fine if you train with him, but if you pick one bad habit, I swear I'll hang the both of you on the front gate. Ren nodded, then turned to Jiraiya and said flatly, you better agree now, or next time I'll invite sensei to our training too. Fine, Jiraiya muttered. 1 month. Training. No peeking, no snitching, no screaming. Ren gave a mock salute. Aye, pervy sage. Call me that again and I'll feed you to a toad. And thus, Ren got himself a rather colorful training partner for the next month. Chapter 105, Promotion Commotion, Part 6, Konoha's Got Talent, it's mostly just punching. The month passed sooner than expected, and finally, the day of the third stage of the Chunin exams arrived. Even though Jiraiya had reluctantly agreed to train Ren, it became obvious quickly that he didn't intend to stick to his promise entirely. As a result, Ren had to spend a good portion of the month chasing Jiraiya down across Konoha, mostly by exposing his latest perch while he was researching outside bathhouses. It became a daily ritual. Ren would spot him, shout his location, and eventually corner the man into sparring. Jiraiya got sneakier each day, trying new hiding spots and disguises. But even so, Ren still managed to force 3 fights a week out of him. During these spars, Ren focused primarily on perfecting his 8 gates techniques and fine-tuning his chakra control strength. He avoided using ninjutsu or funjutsu too much, not because they wouldn't work, but because of Itake. With his 3 Tomo Sheri non-active, Itake could potentially copy jutsu in the heat of battle. So Ren decided on something different. A pure taijutsu battle against a fully awakened Sheri non, it would be more fun. And more of a challenge. Outside of training, Konoha had become significantly livelier. The streets were packed, and Ren couldn't even complete his morning runs. Annoyed, he began jogging along the village walls, until the Hokage issued a village-wide notice explicitly banning certain individuals from wall running during festival hours, citing decorum and public safety. Bullshit, Ren had thought at the time, but he'd complied anyway. He hadn't met his teammates the entire month, but today, they were finally gathered again, standing together outside the stadium. Both Yujao and Hitachi had improved during their training. Yujao now stood at level 48, and Hitachi had climbed to level 44. Ren approached with a casual smile. You guys ready? Both nodded, calm and confident. As they made their way around the stadium, they stumbled upon a pair of betting booths, one for civilians and another for shinobi. Ren curiously peeked at the odds. In the civilian pool, Itake held the highest odds, followed by Kurotsuki, with Ren in 3rd place. But in the shinobi betting pool, Ren was being heavily favored. Guess the shinobi side knows me better. He thought through it, the mission with Tsunade and Jiraiya, the few S-rank missions, and even quiet Umbu evaluations. Word must have spread. What Ren didn't know was that Umbu themselves had subtly pushed out information about his strength and accomplishments as part of a growing quiet campaign to prepare Konoha's internal power shifts. Ren grinned. Well, if the civilians don't know me yet, today's a good time to fix that. His thoughts shifted. Fuck being worried about Danzo or anyone else's attention, let's just have fun today, beat Itake and throw away the cannon. He turned to his teammates and said, hey, let's go place bets. We could make some quick money. But before either of them could reply, bonk. Udakata smacked him square on the head. Absolutely not, their sensei said sternly. Don't you 3 remember? Money is one of the 3 great vices of a shinobi. He raised his voice just slightly, enough for the nearby shinobi to hear. And I shouldn't be surprised, considering your seniors are shamelessly gambling like civilians. Some shinobi quietly dispersed, ears red. Others, thick-skinned veterans, stayed put. Ren rubbed his head, unbothered. But sensei, look over there, pervy sages in disguise placing civilian bets. Udakata narrowed his eyes, and without a word, flickered through the crowd, grabbing one of the louder civilian bettors by the collar. The man was just about to protest, but when he saw who had grabbed him, he froze. Udakata dragged him toward the genin trio and, with a sigh, said, Sensei, how long are you going to keep up the disguise? There was a puff of smoke, and Jiraiya emerged, looking slightly sheepish but mostly annoyed. Damned brat. How do you always find me? Ren simply flashed a peace sign with a big smile as he couldn't tell him about the glowing name and the question mark above his head. Utakata ignored them both and turned to his team. You three have worked hard this past month, he said. Now go. Fight with everything you've got and let the world see the next generation of Konoha, and Ren, you can be as flashy as you want. All three nodded together. Yes, sensei. As they turned to enter the stadium, Utakata and Jiraiya stood side by side for a moment, watching them go. Jiraiya exhaled. That kid really is gonna shake up the village one day. Just then, a soft voice broke through behind them. Oh my, I thought I'd finally get to meet your students today. Utakata froze slightly. Turning to the source, he saw a tall, elegant woman with orange hair, delicate features, and a playful smile. She was pouting ever so slightly. Ah, Nami-san. Utakata said, standing a bit straighter. Jiraiya's eyes turned. The man always interested in stories, asked, who's this Utakata? Utakata was about to reply but the woman raised her hand in greeting and spoke sweetly. Hello, Jiraiya-sama. I'm Nami Kage Shiro. I'm his fiancé. Jiraiya blinked. Then again. And then. Wait, he shouted, nearly slipping on the plain ground. Utakata sighed and muttered, here we go. Once the genin had entered the stadium, they were led through a separate passageway that ran beneath the stands, an old, reinforced corridor lined with stone tiles and thick wooden beams. The path eventually opened up into the participant stand, a reserved balcony space overlooking the circular combat arena. From here, one could see the entire stadium clearly, even the VIP platform adjacent to them. As Team 1 entered, they saw that the sand team was already there. The three shinobi from Tsunagakure stood together quietly, watching the preparations below. Not far from them stood Itaki, his posture as composed as ever, arms crossed loosely as he looked toward the arena floor. Ren gave him a nod in greeting. Itaki nodded back. Team 1 didn't waste time. After a brief word with Itaki and some small talk about the matches to come, the three of them settled in. Yujao took the spot between Hitachi and Ren, her hand casually resting on the hilt of her katana. Ren leaned back on the railing behind them, watching the audience slowly fill the stands. It's packed, he muttered. Hitachi, scanning with his insects, added, multiple Chunin squads are positioned in the audience. Too. They're not taking any chances. Ren nodded. Makes sense. If something goes wrong, this place would be chaos. Well, even this much security wouldn't be enough, if an attack really happened. He left the last part unsaid. Yujao stretched slightly. Let's just focus on the matches. We trained enough. Moments later, the stone team finally arrived. Kuratsuki, her bulky teammate Akatsuki, and the third member Iwa Shiro entered with the composed but unwarranted arrogance only shinobi from Akage's family could carry. Kuratsuki glanced briefly at the other genin, her eyes lingering on Ren before she turned and sat down with her team. Soon, the buzz in the stadium shifted as the proctors gave their final checks. The large stadium gates creaked open and the main announcer stepped into the center of the arena. A burst of cheering followed. Ladies and gentlemen, the announcer called out, his voice amplified by a chakra-enhanced seal. Welcome to the final round of the Chunin exams. The crowd responded with thunderous applause and scattered whistles. The atmosphere surged with anticipation. Now, the announcer continued, please rise for the third Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village, Hiruzen Sarutobi-sama. A flicker of movement drew all eyes to the highest platform. There, standing in full formal robes, the third Hokage appeared and at a respectful distance behind him were several Umbu guards. Hiruzen stepped forward with practiced grace, his eyes scanning the audience before falling briefly on the genin participants. He offered a calm smile and raised a hand for silence. As the crowd hushed, Hiruzen began. Welcome, honored guests, noble clans, and dear citizens of the Leaf and beyond. It brings me great joy to stand before you today as we mark a return to what we once feared we might lose, peace. He paused, letting the weight of the word settle. Not long ago, our nations were at war. Bloodshed stained every battlefield, and trust seemed like a distant dream. But now, thanks to your courage, your resilience, and your belief in a better future, we stand united, even if only tentatively. A wave of respectful silence swept across the stadium. The Chunin exams are not just a test for our young shinobi, he continued. They are a stage, a chance for the next generation to shine, to represent their nations not just with strength, but with honor. These battles will be watched not only by us, but by future clients, leaders, and children who dream of one day walking in these contestants' shoes. Hiruzen allowed a slight smile. So cheer proudly, support loudly, and watch as the will of fire and the will of every hidden village blazes anew. Applause thundered again, and this time it was joined by a soft rumble of murmured excitement. And now, the announcer said as the clapping died down, please welcome the third Tsuchikage of Uegakure, Onaki-sama, to the stage. A second flicker appeared, and the aged form of Onaki floated into view, supported by a hovering Earth-style platform. Though visibly aged, his presence carried the weight of decades of battlefield command and sheer stubborn will. Onaki drifted beside Hiruzen and stepped forward, arms behind his back. It is tiring, traveling at my age, he began in his gravelly tone. But I suppose there are things worth dragging these old bones around for. And this exam, this moment, is one of them. There were light chuckles from the crowd, including from Hiruzen. Long ago, we sought strength through conflict. Now, we seek strength in understanding. These young shinobi are not just warriors, they are future leaders. And I, for one, look forward to watching them bloody each other up, respectfully, of course. More laughter. Onaki allowed a grin to flicker at his lips. Let the matches begin, he said simply. With that, he floated toward the main VIP box, Hiruzen walking beside him. The two elders sat down side by side, their guards stationed just behind. For a moment, they were quiet, until Oniki glanced sideways. I see your brat with the blue hair broke the record in the second round, he said casually. Hiruzen puffed his pipe. So you've been reading the reports? Oniki retorted, hard not to, when your proctors keep bragging in their debriefs. Hiruzen chuckled. Well, he is rather talented. Though I'm sure your granddaughter will make things interesting. Oniki made a thoughtful noise. If she doesn't, I'll toss her back into the training pits. They both chuckled, but behind the laughter, each sentence felt like a subtle test. Power was being weighed. So, Hiruzen said lightly, have you considered retirement? Have you considered keeping your successors alive longer than 5 years? Hiruzen laughed outright at that. Touché. Their private conversation continued in hushed tones, laden with history and rivalry. However, how much they believed each other was a different matter since the two were few of those who had lived too long to believe the world was simple. Down below, the crowd had returned to cheering as the proctor of the third round, Inokawa Yamanaka, stepped onto the field. With his distinctive platinum blonde hair tied back, he raised one hand for attention. Participants, he said, your numbers have already been drawn. Each of you will now face your opponents in one-on-one matches. There will be no substitutions. Matches will not be stopped unless surrender is declared, the proctor intervenes, or death is imminent. He paused, letting the weight of that settle across the stadium. The first match. He read off the clipboard, his voice steady. Ren Takahashi of the Hidden Leaf, versus Iwa Shiro of the Hidden Stone. The crowd's response was immediate. A blend of cheers, some gasps, and a ripple of excitement as the first match was called. Ren stood up calmly, brushing the front of his vest as he exhaled slowly. Let's show them a good start, he muttered. Yujiro gave him a quick fist bump. Make it flashy. Hitachi only nodded. Don't let him land a single hit. Ren grinned. Wasn't planning to. He flickered from his place in the stands and reappeared on the field. Across from him, Iwa Shiro, a sharp-eyed genin with stone armor bracers and a heavy-looking kunao, stepped forward with a scowl. Unlike his confident teammate Kuratsuki, Shiro looked more agitated than composed. Ren cracked his neck once, then smiled casually. Inokawa raised his hand. Match 1 will begin at my words. Ready. Begin. Chapter 106, Promotion Commotion, Part 7, Begin. Boom. Winner. As soon as the proctor shouted begin, Iwa Shiro didn't waste a moment. He immediately formed hand signs and slammed both palms onto the ground. Earth release, tearing earth turning palm. The terrain between him and Ren began to shift violently. Blocks of jagged earth erupted and charged forward, tearing up the arena floor as they moved. But Ren didn't budge. He stood still, arms relaxed at his sides. A small grin crept across his face. They wanted it flashy? I'll make them fucking blind. Then, slowly, he raised his leg straight above his head and brought it crashing down like a hammer. Boom. The moment his heel struck the ground, a shockwave exploded outward. The terrain quaked. The stone tiles cracked and split like they were paper, and the oncoming blocks of earth from Shiro's jutsu shattered on contact. The shock didn't stop there. The ground beneath Shiro's feet fractured violently, sending him tumbling down into the debris of his own technique. Before he could even react, he was buried under cracked earth and knocked unconscious by the impact. The cracks continued forward until they reached the arena walls and then, finally, stopped. The entire stadium fell silent. Then, in the next breath, the crowd erupted. A wave of wild cheering thundered through the arena, the spectators roaring at the sheer spectacle of it. Cheers, whistles, and claps poured out in an overwhelming storm. The proctor flickered beside Shiro, crouched down for a moment to inspect him, then raised his hand. The winner of the first match is Ren Takahashi from the Hidden Leaf. The crowd's reaction intensified. In the VIP box, Oniki gave a low snort. TCH. If you wanted him to be flashy, you might as well have handed him a signboard that said I'm here to show off instead of letting him stomp like some mountain ape. He was clearly irritable, likely because his genin lost in under 10 seconds. Hiruzen simply gave a relaxed puff of his pipe and chuckled. Ho ho. Who am I to dictate how the youth express themselves? Flashiness is simply part of youth. Wouldn't you agree? Oniki scowled but didn't answer. In the audience, Utakata, Jiraiya, and Nami were seated together. Wow, your student is so strong, Utakata. Nami gasped, genuinely impressed as her eyes sparkled. Utakata nodded calmly. The first match went as expected. Jiraiya leaned back with a lopsided grin. I don't think he'd be any less flashy even if you'd told him to tone it down. Flashiness seems to be embedded in his DNA. Utakata shrugged. Hokage-sama asked me to make sure Ren made an impression. Ren returned to the participants' stand with a calm expression, giving a fist bump to both Hitachi and Yujiro. That flashy enough for a round 1 opener? He asked, not even pretending to hide the smug tone. Definitely, Hitachi replied with a nod. Yeah, the audience almost had a heart attack, Yujiro added. Ren looked down at the field with a small smile. Good. Let's keep it that way. The proctor's voice rang out again. Participants for the second match, Akatsuki of the Stone Village and Kamiko of the Sand Village. Please come down. The bulky figure of Akatsuki and the much smaller, nimbler Kamiko made for a sharp visual contrast. Their fight, however, was standard fare. Akatsuki used raw strength and earth techniques to control the field, while Kamiko relied on evasive maneuvers and basic wind jutsu. The match lasted a few minutes, with Akatsuki eventually pinning Kamiko down with a wide-range earth wall, claiming a clean but unremarkable victory. The next match followed immediately. Third match, Kuratsuki of the Stone versus Benjiro of the Sand. This one was faster and more one-sided. Kuratsuki unleashed her earth techniques with ruthless precision, sharp stone bullets, layered traps, and area control. She barely moved from her position, letting the terrain do the work for her. Benjiro couldn't keep up. The match was over within 2 minutes. Ren watched carefully and a thought came to him. Wait, can she use lava release already? The thought made him frown slightly. I remember her using ash, quicklime, and other weird techniques in the future. I don't think she could be already manipulating multiple elements to this degree right now, but... He leaned over to Yujeo and muttered lowly. Be careful in your match against her. If she uses anything that's not earth, don't hesitate. Treat it as extremely dangerous. Yujeo gave a short nod, not asking questions. She could tell from Ren's tone he wasn't exaggerating. The fourth match was announced. Yujeo Uzuki of the Hidden Leaf versus Daiki of the Sand Village. Yujeo descended into the arena with calm precision. The match began, and she immediately closed the distance. Her katana moved like lightning, sharp, clean and unpredictable. Daiki never had a chance. Within a minute, Yujeo disarmed him and left a shallow but clean cut across his shoulder. The proctor called it. At this point the Sand team was completely eliminated, but that's just how it is. The Sand Genin were just ordinary Genin, barely at the Genin level. Even their teacher was an average Jonin with level 63, so they shouldn't have been expected to perform greatly in the first place. Yujeo returned to the stands to light applause, but Ren clapped a little harder. Well done. You held back just enough, he said. She nodded as she wiped the blade clean and sat down. Now only one match remained. The proctor took center stage again and called out. Fifth match, Hitachi Abarame and Itake Uchiha, please come down to the arena. Both boys moved without hesitation. Itake landed silently, gaze calm and unreadable as always. Hitachi adjusted his sleeves, the faint buzzing of his insects already audible to those close by. They stood across from each other, one with 1,000 secrets, the other, one of the greatest genius the village had produced. The proctor raised his hand. Match 5, begin. Itake dashed forward, eyes glowing red with the 3-tomo Shari-non spinning with uncanny smoothness. He drew 2 kunao in a reverse grip and closed the distance with practiced footwork. Hitachi didn't flinch as he stepped back lightly and raised an arm. A swarm of kakaichu burst from his sleeves and surrounded him like a living cloak, intercepting Itake's first strike. Itake adjusted mid-motion and spun around to avoid a counterattack, but even as he retreated, several of Hitashi's insects followed his path. The crowd gasped as the bugs weaved through the air, following Itake with surprising agility. Itake leapt onto one of the broken pillars and performed a single seal. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. A scattershot of small fireballs rained toward Hitachi, each moving unpredictably. Hitachi remained calm, weaving his own hand signs. Fire style, Firewall formation. A wall of fire erupted in front of him. It caught several of the fireballs, detonating in bursts of flame midair. The remaining few curved around the wall, but Hitachi had already moved. The moment the flames obscured vision, he used the cover to flicker out of the fire zone, emerging behind Itake. His hand shot forward, and a stream of kakaichu poured from his arm like a wave. Itake spun with his Shari-non catching every movement, his kunao intercepting the initial wave, but even he had to retreat a few steps, his vision flickering between red-tinted paths of the swarming insects. They moved in erratic formations, but Hitachi wasn't just releasing them at random. He was manipulating their movements through chakra pulses, forcing Itake to track dozens of individual vectors at once. It was working. Hitachi knew that no matter how strong the Shari-non was, overloading it with input was still a viable tactic. He just needed to push it further. Itake, aware of the trap, performed a sharp backflip and landed further away. Then he activated a genjutsu, his Shari-non flared and for an instant, Hitachi froze. In that frozen second, Hitachi was surrounded by crows, his insects scattered and his limbs refused to respond. But Hitachi had trained for this. The moment he froze, several of his insects surrounded him in an instant and bit him. Pain surged through his body, and the illusion cracked. The moment his chakra realigned, the crows dissolved into smoke. Good thing Sensei's idea worked, he muttered, adjusting his glasses calmly. Itake raised an eyebrow. That was faster than he expected. He couldn't underestimate Hitachi anymore. Hitachi didn't give him a chance to regain control of the fight. A second wave of insects erupted from the ground below. Unknown to Itake, Hitachi had been spreading a secondary swarm underground since the match began, smaller, more chakra-sensitive bugs that crept silently along the terrain. They shot upward like needles, bursting through the cracks in the arena, caused by Ren's first attack and caught Itake from below. Itake leapt to the side, spinning in midair and throwing 3 kunao, but Hitachi blocked them with a shield of insects. The metallic clang drowned under the buzzing of thousands. Then Hitachi went on the offensive. He dashed toward Itake, flickering forward with surprising speed. He wasn't just a sensor or support type anymore. His taijutsu had reached a sharp, refined edge by fighting that taijutsu monster in his team. Itake blocked the first strike, but Hitachi followed up with a palm strike to the ribs, enhanced by chakra flow that burst outward on contact. It forced Itaka to stumble slightly. That wasn't a simple palm strike, he's also using chakra-enhanced strikes, Itaka thought, his Sharingan showing him all the details, so he started adjusting quickly. They exchanged blows rapidly, fists, knees, elbows. The sounds of flesh meeting flesh rang out as the two danced across the arena. Each time Itaka dodged, a cloud of insects tried to box him in. Each time Hitachi struck, the insects moved to fill in the blind spots. But Itaka adapted quickly. His Sharingan allowed him to read patterns, and slowly, he began to decipher the rhythms of the bug formations. Then, it happened. Itaka feinted to the left, stepped inward, and went for a leg sweep, but instead of completing the motion, he vanished. A shadow clone. The real Itaka dropped from above, trying to strike down with a kunai, but Hitachi raised both arms and unleashed a cloudburst of insects upward. The clone dispersed instantly under the swarm, and Itaka landed nearby, exhaling slowly. He's faster than I expected, and these insects, I can't give him time to coordinate. But Hitachi wasn't giving him time at all. The moment Itaka hit the ground, Hitachi triggered a prepared tag under his sleeve. Fire style, Scorch Bloom. It was a custom technique he had developed with the help of his clan elders. A ring of fire exploded outward from his position. Not a full circle dome like traditional fire styles, but a burning arc in one direction, cutting off Itaka's escape path. Itaka moved left. But it was a trap. A swarm of black insects waited there, the same ones that had been underground earlier. He hurted me, Itaka realized, but it was too late. The insects crashed into him. Itaka formed the REM seal in an instant. Poof. Another shadow clone. From behind, the real Itaka moved. But Hitachi had already anticipated that too. His insects swirled backward as if predicting the clone would be bait. It was a fight of tactics and deception now. Strength and ninjutsu were secondary. Both sides paused momentarily. Sweat beaded on their brows. Their breathing a little heavy, Hitachi's more so than Itaka. Neither had landed a decisive blow, but both knew they had exhausted more chakra than expected. Then Hitachi made his move again. He raised both hands, and with a chakra surge, released his largest swarm yet. Thousands of Kakaicho poured out, not in coordinated waves, but in chaotic, unpredictable spirals. They moved like a cyclone, an organic, living tornado of chakra-draining terror. Even with the Sharingan, Itaka struggled. The movement was too erratic. The swarm moved in such high density that visual tracking became meaningless. The crowd gasped as the field was swallowed in black buzzing fury. Hitachi's voice cut through the noise. This is the end. He vanished into the swarm. Itaka's eyes darted, left, right, up. Too many signals. Too many trajectories. Then he sensed it. Behind him. He spun with a kunai in hand. But it was too late. Hitachi lunged from the chaos, kunai raised, aiming for the pressure point in Itaka's neck. Just as the blade was about to land, a soft click echoed in his ear. Itaka stood behind him, kunai pressed gently to his neck. His voice was calm, as if he wasn't the least bit tired. It's over. Please give me the antidote, otherwise I'll have to take extreme measures. Hitachi froze. Then slowly, he smiled, a small Abarame smile reserved only for special moments. Then, he raised both hands in surrender. Chapter 107, Promotion Commotion, Part 8, That wasn't a golem, that was target practice. Raising his hands, Hitachi announced, I surrender. The crowd erupted into cheers like background NPCs, some even whistling as they clapped. The proctor nodded and stepped forward, raising his hand toward Itaki. The winner of the 5th match is Itaki Uchiha. He turned around and walked back toward the other proctors to prepare the slips for the next stage of the tournament. Meanwhile, Itaki lowered his kunai and looked at Hitachi. The two of them, who had just gone all out in a fierce battle, now stood like casual acquaintances having a chat after school. How did you know you were poisoned? Hitachi asked, adjusting his glasses as he straightened his sleeves. Itaki responded calmly, I started having hallucinations when you swarmed me with the insects for the last time. Since genjutsu wouldn't work on me, I figured it had to be poison. Ah, makes sense. Hitachi nodded, then glanced at his side pouch. Looks like I need to make some changes. If it had worked properly, there wouldn't have been any hallucinations. Your chakra flow would have shut down silently, and your body would have just gone limp. No symptoms, just silence. He pulled out a small glass vial and held it out. Itaka took it without question and downed it immediately. Hitachi raised a brow. You know, I was going to use a syringe, but all right. Itaka tucked the empty vial away. When did you poison me? Hitachi gave a slight smile. The moment you landed on the ground. One of my normal insects slipped into your sleeve. Each time you were swarmed, more of them latched onto you, slowly increasing the dosage over time. Itaka nodded slowly in understanding. Subtle. Hitachi gave a small bow. Thanks for the match. I hope your fight with Ren will be just as interesting. I look forward to it, Itaka replied. With that, Hitachi turned and walked away toward the audience stand while the proctors made the necessary preparations for the next round. Up in the participants' stand, Ren and Yujao had been watching the exchange from afar. Yujao tilted her head slightly. Looks like Hitachi had fun. Ren nodded. Yeah, I've never seen him smile like that after a fight before. Not even after any of our sparring matches. Yujao agreed. Guess he prefers cerebral battles over explosive ones. Yeah, that's probably why he doesn't enjoy fighting me all that much, Ren replied. Soon enough, the proctors finished preparing the selection slips, and Inokawa Yamanaka stepped forward to address the remaining genin. All those who passed the first round, please come down. The 5 remaining genin, Ren, Itaki, Yujeo, Akatsuki, and Kuratsuki, jumped down from their respective stands and approached him. Inokawa held up a small wooden box and explained, "We will now determine who among you will receive a bye for the second round. Each of you will draw one slip from this box. The one with bye written on it will be exempt from the next match and proceed directly to the semi-final round." Each genin reached into the box and picked out one slip of paper. Itaki unfolded his and calmly showed the word bye printed in bold ink. The proctor nodded. Itaki Uchiha will receive a bye for the second round and move directly to the semi-final match. That left Ren, Akatsuki, Yujeo, and Kuratsuki to compete in 2 separate matches for the round. Match 1, Ren Takahashi vs Akatsuki. Match 2, Yujeo Uzuki vs Kuratsuki. The 5 were separated. Ren and Akatsuki remained in the arena while the other 3 were sent back up to the participant stand. The crowd buzzed with excitement. After Ren's explosive first match and Akatsuki's solid victory earlier, expectations were high. The proctor raised his hand and spoke loud enough for the whole stadium to hear. The first match of the second round of the third stage of the Chunin exam, Ren Takahashi of the Leaf vs Akatsuki of the Stone. His hand came down swiftly. Begin. As soon as the proctor gave the signal, Akatsuki didn't hesitate. He jumped back, slammed his hands into the ground, and immediately activated his jutsu. Earth-style, stone wall formation. Thick slabs of stone erupted from the arena floor, rising in a circular dome around him. The formation was solid, no gaps, no weak spots. It was the kind of defense that made most Chunin opponents either stall out or resort to ranged tactics. Ren, however, didn't even slow down. Defensive type, just as expected. Shouldn't take more than 3 hits. Ren calmly walked toward the stone dome. His hands glowed faintly with concentrated chakra, veins bulging slightly along his arms from the chakra enhancement. With each step, the cheers from the crowd grew louder, but Ren tuned them out. He reached the wall and raised a glowing blue fist. Boom! The first punch echoed like a thunderclap. Cracks spiderwebbed along the surface of the stone wall, but it didn't break. Inside, Akatsuki's expression shifted. He immediately layered a second jutsu. Earth-style, reinforced mud shell. A secondary layer of chakra-infused mud hardened beneath the cracked surface. He hoped it would buy him some time, at least. Ren pulled his arm back and struck again. Boom! The second hit sent dust flying across the arena floor. Large chunks of rock shattered off and flew into the air, crumbling down like debris in a collapsed tunnel. Inside, Akatsuki started sweating. 2 hits and it's already crumbling? His physical strength is absurd. Before he could think of a new plan, the third punch came. Crack, boom. This time, the wall didn't just crack, it exploded. The crowd gasped as the reinforced dome burst apart in a shower of rock and dirt. Akatsuki stumbled back, barely keeping his footing. But Ren was already inside. He flickered in front of him before Akatsuki could finish weaving hand signs. Crack. A single palm strike hit Akatsuki in the gut. He didn't use enough strength to incapacitate, but the force sent him flying into the wall of the arena. Ren didn't follow immediately. He dusted off his sleeves and cracked his neck. "You good?" he called out casually, not even out of breath. Akatsuki stood up slowly, groaning. "Why yeah." Ren didn't answer. He just started walking forward again, not rushing, not going for theatrics. Each step echoed lightly in the silence that followed the last explosion. Akatsuki knew there was no way to match Ren in a direct clash, so he quickly formed another seal. Earth-style, golem guard. A humanoid figure of stone shot up from the ground, standing between him and Ren. This one was almost 10 feet tall, its fists raised like a boxer, its frame nearly as wide as the arena wall itself. Ren finally stopped walking. "Oh, this should be fun." He rolled his shoulders and crouched slightly. Then, with a burst of speed that cracked the tiles beneath him, he dashed forward and leapt. His chakra-enhanced foot slammed into the golem's chest. Boom! The golem staggered back, a spiderweb crack forming across its torso. Ren didn't land. Instead, mid-air, he twisted and brought down his elbow like a hammer. Boom! The golem's chest caved in and it fell to one knee. Ren hit the ground and didn't stop. He moved in, sliding between the falling chunks of stone, and punched straight through the golem's chest. The entire construct collapsed in a pile of rubble. Akatsuki's eyes widened as he stepped back again. He barely had time to react as Ren flickered behind him and delivered a sweep kick that sent him skidding across the ground. Akatsuki groaned and rolled over, trying to push himself up, but a boot came down right beside his face. Ren stood there, looking down at him. He's durable, I'll give him that. But there's nothing more he can do. The proctor walked over and checked on Akatsuki, who gave a small nod to indicate he was done. The winner of the first match of round 2 is Ren Takahashi of the Leaf. The crowd cheered wildly once again. A few civilians even threw confetti, which made no sense, but the energy was there. Ren stepped back and offered his hand. Akatsuki took it, still panting. "That strength," Akatsuki muttered. "You could punch through a fortress." Ren smiled faintly. "Let's hope I don't have to." He helped him up and walked back to the participants' stand as the crowd roared. "One more fight to the finals. If it's Yujeo, I'll hold back. But if it's Kuratsuki, well, I doubt I'll need to go all out either." He sat down and crossed his arms, wished good luck to Yujiro and started watching the arena below. Next match, the proctor announced. Yujiro Uzuki of the Leaf vs Kurotsuki of the Stone. The two kunoichi landed on opposite sides of the arena, eyes locked and weapons ready. Kurotsuki dropped into a low stance, one hand already forming seals. Yujiro adjusted her grip on her katana, the edge already crackling faintly with lightning chakra. The proctor raised a hand. Begin. Without hesitation, both moved. Kurotsuki's hands blurred through seals. Earth-style, rock needle barrage. Dozens of stone shards erupted from the ground in front of her, launching toward Yujiro with deadly precision. Yujiro didn't blink as her body shifted, chakra enhancing her movement as she dashed forward, weaving between the sharp projectiles like a stream of lightning. Just as she closed in, her blade sparked to life. Lightning flash style, arc sever. With a sudden forward sweep, her sword released a burst of lightning, splitting the remaining stone shards midair. Kurotsuki rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the tip of the blade as it sliced through the air where her neck had been moments earlier. Fast, Kurotsuki muttered. She slammed her foot down. Earth-style, rising wall. A stone pillar shot up beneath her, lifting her 10 feet into the air. From above, she launched another set of hand signs and slammed her palms together. Earth-style, earthen dragon barrage. A snake-like construct of hardened earth burst from the arena floor, writhing and twisting as it raced toward Yujiro. The dragon's maw opened, firing chunks of stone like cannonballs. Yujiro braced herself, then moved with lightning-infused speed. Her blade shimmered blue again. Lightning flash style, thunder spiral. She spun, her katana cutting in a wide circle as she formed a dome of lightning around her. The earth projectiles exploded on contact with the barrier, the arena shaking from the clash of elements. Kurotsuki landed and immediately charged in, her speed shocking even the front row shinobi. She closed the distance with a flying knee, which Yujiro barely blocked with her forearm. Sparks flew as their chakra clashed, Yujiro's lightning against Kurotsuki's earth-enhanced taijutsu. Yujiro jumped back, but Kurotsuki followed. Another punch flew in, and this time Yujiro deflected with her sword, pivoted, and countered with a rising slash. Lightning flash style, crescent fang. A curved blade of lightning tore through the air. Kurotsuki ducked low, then slammed both hands into the ground again. Earth-style, hardened shell. Stone covered her arms like gauntlets just in time to absorb the edge of Yujiro's follow-up downward strike. The sheer force cracked the arena floor, dust flying around them in clouds. From the stands, Ren leaned forward, eyes narrowed. Yujiro's matching her speed for speed, but that Kurotsuki is unpredictable. I'm still not sure if she can use lava style. She's not relying purely on earth techniques either. She's moving like a frontline fighter. Back in the arena, Yujiro took a step back and exhaled, her blade glowing again as sparks danced along the length of it. Kurotsuki grinned, brushing dust off her arm guards. I didn't think someone with a sword would force me to fight seriously. You talk too much, Yujiro replied, then vanished. Zzzt. A sudden burst of lightning and Yujiro was behind Kurotsuki in a blur. Lightning flash style, twin thunder drawl. Two rapid horizontal slashes, Kurotsuki barely spun in time, crossing her stone-covered arms to block the attack. Sparks and stone fragments flew as the blades scraped against her guard. Earth-style, cracking counter. She stumped down hard. The ground beneath Yujiro erupted upward like a vertical wall. Yujiro backflipped just in time, the terrain exploding behind her as the earth detonated. They landed again, equidistant, both breathing slightly heavier. The crowd was silent. Then, Kurotsuki smirked. Let's turn it up. She went through another rapid set of hand signs, slammed her foot, and channeled chakra into the ground. Earth-style, stone maw. The ground beneath Yujiro's feet split open like a living creature's jaw. Fangs of sharpened rock rose up from both sides to snap shut around her. But Yujiro reacted instantly. Lightning style, flash step. In a literal blink, she shot upward in a vertical bolt of lightning, appearing above the trap midair. Kurotsuki's eyes widened, but only slightly. Baited. As Yujiro descended, Kurotsuki had already slammed her palm down. Earth-style, rock pillar spike. A spire shot up from the ground toward Yujiro's predicted landing path. Yujiro twisted in midair, gritting her teeth as she pushed chakra to her limbs. Lightning flash style, sky fang descent. Her sword gleamed white-blue as she flipped upside down, reversed her grip, and stabbed downward into the spike. Lightning exploded on impact, shattering the pillar and sending both kunoichi flying backward from the shockwave. They hit the ground hard, but rolled back to their feet, blades and fists still ready. Yujiro had a small cut over her brow. Kurotsuki's stone gauntlet had cracked. Both of them grinned, eyes locked. They charged again. A roar of lightning and a quake of earth collided in the center of the arena and everything was swallowed by the dust cloud that exploded outward. That last clash, who got the hit in? Everyone wondered. The crowd had gone quiet, all eyes locked on the slowly settling dust. Inside the arena, only the faint sound of footsteps echoed. One silhouette emerged from the smoke. And then the other. Both battered. Both standing. The crowd leaned forward and the proctor raised a hand, eyes narrowed, still waiting. To be continued. Chapter 108, Promotion Commotion, Part 9. Title 1. The Girl Who Cut Through Dawn. Both Yujiro and Kurotsuki were still standing, showing no signs of surrender, so the proctor lowered his hand again. Yujeo's final lightning strike had indeed shocked Kurotsuki, imperfectly, but enough to disrupt her balance and dampen her senses. The impurities in the stone gauntlets acted as conduits, conducting the electricity directly into Kurotsuki's arms and torso. Her breathing had turned shallow, and she blinked more frequently, trying to restore clarity to her vision. At the same time, the force behind Kurotsuki's final strike hadn't been lacking either. Yujeo's left arm had taken the brunt of the blow and now hung limp and fractured. Blood seeped through her sleeve. Her grip on her sword weakened, so she bit down the pain, tore a piece of cloth from her own uniform with her teeth, and tied her left arm to the sword's hilt, turning it into a makeshift one-handed sheath so that she could swing it without needing both hands. Kurotsuki, meanwhile, began stabbing herself lightly on her thigh and shoulder, trying to force her nerves back to life. Each jab of pain seemed to refocus her more and more. A few seconds passed. They locked eyes. Both smiled, small but real. Then they rushed forward. No tricks, no techniques. Just pure resolve. Yujeo's katana sparked as it was unsheathed, not from lightning chakra this time, but from the metallic grind of friction against the cloth binding. She stepped low, close to the ground, her whole weight shifting into a one-armed sword stance. Her stance, the first move of her Kenjutsu style. The one she made for herself. She mouthed the name without sound. Crane breaks the dawn. Kurotsuki came in at a mirrored angle, a single-hand seal formed mid-charge. Her foot slammed into the arena floor just before they met. Earth-style, subterranean rising blade. From beneath her feet, the stone cracked and thrust upward, forming a wide, jagged earth blade. The sheer pressure from the stone compressed into this narrow shape made it vibrate with lethal force. The collision happened in an instant. Steel met stone. Yujeo's blade rang as it slid through the surface of the earth blade, but her form was true, perfect, honed through hours of sword practice. Kurotsuki's attack surged upward, the tip of the jagged stone shooting for Yujeo's shoulder. Yujeo twisted, shifting her weight mid-swing despite the limitation of using only one arm. The ground beneath them exploded from the chakra clash. A cloud of dust blanketed the arena again. Spectators leaned forward. Silence. Then the dust began to settle. Two silhouettes became visible, back to back. Yujeo stood behind Kurotsuki, blood trailing down her arm and legs. Her sword was still in her hand, but the blade was cracked. Then, as if on cue, it snapped, the broken half clattering to the ground. A breath later, Yujeo collapsed to one knee, then fell sideways. Kurotsuki floated slightly above the ground, barely looking alive. Then her eyes rolled back, and she too dropped, falling flat onto her side. The crowd held its breath. The proctor appeared between them in a flicker, checking both for consciousness. After a moment, he stood. Both participants are unconscious and unable to continue, he announced clearly. The match is a draw. Finally, cheers erupted. Not for one victor or the other, but for the fight itself. In the participants' stand, Ren remained standing as his applause faded into a thoughtful silence. He looked down at the arena where medics were still finishing their work and quietly muttered, "Damn. This Yujeo, she's already stronger than her canon version," he mused, eyes lingering on the trail of blood left by the medics. Even with one arm, she pushed through. That wasn't her normal Kenjutsu style either, and Kurotsuki. He recalled the sight again, Kurotsuki floating slightly above the cracked stone just before she collapsed. She was floating, not falling. That wasn't chakra shaping, she used weight reduction. Old man Oniki must have already started teaching her his flight technique, but it's not perfect yet. Ren leaned forward slightly, eyes narrowing. Still, her earth jutsu is something else. That level of control and adaptation, no doubt she really does become the best earth-style user by Boruto's time. Even without lava release, she gave Yujeo a real fight. He crossed his arms, watching as the proctors and support staff finished clearing the debris and began resetting the arena. Up above, in the VIP stand, a loud smack echoed as Oniki slammed a hand down on the armrest of his chair. Despite the force, his face was not one of anger but of visible excitement, eyes gleaming like a child watching a long-awaited result. Hiruzen turned to him with a knowing chuckle. "Even if it ended in a draw, you're considering this a victory, aren't you?" Oniki gave a slight grunt but didn't deny it. Instead, he deflected, "You're one to talk. Seems like that Yellow Flash's teammate passed on a few things to that girl of yours." Hiruzen's smile didn't waver. Juki has always been reliable. Speaks too much, but his son and student gave great perform. Both men fell into silence, their gazes drifting back to the field where Yujeo and Kurotsuki were being carried away on stretchers. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed faintly. "Uzuki Yujeo, if she gets more time under Juki's wing, she might develop beyond what we can currently track. And that broken arm final strike, she's got the right resolve, if we can nurture her right, she may become another powerhouse. As for Kurotsuki, if Oniki keeps pushing her, and she really does master that flight technique of his to full effectiveness." He inhaled slowly through his pipe. "Then she may become a true problem, not just a prodigy." Meanwhile, Oniki was having his own chain of thoughts, the back of his mind simmering with unease. He looked across the stadium at the boy in the participants' stand, the blue-haired brat and the Uchiha. First that blue-haired kid, then the Uchiha, and now this Kunoichi. Konoha, it really is a cursed cradle of genius. The boy has no fear, the Uchiha is precise beyond his years, and the girl has grit and raw instinct. Damn that old fox Hiruzen. He turned slightly and locked eyes with Hiruzen. They exchanged a long, silent stare. Oniki harumphed and looked away. Hiruzen chuckled quietly to himself. Down below, Inokawa Yamanaka raised his voice, drawing everyone's attention once again. Since both Yujiro Uzuki and Kurotsuki are unconscious and unable to proceed, we will skip the semi-final match. That brings us directly to the final match of the Chunin exam between Ren Takahashi of the Leaf and Itachi Uchiha of the Leaf. The crowd immediately erupted into a new wave of excited murmurs, like a storm brewing under the surface. The match will begin in 1 hour, Inokawa continued. Participants may rest or prepare as they see fit. Spectators who wish to leave may do so with the guidance of the station shinobi. However, his eyes glinted just a little. I don't expect anyone would want to miss what comes next. With that, Inokawa vanished, and the proctors and ground crews took over. Earth jutsu lit up the arena floor. Deep cracks were filled and leveled. Defensive barriers were rechecked, and multiple sensor teams quietly repositioned across the perimeter. Despite the invitation, not a single person stood from the crowd. Civilians leaned forward on their benches. Shinobi narrowed their eyes. Traders and merchants watched with bated breath. Everyone knew what was coming next. The Battle of Prodigies. Ren Takahashi, Itachi Uchiha, the perfect soldier versus the unpredictable powerhouse. Even Jiraiya sat up straighter. Whew. Now this might become the most entertaining shonen match I've seen in a long time. Urakada, as calm as ever, simply exhaled. It'll be good experience for them both. Nami to his side refuted him. You should cheer your student and not just keep sitting here like a rock. Urakada fell silent, while Jiraiya chuckled. I was surprised, but let's hope she'll be a happy surprise. Ren, still in the participants' stand, slowly stood up and dusted off his vest. Yujio's and Kurotsuki's stretchers had long been carried off. Now the only thing between him and the final stage was a boy with crimson eyes. He stretched his shoulders once, cracked his knuckles, and stared at Itaka sitting a little distance from him in the participants' area. 1 hour, he muttered. Itaka locked eyes with Ren. Let's make this a match they'll remember. Title 2: The Unstoppable versus the Untouchable. Soon the 1 hour mark was up and both Ren and Itaka were called down. The proctor soon flickered between them and announced, the final match of this year's Chunin exams between Ren Takahashi and Itachi Uchiha begins. The moment the proctor signaled the start of the match, Ren burst forward without hesitation. His feet cracked the ground as he launched across the arena like a projectile, his body blurring as he crossed the distance with chakra-enhanced acceleration. Waiting wasn't an option like he did with Akatsuki, not against someone like Itaki. Itaka's 3-tomo Shari-non activated instantly, calmly tracking every movement as he tilted his upper body just enough to avoid Ren's first palm strike. A kunao slid into his hand mid-motion, and he slashed toward Ren's side with practiced ease. Ren caught the wrist, twisted, and attempted a throw, but Itaki adjusted in midair, placing a foot against Ren's leg to launch himself backward in a clean arc. Landing gracefully, Itaka barely had time to reset before Ren was on him again. Another burst of chakra-enhanced speed brought Ren in low, followed by a driving elbow toward the ribs. Itaka blocked, but the force pushed him back half a step. Reacting instantly, he flung 3 shuriken in a tight spread aimed at Ren's head, throat, and side. Ren weaved through them with minimal motion, the blades grazing past harmlessly as he advanced. He launched a sharp heel sweep, blasting sweep forcing Itaka to hop back, just avoiding his legs being taken out from under him. Still midair, Itaka formed seals and released a jutsu. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. A dozen small fireballs burst outward in unpredictable trajectories. Ren didn't slow down. He twisted through them, slapped one away with a palm strike, and countered another with a gust of wind chakra. One fireball schemed past his shoulder, but Ren ignored it. He closed the gap with a sudden vaulting burst, launching himself from a chakra-boosted step straight at Itaka's flank. Itaka leaned away, the attack grazing his uniform. Ren adjusted midair, spinning into a palm strike, breaking palm. Itaka barely deflected the blow and leapt back again. As he did, his body scattered into dozens of crows. Ren didn't stop. He crouched low and spun in place, knocking several birds away while his eyes tracked the real chakra signature among them. A split second later, he flicked his wrist, intercepting the real Itaki as he reformed behind him, slashing with a kunao. They clashed again. Ren's arm raised to block, Itaka's blade catching only his sleeve as the impact drove both back a pace. They reset, 10 meters apart. Ren took a breath. Crow clone. That's a pain. Itaka didn't answer. This time, Itaka moved first. His hands flashed through seals, releasing another barrage of shuriken from beneath his cloak. Ren deflected 2, sidestepped the third, and let the fourth bounce harmlessly off a reinforced forearm guard. He surged forward again, closing distance with each measured step. Mid-stride, he slammed a foot down vaulting burst and propelled himself into the air. From above, he descended with crushing force of ground splitter. The impact sent shockwaves through the arena floor, fractures spreading outward like spiderwebs beneath Itaka's feet. The Uchiha landed roughly and was forced to adjust as the terrain buckled beneath him. Ren was already moving again. Elbow strike. Shoulder bash. Knee to the gut. Itaka blocked 2, avoided 1, but the last connected, an elbow to the collarbone that forced him to stumble back. Ren followed up instantly, a spinning heel kick that crashed into Itaka's stomach and sent him skidding backward. Itaka regained his footing, hand pressed to his side. He inhaled sharply, then exhaled, forming seals as he did. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. A massive sphere of flame burst toward Ren, roaring across the arena. Ren gathered wind chakra to his palm and slashed outward, wind style, shearing gale jutsu. The cutting arc of wind split the fireball in two, dispersing the flames harmlessly to the sides. But Itake had already vanished from his previous position. Ren didn't flinch as a subtle flicker in chakra behind him gave it away. He ducked under the blade that swept toward his neck, spun with a back elbow that forced Itake back again. Kunao met reinforced palm. Sparks flew. Each movement was read, adjusted, countered. Itake's Sharingan spun faster, processing every twitch of Ren's body, but Ren's speed and flexibility were inhuman, and his movements didn't follow the usual patterns of trained taijutsu. It was more efficient, less predictable. Ren dipped low and swept a leg. Itake flipped over it, but Ren followed, launching 2 consecutive palm thrusts toward his midsection. Itake caught one but was forced to retreat again. Ren pressed forward. His strikes were relentless, each laced with enough chakra to break ribs or shatter a shin guard. Itake blurred and reappeared behind Ren. Ren pivoted on instinct and parried the incoming kunao, shoving Itake's arm aside. For the first time, both fighters paused. Their breathing was measured, their gazes locked. Itake's fingers twitched, an attempt at another illusion. He had tried this multiple times, but none worked. Ren's body remained still. His genjutsu resistance talent was beyond what a regular 3-tomo Sharingan genjutsu could penetrate. The moment the Sharingan tried to pull him in, Ren felt the intrusion and shrugged it off like a gust of wind. When he got the talent, he couldn't feel when he was placed under a genjutsu, but after intense training, he could now at least feel when someone attempts to use genjutsu on him. That won't work, Ren thought. Itake said nothing but noted it mentally how genjutsu didn't seem to be working on Ren since the beginning. Chakra surged again between them. They launched at the same time as Ren's foot glowing faintly, Itake's hand aiming for Ren's chest. Palm met palm. For a split second, they pushed against each other. Then they vanished in a blur. When they reappeared, Ren stood at one end of the crater, breathing slightly harder. Itake was across from him, his fingers twitching again. His eyes narrowed slightly. Ren exhaled. Second gate, open. The veins around his temples bulged faintly as the funjutsu marking spread, and his aura spiked. The ground beneath his feet cracked and he moved again. Chapter 109, Promotion Commotion, Part 10, Uppercut to Cannon. Ren's hand came up in time to deflect Itake's kunao strike, and the metal-on-metal sound rang out again as they disengaged. Neither spoke. Neither smirked. They just moved. Itake pushed forward with sudden momentum, his Sharingan spinning. He went low for a sweeping kick but Ren vaulted over it, flipping midair and aiming a crushing heel drop. Itake flickered away, reappearing behind him and launching another barrage of shuriken, each arc perfect, angles deceptive. Ren's eyes caught every path. His arm moved inhumanly fast, deflecting some with his forearm guards, letting others pass inches from his sides. Then came the real attack, 2 shadowed projectiles launched under the cover of the first set. Ren ducked and twisted then grabbed one from the air and flung it back. Itake tilted his head slightly and let it pass. The second landed near Ren's foot, exploding in a burst of smoke. Ren darted back through the haze just as a kunao came flying through it, narrowly grazing his cheek. They reset. Itake's hand signs blurred. Fire style, Phoenix Sage fire technique. A wave of small but fast projectiles surged toward Ren in tight clusters. Ren clapped his hands together and stepped forward. Wind style, Spiral Gale. A quick burst of compressed air spiraled forward, colliding with the fireballs, dispersing the flames before they could scatter. But Itake was already moving through the smoke. Ren caught the flash of chakra behind the smokescreen and pivoted right, narrowly avoiding Itake's blade swipe. He retaliated with a heavy roundhouse kick, forcing Itake to block and slide back. Ren stepped forward again. Chakra-enhanced step, flicker pulse. He vanished in a compressed dash, appearing just beside Itake's left blind spot. A right hook followed, but Itake's body blurred. He had substituted again, but not with a clone. He had flickered up into the air. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. However, this one was larger, hotter, more direct. Ren leapt back and slammed his palms together. Wind style, Twin Cutter Wall. Twin arcs of slicing air emerged from his arms, forming a shield that split the incoming fireball in two. The remaining heat washed over him but didn't break through. When the fire cleared, both were already moving again. Itake landed in front of Ren and went into close combat again. His strikes were crisp, minimal motion but perfect angle, every attack aimed to disable. Ren countered with brutal chakra-backed blocks, absorbing hits with his reinforced limbs and countering with his own enhanced punches. A palm strike from Ren cracked the stone behind Itake when he dodged. A side kick from Itake slid Ren 3 meters across the dirt. They moved like shadows. The sound of their impacts became louder than the gasps of the audience. Another clash. Ren went for a knee but Itake caught it. Ren twisted and struck with his elbow but Itake ducked. Ren spun and swept with his heel but Itake blocked and countered with his own rising kick. They broke apart, breathing steadily but heavily now. Itake's hand blurred through another set of seals. Fire style, Burning Barrage. A jutsu designed to force openings with multiple mid-sized fireballs launched in overlapping waves. It was designed to overwhelm, to break defense, not with power, but with tempo. Ren didn't move. He waited. His eyes locked on the attack, and at the last second, he jumped. Wind style, Vault Gale. A support-type wind burst below his feet and launched him upward as the fire passed beneath. As he sailed overhead, he locked eyes with Itaki and called down his own jutsu. Wind style, shredding dive. A pointed gust of compressed air twisted into a spear appeared around his descending foot. Itaki jumped back, barely avoiding the full impact as Ren drove his foot into the ground, splitting stone and sending debris everywhere. The ground cracked again. Ren landed in the crater as Itaki panted on the opposite side. And then, without hand signs, Itaki raised 2 fingers. The Sharingan spun. Ephemeral. Ren blinked. Damn it. Itaki said nothing, only tilted his head. Ren's genjutsu immunity to Sharingan-level illusions made him one of the few shinobi Itaki couldn't manipulate that way. But the pause had forced Ren into a brief hesitation. That hesitation was enough and Ren knew this too. Itaki flickered close again, shuriken in both hands this time, one real, one laced with a paper tag. Ren caught both and threw them back, exploding the tag mid-air to obscure Itaki's sight line. Then he reached up and opened the gate of opening. Veins bulged slightly along his arms. Seals spread. His muscles tightened, and a faint green hue surrounded him and he vanished. Itaki's eyes widened as Ren appeared directly in front of him, faster than before, and sent a straight punch toward his midsection. Itaki blocked but slid back. Ren followed. Pulse breaker. It was a jab that carried a wave of chakra like a battering ram and Itaki was sent skidding across the field, forced to dig into the ground to stop. He landed and crouched as blood dripped from his lips. In the stands above, Itaki's family was sitting there observing the match with a few Uchiha members by their side. When they saw the greatest pride of their clan getting roughed up, almost all of them were tense despite the great and noble Uchiha blood flowing within them. Little Sasuke tightly held his mother's hand as he saw the fight. You can't lose, big brother. Itaki gritted his teeth and made a single hand sign. Fire style, flame fan. He whipped the fire across the ground in a sweeping arc. Ren slid to a stop, switched gears, as he turned off the gate and activated wind style, pressure pulse, an invisible wall of compressed wind that parted the fire and pushed forward. Itaki leapt up and over as Ren switched footing. He had to pace himself, otherwise Itaki would take this moment to gain the upper hand. They collided again in midair. It was fists and feet again. Raw taijutsu. Neither used chakra. Neither wasted breath. Ren ducked as Itaki elbowed. Ren spun but Itaki blocked. Ren jumped and Itaki followed. Every clash resounded. Then, Ren's hand opened. Gate of healing. Second gate. A burst of energy surged through his limbs. His muscles restored, his speed increased. But the strain still wasn't enough to show. Itaki adjusted his stance as the fight hit the final phase. Ren charged. His movements blurred again. Itaki's Sharingan tried to track faster and faster. Ren attacked from the side, a feint, then came from above with a downward kick but Itaki blocked it. Ren gave a palm to Itaki's gut with a pulse of chakra and Itaki staggered. Crushing knuckle. Ren's punch grazed Itaki's shoulder, sending a shockwave through the bones. Itaki retaliated with a flash of shuriken. One grazed Ren's cheek. Another embedded in his shoulder. Ren didn't stop as he stepped forward. Third gate, gate of life open. His aura intensified. The wind around him bent a little. His chakra surged to new levels. His body became a blur. Itaki launched a full-power fire style, dragon flame bullet. A large twisting flame surged forward but Ren didn't dodge. He stepped into it. He pushed his 86% chakra control to the absolute limit and finally formed a wind jutsu. Wind style, spiral lance. A high-speed wind drill wrapped around his arm as he punched through the fire. The collision exploded in midair. Itaki's eyes strained but Ren emerged through the smoke and landed a knee to his stomach. Itaki gasped but responded with a kunao slash. Ren blocked, pivoted, and sent him crashing into the wall with a straight palm. Itaki stood again, bruised and coughing, but his eyes remained sharp. They were both breathing hard now. Ren closed the gates. Itaki lowered his stance. No ninjutsu now, just fists. They moved. One last time. Ren lunged and Itaki met him. Punch, block, elbow, duck, kick, counter, sweep, clash. It was raw, brutal, exact. And then Ren ducked under a right jab and stepped inside. Chakra-enhanced uppercut, rising fang. He launched a clean, powerful uppercut to Itaki's chin. Itaki was lifted into the air, but Ren didn't stop. He twisted mid-move and slammed a second punch into Itaki's chest mid-fall. Ren still didn't stop. Mid-air a small grin formed on his shadowed face, then he raised his leg above his head and gave a sharp heel kick to Itaki's stomach. Itaki gasped hard and his body twisted slightly. Then, he finally hit the ground, hard. 10 seconds passed but he didn't get up. The proctor flickered in and checked his pulse, then stood up and announced. The winner of the final match is Ren Takahashi of the Hidden Leaf. Ren stood there, shoulders rising and falling, but still grinning. Hee. Fuck the cannon. He ignored the silent crowd and slowly walked towards the fallen Itaki and sat down beside him. Then, the stadium erupted. But Ren didn't hear it. His eyes remained fixed on Itaki as the medic nin arrived. He whispered, "That was one hell of a fight." Saying this, he too fell on the ground, his back to the ground as he stared at the blue sky above him and thought, good thing I didn't faint too, wouldn't want to make this too cliché. As soon as the winner was announced, different parts of the stadium erupted with their own emotions. Nami, who had been gripping the railing since the beginning of the fight, immediately started shaking Yudakata with both hands the moment Ren's name was declared. Your student won? Your student won? Why are you not excited? It was such an exciting match. If I were his sensei, I would have jumped on the ground and started celebrating by now. She didn't even give Yudakata a chance to respond before she continued with even more energy, "Gosh, you're such a rock. Come on, cheer up, shout a little, just once." Yudakata simply sighed, watching her bubbling enthusiasm. He didn't even try to speak anymore and just stared forward, thinking, maybe I should have fallen in love with someone quieter. Then, recalling that Team 1 had yet to meet her, he sighed again. A second later, he felt a presence to his side and turned, only to find his old sensei, Jiraiya, wiggling his eyebrows at him with a grin so wide it could split a boulder. Ren really gave him the perfect nickname, the pervy sage indeed, he thought with another long, suffering sigh. In the Uchiha corner of the stadium, the atmosphere was like the first frost of winter, tense and cold. One by one, the clan members began to stand and quietly file out of the area. Some did so with expressions of disappointment, others simply with blank faces. At the center, little Sasuke Uchiha sat frozen, tears brimming in his eyes as he looked at the battlefield where his invincible big brother lay unconscious. The boy's small fists clenched. He didn't like the ruffian Ren before, but now, he hated him. The same boy who had teased him, mocked him, given him tomatoes and then defeated his brother. Fugaku Uchiha took one last glance at his defeated eldest and the crying youngest, then stood without a word, his face hard and expressionless. He didn't say a thing, didn't even glance at Mikoto as he turned and left the spectator box. Mikoto Uchiha, sitting between her son and husband, watched them both, one broken, one crushed, and whispered silently to the heavens, "Oh, sage above, please give me strength to keep this family together." Unseen by any of them, high in a hidden perch shrouded in shadows, a figure with dark hair and a green flak jacket stood watching the arena with narrowed eyes. Shisui Uchiha. His gaze flickered from the unconscious Itachi to Ren, who now laid quietly beside him. "I hope Itachi grows stronger after this. Because if he doesn't..." He didn't finish the thought. Instead, he flickered away, leaving nothing but disturbed civilians behind. In one of the hidden corners of the stadium, a man cloaked in darkness and bandages, leaning heavily on a cane, stood with his eye fixed on the battleground. Danzo Shimura. Without turning, he spoke aloud as if to no one in particular. "Retract all surveillance from Ren Takahashi. Increase observation on his teammates." There was a rustle in the shadows. As for Itachi Uchiha, Danzo's voice turned even colder. "I want reports, every minute, every hour. I want to know what he eats, when he sleeps, and what he dreams." With a single thunk of his cane, he disappeared into the shadows. Chapter 110, the first chapter ends. In the VIP box above the stadium, silence lingered for a few moments before the third Hokage broke it with a soft chuckle. "Well now, that was certainly one way to end an exam," Hiruzen said, setting his pipe down and exhaling a gentle stream of smoke. Oniki, seated beside him, had his arms crossed and a scowl just shy of amused. "TCH. You leaf shinobi always have a flair for drama. Your genin nearly broke the stadium." Hiruzen smiled lightly. "Oh, come now. I could say the same about your granddaughter. Floating above the ground in a match between genin? That was quite the display. Is the famed lightning technique already being passed down?" Oniki snorted. "She's a fast learner. And unlike your genin, she doesn't need to punch through stone to be flashy." Hiruzen chuckled again, leaning back with half-lidded eyes. "True. But sometimes, a well-placed punch speaks louder than a long-winded strategy. Youth must make an impression, after all." "Oh, they made an impression all right," Oniki said dryly. "On my genin's ribs, on the stadium walls, and probably on every betting book in the land of fire. That's the price of being memorable, old friend," Hiruzen said with a puff of smoke. "Not every shinobi can age into politics with the luxury of being forgettable." Oniki gave him a sideways glance. "And yet here we are, two old men sitting above the next generation, pretending we don't see our mistakes reflected in their shadows." Hiruzen nodded slowly. "Perhaps. But the difference is, I've made peace with mine." A flicker of silence passed. Then Oniki let out a rare chuckle. "Well said, Sarutobi. I'd expect nothing less from the man who raised a boy strong enough to beat an Uchiha in front of all 5 nations." Hiruzen's gaze remained on the field. "And I'd expect nothing less from the Tsuchikage whose granddaughter nearly rewrote the rules of Earth style before reaching adulthood." The two men sat back as medics healed Itachi and left while Ren sat in the center of the field besides Itachi. "Looks like we're really heading toward a new era," Oniki muttered. Hiruzen raised his pipe. "And all we can do is pray the next generation doesn't make the same mistakes we did." Both men chuckled softly, but behind their smiles, their eyes remained sharp. The two might have shared a brief moment of peace with each other, however they wouldn't hesitate for a second if they had to pick up the kunao once again for their villages. The two old men who had been guided by the strong ones of the past, they themselves had guided the strong ones of the present and would continue to guide the strong ones of the future. The two shall be here until their time comes. Watching, so that the next generation grows safe. Waiting, so that the next generations take over their duties. Protecting. The rest of what happened after the match didn't matter much to Ren. He stood in the middle of the arena, catching his breath, feeling the last traces of adrenaline ebb out of his limbs. He'd fought seriously, not because it was a tournament, but because it was Itachi. He respected him. And more importantly, he wanted to win without Itachi holding anything back. This also proved that even without using all his strength he was able to beat Itachi. As the medics came and carried Itachi away, Ren gave him one final glance. There was no bitterness, no overwhelming pride. Just a quiet nod to himself. The crowd was still roaring, but he had already tuned it out. He made his way toward the inner hallway of the stadium, where the participants' quarters were located. There, a medic checked his vitals and bandaged his bruises, but Ren barely listened. He'll be fine, he thought as his eyes drifted to the opposite bed where Itake had been placed just a few minutes ago. Itake was healed soon enough as his breathing stabilized, his injuries cleaned and covered. But he hadn't spoken a word. Not to the medics. Not to his mother who came to visit him. Not even to Ren when their eyes met. He simply sat up, nodded once in acknowledgement, and walked out of the room with the silence only an Uchiha could wear like armor. Ren didn't take it personally. He understood. Defeat wasn't an easy pill for anyone to swallow, especially for someone like Itake. The boy who had been touted as a genius since young. The boy who barely faced defeat since young. The boy was someone with the eyes of an entire clan always focused on him. This defeat meant more than just a loss. It meant pressure. Expectation. Wait. Ren leaned back on the cot and let out a slow breath. Let them have their expectations for him, they'll die by his hands after all. They'll probably realize that they shouldn't have pressured someone by their expectations so much. He let out another sigh. At least I'm not carrying anyone's burdens but my own. Later that afternoon, Yujeo and Kurotsuke returned to the participants' stand, both freshly healed, though still slightly stiff in their movements. What surprised Ren wasn't their return, but how closely they were walking together. They spoke in low tones, occasionally smiling, and their body language was relaxed. Comfortable. Ren narrowed his eyes slightly, his brain immediately jumping to conclusions. You think they're friends now? He asked quietly to Hitachi, who had taken a seat beside him. Hitachi glanced at the two kunoichi, then replied in his usual flat tone. They tried to cave each other's heads in a few hours ago. That's how shinobi friendships start. Ren scoffed. Makes sense. Yujeo noticed him looking and gave him a small wave before returning to her conversation with Kurotsuke. Neither of them seemed interested in discussing the outcome of the exams or their matches. It was as if, once the fighting was over, the rest didn't really matter. Ren found that strangely agreeable. The eliminated genin were soon called back and allowed to return to the main field. The proctors, now wearing more formal flak jackets, began organizing the participants in a line as the crowds in the stadium began to settle once again. Ren saw familiar faces return, some with small smiles, others trying to mask their disappointment. Others, like Kabuto and Iruka, returned with the expressions of people who had already accepted their failures and were simply glad to be included in the closing ceremony. Eventually, the field was cleared except for the genin participants, now standing shoulder to shoulder in front of the central platform. There was a hush. Then, the third Hokage stepped out once again, flanked by his bodyguards, and behind him walked the small, floating figure of Oniki, the Tsuchikage, accompanied by two of his own elite guards. This time, there was no flair, no dramatic proclamations. Hiruzen stood calmly, his hands behind his back, and addressed the stadium. Citizens of Konoha, honored guests, and esteemed shinobi of every land, we now come to the end of this year's Chunin exams. He paused, letting his words settle. You have all witnessed the next generation with your own eyes. You have seen their struggles, their growth, their determination, and their conviction. Some may have fallen early, some may have shined bright, and some may have left an impression that will echo for years to come. But remember this. He raised his hand. Every shinobi here today carries with them the potential to protect not just their nations, but the peace we all strive to maintain. The crowd responded with applause, steady and respectful. Oniki floated forward with a grunt and took his place beside Hiruzen. His expression was stern but his tone was diplomatic. The land of Earth is proud of its representatives. They fought with strength, spirit, and unwavering resolve. Though the records may show who won or lost, I believe we can all agree, these young ones are our future. And that future seems unpredictable. He glanced sideways at Ren, then at Kurotsuke, before floating back slightly. Hiruzen stepped forward again, smiling warmly. With that, we conclude this year's joint Chunin exams. The crowd erupted in cheers one final time. A moment later, a team of proctors stepped forward and began organizing the genin to leave the field. Some were clapping each other on the backs, others simply walked out with their heads held high. Ren stood near the end of the group and looked once more at the towering stadium. The cheers didn't matter. The recognition didn't matter. He had won. Finally. Not just that. With this win, he had taken one of the first steps towards changing the future. When he first thought about something taking away his friend, his teacher, and his dad, he had been a bit apprehensive, but now he won't accept it. He would keep changing the canon if it gets in his way, one step at a time. Once all the genin had left the arena and the audience had dispersed, Team 1 made their way to Training Ground 1. It was already decided beforehand that they would meet here after the exams were over. Their sensei, Utakata, was already waiting. When the three arrived together, Utakata looked at them, standing side by side like they had so many times before. His gaze swept over them once, and then a rare, almost gentle smile appeared on his face. Quietly, he walked toward them and placed a hand on each of their heads, one by one. Good work, you three. The words were simple, but his tone was different. There was no sarcasm, no stiffness, no casual detachment. Just plain, sincere praise. All three of them, Ren, Yujeo, and Hitachi paused. Even Ren, who was usually quick to respond with a joke or smug comment, or Yujeo, who would ask for something outrageous casually, stayed silent for a moment. They weren't used to hearing this from Utakata. He wasn't the type to praise easily or say anything unless he meant it. The weight of those words settled on them more than any applause from the crowd earlier. They exchanged a quick glance, understanding something unspoken. Then, as if it was the natural thing to do, they took a step back together, lowered their heads, and bowed. "Thank you, sensei." It wasn't rehearsed. It just came out, naturally. Even Ren meant it. In the past 2 years and even before that in the academy, Utakata had taught him more than just techniques. The Raise-Non, chakra control, basic and advanced medical ninjutsu, refining his elemental understanding. The man had sparred with him on daily basis for more than a year. Utakata had helped him more than anyone else aside from Jueki. And in some ways, more than Jueki. The man wasn't loud about his help, didn't constantly tell Ren what he was doing right or wrong, but he was always there. Always correcting quietly, showing the better way, offering explanations Ren hadn't even thought to ask. Ren had relied on him more than he admitted. Utakata looked at all three again. Yujeo, the reckless swordswoman who had learned to slow down and think. Hitachi, the quiet tactician who was no longer just a shadow in the background. And Ren, the unpredictable powerhouse who'd somehow taken on responsibility and leadership without being forced into it. From fresh academy graduates to real shinobi, all within his team. He let out a quiet sigh, barely audible. "Raise your heads." They obeyed. "You three have become splendid shinobi," he said. "I don't know if you'll ever hear that from anyone else and believe it, but I'll say it now. You've made me proud. Extremely proud." He paused for a moment, then continued, "A week from now, meet me here again. We'll have our final lesson together. After that," he glanced upward, toward the sky, "you'll be free from me." He didn't say it with sadness or relief, just a quiet acceptance. Their time as genin under him was done. Whether they became shinin, umbu, or something else entirely, they would no longer walk behind him. They would walk on their own. Without waiting for a response, Utakata flickered away, vanishing from the training ground. The three stood there in silence. They had been on dozens of missions, bled together, sparred, trained, fought side by side. And now, without their sensei saying another word, the weight of their progress started to sink in. Yujeo gave a small sigh. Hitachi remained silent, as always. Ren just glanced at the spot where Utakata had been standing and nodded to himself. Without a word, all three flickered away in separate directions, leaving the training ground empty once again. Their time as genin was over. What came next, none of them knew. But the first chapter of their life was now over. Chapter 111, Cage Diplomacy, Glare, Threaten, Float Away. Ren's reaction and thinking might be weird in this chapter since he is drunk on the adrenaline after the match, but we'll explore more later. Without going anywhere else, Ren returned home, took a long bath, made himself something simple to eat, and finally dropped onto his bed. For the first time in what felt like weeks, there were no missions to run off to, no training schedules, no last-minute scroll studies. The Chunin exams were over. He lay on his back, staring at the ceiling, fingers slowly reaching for the fire pendant hanging around his neck, the one his father had given him. Pulling it off gently, he rolled onto his side and held it loosely in his hand. Well, I guess that's the end of the genin life, he thought. No more waiting for some random mission to pop up. I can just pick my assignments whenever I want now. He closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them with a soft sigh. Still, I'm gonna miss working with Yujeo and Hitachi. And, sensei too. He rolled over again, face now buried into the pillow, then flipped back with a frown. Before I think about what comes next, I really need to do something about my fighting style, he thought, eyes narrowing. He took stock of his abilities. I originally thought speed would be the better route, especially since I didn't expect to get the chakra-enhanced strength technique or the 8 gates. But now that I have both, even though my agility stats are technically higher, once I activate either of those techniques, my strength surpasses or at least matches my speed. He sat up a little, still fiddling with the pendant. Right now, even in my base form, I can match many jonin in speed. Once I use those physical enhancement techniques, I gain enough raw power to outmatch most of them. Combine that with wind release, which is already at high jonin or even special jonin level. I think my offense is more or less complete. He paused, thinking. Earth is good and fire release is still average, but I can use them for backup when needed. Defense-wise, my earth style should hold for now. But if I'm fighting someone who can break through even that, then that's not someone I should be fighting head-on in the first place. I need an escape route. He narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. I can move faster than most jonin already, but that won't be enough if I ever have to run from someone like one of the Sunin, or worse, someone from Akatsuki. I need something else for that. Suddenly, his thoughts turned toward the blinking icon in the system interface. The one labeled Cannon Change Reward. Well, I beat Itaki in front of the entire village, that should count as a pretty major change. Let's hope this helps me solving the escape problem issue. He opened the reward screen. Congratulations user for changing the cannon, defeating the undefeatable genius, Itaki Uchiha, in front of all of Konoha. Rewards. STR, AGI, int +2. Genjutsu resistance, A rank, Genjutsu resistance, S+ rank. A chance to spin the wheel and obtain rewards. Ren blinked at the list. He wasn't exactly thrilled. TCH, the stat points are nice, but S+ genjutsu resistance, he muttered. That's like immunity to EMS level genjutsu. It's not like I'm going to be fighting Madara Uchiha tomorrow. He sighed, although the rewards weren't really what he expected, it was good enough for the future. Still, it's better than nothing. The system only gives rewards for changes to the future timeline, not just strong performances. I guess defeating Itachi, who was seen as unbeatable in the original, counted as just changing a small future, since the future Itachi wasn't remembered for winning the Chunin exams but for killing his clan. He suddenly remembered something and asked the system, doesn't beating Itachi in public mean I've taken over his title as the greatest genius of the leaf? Shouldn't I be rewarded for that? The system responded quickly. The existence of user himself is a change that cannot be estimated. The system only rewards the user for the changes he has made, not for the change he has become. Another line followed almost immediately. The user becoming the greatest genius means he has become the change itself. However, the user defeating the original greatest genius means he has made a tangible change to the original storyline. Ren stared at the glowing text, then slumped back onto the bed. Wow, that's probably the most the system has ever said since the first messages. He mulled over it. So, becoming the change itself doesn't count, but altering someone else's trajectory does. Which means if I become the 6th Hokage instead of Kakashi, that counts as a change. But just becoming the 6th without interfering with Kakashi's path wouldn't. What a weird metric. With a resigned sigh, he turned his gaze back to the interface. Well, let's not waste time thinking about it. Let's just get the final reward done. System, spin the wheel. As soon as Ren asked the system to spin the wheel, the familiar mechanical hum of movement echoed in his mind, but something was different this time. The wheel that appeared wasn't the one he had seen before. Instead of the usual colorful array of 8 or more divisions, this wheel had only 4 quadrants, and all of them were completely blanked out. There were no names, no hints, no symbols. Just 4 identical, hidden sections turning slowly in a circle of uncertainty. Ren narrowed his eyes. Now that's new, I don't even know what I'm selecting from. The wheel began to slow down. Tick by tick, each hidden quadrant passed by until it finally stopped. A soft glow came from the selected section as the remaining 3 faded into the background. The cover peeled back on the chosen quadrant, revealing his reward. Congratulations user on getting plus 30% mastery in a mastery not above the intermediate grade. Note, the user can select up to 5 masteries. One will be randomly selected for the reward. Ren clicked his tongue. TCH. Of course. Can't just let me choose freely, can you? He sighed as he slumped further into his bed. All the rewards this time feel standard. Not bad, just not something that would help me instantly, but I guess they are extremely good for the future. He mentally went over what he had received so far. 6 stat points genjutsu resistance upgraded to S+ rank, EMS level, and now a 30% boost in a random mastery. That's really good enough for the long term, but nothing I can use immediately. Still, it wasn't like he had a choice. He opened up his mastery list and selected the 5 masteries he wanted to nominate. Fuinjutsu, Yang Release, Space Release, Fire Release, Wind Release. His priorities were clear. Yang and Space were the most valuable, both being notoriously difficult to develop through training alone. Even a small push would go a long way. The system confirmed the entries. Then, the second wheel appeared, this time with the 5 selected masteries, all marked and glowing. It spun again. Ren watched, arms crossed behind his head, eyes tracking the slow rhythm of the spin. Eventually, it stopped. Selected mastery, Yang Release. Yang Release mastery plus 30%. Ren raised an eyebrow and gave a small nod. Nice. At least it's something I wanted. I'll take that. The moment the reward was granted, like usual information, there was no flood that accompanied new jutsu or mastery boosts with the usual systems. Instead, it was subtle, more like his mind was now a well-stocked library. If he focused, information about Yang Release naturally flowed into his thoughts. He brought up his current stats and saw the numbers update. Yang Release mastery, 64%. He tapped his fingers together, debating internally. I've been hoarding points for a while now, might as well use some. He applied 1 intermediate level point, which brought it up to 74%. Then, he used 5 advanced mastery points, raising it all the way to 84%. That was enough. Before today, Yang Release had been one of his lowest rated masteries. Now it was one of the highest on his panel. With it, his medical chakra control, healing techniques, and body reinforcement capabilities would grow exponentially and maybe even his vitality could break through level 80. He could have pushed it even further. But he stopped himself. Aside from keeping the points for Yin Release and Space Release, he also considered another matter. I should let it settle first, he thought. No point rushing. Let the mind adapt. And the best way to do that? Sleep. He gave one last glance at the system interface, closed it with a thought, and let his head drop to the pillow. He hadn't even realized how tired he was until the bed started to feel heavier under him. Before long, Ren Takahashi, the winner of the Chunin exams, was fast asleep. Even though Ren was asleep, the village of Konoha was still very much alive. After all, the Chunin exams had just concluded, and there was still much left to be done. The very first task was ensuring the secure departure of all foreign shinobi. Konoha couldn't afford to let security risks linger, especially after such a high-profile event. That's why, without delay, the IWA delegation had assembled at the main gates of Konoha, prepared to leave. At the front stood Oniki, the aged but still formidable Tsuchikage, with his son Kitsake right behind him, followed by the rest of the delegation. Opposite them, leading the Konoha representatives, was Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, standing straight and firm. Accompanying him were Jiraiya and Utakata, walking a few paces behind, while other senior jonin and clan leaders stood in quiet formation nearby. Hiruzen gave a soft chuckle. Ho, you should have stayed a little longer, Oniki. It's not like we'll get a chance to talk like this again anytime soon. Oniki grunted and floated slightly off the ground, rising just enough to meet Hiruzen's gaze directly. His tone was as dry as ever. Your village creeps me out, Sarutobi. If I stay here any longer, I might forget myself. As he spoke, a white cube began forming in his hand. A small, concentrated unit of dust release. The response was immediate. Shinobi on both sides tensed. Hands moved toward weapons, chakra flared discreetly. Even Jiraiya stepped in front of Hiruzen, narrowing his eyes at the small old man. Confusion spread through the IWA ranks as even they began to question what their Tsuchikage was up to. Hiruzen, however, remained still. He chuckled again and calmly waved his hand, as if to dispel the tension. But the moment his hand moved, the wind subtly shifted. Moisture gathered in the air, only to evaporate instantly under a growing wave of intense heat. A faint crackle of electricity sparked across Hiruzen's robe, and then, ever so slightly, his feet lifted an inch off the ground. The gentle smile remained on his face, but now his voice carried a heaviness that pressed down on the surroundings. Ho, Hiruzen said, still smiling, you shouldn't joke about things like that, my friend. You know I'm a little touchy when it comes to the leaf. His tone shifted. So please, be kind enough to escort yourself and your shinobi back to your home. Oniki stared at him, his eyes narrowing. For a moment, the white cube remained in his palm, but then it quietly dispersed into chakra dust. He gave a small huff. TCH. Who even wants to stay in this village anyway? And with that, he floated upward and turned, his cloak fluttering behind him as he led the IWA delegation away. His shinobi followed, casting glances back at the display they just witnessed. The silent message had been received loud and clear. As the delegation flew and traveled across the treetops, Kitsake caught up to his father. Dad, he asked quietly, was that the technique? Oniki was silent for a moment. Then, with a shake of his head, he replied, no, he can't use it. That wasn't the lightning technique. He just caught on to a few things when he saw Kurotsuki using the technique earlier. But he trailed off before adding, I wouldn't be surprised if he managed to make a weaker version out of it. He glanced over his shoulder at the now distant walls of Konoha, which were slowly disappearing into the background. His voice turned quieter, almost reflective. With his progressing age and mine, I had forgotten, Oniki muttered. He was also a genius. A man once praised by the first and the second Hokage themselves. A genius forged in the heart of a war-torn era. He drifted slightly ahead, creating a gap between himself and Kitsake, and continued to speak to himself, quietly, resentfully. These newborn shinobi, they don't compare to that man in his youth, not yet. His hand trembled faintly. He raised it, looking at the sheikh, and then back again toward Konoha. His voice lowered further, no louder than a whisper on the wind. Hiruzen, the day you die, Oniki swore, I'll level this village you cherish so much, myself. And without another word, the Tsuchikage soared ahead into the horizon. Chapter 112, Ren's Trash Talk Speedruns Yujo's Sanity. Almost forgot to upload the chapter since I'm marathoning the Conjuring series. Back in Konoha, Hiruzen had already landed. With a slight adjustment of his robes, he calmly smoothed out the creases, using a gentle gust of wind to dust them off. Around him, several shinobi still stood in place, eyes wide, admiration practically written on their faces. To many of them, especially the civilian shinobi, this man was still the god of shinobi. Hiruzen noticed their awe and gave a mild wave of dismissal. All right. Off you go. I'm sure you've got plenty of work to get back to. The shinobi straightened up, gave respectful bows, and quickly dispersed. Once the crowd had fully cleared, only Jiraiya and Utakata remained at his side. The three began walking toward the village, the air more casual now. Jiraiya, never one to let silence linger, asked bluntly, what was that, old man? You showing off to the IWA delegation? Don't tell me you spotted some old lady among them. He grinned. Even that old fossil Oniki's wife passed away years ago, so who exactly were you trying to impress? Hiruzen's expression instantly darkened. Just as he was about to lash out with a retort, Utakata cut in smoothly. Sensei, please. Let's not start another problem, he said calmly. When the third and the Tsuchikage nearly went at it, for a moment, I genuinely thought Ren's prediction was going to come true. That caught Jiraiya's attention. What prediction? Utakata paused for a beat before answering. He said he wanted to see a match between the third Hokage and the third Tsuchikage. Because, he looked up at the sky, according to him, right now, the two of you are at your relative peaks. He wanted to observe your strength, since he thinks he won't get the chance once he himself reaches that level. Jiraiya blinked. Then he laughed. Wahaha, so the brat wanted to watch the old men fight. He slapped his thigh. What kind of weird taste is that? He should be more focused on girls, not seniors throwing punches. Hiruzen's expression darkened further. He turned his head slightly. Jiraiya, he said in a warning tone, have you forgotten that you are also an old man now? He stopped walking and faced him fully. Maybe you should start acting your age. Or better yet, why don't you try learning a thing or two from your student? Jiraiya sulked, visibly shrinking under the scolding. He mumbled, "TCH, even though I'm your student, you treat me like I'm a headache. And this guy?" He jabbed a finger toward Udakata. "He's the one you treat like your student these days." Udakata didn't respond, already expecting what was coming next. With a small huff, Jiraiya added one last parting blow. "Well, just so you know, this guy here," he jabbed again at Udakata, "got himself a fiancé." Then, before anyone could react, Jiraiya flickered away in a burst of chakra. Hiruzen blinked. He paused mid-step and muttered, "Huh." Turning his head slightly, he looked back at Udakata, who now wore a resigned expression. Sighing deeply, Udakata muttered, "Looks like I'll have to explain this all over again." As the two resumed their walk. After the IWA delegation left, the other foreign shinobi didn't take long to follow. None of them wanted to stay longer than necessary in a village like Konoha, one powerful enough to snuff out retaliation from their smaller villages if anything happened to them. Still, even with the shinobi gone, the village remained bustling. Civilians from all around the Land of Fire were still lingering, scattered through the streets, cafes, and parks, all enthusiastically discussing the events of the recently concluded Chunin exams. While all this buzz continued outside, the winner of the Chunin exams was doing something far more important. Sleeping soundly in his home. Ren didn't stir for the rest of that day. He only woke up the next morning, eyes opening slowly before they went wide in realization. "Holy shit, my yang release is at 84% now," he exclaimed, sitting up straight. He rubbed his eyes, the memories from the night before returning in a wave. He'd been too tired to really process anything when he spun the wheel and got his reward, but now, fully rested, he could actually appreciate what it meant. Damn. I wanted to raise my yang release for so long, and when I finally did, I wasn't even fully awake to feel the joy. But now, he stood up and stretched before plopping down on the floor again, pulling his funjutsu materials from his storage and laying them out. A small grin formed on his face. With this high yang mastery, I can improve my physical body passively, similar to how Minato used Kurama's chakra to support Naruto. I can increase my regeneration and, more importantly, he opened a blank scroll and took a deep breath. Funjutsu. How could I forget that? He began drawing the most complex seal he knew to date, the spatial anchor seal. First came the chakra signature lock layer, the innermost section. He moved his brush with precision and speed, lines forming like muscle memory. Then, he started on the second layer, the spatial binding array. Halfway through it, he began to feel the strain. The lines started losing precision. Just as he neared the end, the brush slipped, dragging too far across one arc. The seal was ruined. Ren exhaled, slumping back onto the floor and breathing hard, but with a wide smile on his face. A notification blinked in front of him. Funjutsu mastery plus 1%. He chuckled to himself. I was right. Yang release really is helping my funjutsu growth. He cleaned up the spoiled materials, disposed of them, then headed to his basement. There, he created his usual batch of clones. Some focused on elemental releases, but the majority were now practicing advanced funjutsu. Ren himself left to begin his daily run. With many civilians gone, the village was much quieter, and the roads near the walls were clear enough for him to sprint freely. But it didn't take long before he noticed something else. People had started to recognize him. As he ran past the occasional shop or stall, he'd hear whispers, "That's him, the one who beat Itaki. Isn't that the winner of the Chunin exams? He's so young." Ren didn't let it bother him. He kept running, but he knew it wouldn't be long before the attention started getting annoying. So this is what popularity feels like. Feels nice now. Won't last forever though. Not all the attention was admiration, though. A group of Uchiha stood in a corner, glaring at him. Their eyes narrowed, expressions grim, and more than a few of them were actively flaring their chakra as a subtle intimidation. Ren glanced at them briefly and thought, oh, the chronic haters. Guess they're still salty that their young master got folded in public by a civilian. He ran on, ignoring them, but then paused and looked back. A great thought came to him. Should I have some fun? He focused his chakra and flared it up just slightly, but concentrated entirely on the group of Uchiha. Almost immediately, several of them stiffened. Even among the 3 or 4 jonin present, only one seemed able to withstand it. The others staggered or clenched their jaws. A few gasped for air as he passed. Ren casually withdrew his chakra pressure and continued his run without looking back. Behind him, the Uchiha were recovering when a cold voice echoed above them. Trying to suppress the village's currently most celebrated shinobi, and failing? If this got out, what do you think would happen to the Uchiha's reputation? The group turned upward and saw Fugaku Uchiha, their clan head, looking down with expressionless eyes. You couldn't handle a boy nearly a decade younger than you. Shame on all of you, he said, voice laced with disappointment. You'll receive 1 month's suspension from duty and 6 months of pay docked. Without another word, he turned and disappeared. The group below stood in silence. But shame wasn't what they felt. Fury burned in their eyes. One of them turned to a jonin with shoulder-length dark hair and said, Kurikai, are we just going to let that brat humiliate us twice? The man, Kurikai, opened his eyes. A 3-tomo Sharingan spun lazily in his irises. He said coldly, we bring this to Elder Setsuna. The clan head has forgotten who he's supposed to lead. He's acting more like a shinobi of the leaf than the leader of the Uchiha. With that, he flickered away. The rest followed with eager, bitter expressions. Their pride was wounded, and they were looking for someone to blame. A week passed in the blink of an eye, and Konoha gradually returned to its usual, tranquil rhythm. With nearly all visitors now gone, the village's atmosphere felt familiar again. Ren, however, had expected some excitement, perhaps a few hot-headed Uchiha trying to pay him a visit and teach him a lesson. But no one came. Not even a dirty look or a casual bump on the shoulder. This left Ren feeling oddly disappointed. Guess not every novel trope plays out. Either that, or the ones who would have acted didn't have brothers or fathers around to report what happened. Through the week, Ren kept up his usual training regimen. Of all his studies, Funjutsu had shown the most improvement, steadily rising from 44% to 49%. Just 1% shy of the intermediate level. Still, he wasn't planning to dump any mastery points into it. The boost from Ying release had already made a huge difference, and he wanted to let his growth continue naturally for now. Currently, Ren was leaning casually against a tree in Training Ground 1, waiting for the others. Today was Team 1's final official training day and also the day they were supposed to receive their rewards from Utakata. Having completed his morning exercises earlier than usual, Ren was the first to arrive. He didn't wait long before spotting Yujeo entering the field. What caught his attention more, however, was the boy walking beside her, a slightly older than her Chunin, clearly trying to strike up conversation. But Yujeo didn't seem the least bit interested. Ren narrowed his eyes. Hey, Gecko? Weren't they supposed to meet when she joined the Umbu? He crossed his arms, thinking. In the original story, they got close because of his skill with a sword, and that eventually turned into romance. But why are they talking now? He remembered something. Ah, right. She told me he was one of the 3 who went to the Iron Capital with her. Still, Yujeo's sword skills should outclass his by now. So why is he hanging around her? Learning from her? Or, is their romance already starting here, just in a different way? As Ren pondered, he noticed Yujeo abruptly lash out at Hayate. She said something sharply, then stormed off in Ren's direction, leaving a very dejected Hayate walking away in the opposite direction. Yujeo reached Ren, and he smirked. Lovers quarrel? He asked, voice light with teasing. Oh, shut up, she snapped. He just wouldn't stop talking about that move I used against Kuratsuki. And, he is not my damn lover. Ren raised a hand in surrender. Whoa, chill. No need to bite my head off. He glanced at her again. Still, that move was something else. Pretty flashy. New trick from the Iron Capital. A small smile crept onto Yujeo's face. It was the first move of my own style. Everything I've learned so far, Kenjutsu, footwork, chakra control, every single thing. I poured it all into that one. Ren raised a brow. Look at you, crafting original techniques like your dreamy Fang Yuan now. Yujeo scowled. Why do you hate Fang Yuan so much? If you don't like the book, don't read it. I don't read that brainrot, Ren said flatly. I know about Fang Yuan because you don't stop buzzing about him like Hitashi's bugs. I swear, girl, get over it. He's just a fictional trash bag surrounded by women. And even if he were real, what makes you think he'd add you to the harem? Oh wait, my bad. I forgot he collects women. He collects them like kids collecting kunao. Yujeo began trembling. Crap, Ren thought. Might have pushed too far. Before Yujeo could unleash the wrath building behind her clenched teeth, a voice cut through the air. What's going on? Hitachi asked, walking into the field. Ren, never one to miss a beat, waved lazily. Nothing much. Yujeo just had a quarrel with her lover, so she's in a mood. He watched out of the corner of his eye as Yujeo stiffened, but to his surprise, she didn't explode. Huh. Looks like she's learning to control her temper. Progress. Hitachi tilted his head and turned to Yujeo. You have a lover. Yujeo's control shattered. He is not my lover? Stop spreading lies, you grinning moron. The entire field went quiet for a second. Ren took a cautious step back. Hitachi, on the other hand, blinked once and replied, completely deadpan, then if you don't have a lover, how about we go on a date? Huh. Yujeo. Huh. Ren, Chapter 113, Love, Lies, and a Tree Uprooted. As soon as Hitashi's words dropped, both Yujeo and Ren were stunned. Ren blinked. He hadn't expected this. Hitachi had feelings for Yujeo? Not once during their 2 years together had there been a single indication that Hitachi felt anything more than camaraderie toward her. At most, he treated her the same way he treated Ren, like a teammate. Well, now this is interesting. Ren thought as a wide smile slowly spread across his face. A confession between teammates? This is better than any drama. Front row seat, too. He subtly stepped back and leaned against a tree, preparing to enjoy the show. Yujeo, meanwhile, stood completely frozen, her face quickly turning a brilliant shade of crimson. What are you saying, Hitachi? She stammered, her voice cracking. Why you want to go on a date with me? Like, ro. Ren leaned in slightly from behind and whispered helpfully, romantically. Hitachi, ever the calm and composed one, answered plainly, yes. During our time together, I realized I feel something more for you than I do for Ren. Ren raised an eyebrow but didn't interrupt. Hitachi continued, I tense up when you get hurt. I feel happy when you master a new technique. I get annoyed when people stare at you strangely. So I asked my mother about it, and she said it means I like you, and I should ask you on a date. Ren had to cover his mouth to stop the laughter threatening to escape. He gripped the nearby tree tightly to steady himself, trying to contain the joy bubbling inside. Holy shit, an actual confession is happening in front of my eyes. From my teammates. This is gold. He peeked at Yujeo, whose face was now completely red. She let out a small squeaky noise before muttering, "Oh okay, I agree." And that was it. Ren couldn't hold back anymore. There was a loud crack as the tree Ren had been holding on to ripped out of the ground, roots and all. He stood there, one hand holding a tree, the other still covering his mouth, eyes wide with excitement. Yujeo and Hitachi turned in shock at the sound, only to find Ren holding the entire tree like it was a staff. Even with his mouth partially covered, his massive grin was unmistakable. Realizing Ren had heard everything, Yujeo's blush turned into a glare, her hand flying to the hilt of her sword. She looked ready to slice him in half. Just then, a familiar flicker filled the air as Utakata appeared beside them. He took one look at Ren holding a tree, Yujeo trembling with embarrassment and fury, and Hitachi just being Hitachi and blinked. After 3 seconds of silence, he simply said, "Anyway, let's go. You'll be receiving your Chunin promotions from the Hokage, and after that, I'll give you your reward. Follow me." And with that, he vanished again. Ren quickly dropped the tree, gave a small salute to the future couple, and flickered after their teacher. Yujeo glanced once at Hitachi, still red, then flickered away as well. Hitachi calmly followed behind them. A few moments later, the entire team stood in front of the Hokage building. Utakata turned to his students. "Let's go." They entered the Hokage's office together. Hiruzen greeted them with a smile, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then gave a nod to an umbu, who soon returned with 3 neatly folded Chunin vests. Hiruzen personally walked to each of them, placing the vest onto their shoulders. When he reached Ren and began speaking about the will of fire, Ren had already zoned out. "I still can't believe it." Hitachi actually confessed. "They're going on a date. I've never had friends who were a couple before, not even in my past life. Third wheeling's gonna be fun." He glanced sideways at his teammates. "Maybe I should spy on them." "Nah, bad idea. Hitachi's bugs know my chakra and scent signature by now. They'd find me in seconds. I should make something like Hiruzen's telescope, that way, I can spy without getting caught." A faint smile crept onto his face at the thought. Yujeo noticed the smile and her eye twitched. "This bastard. He's definitely thinking about the Didida." She blushed again, looking away quickly to keep her composure. Hiruzen noticed the smile and chuckled inwardly. He's probably just happy to be promoted alongside his teammates. No matter how much of a genius he is, he's still a kid at heart. He finished his speech to Ren and moved on. Utakata, standing off to the side, was watching closely. He shouldn't be that happy about the Chunin rank. Something must happened before I arrived. His gaze shifted from Ren to Yujeo to Hitachi. Ren's clearly amused. Yujeo's flustered, and Hitachi is acting even more stoic than usual. This has Ren's mischief written all over it. Hiruzen saw this scene and smiled slightly. Looks like Utakata is sad to see his little students go. He inwardly sighed. "I'm sorry Utakata, but you'll have to get over this matter yourself. Nobody can help you in this situation." Hiruzen cleared his throat slightly, snapping everyone's attention back to him. Team 1 straightened immediately. All 4 had the same thought. "Alright. We were in the middle of our Chunin promotion ceremony." Hiruzen smiled at the trio. "Good work until now, Team 1. I am proud to say that you are one of the most exceptional genin squads this village has produced." He paused, then continued. "But now, it's time for you to leave your sensei's wings and fly on your own. You've earned your ranks. You've earned the right to choose your own path." He looked at each of them with pride. "Go forth, Team 1. Make the village proud." The 3 Chunin nodded respectfully. "Yes, Hokage-sama." With that, they bowed and exited the room, heading back to Training Ground 1 together for one final time as Team 1. Team 1 returned to Training Ground 1 and settled into their familiar half-circle formation around Utakata. The man glanced at the 3 of them, his face neutral as always, but his eyes held a quiet thoughtfulness. Though he was mildly curious about the strange atmosphere between his students, he quickly dismissed the feeling. After all, over the years, he had witnessed enough of their shenanigans to become completely numb to whatever chaos they might bring. Utakata began, "All right. I know all of you are waiting for your rewards, so I won't waste time. But there have been some changes in the original plan, so we'll go one by one." He reached into his jacket and pulled out 2 scrolls, unfurling one with a flick of his hand. With a poof, a glistening blade appeared in front of them. The sword shimmered with a faint purple hue. He handed the blade to Yujeo. "Your sword broke during the final exam," he said, "so instead of your original S-rank reward, I got this for you. It's from the Land of Lightning." Yujeo's eyes widened with excitement. She quickly picked up the sword and poured her chakra into it. Her eyes sparkled. "Chakra metal, that too refined for lightning chakra. This is amazing." She was about to bolt off and try it out when Utakata grabbed her collar and pulled her back to the ground. "Hold on," he sighed. "Take these 2. He handed her 2 more scrolls. One of them contains an A-rank sword technique, the Crescent Moon Sword. It's one of the best kenjutsu techniques the village has in store. I chose it instead of an S-rank jutsu because it relies on a specific requirement, the Shadow Clone Jutsu." Yujeo blinked. Utakata added, "Learn that first. Either your father or I can supervise the training. Now, go." Yujeo nodded, then placed the sword down beside her and, without warning, leaned forward and hugged Utakata tightly. "Thank you, sensei," she said, before pulling away a second later. She turned and quickly hugged Ren as well, whispering, "Be the best, K." Then, picking up her belongings, she glanced at Hitachi, cheeks pink. "See you on the date." All three men of Team 1 froze in place. Utakata blinked. So that's what happened. He turned his gaze toward Hitachi and stared at him for a few seconds in silence before handing him a scroll. "This contains an S-rank fire jutsu, fire release, great flame flower. With your chakra reserves, you might manage it 2 times, 3 if you're careful. Don't waste it." Hitachi took the scroll and nodded. Utakata continued, "As for your other reward, I made a deal with your clan. They'll be teaching you a secret technique related to your insects. Something exclusive. Learn it well and use it properly." He waved his hand, and an Umbu agent appeared behind them. "He'll take you to your clan head and make sure there's no misunderstanding regarding the agreement." Hitachi stood up and gave a polite bow. "Thank you very much, sensei." He turned to follow the Umbu when Utakata's quiet voice stopped him. "You guys are still young. Keep the dating stuff in moderation." Hitachi paused, nodded once, then flickered away with the Umbu. Now, only Ren and Utakata remained in the training ground. Utakata stared at him. "You got a date too?" Ren smiled and held up a peace sign. "Nah. Girls would only slow down the pace of drawing the kunao." To his surprise, Utakata actually laughed and replied, "Your father said the same thing about swords." Then, a week later, he introduced your mom as his fiancée. He did get beaten up for it by Dash. He stopped himself and smiled slightly. "Anyway, don't rush into that stuff. Right now, focus on getting stronger. You've still got time. Once you're strong, date whoever you want." Ren blinked at the advice, then thought. So it's basically the shinobi world's version of no girlfriend until after college. Got it. Utakata took out 2 more scrolls and handed them over. "These are your rewards, S-rank techniques. 1 wind style, 1 earth style. Practice them when you find the time." Ren pocketed them with a nod. Utakata didn't say anything immediately. He remained seated, gaze resting calmly on Ren. The silence stretched a little longer than expected. Then, he spoke. "Before we go on to the next thing, can I ask you something?" Ren tilted his head, a little confused. "Sure." Utakata stared directly into his student's eyes. "Why have your emotions been such a mess lately?" Ren stiffened slightly at the question, but Utakata didn't give him a chance to deflect. "I've been observing you for 4 years now, not just 4 years, in fact, I have seen you since you were born." Utakata continued. "Your growth has been incredible, faster than anyone I've ever seen. But on the first day of the academy, even though you looked fine on the surface, I could tell something was wrong. You always carried some kind of pressure." Ren stayed silent. "That was the time when I had just entered this world. No background, no strength, just fear. I didn't even know if I could survive here." Utakata went on. "By the time I became your Jonin sensei, you were different, stronger, yes, but still tense. Then came the mission where we encountered Madara Uchiha." Ren frowned, recalling that day. "Right, the Obito encounter. That was the clearest reminder of how powerless I really was at the time. I've been growing, but there's always a bigger monster waiting ahead." "I noticed your emotions were even more unstable after that," Utakata said quietly. "Even though you didn't show it much, you were always on edge. I wanted to speak with you then, but I held back at that time." Ren said nothing. "The next time you changed was after we returned from the Iron Capital. That one's self-explanatory, I guess," Utakata added with a small smile. Ren nodded slowly. "Yay, learning about Dad's potential and legacy had lifted my spirits more than anything." Utakata continued. "Then came the Forest of Death. I wasn't there for it, but after hearing what happened from Hokage-sama and then with the Sunin, you returned, more confident. Like you'd proven something to yourself." Ren exhaled slowly. "That was the moment I truly believed I wasn't helpless anymore. The damage of the Raisin Shuriken, 8 gates, and the chakra-enhanced strength, surviving Orochimaru and Tsunade, it proved that, though still not enough, at least I wouldn't die instantly while encountering those S-rank ninjas." Utakata's voice dropped to a near whisper. "A year passed like that. But then you saw your friend's teammate die." Ren looked up sharply. Utakata's gaze didn't waver. "You think you've hidden it well. But I've been watching. Ever since then, something about you changed again." Ren lowered his eyes, quiet. He didn't need to say anything. Utakata wasn't asking for explanations. He simply wanted Ren to reflect. Chapter 114, Emotionally Constipated and Summon Blocked 2. Chapter might be a bit heavy, but before jumping on any conclusion, read the notes at the end. As soon as Utakata's words fell, Ren froze. He hadn't expected his sensei to be this observant, so much so that he could notice the details Ren himself had ignored. A quiet unease settled in his chest as he reflected, "Even I didn't know I was this emotionally unstable. But back then." His thoughts drifted to the day he brought Eiji's broken team back to the village. One clear thought had etched itself into his mind: if I hadn't intervened, Eiji would have died. That event had opened a door in his mind, one he hadn't been ready to face. That's when I started thinking, maybe all the characters not shown in canon would eventually die too. That fear stuck with me more than I expected. As Ren lost himself in reflection, Utakata continued, his voice calm and steady. "The most recent change," he said, "was when you defeated Itaki. I don't know what sort of rivalry you had with him, but after that match, after you sat beside him on the ground, you stabilized. From that point until today, I haven't seen any fluctuation in your emotions." He paused, watching Ren closely. "That's a good thing, I hope." But Ren, Utakata stepped forward and gently placed his hand on the boy's head, his tone softening. A shinobi's foundation is remaining calm in all situations. But that doesn't mean you suppress your emotions. It doesn't mean you deny them. Ren's eyes dropped slightly as Utakata spoke. All this time, you've been denying who you really are, Utakata went on. Before, you avoided people, stayed polite, talked little. Then you changed, but only in method. You became loud, more casual, more talkative, even rude at times. But it was still a mask. Your real self remained hidden. He began to walk slowly across the training ground, motioning for Ren to follow. When you were a baby, I looked after you a few times, Utakata said. Once, I asked you if you wanted to become a shinobi. Do you remember what you said? Ren thought, but no memory came to mind. Utakata answered for him. In your broken voice, you said something very few shinobi ever say out loud, shinobi are not good. They are not human. He let out a sigh. I don't know where a child learned something like that, but you weren't wrong. Over time, shinobi stop being human. That's the reality. He stopped and turned, facing Ren directly. But do you know what people do when that happens? He asked. They find reasons to stay human. They form friendships. They fall in love. They start families. They hold on to whatever feelings remind them that they're still alive, still themselves. Or, they abandon everything. Utakata's expression darkened slightly. Ren, the way you keep avoiding your real emotions, the way you keep putting on different faces, it leads down the path of abandonment. I can't say whether that path is right or wrong, but I don't want that for you. He looked into Ren's eyes. I want to see you live a fulfilling life. I can't teach you how to do that. All I can do is advise you, do something. Don't keep running. He sighed once again and turned away. Meet me here tomorrow at the same time, he said simply, then flickered away without waiting for a response. Left alone in the stillness of training ground 1, Ren remained frozen for a long moment. Then, slowly, he looked down at his hand and opened and closed it. Was I really doing all that? He thought. Was I hiding behind all these layers? I don't even know anymore. He placed his hand over his chest and frowned. I always thought I was just adapting, but maybe I was just avoiding things subconsciously without even knowing about them. He looked up at the sky and exhaled slowly. It was easier when I didn't know these things. But now that I do, it just feels weird. Turning to leave the training ground, he pulled out the scrolls Utakata had given him. A small smile formed on his face. Well, whatever. Let's go learn some jutsu. Hidden in the shadows of the trees, Utakata remained a moment longer, silently watching Ren as he left. So you've chosen to deflect again, he thought. I wonder how long you'll keep avoiding yourself, Ren. But when that day finally comes, I just hope your real self wins, and not this fake one you created to shield yourself. With that, he too disappeared into the wind. The next day soon arrived, and Ren once again arrived at training ground 1. When he got there, Utakata was already waiting, standing with his hands behind his back. Neither of them brought up the events of yesterday. Instead, they simply sat down on the grass facing each other as if everything was normal. Utakata began directly. Although I gave you the 2 jutsu scrolls yesterday, I have something else for you today. From his jacket, he pulled out a large, worn scroll wrapped in red cord. He placed it carefully on the ground, and Ren immediately recognized it. This is the Toad Summoning Scroll, Utakata explained. I borrowed it from Sensei so that you can make your contract. Though summoning animals in combat isn't always feasible, having a summoning partner can help in many tricky situations, combat or otherwise. Ren looked at the scroll with interest but also a bit of skepticism. I'm not particularly excited about toads. In the original series, summoning wasn't that game-changing outside the pain arc. Still, there's senjutsu potential here, and the toads could help me with that. He turned to Utakata and asked, Sensei, do you also have a summoning contract with the toads? Utakata nodded. Yes. All 3 of us from Team Jiraiya team signed contracts with the toads. It wasn't just for combat though, it gave us a stable communication channel when needed. Then, he unfurled the scroll with a flick of his wrist, revealing the blank spaces for signatures. Alright, sign your name with your blood. Then I'll show you how to use the summoning technique. Ren nodded. He bit his thumb, let a drop of blood fall onto the scroll, and signed his name in the empty space. But the second he finished writing, something strange happened. The blood markings began to burn and vaporize, vanishing from the scroll entirely. Both of them frowned. That's odd, Utakata muttered. He asked Ren to try again. Ren repeated the process, bit his thumb, signed again, but the same thing happened. The signature simply vanished. Utakata's brow furrowed. He bit his own thumb, made a series of quick hand signs, and slammed his palm on the ground. Summoning jutsu. There was a small puff of smoke, and a small, olive-green toad appeared on the ground. Kimura, Utakata said, please inform Elder Fukazaku to summon himself to my location. The toad gave a croaky affirmation and vanished with another puff. A few minutes later, there was another burst of smoke, and a raspy old voice echoed through the training ground. What's the matter that you had to summon this old toad, Utakata boy? When the smoke cleared, an aged, white-mustached toad with greenish skin stood before them. Fukazaku, one of the 2 elder of Mount Mayaboko has arrived. Utakata greeted him respectfully. Elder Fukazaku, thank you for coming. I summoned you because something strange is happening. My student, Ren here, Juiki's son, tried to sign the toad summoning scroll, but the contract won't take. As soon as he finishes signing, it disappears. Fukazaku turned to Ren, examining him with his large toad eyes. Could you try again for me, child? Ren nodded and repeated the process a third time. Just like before, the blood signature vanished into smoke. Fukazaku's expression grew a bit serious. It may be that some other summoning realm has placed a claim on this boy already. Something powerful enough to block the scroll's acceptance. He turned to Udakata. Call the others. We need to confirm something. Udakata nodded. He bit his thumb again and performed another summoning. This time, a massive plume of smoke erupted, and a calm, feminine voice rang out. It's been a while, Udakata-sama, Fukazaku-sama. When the smoke cleared, a large white slug stood before them. Katsuyu of the Shikotsu forest has also arrived. Ren's eyes widened. Sensei has contracts with 2 of the 3 great holy lands. But Udakata wasn't done. He summoned one more creature. There was a sudden puff and a hissing sound. A large white snake slithered out of the smoke, flicking its tongue. Udakata, we agreed you wouldn't call all 3 of us at the same time. Before Udakata could explain, Ren gasped. You have all 3? You have summoning contracts with all 3 holy lands. Fukazaku chuckled. Ho ho, don't underestimate your sensei, child. Udakata is the only person in history who's been approved by all 3 holy lands to form summoning contracts. It's been centuries, perhaps more, since such a precedent was made. Katsuyu added, yes. Udakata-sama's compatibility is beyond exceptional. The snake hissed, clearly annoyed. Enough with the praise. Udakata gestured calmly. Fukazaku-sama, can you explain why I called you all here? The old toad nodded. Katsuyu, little snake, please check whether the boy is compatible with your respective summons. The snake was about to refuse but Fukazaku glanced at it and then nodded. The snake slithered forward and rose up to eye level with Ren. Ren locked eyes with the snake and got ready for any sudden movements. After all, snakes equals Orochimaru. It rested its head on Ren's forehead and sent a pulse of chakra into his body. After a few seconds, it pulled back and said curtly, he is compatible, but something's blocking the connection. And it stinks. It's foul. With that, the snake disappeared in a puff. Katsuyu moved closer and asked gently, Ren-sama, may I have a drop of your blood? Her antenna-like eyes fluttered adorably, and Ren found himself smiling. He crouched down, bit his thumb, and dropped blood into Katsuyu's open mouth. If it were the snake, I'd say no, but Katsuyu is cute so it's trustworthy, he thought. Katsuyu stayed quiet for a bit, processing, before spitting the blood back out and saying with a surprisingly excited tone, Ren-sama's chakra is remarkable. His yin chakra is extremely refined, it almost reminds me of Dash. Please, the result, Udakata interrupted. Katsuyu composed herself. Yes, Ren-sama is highly compatible with our contract. However, something external, is interfering. Much like the snake said, it's a protective block. It's not powerful enough to scare us off, but it's deliberate. Some other summoning realm has claimed him. Fukazaku frowned again. And it's strong enough to interfere with even our contracts? How curious. But it isn't overpowering, Katsuyu clarified. When I tried to push against it, it resisted, but in a protective way. Its first priority wasn't to reject us, but to keep Ren-sama's blood safe. Udakata turned serious. We need to figure out what summoning realm this is. Fukazaku-sama, your suggestion. Teach the boy the reverse summoning technique, Fukazaku said. It's the only way. If another realm is so determined to claim him, then summoning him there directly might give us answers. Ren raised a brow. Is it safe? Katsuyu replied, yes. The protective energy seems aligned with your safety. It won't harm you. With that, both summons puffed away. Udakata looked at Ren with a sigh. Nothing ever goes normally with you. Ren smiled and gave a peace sign. I'm built different. Shaking his head, Udakata handed him a seal and began instructing him. This is the reverse summoning seal. It was developed by Sensei and the third Hokage for situations like this, where people don't have a summon and wants to find a suitable summoning land for themselves. It locks your chakra coordinates to this place, so you can always summon yourself back if things go wrong. I'll show you how to use it. Ren studied the instructions carefully, absorbing everything. Once he was ready, he placed his chakra into the seal and gently stuck it to the ground. He double-checked everything one more time and looked at Udakata, who gave a final nod. Be careful. Protective or not, this is still an unknown summoning realm. Don't drop your guard. Ren took a breath, formed the hand seals, and slammed his hand onto the ground. Let's see who's gone to such lengths for me that they would even block the big three, he thought. In the next instant, he vanished in a puff of smoke. Chapter 115, Me, I don't need summons also me, makes clones 5 minutes later. Kind of got mixed reactions in the last chapter but, I, myself am still confused if I want to expand further on the issue, but the next time we see something like this, it would most likely be with Jueki. Anyway, summons. As soon as Ren's vision cleared, he found himself standing in the middle of a jungle. A very normal-looking jungle, filled with vibrant flowers and lush trees. Strangely, even the forest of death felt more dangerous than this place. Ren frowned slightly as he surveyed the area. Even though I'm not really interested in summoning creatures, I wouldn't mind having a strong summon. But this forest, it feels too peaceful. The summoning animal here must be pretty weak. If that really is the case, I'd rather just have them break the block and let me make a contract with the toads later. At least they'd be somewhat useful. Seeing no sign of danger or hostility, he began walking deeper into the jungle from his summoning point. The further he moved, the more mundane the place appeared, trees, bushes, colorful flowers, and not a single animal or creature in sight. Is this a summoning realm for bees or something? Something related to flowers and trees maybe, he wondered, but no answer came. As he continued walking, he suddenly felt a sharp prickle at the back of his mind. Genjutsu. Someone's trying to use genjutsu on me. This signal was something Ren had trained himself to recognize. It had taken considerable practice to even feel it, since his S+ rank genjutsu resistance made most illusions ineffective. That pric cling was the only clue he ever got. Even though he detected the genjutsu, he gave no outward sign and continued moving calmly. All the while, he scanned his surroundings subtly to identify the source. The pric cling sensation didn't fade, it only grew stronger. Ren's eyes narrowed as he carefully examined the air. Finally, he noticed it. Minute particles floating gently. He focused his chakra into his eyes and saw it clearly. Pollen. Just as he made the connection, a gentle, soothing voice echoed from ahead. Feminine, melodious, and calm. What do you see? Ren looked up and saw a butterfly gently flying toward him. It was large, with bright pink wings that shimmered in the light. So this is a test. They want to see if I'm affected by their genjutsu. Butterflies are new, though. Without hesitation, Ren narrowed his eyes and responded with mock anger. You damned nine-tails fox. How dare you appear before me? I will kill you. He leapt forward, channeling a huge amount of wind chakra and launched a powerful jutsu. Wind style, great breakthrough. A massive gust of chakra-infused wind surged forward, aimed directly at the butterfly. However, just as the jutsu neared the butterfly, it casually flapped its wings. With a surprisingly powerful gust, it released wind that completely nullified Ren's attack. He landed softly, looking mildly surprised. I used a lot of chakra in that jutsu, but it countered it so effortlessly. As soon as he touched the ground, another voice echoed. It carried the same gentle tone. Fufu, it's as if I'm back in the past. Wouldn't you agree? Several soft yes responses followed from various directions. Ren looked up to see dozens of butterflies fluttering around, some no larger than his hand, others as large as he was. They circled above and around him gently, not menacing but present. The pink-winged butterfly sighed softly. Yes. At least this one stopped after one attack. But she continued to bombard us until we had to put her down. Then it turned to Ren and fluttered closer. Welcome, Sayaka's son. I have been waiting for you for 10 years. Ren raised an eyebrow, intrigued. That name wasn't one he heard often, but now he was being referred to from his mother's name. You knew my mother? He asked. The butterfly nodded in midair. Yes. She was our previous summoner. She was also the one who allowed us to place the summon block on you. If that caused you trouble, then I apologize. The butterfly tilted slightly, as if bowing midair. Ren waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. But why did she let you block me? What happened? He was very interested now. His mother had died during the time of his birth and he didn't even know anything about what happened. When the original Ren tried to ask Jueki, he would always deflect in some way, and since after transmigration he wasn't interested in the dead mother, he didn't bring this up. But now that same mother was the one who was responsible for him getting blocked by the 3 holy lands. At his question, the entire forest seemed to still. The butterflies around him stopped fluttering, their wings stilling in the air. Then, a new voice came from much closer than expected. I will answer that for you? Ren flinched and instinctively shrugged his shoulder, trying to shake off whatever had spoken. But the weight didn't move. He looked down and realized that a small butterfly was perched lightly on his shoulder. Please, calm yourself, child. I've no intent to harm you. With that, the butterfly flew gently off his shoulder and settled in the air before him. It had shimmering wings with a mix of blue and green that reflected the sunlight softly. The aura it exuded wasn't threatening, but something about it was different. Older. More powerful. Like the feeling he got from Fukazaku or Katsuyu. Sitting down on the soft forest floor, Ren studied the butterfly quietly. The butterfly had the most beautiful wings out of all the others. It had a mix of royal blue with sea green color wings which were separated by black patterns. This one's dangerous, most likely someone of elder status in this summoning realm. The butterfly hovered in place and began in a calm, respectful tone. My name is Cho. I am the last remaining elder of the butterfly summon land, aside from our sage. Cho continued, the butterfly summoning land is special in a way that at any given time, only one summoner may contract with us. This is why it either takes a very long time to get a new summoner, or we are passed down from a parent to their child, or from a teacher to their student. Ren interrupted, so my mother was your contractor, and she asked you to place a block on me so that you could contract with me when the time came. Is that correct? Cho went silent for a moment, then gave a soft, amused laugh. Fufu, you are far more perceptive than your mother. I thought I would have to explain things to you step by step like I had to do with Sayaka. Ren shifted awkwardly. Though I don't really care, but, is this butterfly calling Sayaka an idiot? Cho continued, yes, the situation happened just as you said. Before you were born, Sayaka had already requested us to place a block on you. It wasn't anything serious, it could have been broken through easily, but it was our only reliable choice to ensure a summoner after her. Otherwise, we would have had to wait for someone to randomly reverse summon themselves here, which could have taken decades. She paused, then added with care, even though we placed a block on you, that does not mean you are forced to form a contract with us. It is entirely up to your discretion. If you choose otherwise, we shall honor your wishes. At those words, Ren noticed the butterflies around him shifting slightly. Their wings fluttered awkwardly. Even though they say it's my choice, it's pretty clear they can't wait any longer for a summoner. He asked directly, so, what can you guys do? Do you have a special ability? Cho responded, as you already experienced, we are very skilled in genjutsu. However, due to your bloodline, we weren't able to demonstrate our full capabilities. For your understanding, our strongest genjutsu is comparable to that cast by a wielder of the eternal Mangekyo Sharinon. Aside from that, we are highly proficient in wind-style jutsu. Large-scale or small-scale, our mastery over wind is comprehensive. And lastly, our information gathering is exceptional. While normal butterflies are not native to our land, we are able to communicate with them to gather any kind of intelligence you wish. Cho continued explaining, detailing numerous other applications, but Ren tuned out most of the fluff. So those are the three main abilities, genjutsu, wind release, and intelligence gathering. Looks like they're mistaking my talent for a bloodline, but still, EMS level genjutsu? It's possible only the sage can use that, but even if Cho can use MS level genjutsu, that alone makes them a solid tactical option. If I can't deal with someone, I can just summon Cho, hit them with a genjutsu strong enough to paralyze them, then finish the job with my own jutsu or taijutsu. Wind release fits my main affinity, and having access to butterfly spies, that's actually extremely useful. Even though he knew most of the stuff about the future was also ever-changing, so he would have much more assurance if the butterflies could keep an eye on some important things. As Cho continued explaining with elaborate detail but still circled back to the same 3 points, Ren thought dryly, feels like I'm about to fall for a scam the way she's talking. He asked, alright, I agree. But, do you guys know senjutsu? That was the most important thing. If a summoning land couldn't offer senjutsu, its value drastically dropped. Cho stopped midair, then looked Ren in the eyes and answered calmly, yes, we have our own version of senjutsu. But you cannot learn it yet. First, your chakra reserves are not sufficiently large. Second, our sage is currently recuperating from some problems we encountered. Ren frowned slightly at that. So I need chakra on an S-rank level at least. Makes sense. But I really hope their sage recovers soon. Otherwise, I'll need to find other ways to learn senjutsu. It might not be essential against regular shinobi, but it's practically the only thing that works against Obito and Madara in the late stages. Cho, seeing Ren nod in acceptance, fluttered around before disappearing behind a tree. A moment later, she returned, carrying a large summoning scroll with her. She unfurled it before Ren and said, please sign your name here. After that, you will be able to summon every butterfly except me, as your chakra is not yet sufficient to summon me directly. However, KO, she pointed to the pink-winged butterfly from earlier, is the strongest after me. You should be able to summon her freely. And if the situation ever becomes dire enough to require me, just send a message through any butterfly. I shall summon myself to you. Ren nodded and signed the scroll without hesitation. This time, the blood didn't vaporize, it stayed. Cho handed the scroll to him, and he tucked it away. Then his eyes lit up with a curious glint. Do you guys have a butterfly-specific jutsu of some kind? Like, maybe a butterfly clone? He asked excitedly. Itaka's crow clones had always looked incredibly cool to him, so he was hoping for something similar. Cho, seeing his excitement, nodded and began teaching him the butterfly clone jutsu. Ren picked it up quickly with his usual sharp learning curve. Once he had mastered it, Cho commented, it looks like you came here using a reverse summoning seal. You should return soon, before the seal's active window closes. Ren nodded. Yudakata had already informed him about the time limit. He dusted himself off and prepared to leave. Alright, I'll go for now, but I'll come again later. We have things to discuss about the future, he said, then vanished in a puff of smoke. As the space he disappeared from returned to stillness, KO flew up to Cho's side and asked softly, Cho-sama, why didn't you tell him the truth? That the sage went for recuperation due to the effects of saving him. Cho remained quiet for a few moments, then finally replied, her voice gentler than before. KO, I know you might blame the boy for the sage's condition, but it was the sage's own decision. She couldn't bear to see Sayaka, a mess, shattered from the sight of her near-dead child. She made the choice to intervene, and she would do it again. KO fluttered silently in place as Cho stared up at the sky, her wings glowing softly in the sunlight. Chapter 116, when your insect friends know more about your family than you do. When Ren left the butterfly summoning land, he reappeared in the training ground, precisely at the spot where he had placed the reverse summoning seal. Yudakata, who had been waiting nearby, let out a relieved sigh the moment he saw Ren return with every limb intact. Even though Katsuyo had reassured him that the summon would be protective of Ren, the worry hadn't left his mind until he saw his student safely back. Seeing Ren stabilize after arrival, Yudakata stepped forward and asked, how was it? Any dangers? Ren shook his head. No, it was very peaceful. Yudakata nodded, then followed up with the obvious question. So, what was the summon animal that placed the block on you? Ren smiled slightly, bowed respectfully, and said, thank you, sensei. With that, he dispersed into a swarm of butterflies. Yudakata stood frozen for a moment, staring at the butterflies fluttering around the training field. It wasn't until one of them gently landed on his shoulder that he came back to his senses. Glancing sideways at the little butterfly perched upon him, a small, knowing smile spread across his face. He lowered his head slightly, covering half of his face with one hand as he thought, so you couldn't leave your son with nothing, is that it, Sayaka? A few seconds passed in silence before he composed himself, the brief emotion fading behind his usual calm mask. Then, with a flicker, he disappeared. He reappeared in front of the Hokage's office. This time, he entered uncharacteristically without knocking. Hiruzen looked up, mildly surprised by the sudden intrusion. At first, he thought it might be Jiraiya being his usual self, but when he saw Utakata walk in, his brows knit together in confusion. What's wrong, Utakata? His eyes soon fell on the butterfly resting on Utakata's shoulder, and a faint, melancholic smile appeared on the old Hokage's face. Are you here to remind me of another one of my failures? Utakata's reply was simple. Ren got his summon. At those words, Hiruzen instantly understood the situation, and the small smile on his face deepened, touched with quiet nostalgia. He exhaled a long breath before asking, does he know about the circumstances of his birth, or his mother, or his maternal family? Utakata paused for a moment, then shook his head. No, if he did, he would have said something. I'll have to speak with Cho-san or someone from the summoning land to confirm how much they've revealed to him. Hiruzen gave another sigh. The boy who should have had the status of a prince within the village, forced to believe he's just another civilian ninja. How ironic. His gaze drifted up to the portraits of his predecessors. I wonder if he realizes where his talents even come from. That uncanny resistance to genjutsu he showed in the match against the Uchiha heir. It reminded me of him. Utakata remained silent. He didn't speak about that particular matter, it was too heavy, and not his to explain. Instead, he asked, will all three of them be incorporated into the Umbu right away, or will it take some time? Hiruzen looked back at him and replied, it's better to move fast. That way, they'll have more time to adjust to their assigned squads. Utakata gave a silent nod and flickered away, leaving the Hokage alone with his thoughts. Alone once more in the quiet office, Hiruzen stared at the now closed door, then turned to the tall window overlooking the village. He let out a soft sigh, another name to add to the list of regrets. He looked at the stone faces of the previous Hokage carved into the mountainside, his gaze lingering on the face of the second. I wonder if your actions would have been any different, sensei. Then he chuckled to himself, dry and faintly bitter. Of course they would have. You were much stronger than me, not just in strength, but in resolve. He stood up slowly and walked over to the window, looking down at the peaceful village below. I'm sorry if I ruined the village you once cherished, sensei. But I am weak. Very weak. With that quiet confession, the third Hokage stood alone, burdened by memories and failures. Meanwhile, back at his house, Ren had returned to his basement. He dispelled all the clones he had left working on Funjutsu and elemental releases, then bit his thumb and performed the summoning jutsu. There was a soft puff of smoke, and KO, with her vibrant pink wings fluttering gracefully, appeared before him. KO tilted her wings slightly in greeting and asked in her usual soft tone, what do you need me for, Ren-kun? Seeing his summon arrive, Ren let out a soft sigh of relief that the summoning jutsu had worked. He sat down comfortably on the basement floor and looked at KO. Since we were in a hurry before, I wasn't able to get a good understanding of your abilities. Could you explain them to me in detail? KO fluttered gently in the air, then moved in a way that resembled a nod. Of course, she said in her gentle tone. She began explaining, first comes wind ninjutsu. All butterflies from our summoning land are inherently gifted in wind release. We can use wind-style jutsu naturally, without any prior training, and as we age, our mastery grows stronger. Like you saw earlier, with a single flap of my wings, I was able to counter your jutsu with ease. She added, but that doesn't mean my wind release is stronger than yours. It simply means my understanding and application are more refined. Don't worry, over time, we can work on enhancing your own control and finesse. Ren nodded thoughtfully. Though he had a high-level mastery of wind release already, if the butterflies could offer deeper understanding or new techniques, he had no reason to refuse. KO continued, next is genjutsu. Using the pollen we naturally gather, we release it to induce area-based genjutsu. It's subtle, but by the time someone realizes they're trapped, we can either fly away or eliminate them. Ren's expression didn't change, but inwardly he was pleased. If KO is the second strongest after Cho, then her genjutsu is at least A rank or comparable to a 3-tomo Sharinon. That's extremely useful, especially against large groups of enemies or cannon fodder. KO moved on. Finally, our information gathering capabilities. Because we're a higher form of butterfly, we can communicate with ordinary butterflies. This gives us the potential to create a global surveillance network. When we were Sayaka's summon, we had links with almost 60% of the butterfly population worldwide. But now, after a decade, those connections have faded. Re-establishing them fully will take about 7 to 8 years. Ren's eyes narrowed in thought. By the time canon begins, I could have access to global intelligence gathering. That's freaking incredible. He nodded. All right, start rebuilding those links. But prioritize finding my father. Stay close to him. I don't need daily reports, but if he's ever in danger, I want to know immediately. KO fluttered once more and replied, somewhat disdainfully, ah, you mean Juaki. Ren raised a brow. You don't like my dad. KO let out a soft sound that almost seemed like a scoff. Not him, per se, but his toad summon. We have history. Toads are one of our natural enemies. Back when Sayaka was our summoner, we had many unpleasant encounters with Chuaki's toad. so, a lot of us harbor some resentment. But rest assured, we've spent enough time around him to locate him easily. Ren took note of that. So I shouldn't send butterflies near Toad and maybe snake summons too. He asked another question. Hey Ko, since you were around my mother, you should know her well, right? What was she like? He asked this question because he wanted to know more about himself, since he was quite different from Joiki, so maybe he got a lot of qualities from Sayaka. Ko was quiet for a while before answering. In terms of appearance, you're nearly identical to Sayaka, except she had longer hair. As for her temperament, she was loud. Very loud. Brash. Not very ladylike. A bit of an idiot, honestly, never got things on the first try. Ko paused, her wings folding a little as if smiling. It was difficult at first, getting along with her. But as she matured, she began to understand more, even if she never really became quiet. She looked at Ren. From what little I've seen, you're very different from both Joiki and Sayaka. Ko let out a gentle laugh. But that's not a bad thing. Honestly, we much prefer quiet ones over loudmouths. Ren tilted his head slightly. That means I don't have personality like either of my parents, or maybe it was and it changed when I got the old life memories. But still, he thought, why does it feel like everyone around me keeps dissing my parents? Were they really that chaotic? Ko suddenly looked around, her tone becoming more formal. May I go out now and observe the changes that occurred during the decade we've been dormant? Ren nodded. Yeah, sure. But just so you know, a few years ago the nine-tailed fox attacked Konoha. Many people lost their lives. Ko stilled in midair. Her voice dropped to a hush. Then, Kushina Uzumaki. Ren didn't say anything, he just nodded. Ko released a soft sigh. I understand. She prepared to fly off, but Ren stopped her. If you go out like this, you'll draw a lot of attention. You're a bit large. Ko nodded in understanding. Though not as freely as Chosama, I can alter my size a little. As she said this, her form shimmered, and she began to shrink until she was only slightly larger than a normal butterfly. Then she flew out, silent and unnoticeable. With Ko gone and the basement once again quiet, Ren turned his attention to the system interface. He had one thing left to do, check the rewards for his promotion to Chunin. System reward, Chunin promotion. Congratulations, user, on being promoted to the rank of Chunin in Konoha. Rewards granted. 3 Jonin level points. 1 intermediate mastery point. As he looked at the system rewards, Ren sighed. As expected, the rewards are a bit trash. He wasn't disappointed though, he hadn't really expected much. I took the Chunin exams while being at mid-Jonin level. That's 2 whole ranks above Chunin, so of course the rewards wouldn't be anything special. I should achieve the Jonin rank soon so that I could get good rewards. He decided to leave the stat and mastery points unspent for now. Instead, he turned his attention to the 2 scrolls he had received from Udakata yesterday. He hadn't had the mental space to go through them properly at the time, but now he was determined to learn both techniques before he was called to report to the Umbu. He unrolled the first scroll, an S-rank Earth Release Jutsu. Earth Release, Diamond Bedrock Formation. According to the scroll's description, this jutsu formed a protective shell or offensive construct made of diamond hard, chakra-infused rock. It was nearly unbreakable by ordinary ninjutsu or taijutsu. However, it came with a cost that it was extremely chakra-intensive. While the defense could be amplified by adding more chakra, the base chakra requirement itself was already very high. Most shinobi avoided using it frequently due to its demanding nature. Ren raised an eyebrow slightly. This jutsu could solve most of my defensive problem. It wasn't perfect, but in a world where powerful attacks could come out of nowhere, having something that could shield him while he came up with a plan was more than valuable. He put the scroll aside and opened the second one. Wind Release, Hellstorm of the Wind Wave. This jutsu summoned a fast-moving tornado front across the battlefield, which then erupted into dozens of slicing vortexes. Each vortex moved independently, targeting a wide range of enemies with high precision and destructive power. It wasn't the most effective for one-on-one fights, but it was designed for large-scale engagements, battlefield control, siege warfare, suppressive fire. Ren exhaled softly. First the butterfly's genjutsu, now this large-scale jutsu. It's like the world is preparing me to fight an army. Still, he shrugged. Rewards are rewards. Without wasting more time, he began to study the wind jutsu, determined to commit it to memory before his new responsibilities began. Meanwhile, outside the quiet basement, Ko was soaring through the skies of Konoha, observing how the village had changed over the last decade. Her light, nearly translucent wings shimmered in the sun as she moved above buildings and people. Suddenly, she sensed a familiar presence and adjusted her course. Within a few seconds, she reached a man walking along one of the quieter training paths near the edge of the village. Without hesitation, she descended and perched lightly on his shoulder. It has been a while, Udakata-san, she said gently. Udakata glanced at the butterfly on his shoulder and smiled softly. Indeed it has, Ko. It's good that you came to me, I wanted to ask a few things. Ko fluttered her wings once, then spoke. Rest assured, Chosama has not informed Renkun of anything. Sayaka was quite firm in that regard. She didn't want Renkun to be burdened by his ancestor's name. Udakata's expression softened further as he heard this, and he let out a quiet sigh. Yes, she was firm indeed, he murmured. She left the same instructions with 5 different people. You can imagine how much she didn't want this truth to reach him. Ko's wings fluttered again as she gave a quiet, nostalgic laugh. Mito-sama wouldn't have approved. She'd probably say something like, someone of his lineage should be living like a royal. Why is he staying in that dump? Urakata chuckled at that and nodded. Juaki's home is definitely a dump. His tone became more contemplative. Someone of Ren's lineage definitely shouldn't be living there. The grandson of the second Hokage. Grandnephew of the first. Cousin to the princess of Konoha. In every respect, he should have been named Ren Senjo, the rightful prince of the Hidden Leaf. Urakata sighed deeply, shaking his head. But due to Sayaka's insistence he took Juaki's surname, becoming just another civilian named Shinobi. And with that decision, the Senjo lineage also ended. Both of them fell silent as the wind rustled through the trees gently, as if mourning something unspoken. Chapter 117, They gave me a codename. I gave them a headache. Volume 4 begins now. The Umbu arc. It had been 3 days since Ren's Chunin promotion when he finally received instructions for what came next. On this particular morning, he was training alone in Training Ground 1. Since a new genin squad hadn't yet been assigned to the field, Ren continued to use it for himself. After completing a rigorous training cycle, he sat down to recover. Only a few minutes passed before he was re-energized, thanks to his high-level mastery of Yang Release. With it, he could heal his body from the inside out, reducing recovery time and allowing for more hours of training. Just as he stood up to begin the next round of exercises, there was a sudden flicker before him. An Umbu appeared. Ren immediately recognized the mask with the 4 stars. He had seen this same operative back in the Land of Iron. The Umbu spoke with calm authority. Ren Takahashi. Follow me. I will lead you to the Umbu headquarters. He tossed a scroll toward Ren, who caught it and unsealed it with a flick of his thumb. It contained formal directives from the Hokage detailing his induction into the Umbu, along with some administrative information Ren didn't care to read. He nodded silently to the masked operative, who then flickered away, leading the way. Under the Umbu's guidance, Ren arrived at the backside of the Hokage Tower, behind the mountain cliffs. Coincidentally, this was the same area Ren often visited to release his chakra and accidentally cause destruction. To his surprise, the Umbu stopped right at the very spot where Ren usually began his rampages. The masked shinobi made a sequence of hand signs and slammed his palm down. A piece of earth shifted, and a staircase revealed itself. Ren blinked. Wait. So I've been causing destruction right above the Umbu headquarters. He sighed. It's a miracle they didn't kill me on the spot. As he began descending the stairs, his eyes narrowed. These seals. On the walls lining the staircase were sealing formulas, dozens, possibly hundreds, or thousands. Most were completely disconnected from one another, scattered and overlapping, but Ren got a strange sense of design and purpose in their disorder. Looks like this place isn't just secure, it's practically a Funjutsu fortress. No wonder I couldn't detect it before. They must have let a level 6 seal master go wild in here. The stairs ended in a wide underground chamber that opened into a massive training field. Around the perimeter were 7 large doors. The field itself was completely empty, but even its floor was covered in ceiling arrays. Complex, mismatched, layered, yet somehow interconnected. Ren deadpanned. Do they just hand out chalk to ceiling masters and let them doodle on the floor? The Umbu said nothing and led him straight to the door labeled 0. He knocked once. A voice responded from inside, "Come in quiet, come in." The door opened to a dark room with minimal lighting. At the center sat a single desk and a man behind it, Umbu Commander Yoro. Ren narrowed his eyes slightly. Yoro the Umbu Commander. The unknown S-rank ninja. I couldn't find a single record under his name, so I'll be part of his squad. Yoro gestured, and the Umbu escort silently exited the room. Then he turned his full attention to Ren. Ren Takahashi, he began in a cold, even voice. I believe I don't need to explain what your presence here means. Correct. Ren nodded. Good. Yoro stood, his tone shifting only slightly. Then I'll explain what this squad is. You already know the basics of the Umbu. Let's skip that. The operative who brought you here had 4 stars on his mask. He is number 4. Just like him, there are 3 others, 1, 2, and 3. I am number 0. As he spoke, Yoro raised a hand and tapped his mask. It was blank, featureless black mask. These 4 are the elite, even among the Umbu. They operate directly under my command. Together, we form a specialized squad called the Numbers. Unlike typical animal mask squads, we handle missions of significantly higher importance and secrecy. He paused, then continued. Each number also serves as the captain of a standard Umbu squad. They execute elite-level missions with their assigned teams and rotate based on the mission's nature. Yoro stepped forward, pushing a mask toward Ren. It bore 5 stars. You will be joining the Numbers as number 5. Alongside this role, you will also be given an animal identity and temporarily assigned to assist the other number-led squads until you qualify to lead your own. The room grew cold. Yoro's tone sharpened. But be warned. This isn't your genin team. You've lived through days of laughter and friendship. That part of your life is over. Ren nodded, not saying a word. The weight in the room didn't allow for speech. Yoro's gaze lingered a moment longer, then his tone softened ever so slightly. Pick up the mask. We'll fix your combat style first. It's a mess. Without waiting, Yoro turned and exited the room. Ren stood silently for a second, then reached out, picked up the 5-star mask, and fitted it over his face. No words. No smile. It was as if his entire being vanished. Then, he followed. Once the 2 of them stepped into the training field, Ren, now wearing his new Umbu mask, spotted 4 individuals standing in an orderly formation in a corner of the field. They were already assembled, each one masked and silent Umbu operatives, numbers 1 through 4. Yoru stood in the center of the field, and Ren took position opposite him. Yoru began, his voice even and analytical. Analyzing your records since you began training, I've observed that your fighting style has changed multiple times. You likely didn't even notice it. He continued, not giving Ren a chance to respond. When you first started, you focused heavily on speed and fast-paced combat. That style intensified once you incorporated wind release ninjutsu. But after becoming a genin, there was a subtle shift. Though you maintained the guise of a speed type, once you obtained those 2 techniques, the chakra-enhanced strength and the 8 gates, your fighting leaned into power. From that point, your speed and ninjutsu became secondary. And even then, your priorities kept shifting. Ren instinctively grew cautious. The man in front of him was a completely unknown S-rank shinobi casually dissecting his combat evolution like it was an open textbook. And Ren hadn't said a word about any of this. As if sensing his thoughts, Yoru said flatly, Ren Takahashi. Hearing his full name, Ren's gaze sharpened behind the mask, locking onto Yoru's blank, featureless mask. You were being monitored, Yoru continued. Since the day your team survived Madara Uchiha, surveillance was placed on you all. But the reason is not what you might think. Ren's focus heightened. This could change everything he believed about the leaf. More than surveillance, Yoru said, it was protection. Your team encountered a man who killed the 4th Hokage. The village could not afford another slip. But even that wasn't the core reason. He jabbed a finger into Ren's chest. The real reason is this, you are being considered as a future Kage candidate. And if that's the case, the village must evaluate your loyalty, your morality, your strength, and your weaknesses. Ren was caught off guard. Hokage. He never imagined such a position had been considered for him, let alone without his knowledge. He found his voice and asked, what if I don't want to become Hokage? Yoru didn't hesitate. Then become strong enough to defy those who want to make you one, or go rogue. But know this, he said as the atmosphere instantly chilled, the moment you step against the leaf, I will personally end your life. It wouldn't matter if you were the grandson of a Hokage, if you turn rogue, you die. Ren's tone turned sharp. Yet you let someone like Orochimaru walk free. Are your ideals only for the weak? Do you change your values the moment someone stronger shows up? Yoru replied instantly, cold and direct, yes. I am a hypocrite. I shift my words when faced with someone stronger. But are you that person? Do you really believe I couldn't kill you before you even blink? Ren scoffed. Ha! He was angry now. First, this man admits he's been monitored, then threatens to kill him just for asking questions, then brags that he'd kill him instantly. He was frustrated, but calmed himself. He couldn't win here, not now. And Yoru had some strange time-related ability that still remained unclear. Seeing Ren go quiet, Yoru sneered under the mask. That's it? You called me a hypocrite but go silent now just because you realize you can't beat me. Ren responded with equal disdain. I'm barely 10 years old. My values are still developing. And here you are, an old man trying to shove your morally compromised ideology onto a child. Tell me, which one of us is more wrong? Across the field, the other Umbu numbers quietly exchanged thoughts. 3, the only female among them spoke first. He's good. When the commander tried this stunt on me, I almost broke down in tears, then lashed out like a fool. 4 nodded. Yes, I don't get why the commander always does this. If it's fortitude he's testing, there are better ways. My clan has techniques far more effective. 2, who had remained silent until now, added thoughtfully, don't you think, the commander is losing ground in this exchange? The other 3 turned their attention back to the confrontation. Indeed, Ren's replies had grown sharper with each response. His words were more articulate and precise than Yoru's, whose main aim to rile Ren up. 1, who hadn't spoken a word until now, finally muttered, get ready. The fight's about to start. They all stiffened slightly. Tension in the field had escalated. Ren, too, felt the shift. Damn. I figured out halfway through he was trying to bait me emotionally, so I switched to debating logically. Didn't think my years of arguing on morally gray topics in my last life would help here, but it worked too damn well. Yoru broke the silence once more. The words end here, he said. Now we move to action. Then, without another word, his figure vanished. Hiruzen was observing everything from the shadows. He had arrived at the Umbu training ground even before Ren but had chosen to stay hidden. Perhaps Yoru noticed his presence, perhaps not. But that was beside the point. After all, if a Kage couldn't spy undetected on a young shinobi in his own village, then he didn't deserve the title of Hokage. He had quietly watched the entire exchange between Ren and Yoru and was, quite honestly, impressed. The boy is too good with words. But then again, that was already proven when he managed to escape Orochimaru unscathed just by talking his way out. Hiruzen's brows furrowed slightly, his expression contemplative. But I don't think he's interested in becoming Hokage. He let out a quiet sigh, inaudible to any but himself. Jiraiya and Suna are already enough of a headache, refusing the position over and over. I had hoped I could pass the hat on to Ren after a decade and finally retire in peace, but even he doesn't seem interested. He glanced down at the field where Ren and Yoru stood at odds, their masked faces unreadable yet tense. Damn it. Those who are most qualified never seem to want the job. His eyes narrowed slightly as a new thought took root. No, I can't give up yet. I'll try everything I can to convince either Jiraiya or Tsuna to take the position. And if not them, I'll wait a little longer and try to pass it on to Ren. The old Hokage crossed his arms inside his robe, watching silently from his vantage point. But if that doesn't work either, then Kakashi. Yes, Kakashi would be good. The idea felt increasingly viable as he considered it. He may not be as strong as the others, but he has the heart and the discipline. If he accepts the role, even reluctantly, I could finally step down. Then the future of the village would be in their hands. With a renewed sense of resolve, Hiruzen made a mental note. I'll start paying a bit more attention to Kakashi. It's time to start preparing a backup plan, my scapegoat Hokage, if all else fails. Elsewhere, deep in the Umbu facility, Kakashi stood fully suited in his gear. He was currently explaining operational procedures to the purple-haired kunoichi beside him, his tone measured and calm, as always. Suddenly, he paused mid-sentence. His body shivered slightly, as if someone had just walked over his grave. The young kunoichi tilted her head and looked at him in confusion. Senpai, is something wrong? Kakashi remained quiet for a moment, then slowly turned his masked face toward her. Nothing. Just a bad feeling, he replied. He resumed his explanation as if nothing happened, but deep down, a chill remained in his gut. He couldn't explain it, but somehow, he just knew. Someone, somewhere, was plotting something. And it involved him. Maybe it was that blue-haired boy, planning to sell him again. Chapter 118, Getting Pegged by an Old Man, Umbu Edition. As I said before, give your offerings for this benevolent me have blessed you mortals for the third day in a row. Back to Ren and Yoru. The moment Yoru vanished, Ren immediately tensed up. He didn't know whether this man was just testing him or if he would actually land real hits in the fight. Barely a second passed before Ren's body unnaturally twisted, narrowly dodging a punch from Yoru. But even that didn't last long. Mid-motion, Yoru stopped his fist and altered its trajectory so that it curved toward Ren once more. Ren managed to roll away, barely dodging again. Yoru flexed his fist and commented, good reaction speed. But what's the use if you can't counter? Without giving Ren a second to rest, he resumed the assault, bombarding him with a mix of punches, kicks, kunao, shuriken, and senbon. For the first time in a long while, Ren was thankful for his X-rank reflexes. Without them, he would have died many times over. Even though he managed to dodge everything, the pressure was immense. A single mistake, and he was dead. But as time passed, something changed. Ren's mind gradually began catching up to his body's instincts. He started to see the attacks just before his body reacted. His vision aligned with his movement. Seeing this adaptation, Yoru increased the pace once more. Ren was overwhelmed again, but not for long. Soon, he was adapting again, and there were moments where he actively blocked the attacks rather than just dodging them. Slowly, his focus sharpened, his body and mind syncing seamlessly. His movements became fluid and more calculated. His body began acting like a perfectly tuned machine. Yoru kept up the pressure, throwing everything he had, but Ren was catching up. Eventually, Ren caught one of the kunao and returned it toward Yoru, who dodged it easily. But that was only the beginning. More kunao came back Yoru's way, then shuriken, then senbon. Ren was now blocking most of the physical attacks and countering with technique and strategy. Finally, after what felt like hours, Yoru sent another attack. This time, Ren caught the kunao in midair, deflected Yoru's punch with his palm, channeled chakra into his other fist, and punched at full strength toward Yoru's gut. But just before it could connect, Yoru's other hand casually intercepted the punch with a dull thud. Ren's eyes behind his mask widened slightly. The sound snapped him out of his focus, and his body finally realized the toll of the fight. He staggered back and fell to the ground, breathing heavily. Damn, what the hell was that? He thought. Yoru calmly retracted his hand and looked at him. Now do you understand how to use your enhanced reflexes to your advantage, and not just dodge like you're playing some kind of game? Ren nodded, still breathing hard. This was the first time since Obito that I felt I was actually using my reflexes well. But what the hell was that state? As if reading his mind, Yoru continued, what you just experienced was hyperfocus. When someone with extreme reflexes learns to sync their mind and body together, they enter this state where they begin moving less like a person and more like a machine. He paced slightly as he spoke. Some high-ranking shinobi managed to enter this state through sheer training. But among all the legends, only a few could use it freely. The fourth Hokage, the second Hokage before him, the current Raikage and all three Raikage before him. As of now, only the fourth Raikage uses it consistently. He turned back toward Ren. You, Ren Takahashi, can learn to use it freely, because unlike normal shinobi, you were born with it. You didn't build up your reflexes, you've always had them. Right now, you're exhausted because you don't know how to use the state properly, but with training, no one, not even the Raikage, will match your speed or reaction time. Ren, now mostly recovered, thought to himself. So even something like this existed in the Naruto world, makes sense, I guess. It's not a bloodline but a condition where mind and body are synced. Minato must have used this when he fought Obito. And the Raikage? Probably with the lightning cloak. Yoru interrupted his thoughts. Now that you've experienced it, I expect you to learn it within a year, and master it within 3. Behind his mask, Ren deadpanned. What the hell does he mean learn it within a year? I've never even seen this technique before, let alone learned it. He wants me to figure out and perfect a state of being in a year. Yoru ignored Ren's internal protests and continued. If you aren't able to master it by then, prepare for punishment. Then without waiting, he moved on. Next problem, your weapon. What you use now was suitable for a speed-based wind-style user. Not anymore. Ren nodded. He'd already been thinking the same thing, but he hadn't prioritized weapon development lately since his fists were more than enough now. Yoru pressed further. You might think weapons are unnecessary now, but that's a critical error. Even the third Hokage needed a staff when facing someone on his level. What will you do if you face an opponent whose body you can't touch? If ninjutsu doesn't work? What's your backup? A kunao? You think a kunao will work on an S-rank threat? Ren was silent. Damn, why is he right? Since taijutsu always worked in the canon and on every single person, I didn't think it was essential to perfect a weapon because I had my fists. But there are others beyond canon now and I didn't prepare for that. This is not the One Piece world. I am not Garp and I don't have haki that I wouldn't need a weapon ever. Yoru threw a scroll toward him. This contains information about nearly every weapon known in the ninja and civilian world. You'll learn them. All of them. Master them until you surpass their original wielders. Ren almost short-circuit. Why would I learn every weapon? I'd barely even need one. He asked. Why should I learn so many weapons? I get the need for 3 or 4, but everything. Yoru didn't hesitate. Shadow clones don't affect you much, do they? Then stop whining. Others would kill to have that ability. You've got it and you're crying over having to use it properly. There was clear disgust in his voice now. What's the worst case scenario? You'll be overprepared? That's your complaint? You'll have an edge no matter who or what you face. He scoffed. If you're lucky enough to be born with a gift then use it. Squeeze every drop out of it. Because when your head is rolling and you're thinking, maybe I should have trained harder, it'll be too late. Ren remained silent for a long moment, then nodded. Yeah, I really don't think I'll like him. He sees through everything. Strength, weakness, what I avoid, what I'm lazy about. He corrects me. Yeah, I definitely won't like him. Because just like most people, Ren didn't like being corrected so much. Seeing the nod, Yoru gave one final order. Adjust to the numbers and your training schedule. You have 1 month. After that, you'll begin taking missions. Without another word, he flickered away, leaving Ren sitting alone with the scroll in hand and a long road ahead. After Yoru flickered away, Ren remained standing alone in the training field for a few moments, his breath still slightly uneven from the intense spar. He then glanced toward the corner of the field where the remaining 4 masked Umbu operatives stood in silence, watching him. Since these were the people he would be working with from now on, Ren knew it was better to take the initiative. He adjusted his breathing, straightened his posture, and approached them. As he neared, he gave a polite bow and spoke clearly. Hello. My name is Ren Takahashi, and I will be joining the numbers as number 5. As he spoke, he reached up and calmly removed his 5-star Umbu mask. Given how Yoru had called his name multiple times during their exchange, and considering his identity was already known throughout the village due to the Chunin exams, Ren didn't see the point in hiding his face. Better to be direct with people he'd be trusting with his life in battle. To his surprise, the other 4 seemed relieved. They'd just witnessed Ren spar with Yoru, and it wasn't a stretch to call his performance anything short of extraordinary. His ability to adapt, counter, and hold his own against the Umbu commander had been nothing but genius. So they had braced themselves, mentally, for an arrogant brat or an overconfident prodigy. But instead, Ren was respectful and professional. That lowered some walls. The man marked with 4 stars stepped forward first. He pulled off his mask, revealing a calm, sharp-featured man in his 30s with blonde hair pulled into a tight ponytail. My name is Inajin Yamanaka, he began with a measured tone. I specialize in my clan's jutsu, primarily mind techniques as well as water and earth-style ninjutsu. I also serve as the squad's censor. Ren noted that his level was 70. Definitely a high jonin. Next came number 3, the only female among them. She removed her mask, revealing a plain but kind face framed by dark brown hair tied at the nape. She gave a soft nod. Itsuki Karema, she introduced herself. I specialize in fire and earth release, but my main strength is genjutsu. I also serve as the squad's medical ninja. Level 72, Ren silently noted. High even among elite medics. Number 2 stepped forward next, removing his mask with a calm flick of his hand. He had white hair and a blank expression that reminded Ren of another infamous shinobi. Daiki Heitake, he said. Specialty, Kenjutsu. Ren raised a brow slightly. The Heitake name wasn't unfamiliar, but he didn't sense the same overwhelming aura as Kakashi. Still, he was definitely formidable with his level 73. These 3, Ren recognized from their presence during the Land of Iron mission. But the one he hadn't seen before was number 1. Finally, number 1 stepped forward. His movements were heavier, more grounded. He removed his mask, revealing a rugged man who looked to be in his mid-40s. Sharp features, graying hair near the temples, and an air of stern authority. He spoke in a calm, even voice. Shinashuk Sarutobi, he said. I specialize in elemental ninjutsu. Level 76, Ren observed. Hiruzen's older son, and it shows. Unlike the fanfics where he was Umbu commander, here he's under Yoru, but still powerful. He must not be much talented as Hiruzen must have dumped a mountain of resources into him to get him to this level at this age, but he is still a solid elite jonin, no doubt. Ren looked around at the rest of his new teammates and made some quick mental notes. Each of them is a top-tier asset of their respective clan. Yoru wasn't wrong. This squad is elite even among the elite. But, aren't the age gaps a little extreme? He hesitated for a moment, then asked directly, do you all have any issue with me joining this squad? There was no point beating around the bush. Shinashuk, still holding his mask in one hand, answered first with a slight shake of the head. Since you will be with us for the foreseeable future, let me explain a few things clearly, he began, his tone firm but not unfriendly. First, do not question orders. We were informed a new member would be joining us, and so we accepted it. The same will apply to you. In the future, you will receive assignments that may seem unreasonable, cruel, or even contradictory. As long as you wear that mask, you follow those orders. That's the foundation of Ren didn't say anything in response, but he couldn't help the thought that crossed his mind, so they've all just become robots, huh? No questions, no hesitation, just blind obedience. What a sad life that must be, but still better than rude I guess. Shinashuk continued without pause, also, I understand the age gap might be awkward, but don't dwell on it. The moment you put on that mask, you became a number. And as long as your strength holds up, none of us will have complaints about your age or background. Without further delay, he placed his mask back on. The others followed suit without hesitation, and Ren mirrored their actions, donning his 5-star mask again. Now then, Shinashuk said, his voice slightly muffled but still clear, let's begin familiarizing ourselves with your capabilities. Chapter 119, The Butterfly Effect. After watching the match between Ren and Yoro, Hiruzen had already returned to his office. He sat quietly, puffing on his pipe, eyes scanning the horizon through the open window. As expected, not even a minute passed before a flicker of movement signaled Yora's arrival. The commander appeared silently in front of the desk, standing at attention. Hiruzen gave a slight smile. I must say, I was surprised that the boy caught on to hyperfocus so quickly. Yora didn't seem surprised. I told you before, the boy's reflexes are beyond normal. They were likely extreme from birth. If you had pushed him earlier, he might have already mastered that state. Hiruzen let out a thoughtful hum. I did consider doing it after they survived the masked man, but Udakata wouldn't have been able to push Ren the way you did. I was occupied at the time, and the moment slipped by. He took another puff from his pipe. In any case, it's good that he learned it from you. If Udakata had been tasked with it, he might have spoon-fed the boy. That would have made it easier for Ren, sure, but detrimental in the long run. Then, glancing sideways at Yora, he asked, but tell me, were the weapons really necessary? I don't agree with his neglect of weapons either, but learning so many, isn't that overkill? Even with shadow clones, it's a massive drain. Yora remained unfazed. It's less about necessity and more about teaching a lesson. The boy has a unique advantage with the shadow clones, and yet, he still slacks off, picking and choosing what he trains. He needs to understand that when you're given an advantage, you don't just use it, you maximize it. His tone turned resolute. Today it's weapons. Tomorrow, it'll be something else. I'll make sure he becomes the best all-rounder shinobi the village and the shinobi world has ever seen. If that's his potential, then he's going to fulfill it under my watch. Yoro looked Hiruzen in the eyes. For that, I request complete freedom in how I train him. No interference. Not from you. Not from Juaki. Not even from Udakata. And especially not from Danzo. Hiruzen went quiet for a moment. Then he nodded. Very well. Since the boy is now under your command, I'll honor that. As for Danzo, he already got what he wanted to know during the Chunin exams. He won't interfere anymore. You have full authority over Ren's development now. I trust you'll do it right. Yora nodded and flickered away. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair and exhaled a long puff of smoke. Things will be quiet for a while. I suppose that's better than constant chaos. As Yoro had instructed, Ren was granted 1 month to adjust to his new training routine and integrate with the structure. He didn't waste time. He quickly put together a personal training schedule that would push him to his limits. Since the command base had quarters for each number, he didn't technically need to return home, but he still did, every morning. A habit he didn't want to break. Each day began with intense physical training at dawn. As soon as he began, he created 70 shadow clones, using only the bare minimum chakra per clone to maximize efficiency. 58 clones were assigned a weapon each from the scroll Yora had given him. It contained everything from Senbon and Kunao to war fans and the legendary Swords of the Mist. The remaining 12 clones were focused entirely on Funjutsu, aiming to push his mastery beyond the 50% mark into intermediate level. Once the clones were settled in the basement for their respective tasks, Ren used whatever chakra he had left to create additional clones for elemental ninjutsu training, specifically for wind, earth, fire, lightning, and space release. He didn't assign any to yang release anymore. His mastery there was already beyond satisfactory for now. After finishing his physical conditioning, he would return to the command base and enter the trap training room. It was an isolated chamber built specifically to sharpen the hyperfocus state. With 6 escalating levels of difficulty, each filled with pressure-triggered traps, sensor-based threats, and close-range projectile weapons, it was the perfect place to learn how to sync his body and mind. He trained here daily, running simulations, observing, adapting, and pushing his limits until even his instincts began to feel calculated. When his body was too strained for another round of traps, Ren would move on to sparring sessions with any available number, slowly growing accustomed to their techniques and rhythm. Each member had a distinct fighting style, and Ren worked hard to adjust to them all. To handle the administrative side of his induction, a clone took his place during briefings with Yoro. It was another one of the commander's suggestions. Ren learned how missions were received, organized, and executed. It was boring, but necessary knowledge if he were ever to lead. Just like that, 30 days passed in a blur of routine, pain, and progress. Then, on the final day of the month, Ren stood once again in the center of the training ground looking at his status. Name, Ren Takahashi. Level, 63, 62, 63. Attributes. Strength, 63, 62, 63. Agility, 70, 69, 70. Intelligence, 72, 71, 72. Vitality, 79. Chakra, 79. Available stat points, 3 Jonin level points. Talents, improved chakra control, enhanced reflexes, X, genjutsu resistance, S+, funjutsu, minor uzumaki. Mastery panel. Wind style mastery, 68%, 64-68, intermediate. Earth style mastery, 79%, 78-79, advanced. Chakra enhancement mastery, 79%, 77-79, intermediate. Chakra control, 86%, advanced. Shadow clone mastery, 84%, 80-84, advanced. Funjutsu mastery, 51%, 48-51, intermediate. Yang release mastery, 84%, advanced. Fire release mastery 59%, 51-59, intermediate. Space release mastery 37%, 35-37, basic. Iryujutsu mastery 60%, 50-60, intermediate. Lightning release mastery 25%, beginner. Bukaijutsu, weaponry, 23%, beginner. Mastery points, 8 intermediate level points, 7 + 1. 5 advanced level points, 2 master level points. Ninja panel. Ninjutsu, 67/100, 60-67. Taijutsu, 69/100, 62-69. Genjutsu, 50/100, 43-50. Funjutsu, 51/100, 48-51. The greatest effect this month's training had was on Shadow Clone Jutsu, Space Mastery, and a new mastery called Bukaijutsu, which came after Ren had learned 10 weapons. Before he could assess his stats any further, Yoro came. He began, "You've adjusted well this month. Your foundational training is complete for now." He glanced at Shinashuk, who stepped forward without needing to be prompted. "You'll accompany number 1 for your first mission. Treat this as a learning experience." Ren gave a nod. "Understood." Yoro walked over to a plain, metal box set on a nearby table. With a small click, he opened it to reveal several neatly arranged animal masks, each carved in fine detail. He stepped aside and gestured. "Since you'll also be joining the rotation of regular squads under number 1's command, you'll need an animal mask. Choose." Ren walked over, eyes scanning through the contents. There were foxes, wolves, cats, bears, even an eagle, but tucked slightly toward the back was a butterfly mask. It wasn't flashy, just clean white with purple accents on the edges of its wings. The moment he saw it, he reached out and picked it up. "This one." Yoro nodded once, then closed the box without commenting. "From now on, you'll be addressed as Butterfly during operations." Ren tucked the mask under his arm as Yoro turned to Shinashuk. "Prepare him for deployment. You leave in 1 hour." "Yes, Commander," Shinashuk replied simply. Ren gave one last glance to the other numbers before following his temporary captain out of the chamber. Shinashuk led Ren through a quieter part of the base, where the lighting was dim and corridors twisted into a network of identical passageways. Most shinobi wouldn't be able to remember their way back without prior experience, but Ren committed every turn to memory without slowing his pace. As they walked, Shinashuk spoke over his shoulder. "You'll be attached to my animal squad for the foreseeable future. You won't be treated as a trainee. You're in the field, you do your job." "Understood. There's a reason the commander chose my squad for you. Of the 4 of us, I operate the most structured unit. You'll adapt faster here." Ren didn't comment. The compliment was more about the squad than about him, and Shinashuk didn't seem like the type to say things without a reason. Soon, they stopped in front of a sealed stone door, its center engraved with the insignia. Shinashuk made a quick set of hand signs, and the door slid open with a faint grinding sound. Inside the room was a standard ready chamber with weapon racks, mission logs, and a board tracking assignments. But more importantly, 3 masked individuals were already waiting inside, seated calmly and watching the entrance. Shinashuk stepped aside to let Ren in and then addressed the group. "We've got a new member attached to us starting today. Temporary assignment, but full operational authority." They didn't speak, but each gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. Ren, now wearing his butterfly mask, took a quick look at each of them. Their posture, the subtle movements, and the faint chakra signatures told him enough, but the system overlay in his mind helped even more. Rabbit mask, Aiko Nara, level 63. Her frame was slender but poised, and even through the mask, Ren could tell her chakra flow was carefully restrained, classic of someone from the Nara clan. She would be the strategist, most likely. Owl mask, Jiro Homura, level 66. His build was broader, and his movements heavier. The Homura clan didn't have wide fame, but they were still known due to their leader being an elder of the village. Deer mask, Saya, civilian, level 61. She stood the straightest, showing no sign of discomfort despite the presence of someone new. She looked quite nimble, and even though she had a calming presence, but Ren still had a feeling that she was the most assassin-like ninja he had seen. Shinashuk didn't bother listing names. Instead, he gave a firm nod and spoke to the group. Butterfly will be joining us for the next sequence of missions. Treat him like any other operative. No questions, no allowances. The three nodded again in sync. Ren stepped forward and bowed slightly. Looking forward to working with you. Rabbit Mask tilted her head slightly. Same here. Her voice was quiet but firm. Owl Mask grunted something that might have been agreement. Deer Mask gave a soft, welcome. Shinashuk clapped his hands once. Briefing in 10 minutes. Gear up. Mission starts by nightfall. The team dispersed immediately, heading toward the weapon racks and supply lockers around the perimeter. Ren didn't move just yet. Instead, he watched each of them carefully, already cataloging their movement styles, strengths, and flaws. Exactly 10 minutes later, the team was assembled in the small operations room adjacent to the main hall. The walls were stone, the lighting was neutral, and a single scroll sat on the briefing table. Shinashuk stood at the head, arms crossed, waiting for silence before he began. This is a B-rank reconnaissance and disruption mission with potential to escalate to A rank depending on engagement outcomes, he began, his voice even and clear. Location, border territory between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rivers. He unsealed the scroll and laid out a rough map of the region. Several markers had already been placed on it. We have confirmed movement of a caravan moving supplies to a group of rogue shinobi operating outside the border of River Country. Intel suggests they're currently avoiding direct conflict with any major nation, but they're arming themselves well. Leaf's directive is simple. Observe, identify, and eliminate the shipment if appropriate. He tapped a marked trail. The caravan moves through this point at dawn tomorrow. That gives us approximately 14 hours. We move immediately, travel by night, and intercept before the cargo reaches the border. Our goal is to confirm what they're transporting and, if it's military-grade supplies or contraband, destroy it. Lethal force is authorized but not required. Shinashuk made eye contact with each of the masked operatives. We'll deploy in standard formation. I'll lead. Rabbit, you'll manage observation and set up the trap net. Owl, take the right flank and hold position until confirmation. Deer, your center support and medical fallback. Butterfly, you're tailing me until combat engagement, then you'll rotate to forward disruption. Ren nodded once. Understood. Shinashuk added, we operate under silent protocol. Communication via hand signs and pre-established signals. No chakra flaring, no jutsu testing, and no waste. This is Umbu. Complete the mission and return silent. No trace. He rolled the map back up and sealed it in his scroll pouch. Gear check. 5 minutes. The operatives dispersed with practiced movements. Each headed to the racks without wasting time. Ren was already equipped with his standard set of basic tools, reinforced gloves, chakra suppressor tags, and the kunao and tanto issued by the Umbu. He also took out a few weapons given by Yora that he was able to use well and stored them in his belt. The butterfly mask fit snug and secure on his face, and his black uniform sat tight against his body, standard issue Umbu gear modified for his movement range. Rabbit strapped a slim scroll case to her thigh, which was most likely a shadow paralysis deployment kit. Owl took a fire-inscribed tag from a compartment and tucked it under his bracer. Deer packed a few glowing vials and a lot of scalpel into her pouch. Each worked in silence, no wasted motion. Ren finished his check, then met eyes with Shinashuk, who gave a short nod. Let's move. Chapter 120, Mission Maniac begins his shift. I have blessed thee once again, so your offerings shouldn't be limited. Go beyond, plus ultra. The 5 Umbu operatives departed through the eastern side of the base, bypassing the traditional village gates entirely. Their exit route led them through one of the concealed tunnels, which was an underground pathway branching out from the back mountain of the Hokage monument. The tunnel was shielded by multiple layers of seals, which required Shinashuk's chakra signature to unlock. They moved in single file, masks on, chakra suppressed, and no sound but footsteps on packed earth. Ren stayed in the 4th position, ahead of Deer and just behind Owl. Once they reached the exit, they paused at a narrow crevice that opened into the thick trees just outside the village's inner security perimeter. Shinashuk signaled with 2 fingers, which was a standard movement signal. The squad leapt out in staggered rhythm, disappearing into the woods. Travel through the forest was fast and without much stoppage. The squad used burst movement with travel, jump, and repeat pacing. Every 20 minutes, Shinashuk paused for a 5-second check to confirm chakra levels and positional integrity. Ren noted that Rabbit was already marking trail points using micro-inked tags that would vanish after 12 hours. Owl rarely broke from the sideline, his footing always precise and measured. Deer checked terrain impact and vegetation trace, ensuring their passage left no physical trail. All in all, they moved like a machine. 2 hours into the run, Shinashuk raised a single hand, which was a halt signal. The team dropped into concealment without a word. Ren ducked behind a root cluster and activated his wind-enhanced sensory technique, a passive vibration method he developed to detect distant motion with the help of Shinashuk. Though the man was not very powerful, his use of ninjutsu was way too ingenious. He scanned through the air and found no threats. Shinashuk shifted his fingers. Change in route. Obstacle ahead. Follow alternate trail. They adjusted course south, moving deeper into a ridgeline. From there, their trail intersected with a shallow stream bed. The caravan's projected route ran parallel to it. Another 30 minutes of movement and they reached an observation position. It was a ridgeline overlooking a wide dirt road that cut across the terrain. Shinashuk raised a stop signal. The team settled into the tree lean, setting up camp not with tents but observation positions. Rabbit climbed a tree and deployed 3 clones, each of which had a telescope that extended her visual field. Owl began placing a detonation tag into a tree base. In case they had to delay opponents, they would blast the tree. Deer knelt and unpacked a field kit, laying out medical tags. Ren followed Shinashuk to a higher elevation above the rest. From here, they had clear visibility on the road. They could already see faint tire marks, which were most likely from previous caravans. This is it, Shinashuk said quietly. We wait until movement. Do not engage until the caravan is confirmed hostile or carrying contraband. Ren nodded. Understood. He knelt beside him, mask down, movements steady. No more words were exchanged. They had 10 hours until sunrise. The mission had officially begun. Hours passed in silence. The squad remained perfectly still in their respective positions. Clones dispelled every few minutes, feeding visual markers back to Rabbit, who tracked and noted changes in the terrain with the casual efficiency of a veteran. Deer used her position near the creek to mask her scent and chakra signature, and Owl had not moved in almost 2 hours. Ren shifted only once every 20 minutes to avoid cramps, keeping his senses sharp. His wind-sensitive perception hadn't picked up anything significant, but minor shifts in wind current and leaf flutter told him that there were no large movement yet, and no threats in the surrounding brush. Shinashuk gave a hand signal. Maintain silence. Suspected movement ahead. Rabbit passed confirmation. Using hand signs, she reported, target approaching. Single cart. 3 escorts. 2 walking beside the cart. 1 scout. Ren narrowed his eyes, focusing on the path. A few moments later, he heard the wheels creaking and wood grinding against earth with light clatter of loose chains. The kind of sounds a caravan moving under low weight and little urgency would make. From their perch above the road, Ren and Shinashuk observed the incoming group. 3 individuals. 2 were dressed in standard merchant robes. The third, moving 30 meters ahead, was lightly armored and had a shinobi's posture with back straight, face at chin level, gaze rotating between forward path and high ridge lines. A scout, likely AD or C-rank missing nin or a low-level operative. This was also something Ren had learned from Yoro. Missing nin were divided into different ranks from D to S+. D for genin, C for chinin, B for low-level jonin, A for high-level and elite jonin, while S for S-rank missing nin. S+ was reserved for those beyond S-rank, and right now only Orochimaru was considered S+ missing nin. The merchant cart was drawn by a small ox. Its tarpaulin was dull brown, designed to blend with dirt and dust. Nothing screamed urgency and there were no obvious weapons in view. Shinashuk tapped Ren's shoulder and gestured. Eyes on the cart. Analyze chakra presence. Ren closed his eyes, channeling his chakra sensory skill, tuning his wind perception. The natural airflow gave him nothing at first, just the regular atmospheric disturbances of normal movement. But beneath that, something dense sat within the cart. He opened his eyes and looked at Shinashuk. High-density chakra material present. Cannot determine if seal enclosed. Shinashuk nodded and issued the next signals. Deer, prepare to deploy suppressor field. Rabbit, initiate containment perimeter. Owl, maintain flank coverage. The signs were returned. Then Shinashuk gave Ren a single gesture. Follow. They slipped from the ridgeline, movement silent and exact. The slope was steep but posed no difficulty. Within 30 seconds, both operatives reached the side of the road, concealed within heavy brush. The scout passed their position, unaware. The cart followed soon after. Shinashuk gave the signal. Execute. A sharp whistling sound split the air. Rabbit's tags detonated, releasing a perimeter mist, much like the hidden mist jutsu but different. It was a suppressor field designed to block sound, sight, and chakra transmission beyond the area. It was a bit flashy, but it was effective. During this 1 month Ren had come to know about many different kind of seals which the Umbu used. Some of them were extremely basic but with clever use that no one thought about, and some extremely complicated which even Ren had trouble understanding, like this perimeter mist tag. The ox startled, bucking once before freezing under a secondary genjutsu layered into the mist. The merchants shouted, but the mist muffled their voices. Owl landed directly behind the scout, knocking him out in a clean, silent strike. Ren and Shinashuk moved. By the time the merchants reached for weapons hidden beneath their robes, Shinashuk was already at one's throat with a kunao, and Ren landed a kick to the other's wrist, disarming him with a clean, joint-snapping twist. Deer landed softly beside the cart and began her scan. All 3 guards were restrained in under 20 seconds. Rabbit emerged from the trees, checking the perimeter and confirming no leaks. Owl maintained high ground, scanning for backup, ambush, or secondary threat. There was none. Deer removed the tarp from the cart and examined the storage beneath. Seals lined the crates, 3 rows deep. It was funjutsu made simple, designed for transport. She performed a quick identification jutsu and nodded. Confirmed. Explosive tags. C-grade incendiary wire. Mass quantities. Shinashuk turned to Ren. Confirm chakra density. Ren stepped closer, placed his hand on the edge of the box, and released a pulse of chakra. Density high. Standard explosive seal layering. No evidence of tampering or remote activation. Likely storage grade, meant for delivery to someone who knows how to use it. Shinashuk made his decision immediately. Destroy the shipment. Rabbit moved forward with an explosion tag, but Ren stopped her. Let me. Wind style is cleaner. She nodded and stepped back. Ren stood a few meters from the cart, activated his wind affinity, and formed the needed seals. Wind release, cyclone compression. A narrow, high-speed wind vortex formed and condensed around the crate's base. As it spun, it ignited friction, heat building within its core. The seals inside the crate reacted within moments. Ren dispelled the jutsu and jumped back. The crates ignited with a sharp flash of light and a loud, contained boom. Due to the suppressor field and Rabbit's missed tag, the sound didn't echo. The damage was limited to the payload. Fire and smoke were minimal, and nothing remained of the contents but scorched earth and ash. With this their mission was complete. Shinashuk checked the perimeter once more, then turned to Deer. Heal the dislocated wrist. Make them walk back. Let border patrol pick them up. Deer nodded and performed a standard reset technique on the merchant's broken wrist. The man cried out once but was silenced by a pressure point strike from her. The 3 prisoners were bound and tagged with low-level paralysis seals. Owl dropped down, confirming no incoming signatures. Rabbit dropped a marker beacon for the Konoha Border Patrol Squad. With everything complete, Shinashuk signaled the return. Mission successful. Extract. With that they vanished into the trees as silently as they had arrived. The journey back was swift with no breaks and no talking. 5 figures moved through the trees, their chakra signatures hidden and masks on. They reached the outer edge of the village perimeter by dawn and entered through the secondary Umbu path at the base of the Hokage monument. Back in the underground facility, the team regrouped briefly in the debriefing chamber. Shinashuk submitted the mission summary via scroll to the operations chute, then dismissed the squad. Good work. Owl, Deer, Rabbit, stand down for 48 hours. Butterfly, you will have your next mission soon. Ren, though surprised, nodded and followed the exit tunnel leading to command base. His first mission was complete. It hadn't been difficult, but it was a different kind of operation. It was different from everything he had done in his genin time. It was silent, systematic, and precise. It was Umbu. Barely 30 minutes had passed when Ren heard a knock on his door. He was resting in his room at the command base after completing his first Umbu mission. Though Shinashuk had mentioned that he would receive his next mission soon, Ren hadn't expected it to be this soon. Still, he wasn't exactly surprised. He glanced at the points panel of his system. According to the system's current reward structure, every 10 B-rank missions completed would grant him 1 Jonin level point. If he wanted to accelerate his growth, the answer was simple: take more missions. The clones he left in the basement were already improving his mastery in various fields. All he needed now was to consistently take missions and accumulate points. If I can squeeze out as many rewards as possible from B and A rank missions before they stop giving anything, I might even reach the upper Jonin level much faster, he thought, a spark of motivation in his eyes. He stood up and opened the door. Standing in front of him was number 2, Daiki Heitake. Without any introduction or additional words, Daiki simply said, "Follow me?" Then he turned and walked away. Ren didn't waste time. He shut the door behind him and followed number 2 through the dim corridors of the Umbu command base. The path this time was different from the one he had taken with Shinashuk earlier, but it was similar in structure, but clearly leading elsewhere. Ren didn't mind. Another mission meant another opportunity. Unbeknownst to him, this relentless eagerness to accept and complete missions one after the other would eventually earn him a new moniker within the Umbu, the Mission Maniac. But that was a title for another time. For now, Ren was simply focused on the path ahead, ready to see what his second assignment would bring. Chapter 121, They gave the masked kid a whip. Mistakes were made. Ren, under the lead of number 2, soon arrived at a room nearly identical to the one number 1 had taken him to earlier. From the structure to the minimal lighting, everything was the same. The only difference this time was the people waiting inside. 3 Umbu members stood by the wall, each wearing an animal-themed mask. As Ren's eyes fell on them, the system's observation kicked in. Turtle mask, Genma Shiranui, level 61. Penguin mask, Rado Namayashi, level 58. Frog mask, Iwashi Tatami, level 57. Ren immediately recognized them. The 4th Hokage's guard platoon, he thought. In the anime, they only had Takubitsu Jonin ranks, but they were much stronger than that, especially Genma. If he's at level 61 now, then by the time the original series starts, he should be in the 70s. He nodded toward them politely while number 2 explained the reason for his presence. This might be a good opportunity, Ren thought. From what I remember, Genma had completed a large number of missions. He even held off Beiki, the strongest elite Jonin from Suna. That's no small feat. These 3 also know the modified Flying Thunder God technique. If I get closer to them over time, there's a chance I could use their help while learning the actual technique. With the introductions out of the way, number 2 began the briefing without any delay. We have a simple B-rank assassination mission. The target is a noble from the land of Hot Springs. He has been affiliated with the Konoha supporting faction but has recently been confirmed to be leaking intel to the Cloud-aligned faction. We move out in 10. Check your gear. Ren nodded with the rest and checked over his basic tools like kunao, shuriken, smoke bombs, wire, and medical pills. He also took out a whip from the weapons Yora had given him. Whip was one of the weapons he had learned well, so he wanted to try it on this, so he wrapped it around his waist like a belt above his storage belt so that he could make an easy use of it. He kept most of the other stuff minimal as that was what was expected from an Umbu. 10 minutes later, the 5-man squad moved out, exiting the base through one of the many underground tunnels embedded into the roots of the hidden leaf. Ren had quickly learned that the entire underground structure of Konoha had been modified over several decades to allow for smooth, secret movement by Ambu squads. Multiple tunnels, paths, and exit points ensured that teams could come and go without ever being seen by civilians or even by regular shinobi. After emerging from the exit, the squad leapt into the trees with practiced synchronization even though this was their first mission together and began heading toward the land of hot springs, the trees and wind rushing past them in silence. No conversation was exchanged. No orders were repeated. They moved like shadows. Just as expected from Ambu, the squad moved without pause, progressing through forests and open ground with efficient travel formations. Number 2 took the lead, with Turtle, Genma, on point for navigation when they crossed into unfamiliar paths. Penguin, Rado, and Frog, Iwashi, maintained the flanks while Ren moved centrally, adjusting his pace as needed. They didn't stop unless necessary. Every few hours, 2 would signal for short, timed rests which were never more than 10 minutes at a time. During these rests, no one spoke unless required. They reviewed the map, confirmed the target location, rechecked equipment, and immediately resumed travel. Ren took the opportunity to observe their discipline and internalized the pace. They covered ground steadily and had no wasted movement. By the end of the first day, they reached the outer limits of the noble's estate. It was a 2-story, walled compound on a raised ridge overlooking a hot spring village. The structure itself wasn't large, it was more of a private residence fortified with money rather than military efficiency. Still, there were guards on patrol. The group pulled back and camped at a hidden location roughly 300 meters away from the compound's rear perimeter. Turtle, Genma, and Penguin, Rado, took the first scout round. Ren sat with Frog, Iwashi, and Number 2, reviewing the assignment scroll once more. After 20 minutes, the 2 returned. Turtle, Genma, gave a concise summary. 2 guards patrol the perimeter every 10 minutes. 2 more stand at the gate. Inside the estate, the noble stays on the 2nd floor in the main room. 2 guards confirmed inside his room, positioned to his left and right while he sleeps. No shinobi signature detected. Number 2 nodded and gave clear orders. Penguin, Rado, Frog, Iwashi, you'll enter from the south wall. Once inside, eliminate the 2 perimeter guards and secure the lower floor. Butterfly, Ren, you're with Turtle, Genma. You'll scale the 2nd floor from the west side window. Butterfly, your target is the left side bodyguard. Turtle, Genma, will handle the right. I'll enter from above, break in through the roof, and kill the noble. All 4 nodded once. No further explanation needed. Synchronize watches, 2 said, and each one adjusted their mission timer for 3 o'clock. They had 3 hours until infiltration. Enough time for each member to nap, prep, and finalize their approach mentally. By 2:30, they began to move. Penguin, Rado, and Frog, Iwashi, vanished into the underbrush, circling around to approach from the southern side. Turtle, Genma, tapped Ren on the shoulder once, then moved forward toward the ridge's western slope. Ren followed, eyes locked on Turtle's, Genma's, movement. The 2 reached the base of the wall at the compound's rear. They waited behind the cover of trees until their watches hit 3 o'clock. The signal came. They moved up. Turtle, Genma, used a single leap to reach the 2nd floor window ledge without sound. Ren used chakra control and the practiced silent grip of wall scaling to follow just behind. As they reached the ledge, they paused, flattened against the wall. The window was closed but not locked. Turtle, Genma, cracked it open and signaled with a finger. Ren activated his wind sensory jutsu once more to confirm the layout. Inside, the noble was sleeping on a wide futon in the center of the room, wearing loose robes. To his left and right, as reported, stood 2 armed bodyguards. One had a short sword, the other had a long staff with embedded metal rings, likely a defensive type. Ren focused on the left target. Turtle, Genma, looked at the right. On the rooftops above, Number 2 prepared his entry. From the front, 2 faint clicks indicated Penguin, Rado, and Frog, Iwashi, had neutralized the perimeter guards and cleared the ground floor. Number 2 made his move. With a light tap on the rooftop, a detonation seal went off. It was not large enough to cause structural damage, just enough to breach silently with little damage and noise. At the same moment, Ren and Turtle, Genma, entered through the now opened window. The roof opened. 2 dropped directly on top of the noble, blade out. The noise startled both guards. Ren didn't wait. The moment his feet touched the floor, he pulled out his whip which he had wrapped around his waist like a belt, extended it in a flick, and slashed the whip with precise motion at the guard's neck. The whip was thin, chakra reinforced, and razor sharp so it easily sliced through the soft side of the guard's throat. The man clutched his neck and dropped. 1 strike. Turtle, Genma, simultaneously plunged a senbon into the base of his target's neck. The body dropped in silence. The noble never woke up. 2 had already driven a tanto cleanly through his chest, heart pierced. Total time, 9 seconds from breach to completion. Ren coiled his whip back into his hand and looked at the bloodied floor. Turtle, Genma, checked the downed targets to ensure they were dead. 2 gave a nod. Clear. Penguin, Rado, and Frog, Iwashi, reappeared from the hallway moments later. Penguin, Rado, looked at the noble's body, then gave a sharp nod to 2. Perimeter secure. No other guards. Lower floor is empty. 2 gestured toward the window. We're done. Exit by the same route. Leave no traces. Ren followed Turtle, Genma, out the same way they came in. Two disappeared through the roof. Penguin, Rado, and Frog, Iwashi, vanished through the ground floor window. They reconvened at a preset location 500 meters away from the estate. No words exchanged. From there, they moved continuously until they were several kilometers out, stopping briefly to dispose of the bloodied cloth wrappings and clean weapons. Even this part was routine. It took another full day of movement to return to the Leaf's borders. None of them asked for rest. The pace was fast but manageable. By early evening the next day, the team had returned to the underground tunnel entry. They entered through a different route and reported back to the Umbu base. Once done, they split off without words, two heading toward debriefing, Turtle, Genma, Penguin, Rado, and Frog, Iwashi, toward their quarters. Number 2 handed in the written mission completion report to the record desk, then turned to Ren. Your first kill. Ren shook his head. No. 2 gave a single nod. Understood. Get used to team shifts. Your next assignment will arrive when scheduled. With that, 2 walked away, and Ren stood alone in the main hallway. The mission was complete. Another B rank cleared. Ren didn't feel anything in particular. It wasn't something new. But still, the pace, coordination, and methodical approach were efficient, more so than anything outside of Umbu. He checked the system panel discreetly. Mission completed, B rank assassination. Progress toward next Jonin point, 2/10. Ren turned, walked toward his quarters in the command base, already thinking about how many more of these missions he could fit in before the system stopped giving him rewards for them. The clones would continue their training. He would continue earning points. The next mission would come soon. Once again, a knock came at Ren's door. This time, however, he had already rested. Nearly 3 hours had passed since his last mission, enough for his body to recover. His tired body had fully restored thanks to his high yang release mastery, and the clones in the basement continued training without issue. When he opened the door, he found number 3 standing outside. Unlike the last 2 numbers, she spoke more directly. Your current shift is with me. Follow me. Ren gave a small nod and fell into step beside her. As expected, the same process repeated. She led him through a different corridor in the Umbu base until they reached another operations room. Inside were 3 Umbu agents already waiting. Their masks were of a goat, a lizard, and a worm. Ren used his observation ability discreetly and checked their information. All 3 had civilian backgrounds, with levels ranging in the 50s. Competent, but not elite. 3 explained the mission simply. This one's a C rank. Verification op. We're to confirm intelligence received from civilian scouts about potential organized bandit activity near the southern border. That's all. Ren understood. These were the kinds of missions that didn't involve direct combat unless things escalated. A routine operation. They moved quickly, exiting through one of the secondary tunnels out of the village and making their way toward the reported location. Travel was efficient but unhurried, given the mission's low urgency. Once on site, they moved quietly into the nearby forests and ridgelines, surveying the area where the bandit activity had been reported. The information turned out to be accurate. A group of around 20 mountain bandits had set up a rough camp and were intimidating the surrounding villages. Among them was a C-rank missing nin, nothing impressive, but enough of a threat to warrant attention. The bandits were armed but poorly organized. Most looked like thugs rather than trained fighters. Ren glanced at the group through his scope. He was already thinking of how to handle them. But before he could suggest action, 3 had already begun to retreat. The others followed. On the way back, Ren moved up beside her and asked, since we're already here, couldn't we have eliminated them ourselves? That would free up the shinobi squad that's supposed to take this mission. 3 didn't slow her pace. These types of B-rank missions are used to prepare genin for field kills and help newly promoted shinin learn how to lead. The village lets them sit for a while so that the regular forces can gain field experience. She glanced at him. You got a problem with that? Ren shook his head. Though it didn't sit well from a moral standpoint of leaving civilians under threat for longer than necessary, he understood the reasoning. The system prioritized internal development. Better to let genin and shinin gain practical experience against manageable threats than waste higher-level resources on easy kills. Better others have a problem than yourself, right? He thought. He wasn't fully comfortable with it, but he accepted the logic. Since the mission had no combat and was only a confirmation assignment, he didn't receive any system reward. No points, no notifications. Still, he didn't complain. It was valuable to understand the variety in Umbu duties. But in the back of his mind, he hoped the next mission would be something more significant. He had already participated in 3 distinct types of missions, reconnaissance and elimination with 1, assassination with 2, and verification with 3. That left 4. Maybe, just maybe, this one would be an A rank. He returned to his room, rested, and reset his training clones. The hours passed. 6 hours later, as expected, there was another knock. This time it was number 4. Mission briefing, was all he said. Ren followed him, holding on to a quiet sense of anticipation. But when the scroll was handed to 4 and read aloud in the operations room, Ren's silent expectations dropped. B rank. Again. Another standard assignment. No special targets. No S rank threats. Just a straightforward B rank mission. Still, he said nothing. He acknowledged the order, checked his gear, and prepared to depart again. Rewards would come with consistency, not wishful thinking. The grind continued. Chapter 122, Ren's Guide to Gaslighting the Commander into More Dangerous Assignments. As I said, 1050 Power Stone means double release tomorrow too, so yeah, up to you? A little over a month had passed since Ren began his missions under the numbers. During this time, he had completed a large number of B rank and C rank assignments under all 4 of the elite squad leaders, but despite repeated requests and even borderline pestering, if he was honest, not a single A rank mission had been assigned to him. Even when Ren brought it up during downtime or after missions, Yoro had remained unmoved, shutting him down with a dismissive no every single time. It was becoming a routine now, but Ren didn't mind the grind. B rank missions still contributed to his growth, albeit slowly. He had finally accumulated 2 Jonin level points from the mission, and combining it with the 3 he had before, he now had 5 Jonin level points, and after some internal debate, decided to invest all of them at once into agility, pushing it from 70 to 75. The sudden boost in speed hit him hard. His body felt disoriented, almost like his reflexes had shot ahead of his consciousness. It had taken him a couple of hours to adjust to the new boost, and thankfully, it happened while he was returning from a mission. If Yoro had seen him struggle like that, the man would have probably cracked open another training regimen just to fix it. That whole experience also taught Ren a valuable lesson: never dump multiple points at once again. One at a time was safer. He needed to avoid tipping off someone like Yoro, who already had an uncanny ability to read him. Meanwhile, his training was going well. His hyper-focus regimen was more stable now. He spent every free window he had sharpening that mental edge. The 6-level trap course in the facility helped immensely, and Yoro's suggestions on how to approach it were gradually beginning to make sense. His Bukaijutsu mastery had also grown significantly. It now stood at 38%, purely through clone-based grind. At this rate, he wouldn't even need to use mastery points to reach master level, something Ren was quietly proud of. Currently, Ren stood alongside the other 4 numbers in front of Yoro, all of them masked, silent, and waiting for orders. Yoro looked at them briefly before addressing the new recruit. "Good work on surviving a month in Umbu 5, he said simply. "You now have a fixed mission schedule. Follow it." He gestured slightly, signaling them to disperse. The other 4 numbers turned to leave, but Ren, ever persistent, stepped forward slightly and asked with all the tone of a kid asking for an extra game on his phone, "Commander, I've been thinking, maybe now's a good time to let me do an A-rank mission." The room paused. Even the usually expressionless numbers hesitated in their steps, just enough to show they were mildly curious. It wasn't often someone talked to Yoro like this. Yoro didn't stop shuffling the papers on his desk. "Why would I do that?" he asked flatly. "Well," Ren said, a little too casually, "it's kind of a waste of village resources, right? Having someone as capable as me and the other numbers doing B-rank missions." Yoro didn't even look up. "The Hokage gave me full authority over Umbu mission allocation. I can assign A-rank shinobi to babysit wild cats if I feel like it. No one questions me." Ren blinked. "Wow, abuse of power much?" Yoro froze for a moment, then resumed writing. "You got something to say?" 5. Ren leaned forward, voice innocent. "I'm just saying, if someone filed a report about this, kind of an administrative nightmare, you know? Not that I would. I'm just concerned for your image." Yoro slowly turned to face him. His mask was still blank, but Ren could feel the stare. "And you think you're in a position to talk back to a superior? I mean," Ren scratched the back of his head, "you haven't killed me yet, so that's kind of giving me mixed signals. Maybe it's because I'm just that charming." The scroll landed a hair's width from his neck. Ren tilted his head at the last second, and the scroll sailed past him, landing perfectly in Shinashuk's hand. Ren didn't miss a beat. Or maybe not. Yoro finally let out a sharp sigh, the kind older shinobi do when they've dealt with kids for too long. "Go with one. Now." Ren saluted half-heartedly. "Thank you, Commander. I'll be back before you dash." He ducked as a pen, 2 ink bottles, and what might have been a mission file came flying at his face. "Shut up and go." Already halfway out the door, Ren shouted back, "Bye, Commander." The door slammed behind him. The 4 numbers looked back at Yoro, momentarily frozen. He turned his masked face toward them, chakra flaring just enough to make the air around him tighten. "What?" They all shook their heads in unison and disappeared. Now alone, Yoro leaned back slightly and exhaled. "That kid's mouth is going to be the death of either him or me." He reached for a cup of tea, only to realize Ren had broken it with a dodge roll 2 weeks ago. He sighed again. Once Ren stepped out of the commander's office, the other numbers gave him a quick glance, more out of habit than surprise at this point. Over the past month, this kind of back and forth between Ren and Yoro had become something of a regular occurrence. No one said anything. They were just mildly curious how the new number 5 always managed to push the commander's buttons without getting wiped off the map. Though Ren wanted to get along with Yoro well too, the man's words were too constrictive, always about following orders and keeping head down, which didn't sit well with Ren, so he often had to do verbal clashes with Yoro, but over time he had come to enjoy it, so he was in good mood when he went to number 1. Number 1 was waiting near the hallway. "Let's go," he said simply. Ren nodded and followed him toward the section of the Umbu complex where one's animal squad was stationed. Inside the quarters, one finished reading through a newly delivered scroll, then turned toward his team. "A-rank mission," he began. "Target, 1 confirmed rogue ninja. Mentally unstable. High physical output. Orochimaru's involvement suspected. Location, near the border with the land of T. Mission objective, capture target alive and bring back any relevant intelligence. 10 minutes. Gear check. The squad moved instantly to prepare. Ren didn't need to do much. His gear was already set. He still had the whip wrapped around his waist like a belt, and inside his sleeve, he kept a retractable bow staff, his weapon of choice for this mission. Ever since Yoru had forced him to study the arsenal scroll, Ren had taken a liking to experimenting with different weapons. So far, he had tried 16 out of the 58 listed in the scroll. Still a long way to go. Once the gear check was complete, the team moved through a new tunnel. It was one Ren hadn't used before. This one branched toward the southeast, directly beneath the Hokage monument, leading to a hidden exit facing the direction of the land of T. Travel took just over 2 days, even with Umbu-level movement speed. The path wasn't exactly short, and the terrain near the border was dense with uneven hills and forests. Still, they made good time. Upon reaching the general mission zone, the squad split into smaller groups to sweep and locate the target. Rabbit, owl, and deer scattered silently, moving into different directions of the forest. Ren was on his own for this sector. That suited him just fine. Alone, he crouched on a high branch and summoned one of his smaller butterflies. The tiny summon fluttered once before speeding off, disappearing into the canopy to begin scanning the area. During his time in the Umbu, even though he didn't actively hide the fact that he had a summon, he didn't tell anyone specially either, since an unknown summon, especially one like the butterflies, could be extremely useful in certain situations. A few minutes later, it returned, fluttering around Ren's head before giving him a concise location and vanishing again. Ren nodded slightly and leapt into motion, following the trail laid by the natural butterflies which had linked under the summon's command. It didn't take him long to find the site. From a branch above, he observed the scene quietly. A small noble's carriage was stalled on a dirt road. But the real interest was the figure standing in front of it. The target was humanoid, yes, but barely. There were large, grotesque, wing-like protrusions sprouting from one side of the neck. His skin was crawling with jagged black markings which were the cursed seal effects, no doubt, and his entire body twitched and jerked like he was holding back some inner storm. He was drooling. His jaw slack, his muscles flexing uncontrollably. Looks like Orochimaru's already begun testing variations of the cursed seal, Ren thought, narrowing his eyes. And he's letting them loose to monitor performance. To confirm a suspicion, Ren cast a wide-area wind-based sensory scan. Immediately, he felt another chakra signature, not too far away. Watching. Hidden. Monitoring. Observer. Probably one of Orochimaru's researchers. But before he could act, the target's head snapped toward him. Shit. Ren jumped just as the target barreled toward the tree. A single punch from the rogue shattered the trunk, sending the top half crashing down. Ren was already moving, activating a signal tag midair to alert the others. He changed directions and made a beeline toward the hidden observer. If this guy was collecting data, he was even more valuable than the test subject. He reached him in seconds. The man, a pale, gaunt researcher in a tattered lab coat, barely had time to register the blur before a whip lashed out and coiled around his neck, yanking him off his feet. Ren dragged him into the brush and delivered a swift blow to the side of the head, knocking him out cold. In one motion, he slapped a paralysis seal on the researcher and dumped him behind a thick tree. We'll need to deep read his mind. Back at HQ could be a goldmine of info. Mission critical task done. Ren turned back toward the site. He flickered through the trees and rejoined the squad. The situation had escalated with the target. Shinashuk had taken the lead in melee combat. Owl was launching support fire via mid-range elemental jutsu. Deer was near the carriage, helping escort the nobles to safety. Rabbit was using shadow possession, but even with multiple tries, she couldn't hold the rogue down for more than a few seconds. Not surprising, Ren thought as he caught sight of the enemy's status window, level 78. Orochimaru definitely used an elite Jonin level shinobi for this cursed seal trial. No way a normal one gets this strong this fast. Shinashuk acknowledged Ren with a brief nod. Unpredictable patterns. Moves on instinct. High-level taijutsu mixed with uncontrolled chakra surges, and inhuman raw strength. One said calmly, still deflecting a barrage of wildly thrown punches. At that moment, Rabbit managed to lock the enemy's right arm, but the restraint shattered almost immediately as the rogue twisted and powered through the technique. The freed fist shot straight toward Shinashuk's head. Ren moved in a blur. With a flick of his wrist, the whip snapped out and wrapped around the rogue's forearm just before impact, halting the punch inches away from Shinashuk's mask. Holding the target's arm tightly with his whip, Ren dug his heels into the dirt, anchoring himself using chakra. The enemy had tried to pull him in, likely aiming to land a devastating punch once he got close, but Ren wasn't budging. The strain on both sides caused the whip to pull taut between them, locking their positions for a brief moment. Number 1 didn't miss the opportunity. With a short burst of chakra and a quick hand seal, Shinashuk unleashed a powerful close-range water release, torrent spike directly at the rogue's exposed back. The high-pressure jet of water struck with full force, splashing violently on impact. But despite the power behind the jutsu, the target remained upright. He didn't flinch. He didn't even react. Instead, the rogue twisted his arm, trying to pull Ren toward him with a brutal jerk. Muscles surged with cursed chakra, and veins pulsed erratically across his skin. But Ren matched the force by reinforcing his stance further, his boots sinking slightly into the soil as chakra surged into his soles. His grip tightened on the whip's hilt, refusing to give ground. The result? A stalemate of strength and positioning, one that left the rogue's rear wide open. Shinashuk moved instantly, launching a barrage of elemental attacks. Fire, earth, and wind-style projectiles hammered into the rogue's back in rapid succession. Each jutsu hit its mark, slowing the rogue's movement slightly but not causing serious damage. The cursed seal's resilience was clearly working overtime, absorbing and deflecting much of the direct impact. Owl, support with physical strikes, Shinashuk ordered mid-assault. Owl blurred into motion, drawing a short blade tanto from his back and circling around to strike at the rogue's unguarded left side. Deer, escort the civilians out of the area, keep a 100-meter perimeter. They're too close. Yes, sir. Deer vanished toward the back of the carriage, shepherding the stunned noble and his retainers away from the fight. Rabbit, get me a weakness. Anything. Rabbit, crouched a short distance away, had already been focusing intently on the rogue's movements. Her hands formed a weird shape as she linked them together, closely observing the fight. For a few seconds, she said nothing. Then finally, she spoke in a calm but focused voice. His cursed seal distribution is uneven, Rabbit began, loud enough for the others to hear over the sounds of combat. Most of the markings are concentrated along his spine and left side. That's where the seal is reinforcing his strength. She stood as she continued explaining. But that also means the right side is underprotected. His right arm's muscle tension is lower, and his reaction time from that side is delayed by half a second. It's probably where the cursed seal integration failed or didn't take properly. She paused, then continued. There's also excessive chakra flow building near the base of his neck, top of the spine. That's likely where the seal's core is anchored. If we disrupt that point, the seal will collapse or destabilize. At the very least, it'll stun him. She turned to face Shinashuk directly. But it needs precise timing. If we miss, the seal might go fully active. Chapter 123, Orochimaru wants to adopt Ren, and that's a problem for literally everyone. Shinashuk hearing this immediately began making plans. Owl support me with ninjutsu attacks, Rabbit take over Butterfly at the right moment, Butterfly attack the seal with all your strength, just stunning him is enough. All of them nodded and got to work. Holding the target's arm in a locked position using the whip, Ren yanked it forward with force. Shinashuk didn't miss the opportunity and he stepped in and released a close-range water bullet with pinpoint accuracy. The shot hit directly on the target's back, sending a visible wave of shock through the body, but the rogue barely reacted. Instead of stumbling forward, the target snarled, eyes still unfocused and crazed, and pulled hard, this time trying to drag Ren toward him. Ren didn't let it happen. He poured chakra into his feet, anchoring himself to the ground and counterpulling the target toward himself. The impasse left the cursed man locked between the two forces. Shinashuk and Owl didn't waste a second. They began launching ninjutsu one after another, fireballs, wind blades, and lightning darts all hammering at the rogue's back. Each attack chipped away at the cursed body's resilience. Though no single jutsu made visible damage, the repeated impact began having an effect. The rogue's feet skidded on the ground now, his shoulders hunched. He began twisting and jerking, trying to shake off Ren's whip. Ren, seeing this, timed it perfectly. He released the whip. The rogue, caught off balance from his own momentum, stumbled backward. That split-second instability was all they needed. Rabbit acted immediately. Her shadow possession jutsu linked from behind, locking the rogue's limbs in place. Though sweat dripped from her forehead as she held the jutsu, clearly it was taxing, but she gritted her teeth and kept him down. Now, she shouted. Ren didn't wait. He leapt into the air and quickly opened the first gate, flooding his muscles with enhanced strength and chakra. Mid-air, he flicked his wrist, snapping out the retractable bow staff from his sleeve. It extended fully, and with all the power coursing through his limbs, he swung it like a hammer aimed directly at the top of the rogue's spine, where Rabbit had identified the seal's weakness. Crack! The bow staff landed clean. A shriek followed that was loud and unnatural. The cursed man howled and convulsed, the cursed chakra marks rapidly retracting along his skin. His limbs burst free from Rabbit's shadow hold, and his fist shot out, punching Owl in the chest and sending him flying across the field. But the outburst was short-lived. The cursed seal's mark fully withdrew. The grotesque protrusions from the man's body dissolved into smoke, and his facial muscles relaxed. His eyes rolled back as he collapsed, unconscious. Ren rushed in immediately, placing sealing tags across the man's body. He didn't stop at a few, instead, he plastered him with over 100, especially along the spine and limbs. Then, as an extra measure, he pulled out a chakra-suppressing chain and tightly bound the man. To finish it, he layered a second set of seals over the chain itself. By the time he was done, the rogue looked like a fully packaged threat containment case. The rest of the team moved to resume their assigned roles. Shinashuk approached the noble to ensure his safety and extract statements. Deer began healing Owl, who had taken the brunt of the last punch. Rabbit stayed kneeling beside the restrained man, observing the man more clearly now that there was no threat. Her eyes were calmly watching the seal, ensuring no resurgence. Ren meanwhile quickly returned to retrieve the unconscious observer, the man in the patched lab coat who had been watching the whole fight earlier. He hauled him back with a few binds of chakra string and explained the situation to the team. Shinashuk nodded as he returned. Good. Mission complete. Owl, carry the researcher. I'll take the target. Owl stood despite the previous injury. Understood. He hoisted the unconscious researcher onto his back with practiced ease. Ren followed behind Shinashuk as they moved back toward the leaf in tight formation. Behind them, once the clearing was empty, a new figure emerged from the shadows. A tall man with pale skin and slitted yellow eyes stepped into the moonlight. He flicked his tongue out, surveying the battlefield. It's still unstable, Orochimaru murmured, seemingly amused. I'll have to sacrifice some power for a little more control. He chuckled to himself, a strange glee surfacing in his expression. I wonder, his voice dragged, eyes gleaming unnaturally. What would Ren-kun look like with the seal? The corners of his mouth twitched and a weirdly ecstatic expression formed on his face. AHH. First Ataka-kun and now Ren-kun, he whispered, licking his lips, an eerie thrill in his voice. So many delightful prospects. I want them all. With another quiet chuckle, he dissolved into the shadows. The return trip took just as long, 2.5 days at Umbu pace. Even while carrying 2 extra bodies, the team didn't reduce their speed. Once in the village, the rest of the team split to file their field reports. Shinashuk and Ren diverted toward the command base, both carrying their assigned prisoners. Once inside, Shinashuk gave a quick debrief to Yoro, who was already waiting. Yoro listened in silence, eyes locked on the target bound in chains and tags. Without looking up, he waved his hand. A masked Umbu appeared immediately. Call the TNI head, Yoro ordered. Tell him to bring 2 of the Yamanaka rogues. The Umbu disappeared without a word. Ren looked up, eyebrows slightly raised. Commander, rogue Yamanaka exist? I thought most of the clan was loyal. Yoro nodded slowly. Some are idiots, he said flatly. They don't understand that their bloodline's only value outside this village is as a lab sample. The moment they lose the leaf's protection, they're just raw material. Ren understood. It aligned with what he already believed. Bloodlines were a liability without the village's shield or own personal power. A powerful clan's member going rogue wasn't bold, it was suicidal. Minutes later, the door opened. Inoichi Yamanaka, head of the TNI department, walked in, his features composed but stern. Beside him was a younger Ibiki Marino, not yet the infamous head of torture, though the early signs were there with some scars already crossing his face. Behind them were 2 dull-eyed Yamanaka, rogue shinobi who had been reconditioned to serve as mind readers for the most sensitive cases. Inoichi scanned the room. So, who is it this time that you didn't trust the regulars with? Yoro answered without missing a beat. Orochimaru. The room grew still for a second. Inoichi's eyes narrowed. I see. He didn't ask more questions. He raised a hand and motioned to the rogues. The 2 figures moved forward like machines, each stepping in front of one of the prisoners. One faced the chained-up man with the seal. The other stepped toward the unconscious researcher. Yora's voice was calm but firm. Start with the researcher. The rogue nodded once, then placed his palm gently against the researcher's forehead. His eyes glowed faintly as chakra pulsed outward in a barely visible ripple. Everyone else stood still, waiting for the result. Ren crossed his arms, silently watching the process with narrowed eyes. He had no idea what they'd uncover, but anything related to Orochimaru wasn't going to be simple. A minute passed in tense silence before the rogue Yamanaka finally spoke in a flat, emotionless tone. There is no presence of Orochimaru in his memories. The man is just a regular Chunin from Hidden Waterfall who experienced a blank period in his memory. From the moment his memory returned, he was following this man. He pointed toward the bound test subject, continuing, he only observed, noted a few details. No conscious contact or communication with Orochimaru exists. No one responded immediately, but Inoichi stepped forward. Without hesitation, he placed his hand on the researcher's head, his chakra flowing calmly as he verified the statement. After a few seconds, he nodded. It's likely Orochimaru used a high-level genjutsu to erase all traces of himself. The researcher was probably used as a remote observer with his memories altered temporarily. Yoro nodded in response, offering no verbal reply. Then, without a word, he gestured toward the bound man, the former test subject who had been subdued by Ren. The second rogue Yamanaka approached him without hesitation. He extended his hand and placed it over the prisoner's head. For a second, nothing happened, then the room tensed. Black seals began to rapidly expand from the prisoner's skin, snaking their way up the Yamanaka's arm. Within seconds, his entire body was covered in seal patterns. Then the prisoner's head exploded. The blast was contained small, but it was sudden and violent. Fortunately, the others had reacted the moment they saw the seals spreading. They were already out of range, having jumped away in instinctive synchronization. The Yamanaka, still covered in the foreign seal markings, collapsed to the ground and began convulsing violently. No one moved for a few moments. After a full minute with no further explosion or change, the tension in the room eased marginally. Inoichi sighed, his face grim. As expected of Orochimaru, he wouldn't let his secrets leak that easily. Yoro merely nodded. The 2 of them began speaking in hushed tones, while Ren crouched near the fallen Yamanaka a few feet away. Quietly, he enhanced his vision with chakra and began inspecting the still active seal patterns. He didn't touch the man directly. Instead, he pulled a small stick from his belt and used it to carefully poke around the glowing seal lines. He rotated the man's limbs slightly, examined the neck, then used the stick to pry open the Yamanaka's mouth. Inside, on the tongue, a distinct mark was visible, one Ren hadn't seen before. At the sight of the mark, Inoichi's eyes sharpened. His expression hardened further, and he shot a glance at Yoro. Yoro, however, kept watching Ren with mild interest. Ren, unfazed, looked up from his inspection. Commander, can I study this one? Yora stared for a moment, then finally responded, only clones. I want regular reports. Ren gave a small nod. He wasn't going to study this one personally anyway. Without further comment, he created a shadow clone. The clone slung the convulsing Yamanaka onto its shoulder and exited to the underground facility, where Ren's other clones were already handling Funjutsu research. Inoichi observed this but didn't comment. He turned and gave a silent order to Ibiki, who moved to escort the remaining rogue Yamanaka away. Yora dismissed Ren and Shinashuk with a nod, and the two exited the command room without a word. Once the room was empty again except for the clan head and the commander, Inoichi broke the silence. Is it safe to let the boy handle such seals this early? He asked. Then, after a pause, added with emphasis, you should know better than me, that seal on the tongue wasn't Orochimaru. Yora remained quiet for a few moments. Then, he finally spoke. It's better if he learns about them now. Both Orochimaru and the one who made that seal will be Ren's enemies in the future. I'd rather he be prepared than caught off guard. Inoichi narrowed his eyes. Still, it's dangerous. That mark was dash. Yora cut him off. If it were up to me, I'd have ripped him to shreds already, he said flatly. But as long as the third's still in power, he won't allow it. He still thinks that man is a necessary evil. Inoichi's brow furrowed, then he sighed. If the fourth Hokage were alive, this wouldn't even be a discussion. We could have dealt with that cancer long ago. Yora scoffed quietly. The third is weak now. He was a different man during the war. Back then, he didn't hesitate. Now, he's grown sentimental. Every year, he's more reluctant. Keeps calling things a balance or a price worth paying. He leaned back slightly and added, a few more years like this, and having the third as Hokage might do more harm than good. Inoichi didn't argue. He fell silent for a few moments, then said, Shikaku had a talk with Fugaku Uchiha. Yora's eyes narrowed beneath his mask. Oh, he asked. End. Chapter 124, Yora's favorite hobby, employee abuse. Ren returned to his basement and immediately assigned 2 clones to begin working on analyzing the seal-covered Yamanaka. Though he had acted clueless during the earlier conversation, he already had his suspicions. Looks like Danzo really was supplying Orochimaru with subordinates and experimental subjects, he thought, watching the clones settle the body and begin the preliminary inspection. His brows furrowed slightly. Even Inoichi recognized that seal mark. That means the village isn't completely unaware of what's going on. So why hasn't anyone done anything? He considered the implications carefully. Could it be because Danzo hasn't touched any clan shinobi? No, knowing him, that's unlikely. His frown deepened. Then the only other explanation is Hiruzen. If he's actively suppressing matters related to Danzo, the clans wouldn't be able to push back, unless they want to openly challenge the Hokage. And nobody is ready to take that risk yet. He shook his head slightly and sighed. Well, it doesn't matter for now. I'll just focus on the seal mark. If I can figure it out, I'll be able to use Danzo's subordinates in the future more easily. Another idea came to mind, but he dismissed it. Not yet. He wasn't ready. For now, information was his best weapon. With that, he left the clones to their task and made his way to the trap room. His focus now was on continuing his training for hyperfocus. He had already cleared level 4, but he wasn't yet able to consciously enter the state. Based on his estimations, once he cleared level 6, he'd likely be able to access hyperfocus in dire moments, even if not freely at will, it would still be a significant improvement. It was all about familiarity, triggering both body and mind to recognize the rhythm of combat at that heightened state. Before starting the session, he opened the system panel and used the single Jonin level point he had received from the last A-rank mission. He invested it in strength, raising the stat from 63 to 64. As expected, with only 1 point added, there was no need to waste time adjusting to his new strength. The change was subtle enough to integrate naturally, allowing him to transition into training immediately. And so, the cycle continued. Ren trained daily. Missions came and went, most of them routine by now. He split his time efficiently between trap room combat simulation, weapon mastery, Funjutsu study, and direct combat missions under the guidance of the numbers. The clones in the basement focused on deciphering the seal and steadily pushed his Bukaijutsu mastery higher. Just like that, 2 more months passed. During the 2 months that passed, Ren completed mission after mission, accumulating 5 Jonin level points, 3 of which came from A-rank missions he had completed in the last month. As usual, Ren invested every point into his strength, raising it from 64 to 69, which also matched his current level. His strength stat had been the lowest of the bunch, so it made sense for it to be the focus. In just 1 month of working with Ambu, Ren's level had gone from mid-Jonin level to high Jonin level. However, he was fairly sure that once his level hit 70, the system would no longer reward him for B-rank missions. That meant A-rank missions would become his only reliable way to earn points. Fortunately, Yoru had finally started assigning him A-rank missions. The 3 A-rank assignments he had completed all came within the last month, but what had actually triggered Yoru's change of mind had happened a bit earlier. A month ago. That day was a rare one. All the numbers were present in the command base. Usually, 1 or 2 were out on missions, so this sort of gathering was almost unheard of. But Ren wasn't tense about it, far from it. He was quite relaxed since his training was going well, so he was casually waiting near the briefing room. The others? Not so much. They looked tense. So, like a good teammate, Ren turned to number 3 and asked, "Why are you guys so nervous?" He's asked us to gather like this before. 3 and the other numbers looked at him, as if he had just asked why ninjas use kunao. Didn't the commander tell you the reason for the gathering? 3 asked. Ren shook his head. Nope. He just told me to report to the training field after I handed in my report on the seal research. 3 sighed. You'll understand soon enough. A few seconds later, Yoru appeared with his usual blank mask and crisp tone. 1 come to the field. 1 visibly stiffened but moved forward without a word. He didn't question orders. None of them did. Ren leaned slightly toward 3 and whispered, trial combat? That's it. We used to do this kind of stuff with our Jonin sensei too. 3 gave him a flat look. This is not that. And she was right. A few minutes into the bout, Ren realized exactly why everyone looked like they were about to attend their own funerals. Yoru wasn't sparring. He was systematically breaking 1 down. Nothing 1 used was effective. Yoru either blocked it effortlessly or dodged it like he had seen the move days in advance. On the other hand, every single one of Yoru's attacks connected, and they didn't hold back. Shattered ribs, nearly dislocated shoulders, deep slashes, Yoru didn't stop. And neither did the medics, because they were standing to the side, waiting for a signal. A signal that only came when 1 was at the edge of death. 30 minutes of this went on. And then it was 2's turn. It didn't get better. 2 relied on Kenjutsu, but against someone like Yoru, it may as well have been stick fighting. His movements were read, countered, and punished without remorse. If 1 was methodically broken, 2 was demolished. Then came 3 and 4. The support types. Yoru, apparently, didn't give them any leeway either. In fact, Ren had a sneaking suspicion he was even harsher on them. Maybe he believed that support-type shinobi should be able to go offensive when the mission demanded it. That, or he just enjoyed watching them suffer. When 4 was finally thrown back and dragged to the medic nin, Ren saw the rest of the numbers sitting in the corner, groaning quietly like beaten dogs. Then came the inevitable. Yoru's voice rang out across the field. 5 come. The moment Ren stepped into the field, he didn't even get the chance to speak before a kunao whizzed past his head, thrown by Yoru without warning. As if that was the signal to begin, Ren reacted instantly. He shot forward, pulling out a long sword and a short sword from his belt, wielding both in tandem to create a flurry of unpredictable and intersecting attack patterns. His movements were sharp, erratic, and calculated to confuse and overwhelm. But Yoru barely moved. He dodged and countered effortlessly, his body adjusting with minimal motion, reading Ren's attacks before they landed. Then he began his counter-offensive, a relentless assault of precise strikes, mixing close combat attacks with sudden ranged weapons. It left Ren with only 1 option, evade. At one point, forced into a knee slide by a rapid combination of feints and kicks, Ren skidded across the field toward Yoru at breakneck speed. Thinking fast, he plunged his short sword into the ground, using it as a pivot point to launch himself upward in a mid-air dodge, just in time to avoid a low sweep from Yoru. While airborne, Ren twisted his body and slashed downward with the long sword, hoping to catch Yoru by surprise. But Yoru ducked under it cleanly. In the same motion, he drove a kunao directly into Ren's stomach, the force of the strike enhanced by a sudden twist that made it dig deeper. Then, without pause, Yoru kicked Ren away like a discarded object. Ren hit the ground and skidded backwards, coughing and gasping for air. Blood seeped through his uniform, and he immediately pulled the kunao out of his abdomen with gritted teeth. His hands glowed faintly as he began applying healing jutsu to heal and stabilize himself. But Yoru gave him no time. He closed the distance almost immediately and resumed the pressure. His attacks this time weren't just taijutsu, he was mixing in thrown weapons and chakra-enhanced palm strikes. With his stomach wound only partially healed, Ren's reactions were just a second slower, and that was enough. Blow after blow landed. A knee to the ribs, a slash across the shoulder, then, a full power punch to the face. Ren's umbu mask cracked under the force, the hardened ceramic splitting with a sharp noise. His body was flung back, spinning midair like a rag doll. But before he could crash into the dirt, Ren suddenly stopped midair. A snap echoed. His hand gripped his chakra-enhanced whip, now coiled tightly around Yoru's ankle, the tension in the line halting his momentum. Ren twisted in the air and dropped down to the ground on his feet, crouched, panting heavily but still fighting. Mask met mask and the whip tugged slightly in Ren's hand. The next exchange was about to begin. Yoru was clearly not the same as Orikimura's experiment, the one Ren had been able to engage in a tug-of-war of strength. This time, the difference in level was real. The moment Ren tried to initiate a contest of power by anchoring his whip around Yoru's leg, the response was instantaneous. Yoru's hands blurred into a seal sequence, and the ground beneath Ren suddenly turned to mud. Before Ren could even think of reacting, his footing vanished. He began to sink fast. He had no choice. If he didn't want to be swallowed by the jutsu, he had to release the whip. Gritting his teeth, Ren let it go and flickered away from the spot. But there was no pause. Yoru was already there. The two engaged again in an intense flurry of taijutsu, fist to fist, elbow to knee, counter after counter. Ren was fast, his reflexes razor sharp, and his attacks flowed together with practiced precision. But every time he struck, Yoru moved at the last possible moment, as if he already knew what Ren was going to do. Even when Ren changed angles at the last second, Yoru adjusted, always a half step ahead. But Ren didn't stop. Instead of getting discouraged, he pressed on harder. Eyes wide open, not blinking, scanning every muscle twitch, every shift in weight. He enhanced his hearing, picking up the faintest sounds, the rustle of clothes, the scrape of sandals against dirt. Unconsciously, he even began using the sensitive pores on his skin to feel the changes in the wind, in the air pressure around each movement. Then slowly, without even realizing it, Ren entered hyperfocus. His thoughts dimmed. His body moved with perfect mechanical flow. He no longer reacted, he anticipated. Every dodge, every step, every counter-strike was executed with cold, precise intention. Yoru noticed it immediately. The Ren standing in front of him now was no longer training, he was operating. Not just doing but thinking while doing. Still, Yoru didn't stop. He had a purpose for this trial, and he wasn't done yet. Minutes passed. Ren's eyes began to bleed. There was only a trickle at first. Then, his nose and ears too. Blood dripped down his face, his uniform already stained at the edges. But he didn't flinch. Not once. Instead, his focus sharpened even more. The entire world slowed down for him. Every breath Yoru took, every ripple in the fabric of his cloak, every tightening of muscle, Ren saw it all in perfect clarity. The movement patterns became readable. Yoru attacked but Ren moved with him in simultaneous motion. Ren attacked. Yoru countered. Back and forth. Their movements began to sync, like two dancers caught in an intricate pattern. For the first time in the fight, Ren was keeping up. Yoru gave a small nod to himself. This was what he wanted to see. It wasn't enough to master hyperfocus through theory or trap simulations. It needed blood, it needed urgency, and Ren had just crossed that line. But Yoru knew they couldn't continue for long. Ren was reaching his physical limit. Any more, and permanent damage was possible. Still, before ending the match, Yoru decided to push it just one more time. He launched a punch with 40% of his full strength, aimed straight at Ren's midsection. But this time, Ren blocked it. He met the punch with his own, the two fists colliding in a perfect clash of force and technique. Instead of being launched away, the two of them entered a brief deadlock, holding their ground. Yoru's eyes narrowed behind his mask. He used chakra-enhanced strength in this state. It was rare. Hyperfocus normally detached the user from precise chakra control techniques in the earlier stages, while once mastered hyperfocus actually helped those techniques, but Ren had managed to combine both instinct and chakra manipulation in perfect sync. He was progressing faster than expected. Yoru was impressed, but the fight had to end. Without hesitation, Yoru unleashed a follow-up punch, this time at 80% of his strength. Ren tried to react. His body shifted, chakra surged, but the gap was too wide. He barely cushioned the blow before being launched across the field, tumbling through the dirt, hitting the ground hard. He landed on his back, eyes wide open, staring up at the sky. Seconds passed. A faint twitch in his eye. Then, finally, he blinked, and that blink was the breaking of a dam. The accumulated stress on his brain, the bleeding, the strain of hyperfocus, all burst through at once. His body curled up as he gripped his head. And then, ah! A blood-curdling scream tore through the field. The others rushed over immediately. The combat trial was over. Chapter 125, I got punched into enlightenment. Ren's scream pierced through the otherwise silent Umbu training ground. The other four numbers, who had been nursing their injuries nearby, flinched. They had seen Ren fight hard before, but nothing like this, nothing that could drive him to such a visceral, agonized cry. Within seconds, the Umbu medical team stationed on the perimeter moved in. Two of them flickered to Ren's side, already activating diagnostic jutsu. The lead medic barked a sharp order, stabilize his vitals. Priority is cerebral hemorrhage risk. One of the medics pressed a glowing green palm over Ren's chest while the other placed 2 fingers on his forehead. Bleeding from the eyes, nose, and ears, classic symptom cluster, the medic muttered. Extreme neural strain. I'm reducing the pressure build-up now. Ren's body shook uncontrollably. His breathing was erratic, his teeth clenched so tightly it looked like his jaw might snap. Blood continued dripping from his nose and ears even as the medics worked. Yoru, still standing in the center of the field, observed without speaking. Number 3, Itsuki, walked toward him cautiously. Commander, she said quietly, isn't this a bit too much? His brain might shut down if you push him again like this. Yoru glanced at her slightly. A few months ago, she wouldn't have dared question him. But he didn't mind. In fact, he welcomed it. Growth wasn't only for Ren. He looked toward the cause of all this and replied in a neutral tone, if I didn't push him this far, he wouldn't have gotten the concept down. This is not a classroom. This is Umbu. Itsuki frowned but didn't argue. There was no point. Meanwhile, Ren's convulsions were easing. The bleeding had slowed, though it hadn't stopped entirely. The lead medic pulled a vial from his pouch, uncorked it, and gently poured a clear fluid into Ren's mouth. Neurological dampener, he explained. It'll shut down excess synaptic firing. A minute passed. Then another. Ren's body finally stilled. His chest rose and fell in steady, deep breaths. His eyes remained closed, but it was clear the immediate crisis had passed. Will he be okay? Asked number 2, who had silently walked over with 1 and 4. The lead medic nodded. He'll need a few hours. Maybe a day for full stabilization. His chakra network is intact. The brain isn't damaged, just overstimulated. Frankly, it's a miracle he stayed active that long. As if on cue, Ren's eyes snapped open and spoke, I feel like I died but even death couldn't contain my sheer brilliance, so it sent me back. The others deadpanned at Ren's words but speak more. Rem shot upright, sitting up with a gasp, clutching at his face. Ugh, my eyes hurt so much. The medic beside him barely dodged in time, falling on his rear. How the hell did he get up so fast? He muttered. No one answered. Ren rubbed his eyes, groaning in pain, and blinked rapidly before turning his head toward Yoru's general direction. Commander, what was that? Yoru responded coolly, that was a demonstration. Ren frowned, then winced from the movement. Demonstration of what? Of what your body and mind are capable of, Yoru said. Hyperfocus is a state very few shinobi ever enter. Even fewer learn to control it. You're almost there. But pushing it past your limit without preparation is suicide. Ren blinked, then glanced down at his hands. Wow, I haven't looked this yellow since my birth. Yoru replied without skipping a beat, you wouldn't and shouldn't know what you looked like at the time of your birth. There was a short pause before Ren asked, Boss man, can I use the hyperfocus now? I would have tested it, but my ears are still ringing and my eyes are stinging. You might be able to. You might not, Yoru replied as he waved the medics off. He continued, from what just happened, you should be able to guess how to achieve it now, right? Ren nodded. Yes. Aside from high reaction time, I need a massive quantity of information processed at breakneck speed. No blinking, enhanced hearing, scent analysis, skin pores open to feel air pressure shifts, everything feeding into one awareness loop. Exactly, Yoru said. In the end, it comes down to how much information your brain can process. Everyone has a natural limiter. Some have a higher one and they're called geniuses. Hyperfocus demands a state beyond even that, and that's just to access it. Yoru stepped forward, tone firm. To use it freely, you must remove your limiter entirely. So far, no method has worked for everyone. It's up to you to figure yours out. You can receive help, but the breakthrough must come from within. He continued, since we are on this topic, let me add one more reminder. When you encounter the Reikage in the future, don't underestimate his intelligence ever. The Reikage might look like a muscle-brained idiot, but that man has been using the hyperfocus for even longer than your age. Even I am not sure how much his brain could process, so be cautious. Ren took this in, nodding slowly. Though he wasn't really encountering the Reikage right now, it was still good to have that warning. He glanced around, squinting slightly. Then he blinked and suddenly frowned. Wait a second, Commander, you broke my sunglasses. Those were my favorite pair. Before Yoru could respond, Ren raised a hand and caught something midair. It was one of the shattered arms of the sunglasses. Geez, Commander, Ren muttered, still holding the piece. You get angry so easily. Not wanting to push his luck, he quickly changed the topic. So, you can use hyperfocus too, right? Yoru nodded. Mine is still basic, but it was enough to overpower you. That should tell you how far you still have to go. Ren nodded again, this time more thoughtfully. Yoru looked around, seeing the medics had cleared out and the other numbers were beginning to rise to their feet. All right, Yoru said. Disperse. With that, he flickered away, vanishing into the shadows of the base. The other numbers slowly began to leave as well, tossing glances at Ren, some curious, some impressed, some concerned. 3 lingered the longest, but eventually, even she turned away. Ren was the last one remaining in the field. He reached for his cracked mask, now lying a few feet away, and picked it up. He looked at the broken piece in his hand again and smiled faintly. Almost there, he whispered to himself, then turned to walk off the field. Once Ren was inside his rest quarters, he immediately collapsed onto his bed, sinking into it with a deep sigh. Intelligence should be the stat that helps the most with hyperfocus, he thought as he closed his eyes. Once I hit 70 points in strength, I'll start investing any points I get into intelligence. As he idly opened the system interface to check his progress, he noticed a blinking notification. Curious, he raised a brow. What warrants a reward? Oh great system. A message popped up. Congratulations, user, for achieving your first S-rank stat. Huh. Ren muttered as he quickly flipped over to the stats page. His eyes widened in surprise when he saw it. VIT, 80. A genuine smile spread across his face. Looks like constantly nourishing my body with yang chakra and the heavy healing I received after that fight with Yoru stimulated my vitality enough to push it through the 80-point threshold. My first S-rank stat, huh. He opened the system reward. Just like when he'd crossed major thresholds in the past, he received free bonus points. This time, however, they were special. Reward, 2 S-rank level points. He considered his options for a moment. Previously, increasing vitality raised my chakra stat passively. Let's try that again. He placed both points into vitality. VIT plus 2 rightward arrow VIT, 82. Cha plus 1 rightward arrow Cha, 80. There were no immediate physical changes, but Ren knew from experience that the system increased chakra gradually, not instantly. As expected, over the following weeks, he noticed a clear rise in his chakra, not only in quantity but also in quality. His jutsus had grown stronger, more efficient, and more stable. Present day. The match with Yoru had brought Ren many benefits. He tried to request another match after fully recovering, but Yoru always refused. TCH figures, Ren thought, recalling the flat no he got every time. Still, he couldn't deny the results. He opened his stats panel to review his current state. Strength, 69, 64 rightward arrow 69. Agility, 75, 70 rightward arrow 75. Intelligence, 72, 71 rightward arrow 72. Vitality, 83, 79 rightward arrow 83. Chakra, 80, 79 rightward arrow 80. Vitality had gone up by another point since the last time he checked, no doubt due to his continued use of Yang Chakra for healing and reinforcement. Chakra hadn't moved yet, but he wasn't disappointed. There were still 10 days left before his 11th birthday, and his chakra level was already comparable to that of an S-rank ninja. Getting up and stretching his limbs, Ren left his quarters and made his way toward Yora's office. Normally, after a mission, a number would arrive with his next assignment within 12 hours. It had now been 16. That meant it was time for a manual check-in. This wasn't unusual. According to Umbu protocol, if 12 hours passed without an update or mission reassignment, Ren had to wait an additional 4 hours. If no number came even after that, he was expected to report to the commander's office directly to collect his next mission. He was used to it by now. Still, as he walked the stone corridors of the Umbu command base, his mind wandered slightly. 10 days until I turn 11, and I'm already pushing top-tier Jonin in stats. I wonder how long it'll take before I push into cage territory. He smirked slightly at the thought. His pace didn't slow. He had work to do. Time to see what Yora had planned next. Ren knocked on the office door, and after receiving Yora's signal, he stepped inside. Yora was seated at his desk, going over what looked like mission reports. Ren, understanding his commander's mood well by now, remained silent and stood at ease. 10 minutes passed before Yora finally looked up and spoke. We'll be leaving for a mission in 10 minutes. Get ready. Ren blinked, slightly surprised. We're going on a mission together, boss. Yora gave a short nod and began explaining. A prison belonging to the Cloud Village, located in Frost Country, was recently breached. Several prisoners escaped. Officially, Kumo claims they've contained the breach, but 6A level rogue shinobi managed to get out. Ren scoffed. Couldn't they at least make the cover story sound believable? Not even an academy kid would buy that this wasn't intentional. Yora didn't disagree. We've confirmed through our operatives that the breach was indeed orchestrated by Kumo. However, they're trying to avoid international backlash, so they only released 6. Out of those, 1 has already been killed near the border. The remaining 5 have regrouped and are currently in hiding. Their general location has been identified. Our mission is to find and eliminate them before they go too deep into the land of fire. Ren nodded, then asked, but why are you coming along? Are any of them considered S-rank? Yora's tone turned a notch more serious. There's an 80% chance that Kumo's new head ninja is leading the escapees. He's not a full-fledged S-rank, but strong enough that no Jonin would be able to handle him. If he shows up, I'll handle him. Otherwise, this mission is yours. Ren's eyes narrowed slightly, then lit up with a glint of interest. You're letting me handle all 5. You'll deal with the A-rank rogues on your own, Yora confirmed. And for this mission, you're not allowed to use shadow clones. Consider it an opportunity to push your hyperfocus to the next level. Use this chance wisely. Ren grinned, excitement clear in his expression. His hyperfocus had been progressing well in the past month. 1 more solid experience and he'd be able to initiate the state at will. He couldn't use it freely just yet, but the day when he could might not be far off. Yora stood up and began sealing up the documents on his table. This is your first official S-rank mission in the Umbu, he added. Do well. Ren nodded sharply. Understood. With that, he turned and left the room, already preparing mentally for what was ahead. The thought ran through his head as he moved through the hallway. My second S-rank mission. The first was in the Land of Iron. This one might not be as high profile, but the rewards should be worth it. S-rank system points were rare. Even one of those would be a solid win. And with the chance to fight multiple strong opponents and push his limits, Ren couldn't ask for a better opportunity. 10 minutes to departure. Time to get ready. Chapter 126, Operation Soft Launch, Part 1, Rated S for Subtle Flex. Once back in his room at the command base, Ren began donning his full gear. This mission was different. It would be the first time he was heading out directly under Yora's command. He decided the occasion warranted wearing his full uniform. This wasn't the standard Umbu uniform he usually wore during missions with the numbers animal squads. Instead, it was the specialized uniform exclusive to the commander's squad, a perk of being one of the elite numbers. The uniform was a sleek black armor lined with crimson markings that ran across the arms, chest, and legs. He strapped on reinforced bracers over his forearms and thighs, then slipped on tight-fitted black gloves. Instead of the sandals which were the part of the uniform, he had custom boots made for this uniform. He'd specifically requested them because, in his words, wearing sandals with this armor would be like wearing loafers with a tuxedo. Once dressed, Ren began equipping his tools. He secured his storage belt, which included a utility pouch filled with kunao, shuriken, senbon, and explosive tags. His whip, which had become a regular weapon of choice lately, was coiled just above his belt. The armor also had a sheath for a long sword, which he filled, even though he wasn't a fan of swordplay. Still, he had trained extensively in it, so he took one. It definitely wasn't because it looked cooler that way, he reassured himself. Satisfied with the gear, he attached the final piece, a sleek black cloak draped over his shoulders and falling just above his knees. The cloak was not just for show, it was fire-resistant and made from reinforced material that resisted tearing. Having drawn several sealing formations into both the armor and cloak himself over the ones that were already available, Ren was proud of the complete set. He gave himself a once-over in the mirror and nodded slightly in satisfaction. If this uniform wasn't so flashy, he would be wearing this uniform on daily basis, but that's not good too. Such uniform should only be worn occasionally. Finally, he picked up his numbered umbu mask, placed it over his face, pulled up his hood, and left for Yora's office. When he arrived, he saw Yora had already donned his full uniform as well. Ren clicked his tongue and muttered, "Boss man, your armor looks even cooler than mine. Can I have one like that?" Yora's armor, while similar in structure, was deep maroon with elegant golden lines etched across the plates, giving it a regal and intimidating appearance, almost like something out of a high-end fantasy game. Without even looking up, Yora responded dryly, "Become the umbu commander, and it'll be yours." Ren didn't even hesitate before refusing. "Nah, you've got way too much paperwork. Every time I see you, you're buried in reports. I want a position where I can chill, maybe roam around the world. Being commander looks like a job for a hardcore workaholic." Yoro, leading him toward one of the secret passageways to the Hokage's office, replied without turning back, "We'll see about that. Until you've reached cage-level power, you're not qualified to wander around freely." Ren muttered under his breath, maybe 15 to 20 years later, yeah, not entirely disagreeing with him. Soon, they arrived outside the Hokage's office. After waiting a moment for the signal, both of them flickered inside. Hiruzen looked up from his desk and gave a rare, amused smile when he saw the two of them in full gear. He walked over to Ren, reached out, and pulled the hood back from Ren's head. "No need for the hood on this mission," he said with a smile. "Show off that hair while on the mission and while you still have it." Ren blinked and rubbed his blue hair, slightly confused. Is the old man just cursing my future hairline? Hiruzen didn't say much else. He gave Yoru a nod and simply instructed, "Complete the mission and return quickly." Both of them nodded, and without another word, flickered out of the room. Left alone in the office, Hiruzen stood by the window, gazing out at the village. Let's see how the others react to the boy's debut performance under Yoru, he thought, a faint smile appearing on his face. I wonder what kind of nickname they'll give him. Hopefully something decent. Wouldn't want something like Blue Demon or worse. He chuckled softly, oh well, even if he's a demon to the rest of the world, for the leaf, he'll always be the son of the blue butterfly, our azure dragon. Satisfied with that thought, the Hokage nodded to himself. Not now, but soon, a fitting name will help build his legacy. I should start considering some options. Ren and Yora departed from the Hidden Leaf Village in silence, slipping out through one of the underground umbu routes that connected the village to several hidden exit points beyond the outer patrol range. Not a single soul noticed their departure, as expected of the commander of the umbu and his subordinate from the numbers. The coming and going of the umbu, especially the commander himself, was never meant to be known to the public or even most of the shinobi forces. Their existence operated in the silence between words, in the gaps between shadows. As the two continued to travel down one of the winding, forested shadow paths that bypassed the main roads, Ren adjusted his cloak slightly and asked, "Commander, why did Gramps want me to show off my hair today? It's not like he's usually into fashion statements. Are we letting one or two of them go on purpose? To spread the word?" His tone wasn't sarcastic or even all that curious, just thoughtful. He wasn't entirely against his name being known in the broader shinobi world, but even he found it a little early. He wasn't even 11 yet. Wouldn't putting him in the spotlight now just bring unnecessary heat? Other villages wouldn't stay idle if they knew a child with near jonin or higher capabilities was growing up in Konoha. They'd come for him the way predators hunted prey, fast and without warning. Yoru responded without looking back or breaking his pace. No, all of the escapees are to be eliminated. Every single one. This plan is only applicable in case the head ninja of Kumo is with them. If he is, I'll personally step in and disable him. He won't die, but he'll never return to active shinobi service either. I'll make sure of that. Then we'll let him crawl back to Kumo. That will be your formal debut in the wider shinobi world. Ren narrowed his eyes behind the mask. So, if he lives, he becomes the messenger. Yoru nodded. And if he dies, then we wait for another opportunity. Ren frowned. Isn't this all a bit premature? I mean, I get wanting to flex a little after the Chunin exams, but this feels like poking a beehive. I'm not even 11 yet. If the other villages think I'm a threat, they'll start moving. No. Yoru finally turned his head slightly to glance at him. If this was before the Chunin exams, we would have gone with Itachi Uchiha instead. He was the original plan. Let him be the public genius, let you grow quietly in the background. You were going to be the hidden dagger, the trump card. Ren was silent as Yoru continued. But the moment you walked out of that arena in the final match, plans changed. You turned too many heads. The Tsuchikage, in particular, became interested. Far too interested. He already sold the footage and descriptions of your match to several other villages, including the ones who didn't attend the exams. The Tsuchikage was interested, that made the others restless. They started sending more spies, seeking more intel. Of course, we let some of them poke around and eliminated others to balance the flow, but there's a limit to how long we can play that game. Yora's voice was calm, measured. The more spies we take out, the more attention we draw. And if we push too hard, our own agents stationed abroad will come under risk. This mission to the Land of Frost presented an opportunity. We're calling it a soft launch. A controlled introduction of you? Ren tilted his head slightly. So, we show enough to make them cautious but not so much that they feel pressured to act immediately. Not exactly, Yoru confirmed. If the head ninja of Kumo makes it back, the other villages will see that 5 A-rank rogues, battle-hardened criminals were taken out by you. Alone. That forces them to re-evaluate. If they want to take you out, they'll know a standard Jonin squad won't cut it. They'll need an S-rank shinobi and a couple of elites. No village will want to expend that kind of resource right now, not when they're uncertain of your full power. That buys us time. Ren nodded slowly, letting it sink in. The bigger picture was coming together now. So the goal is to control the narrative before they create one of their own. Correct, Yora said. And with this, we kill two birds with one stone. You get the pressure and motivation to reach S-rank before they decide it's time to act, and they stay wary enough not to act too soon. Ren looked ahead, thoughtful. These people really think 10 steps ahead. They probably even have countermeasures in place in case things go sideways, if the head ninja doesn't show, or if he dies before making it back. There's always a backup plan. Still, his fingers brushed the scroll pouch tied near his belt. Well, even if the plan fails, and the villages attack prematurely, I have a way to survive. As long as the butterflies are active, I can reverse summon out of danger. That much is guaranteed. Yora's voice cut into his thoughts again, sharp and clear. Try not to use your wind mastery unless absolutely necessary. Since the Tsuchikage sold your abilities based on what you showed the Chunin exams and the information we allowed to leak, you're a Taijutsu-focused shinobi with basic ninjutsu capability. If you can win this fight with Taijutsu and a few simple jutsu, that cements the idea that your strengths are physical. Your wind style, and your true capabilities stay hidden. Ren agreed instantly. Got it. That way, if I ever run into someone who's seen my record, they'll underestimate my ninjutsu. Yoru nodded. Exactly. Which other element are you confident in? Ren paused briefly and ran a mental glance through his system's panels. Earth release, advanced. Fire release, intermediate. Lightning release, basic. He answered, fire. I've been practicing it more actively lately. Good, Yora said. Then from now on, publicly, you're a Taijutsu specialist who uses fire style for ranged combat and crowd control. Lean into it. Overplay it if necessary. The more they buy into the role, the more effective your real strengths will be when they come into play. Ren gave a small nod. 5-star strategy service. You even picked my fake specialty for me. If this was a mission subscription model, I'd be paying monthly. Yara didn't laugh, but his tone shifted slightly. If I knew your real trump cards, I might have forbidden them entirely. Good thing you don't then, Ren thought, lips twitching beneath his mask. He thought back to the recent work his clones had completed and thought, I'll never let anyone know that, no matter who it is, and would only use it in case my reverse summon fails too, otherwise that would always stay hidden. With the tactical discussion over, the two of them picked up speed. From here, they'd reach the land of frost within half a day. They avoided roads entirely, sticking to cliff trails, dense forests, and shadowed ravines known only to the Umbu. Travel was silent, disciplined, with neither of them wasting time or energy on small talk. Chapter 127, Operation Soft Launch, Part 2, 5 rogues, 2 corpses, 0 sound. It didn't take long for the two of them to reach the general mission location. Traveling without breaks, they moved through forests and over ridges, avoiding roads entirely. The land of frost, like the land of iron, was blanketed in thick snow. A stark white canvas stretched in all directions, snow-covered trees, frozen rivers, and rolling hills hidden beneath layers of frost. The landscape was beautiful but deceptive. Beneath that peaceful facade was their target. Clad in their standard black Umbu gear, the two of them would have stood out immediately in this winter terrain, so they halted in a shaded forest hollow. The trees still offered some cover, and the scattered shadows gave them a place to regroup before beginning their next move. Yara broke the silence first. Summon your butterflies. Have them locate the targets. Ren glanced at him, one brow rising behind his mask. You know about the butterflies. He wasn't too surprised, but still mildly annoyed. How does this man know everything? Yora replied flatly, hard not to. A sudden surge in butterfly activity like that doesn't go unnoticed. If someone with the right connections spotted it, they'd immediately know the butterfly summon was reactivated. And if they were smart, they'd assume it was someone from Konoha. Ren nodded slowly. That made sense. He summoned a slightly more powerful butterfly with a discreet hand seal and gave it a simple directive. Cho did mention they had nearly 70% coverage during my mother's time, Ren said, watching the summoned butterfly prepare to depart. If the network suddenly reactivates, it's bound to get noticed. I'll talk to her. Ask her to be more discreet when we operate outside the village. Yoro nodded in approval. Do that. Right now, the activity is suppressed. But once you hit 40% reactivation, the village will start expecting you to share intel, especially with your current Umbu role. You should know, your mother's butterfly network used to be one of the 4 pillars of Konoha's intelligence system. Ren's eyes narrowed slightly. 4 pillars. Yoro explained calmly, yes. There's the agent network, which reports to the Jonin commander. Then Jiraiya's Toad network, which spans internationally. The Umbu's own internal intel operations, which I oversee. And the 4th, your mother's butterflies. In terms of raw coverage and inconspicuous movement, her network was the strongest. After she died, that entire support pillar collapsed, and we've been trying to cover the gap ever since. Ren nodded again, thoughtful. So once the butterflies are fully active again, that support network will be re-established. He didn't particularly mind. If they wanted to access butterfly intel, they'd have to go through him. That gave him control over what was shared and what was not, which gave him a tactical advantage. As the summoned butterfly took off, flitting away into the frozen forest, Ren turned back to Yoro. Commander, do we know anything about the rogues that escaped? Or are we going in blind? Yoro didn't answer with words this time. Instead, he tossed Ren a small black notebook, leather-bound, worn at the edges. The bingo book. Ren flipped through it and saw that several pages had been bookmarked. He stopped at the first one. Makara, the lightning blade. Former cloud hunter nin. High-level Kenjutsu specialist. Known for precise, ambush-style assassinations. Master of lightning release, especially for speed enhancement and paralysis. Yuka the Wraith. A former mist shinobi now hiding in the land of lightning. Genjutsu expert. Uses fog-based sensory disruption. Capable of concealing entire teams within perception-based jutsu. Kankuro of the Iron Knuckles. Ex-cloud shinobi. Pure taijutsu brawler. Reinforces his fists and arms with earth release. Known to suffer from an unstable chakra network, resulting in erratic bursts of strength and aggression. Shiba the Wallwalker. Former Iwagakuer ninja. Elite in stealth and mobility. Moves across terrain almost undetectable. Dual dagger style. Reportedly unmatched among Jonin for terrain infiltration. Renji the Leech. Rogue medical nin. Abandoned the hidden cloud years ago. Uses parasite-based healing. Extremely durable with a pseudo-regenerative body. Has been seen regrowing lost limbs over time using the life force of his opponents. Ren closed the book slowly, frowning. Commander, are we sure these guys aren't trained together? This looks like a coordinated strike team. You've got a close-range dealer, a crowd controller, a tank, an assassin, and a healer too. That's a full party setup. The only thing they are missing is probably a censor, which might have been the sixth member you mentioned, the one who had been killed. Yoro didn't respond right away. After a pause, he said, whether they are trained operatives or just a bunch of misfits thrown together, it doesn't matter. Our objective is the same, eliminate all of them. Ren raised an eyebrow. Even if they're elite Jonin level as individuals and fighting as a team. Yoro finally looked over at him. Yes, that means more pressure. And more pressure means progress. Ren sighed inwardly. This guy really has a one-track mind when it comes to pushing my limits. He'd throw me into a pit of dragons if it meant mastering hyperfocus faster. Still, he couldn't deny he was excited. He hadn't had a chance to fight so many powerful opponents at once. The opportunity to test his skill against a real elite-level team, even under danger, was something he wouldn't pass up. Since the number of butterflies available in the frosty region was low, Ren had no choice but to wait. Nearly 2 hours passed before the butterfly he had sent finally returned, fluttering down silently beside him and transmitting the information it had gathered. Ren stood up and quickly relayed the findings to Yoro. They've set up a full camp inside an abandoned outpost near the forest edge, roughly 6 kilometers from our current position. Flat terrain, little cover, but the camp sits on high ground. From what the butterfly saw, they've established a perimeter and posted watchers. It's like they know someone's coming and they're just waiting for it. Yoro gave a slow nod, his expression as unreadable as ever. Expected. Do they seem organized? Ren confirmed with a nod. Very. They've been rotating shifts every few minutes and appear to have divided responsibilities among themselves. This isn't just a group of scattered fugitives, they're acting more like a coordinated platoon. Then, Yoro said flatly, you'll be fighting your first platoon. Ren blinked, but didn't respond. Before he could ask further, Yoro continued, any signs of the head ninja? Ren shook his head. The butterfly only saw 5 people, 4 men, and a woman. Based on appearances and chakra signatures, they're most likely the targets listed in the bingo book. But no trace of the Kumo head ninja. Then we proceed under the assumption that he isn't present. The rest of the mission falls to you, Yoro declared. From this moment forward, you are the sole Umbu operative assigned. I will not intervene unless the head ninja arrives. With that, Yoro's figure vanished. Ren didn't bother searching for him, he knew it would be a waste of time. Instead, he turned to the butterfly still fluttering nearby. He gently rubbed its wings, whispering, well then, let's go, little friend. If this is going to be my debut performance, I might as well make it a bit spectacular. The butterfly darted ahead, and Ren followed. The terrain gradually shifted as they moved forward. The snow remained, but it grew patchier, stuck more to the treetops than the ground. The incline steepened subtly, rocks began to jut out from beneath the snow, and the trees grew taller and denser. Ren kept his pace steady, his eyes constantly scanning. According to the map, they were entering the border region of the Land of Frost. Makes sense, Ren thought. Sparse population, low patrol activity, it's an ideal place to hide. Roughly 10 more minutes passed before the atmosphere changed again. A thin mist began to gather across the forest floor. At first, it was barely noticeable, but it soon thickened. A faint fog crept in, swirling unnaturally around the trees and clinging low to the ground. Ren slowed down. The fog continued to thicken, and suddenly, the butterfly stopped mid-flight. Its wings twitched erratically, and it dropped toward the ground. Ren caught it carefully in his hand, sighing softly. I guess that's the limit of your tolerance. He sat briefly to heal the small summon, feeding a pulse of chakra into its tiny frame. As expected, the fog was laced with a low-grade toxin, nothing fatal, but enough to induce hallucinations and mild paralysis over time. It wouldn't have much effect on him, but to something as small as a butterfly, it was debilitating. Once healed, the butterfly vanished in a puff of smoke, and Ren pressed onward. Despite the growing toxicity, Ren moved through the mist without difficulty. Continuous strengthening of his body through yang chakra had made his immune system resistant to many types of poison. He had even tested various poisons from the Umbu archives during training and found he was fully immune to about 30% of them and highly resistant to another 20%. If I push further, I might achieve full immunity soon, he thought, ducking beneath a branch and pushing forward. To improve his vision, he enhanced his eyes with chakra. The fog dispersed slightly in his vision, revealing clearer outlines of the terrain and trees. Though the chakra enhancement was nothing like Sharinon or the Byakugan, it at least allowed for a slightly better vision in thick fog or dark environment. He moved through the white silence with calculated precision until the butterfly's earlier direction finally made sense. A small rise in the terrain indicated he was nearing the reported camp. And then, he saw it. From the cover of a snow-dusted pine tree, Ren crouched and observed the outpost. Unlike the misty, fog-covered woods surrounding it, the area around the outpost was clear, suspiciously clear. A perimeter had been cleared, revealing the old wooden walls and stone foundation of the abandoned border camp. There wasn't a single trap in sight. No explosive tags, no hidden wires, no seal indicators. It's wide open, he noted. Too clean. He waited. Minutes passed. Then more. Still, he felt no immediate danger. But he wasn't about to walk into a potential trap just because the surface seemed calm. One of the targets, Kankuro, was currently on patrol. The man fit the description from the bingo book perfectly, a hulking figure with broad shoulders, tan skin, and iron knuckles strapped to each hand. He didn't look like a shinobi so much as a street brawler. Every few minutes, he would stump into the snow and release a burst of chakra, as if using it to shake the environment for disturbances. Ren watched silently. Then came Renji, the so-called leech. The rogue medical nin was grotesque. His movements were twitchy, hunched, unnatural. Every few minutes, he scanned the area, sniffing the air like a predator. Despite his unsettling appearance, he had sharp awareness and highly attuned senses. Makaro, who appeared later, was clearly the leader. His posture was straighter, movements precise, and he spent more time checking the surroundings and giving brief, silent orders. His demeanor screamed experience, and his chakra level was the highest of the 5, he was level 78. For the next 3 hours, Ren remained in place, observing, gathering patterns. Shift changes occurred every 20 to 30 minutes. None of them stayed on patrol for more than a half hour. Yuka never appeared outside the camp, likely she was controlling the poison-based fog from within. Shiba showed up once, flitting between rooftops with the grace of a true stealth specialist. All 5 were accounted for. Eventually, Ren leaned back against the tree trunk. The rest are solid elite jonin, between level 70 and 75, but Makaru's the one I'll have to watch closely. He exhaled quietly, eyes narrowing. But that Renji guy, even though he has the least level with level 73, there's something off about him. Something not normal. Even though Makaro was the strongest in raw power, Renji gave off a different kind of threat. It wasn't in his level, it was in how he moved, how he acted, and how his chakra pulsed irregularly, as though his entire body was a living experiment. Too dangerous to leave him for later, Ren decided. Even though he wanted to push himself, it wasn't to that extent that he would risk an uncertain element that could potentially result in death. He adjusted his mask, crouched lower, and waited. Let's deal with the experiment first. Even though I am somewhat interested in his healing abilities, it isn't to the extent that I would let him live. Renji's shift was due to begin again, and that's when Ren would strike. A short distance away from the clearing soon to erupt in chaos, stood Yoro, hidden perfectly in the shadows. Not a sound marked his presence. Not even a shift in the air. It was as if he wasn't there at all. At his feet lay 2 bodies, motionless and silent. They wore modified Umbu uniforms, similar in cut but bearing subtle differences in fabric and marking. Most telling of all were the tattoos on their shoulders, the emblem of root. Yoro's gaze drifted over them for only a moment before he turned his eyes back toward the clearing, to the lone figure crouched in the trees, Ren, poised and waiting. A low murmur escaped him, no louder than a breath carried by the wind. You won't succeed this time, Danzo. His tone was quiet, not angry, not cold but extremely calm. But the atmosphere around him shifted dangerously, colder than the frost-covered forest that surrounded them. There was a pause, the briefest hesitation in thought. And if Hiruzen keeps getting in the way. He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. The words were left hanging, unfinished, yet complete in implication. Then, like a shadow fading with the light, Yoro vanished once again, leaving behind only silence and the bodies cooling in the snow. Chapter 128, Operation Soft Launch, Part 3, How to Humble 4 Killers and Still Get Stabbed. Warning, there is a bit of gore in this chapter, just a quick bit, but it's still there, so for those who don't like that I'm telling you in advance and I'll also mark it. Ren remained crouched on the thick tree branch, completely focused, unaware of the events unfolding a little distance away in the shadows. His gaze never left the patrol route, and soon enough, it was Renji's turn again. The hunched, pale man was already on the move, patrolling the outer edges of the camp with his usual jerky movements. That was Ren's cue. He rose from his crouch, stretching his limbs quietly. For this fight, his primary focus would be taijutsu, with fire release as backup. It would be more than enough to handle the remaining 4 once Renji was out of the picture. Something about that man set off every internal warning bell Ren had. He couldn't shake it. Renji wasn't just another rogue. He had to go first. Drawing the long sword from the sheath strapped across his back, Ren gave it a few testing swings. His muscles adjusted quickly. Then, he took a deep breath and began to unlock the 8 gates. First gate. second gate, third gate. Finally, the fourth. It had taken time, effort, and mastery of Yang release and Funjutsu to reach this point. The fourth gate, located in the lumbar region, granted a massive boost to speed, but came at a cost. Whenever the fourth gate was used, it could cause internal bleeding and severe muscle tearing. To prevent that, Ren continuously infused his lower back and thigh muscles with Yang chakra to heal and reinforce them. He had also applied specially crafted reinforcement seals to reduce the strain on his spine and tendons. Connecting these seals to the existing network had been difficult, especially since the network now stretched from his forehead down to his thighs in a coiling, intricate pattern. But with intermediate level Funjutsu, he had managed it. The moment the fourth gate opened, Ren's chakra surged violently, too much to be contained within his body. Energy radiated off of him like visible heat waves. Despite numerous attempts in training, he had never been able to keep all that power inside. As soon as that power manifested, Renji snapped his head in Ren's direction, eyes wide. Enemy attack. Those were his last words. Ren moved. Gore. With a burst of speed granted by the fourth gate, his figure blurred, vanishing entirely from sight and reappeared right above Renji. Twisting midair, Ren brought his sword down in a powerful spinning arc. The blade connected with Renji's head, splitting the man clean in half before he even had time to react. The two halves dropped lifelessly to the snow-covered earth. Over. Ren landed softly, immediately closing the gates and leaping backward just in time as a barrage of kunao clattered into the ground where he had stood only a moment ago. A dagger came for his neck, forcing him to bend back unnaturally and slide to the side. Then came a massive punch, shattering the earth near his position. Before he could counter, a flash of light sparked above him. Ren barely raised his sword in time to block a lightning-clad blade aimed for his skull. Steel clashed. Sparks flew. Ren didn't hesitate. He abandoned the sword mid-lock and jumped backward, creating distance between him and the attackers. He now faced four figures, each one poised and ready. They had responded with frightening speed and perfect coordination. Their movements weren't the result of panic or chaos. No, they were trained. Experienced. This was no ragtag group of fugitives. Across the clearing, Kankuro cracked his knuckles and scowled. Makara, this isn't Kakashi Hatake, he grunted. The four regrouped quickly. Shiba, the quiet assassin, muttered with growing suspicion, did that bastard Raken play us again? I told you, if he double-crossed us again, I'd gut him myself. Yuka, her voice playful and laced with a teasing edge, giggled as she eyed Ren. Kakashi's gotten younger? Or did I just find myself a better catch? She winked. Big sis likes em small and fast. Makara snapped. Shut up, all of you. He's more dangerous than Kakashi Hatake's Umbu squad. Look at the stars on his dash dot. Before he could complete his words, Ren vanished again. In a blink, he was behind Yuka, fist drawn back and glowing with concentrated chakra. Echo knuckle. The punch was designed to hit normally and then unleash a delayed chakra burst which was ideal for disorienting targets. But before it could connect, Kankuro stepped in. The large brawler intercepted the attack with his iron-knuckled fist. For a moment, it looked like he had successfully blocked the blow. Kankuro sneered. Then a harsh crack echoed out. Ken's knuckles fractured, then shattered, as the delayed impact activated. His entire right hand twisted unnaturally. He dropped to his knees, howling in pain. He didn't get to finish. Ren's boot slammed into Kankuro's face, launching the massive man across the clearing. His body crashed through two tree trunks before vanishing into the misty forest beyond. Ren stood calmly, assessing the remaining three. Makara's blade crackled with lightning. Yuka no longer wore a playful expression. Shiba crouched low, daggers ready. Their formation tightened. The real fight had begun. Before Ren could make his next move, Makara quickly barked out an order to his team, his eyes locked on the five-pointed mask Ren wore. Those stars, Raken warned me, he said sharply. Konoha's Umbu has a secret unit under their commander, the numbers. Be cautious. The numbers never act alone. Someone's lying in ambush. Ren raised an eyebrow behind his mask. The numbers don't act alone, but I am alone. Would they believe me if I just kept hanging around, he thought, then shrugged mentally. Well, not my problem if they overthink themselves into a hole. Without any further delay, he blurred forward and launched a flurry of chakra-enhanced attacks, fists coated with tightly compressed chakra. Every punch left a crackling shockwave in its wake, the ground beneath his feet shattering under the force of his movements. Makara moved first to counter, lightning coating his blade as he parried the incoming strike. The blow still sent a jolt down his arm. Yuka was next, spinning in from the side to strike with an open palm strike. Ren blocked her easily and countered with a swift roundhouse that sent her skidding backward. Shiba appeared from behind Ren in a flicker, dagger aimed for his kidney, but Ren twisted unnaturally and slammed an elbow into his ribs, sending him reeling. Each strike was devastating in its force, and the terrain around them began to collapse under the pressure. Craters formed in the snow, trees cracked and fell, rocks splintered. The outpost, though still in the distance, groaned under the tremors of their clash. Forced back and momentarily scattered, the four regrouped, keeping a measured distance. Their faces were grim now, no more jokes, no more flirting. But Ren simply exhaled slowly. They're tough, especially Makaro, but this isn't pushing me enough. He flexed his fingers and took a deep breath. The chakra-enhanced attacks had served their purpose to unbalance and measure the opponent, but now it was time to switch gears. I guess it's time I begin my hyper-focus training, he thought. He relaxed his shoulders and straightened his back. Then, he raised his voice slightly, casual but deliberate. Is this all? The infamous cloud rogues and you can't even keep up with one guy? Disappointing. Makoru's eyes narrowed. Yuka hissed through her teeth, cocky little dash. Enough, Makoru barked, then looked at the others. Don't let your emotions take over. Engage. They came at him together this time. And Ren didn't attack. Instead, he began to move fluidly, deliberately, and defensively. Makoru led the charge, his blade sparking with electricity as he slashed in fast arcs, aiming for vital spots. Each movement was precise, aiming to overwhelm Ren with deadly efficiency. Ren ducked, twisted, and slid out of range, his footwork immaculate. Yuka came in low, sweeping for Ren's legs. He hopped over her and flipped backward, landing just in time to avoid a dagger strike from Shiba who had appeared above him. Ren twisted midair, palm striking the dagger's hilt and redirecting it just enough for it to miss. Then came the roar. Kankuro. The brawler charged out from the tree line, blood running from his nose, his knuckles bound with fresh tape. You little bastard, I'm going to turn your spine into a roll and eat it. Ren smirked under his mask. Welcome back. Kankuro swung wide and heavy in a classic brawler form. Ren ducked beneath it and landed a sharp strike into Kankuro's exposed ribs, earning a grunt of pain, before slipping away between Makoru and Yuka. They pursued him relentlessly now and still, Ren didn't strike back. He focused entirely on evasion and counters. His breath steadied. His eyes blinked less. His hearing sharpened, catching the faintest rustles of movement. The air pressure changes on his skin started registering as cues, alerting him to Shiba's angles of approach. He was beginning to sync with the rhythm. He could feel it. Makoru slashed horizontally, and Ren ducked smoothly, the blade whizzing above his head by inches. At the same moment, Shiba attempted another stealth attack from behind, but Ren spun and caught the blur mid-motion, grabbing the dagger wrist and twisting it, flipping Shiba over his shoulder before letting him roll to his feet. Yuka moved in again, this time using a genjutsu trigger that was subtle and fast, but it flickered uselessly against Ren's mind. She switched to taijutsu, aiming a flying knee toward his chin. Ren raised his arm, blocked, stepped sideways, and redirected the momentum, sending her crashing into Kankuro, who had just re-entered the fray. 3 sets of movements. 3 counters. All in perfect flow. The sounds became clearer now. Footsteps. The whistling of blades. The click of pressure points in his own joints as he moved. His hearing was filtering through layers of noise and isolating patterns. Makoru came in again, lightning sword drawn back, ready for a thrust. Shiba vanished again, using terrain to his advantage. Kankuro charged directly. Yuka swept wide from the left. Ren stood in the middle, still, calm. A beat passed. He exhaled through his nose. Now, click. It wasn't an audible sound, but Ren felt it. Like a switch flipping inside his brain. Suddenly the world slowed. No, he sped up. Every motion, every twitch of muscle from his opponents became visible. He saw the moment Kankuro's weight shifted to his right leg. He heard the subtle intake of breath before Yuka leapt. He felt the vibration in the snow as Shiba landed a step behind him. His brain was processing everything, sight, sound, pressure, movement, every single thing with clarity that bordered on overwhelming. But this time, it didn't overload him. This was different from the last time. There was no blood dripping from his eyes. No screaming pain. His focus had finally reached its peak, and held. He wasn't reacting anymore. He was anticipating. Dodging wasn't guesswork now. It was calculated response. He saw where Makoru's lightning blade would be a second from now. He adjusted accordingly. He ducked beneath it and redirected Kankuro's punch into Yuka's shoulder. Shiba's blade came in, and Ren raised his elbow, not to block, but to alter the angle so that the dagger's hilt scraped his bracer and slid away harmlessly. The 4 of them were attacking in unison, and Ren was no longer being overwhelmed. He was in control. He was in the hyperfocus state. But then, he closed it. The hyperfocus. The clarity faded instantly. The flood of stimuli dimmed, and the world snapped back to its regular pace. For a moment, Ren stood there disoriented. That single moment was all it took. The rogue shinobi didn't hesitate. Though slightly thrown off by Ren's abrupt pause, they reacted on instinct, not giving him a chance to recover. Kankuro and Yuka lunged at him from opposite sides, and though Ren's reflexes allowed him to block them with a swift kick and elbow strike, the momentary lapse cost him. Shiba struck from behind. Twin daggers sliced through Ren's arm guard and pierced his left arm. Ren grit his teeth just as Makoru's lightning-cloaked sword came down vertically toward his exposed shoulder. With no time to dodge, Ren brought up his arm in a desperate block. The sword struck hard, the edge sizzling against chakra-enhanced flesh and scorched armor, leaving a smoking wound on his forearm. But Ren didn't panic. He pushed off Makoru with a burst of chakra, forcing distance between them, and the moment his feet touched the ground, his hands were already glowing. A flood of yang chakra surged from his palms, stitching the wounds closed at an incredible speed. The blood clots dissolved. Flesh knit itself back together. Within seconds, he was fully healed. Makoru's eyes widened in disbelief. Damn it, he cursed. He's a healer too. He barked the next order instantly. Don't stop. Overwhelm him. Don't let him use those healing techniques. They attacked again, faster, more coordinated, and more desperate than before. Ren exhaled deeply, flexing his now healed hands as he reset his stance. The pain was gone. His breathing leveled. His nerves were steady. First time down, he thought. Now let's do it 2 more times. Then I can use hyperfocus on demand. No hesitation now. He moved forward into the wave of attackers, restarting the same flow. He wasn't trying to win yet. He was trying to train, to reproduce the exact sequence of stimuli that unlocked the hyperfocus state. The rhythm of the fight resumed, chaotic and fast-paced. Every strike they threw at him was not just dodged, it was measured. He allowed just enough pressure to build, just enough risk to accumulate, forcing his mind to sharpen again. Chapter 129, Operation Soft Launch, Part 4, Yoru's parenting style is just PTSD with a mask. A short distance away, a figure moved fast through the dense forest, his speed carving a narrow tunnel through the mist and snow. The man was tall, dark-skinned, and muscular, wearing a thick black cloak with the Cloud Village insignia faded near the hem. His eyes flicked toward the distant flashes of battle, chakra pressure heavy in the air. TCH. Those idiots better not have engaged with the numbers, he muttered. Damn that Danzo, I knew I shouldn't have trusted him. He arrived silently on a ridge overlooking the clearing, eyes scanning the battlefield below, and what he saw stunned him. 5 A-rank rogue shinobi, his specially trained secret unit were struggling. Against a single child? One of them was already dead, split clean in half. Kankuro was barely upright, nose broken, arm limp. The others were coordinating tightly, but still couldn't pin the boy down. Just as Raken prepared to leap into the fight, a voice spoke from beside him. Calm, unhurried, cold. Stay here, Raken. The voice froze him in place. He turned, and his eyes widened in dread as he saw the figure leaning against a tree trunk just behind him, Yoru, unmoving, silent, staring at the fight with his blank, expressionless mask. His role, Yoru said softly, is to train against your toys. Then his tone shifted, still level, but edged with finality. Your role is to observe and report back to your boss. Raken took an involuntary step back. Why you? What are you doing here? There was genuine fear in his voice now. Was this your plan from the start? You damned madman. You're letting your subordinate fight against trained rogue shinobi, for what? Yoru didn't even look at him. Why are you speaking so much? He asked, as if genuinely puzzled. His voice dropped into something darker. Did I not explain your role clearly? Raken clenched his jaw but said nothing. His hand instinctively hovered near the hilt of his weapon, but it stopped short. Yoru continued, this time without looking at him. You were told to watch. Do that. Don't interrupt. I've got millions of plans that don't need you. Then he turned his head ever so slightly, as if to glance at Raken. Even with a mask, the message was clear. One wrong move, and you'll vanish. Raken said nothing more. And Yoru turned back to the fight, his hands casually behind his back. Let's see what you do next, Ren. Back in the chaos of the clearing, Ren continued to glide through the barrage of attacks with the calm fluidity of someone who had done this hundreds of times before. His feet barely touched the snow-laced ground, his movements light but precise. Every punch, every sweep of a blade, every attempted grab or grapple was either redirected, ducked, or parried. His counters were brief and efficient, filled with pressure point strikes, light sweeps to throw balance, or palm attacks to deflect weapons. He wasn't trying to defeat them. Not yet. He was measuring them. Learning. Again. Kankuro, nose still bleeding from the kick earlier, finally snapped. His voice broke through the sound of boots scraping earth and fists pounding into wind. That bastard, he shouted mid-combo. He's using us to train himself. Makaru didn't respond immediately, but his jaw tightened, and his next swing of the lightning blade had more weight in it, more frustration. The others glanced toward one another as if realizing at the same time how ridiculous this all was. Here they were, seasoned, lethal rogue shinobi, each with years of battlefield experience, and they were being used like warm-up dummies. Makaru finally barked, if he wants to train, let him. Let's show him what happens when you severely overestimate yourself. Get ready. Their teamwork, which was already tight, grew sharper. They dropped their restraint. Lightning chakra coursed around Makaru's body now like a second skin. Each swing of his blade left long, electrified arcs in the air, the ozone sharp and nauseating. He was no longer just aiming for slashes, he was launching waves of lightning, arcs that bent and twisted unnaturally, designed to catch even the most agile of opponents. Yuka formed a hand seal mid-combat and her body shimmered faintly with a genjutsu aura, but when it failed to land on Ren as she already knew it would, she transitioned instantly into a flurry of deceptive kicks and feints. Shiba used the chaos to his advantage. He vanished mid-step, disappearing into the snow and shadows like a wraith. His attacks came from completely unpredictable angles, up from the ground, down from trees, even bursting through bushes that no one had noticed before. And Kankuro? Despite his broken bones and bruised body, he powered through like a freight train, his fists glowing with chakra, each slam into the earth or air sending quakes through the terrain. Ren felt the pressure mounting. Their patterns had changed. They weren't just being reactive. They were hunting now. Makaru's blade shot toward him again, but Ren ducked. A blast of lightning followed. The arc curved midair and Ren barely rolled under it, yet it still grazed his shoulder. Kankuro's punch came from the side, but it was a feint. Yuka followed behind it with a spinning heel strike that Ren ducked, only for Shiba to stab at his back again from the shadows. Ren spun and deflected it with his elbow, barely avoiding the cut. He could feel it building again. The adrenaline, the overstimulation of senses, the loudness of silence. The switch. He exhaled and focused. His body twitched. Click. The hyperfocus stayed activated, faster this time. Vision tunneled. Time slowed. He could see the movements again, the way their bodies tensed before attacking, the subtle shift in their stances. For one glorious second, he was there again. But only for a second. He blinked. Just once. Then, he closed it. The world snapped back. Sounds came crashing in like a wave. His stomach turned, head spinning. The sudden drop left him slightly off balance. And that moment? It was all they needed. Shiba appeared like a shadowy serpent, his twin daggers slicing through Ren's thigh and calf. Pain exploded through Ren's legs. He winced but didn't scream. He grit his teeth and pivoted on his uninjured leg to create space, but the others weren't going to let up now. They had learned their lesson from last time. Makara was already mid-swing. Ren raised his arms to block, but the lightning-enhanced blade smashed down with more force than before, crashing into his shoulder. The force sent him skidding back. His knees nearly buckled. Yuka launched herself forward, spinning into a kick that caught Ren in the side of the ribs, sending him rolling. Kankuro didn't stop to shout this time. He leapt, both fists slamming into the earth where Ren rolled. The snow exploded and the dirt lifted. Ren barely recovered, chakra pouring into his body to begin healing his legs, but this time it wasn't fast enough. They weren't giving him space. Keep him down. Makara shouted. Don't let him heal. Ren growled lowly. One hand was healing, the other deflecting. He blocked Yuka's punch. Shiba's dagger scraped along his ribs. Kankuro's kick caught him in the shoulder. He was being overwhelmed. But still, he wasn't losing control. His eyes narrowed. His mind was racing, not with panic, but with calculation. They had rhythm. Every team did. Makara shouted before striking. Yuka always feinted with her right before she kicked. Shiba had a 0.8-second delay between disappearing and reappearing. Kankuro moved slower, but was always trying to follow up Makara. Patterns always form and those they stick. Ren kept up, always following their pattern and finally, click. The switch was flicked once again. The bleeding from his legs didn't matter. His body was aching but his moves were precise. The pain sharpened his focus. He didn't close it this time. Hyperfocus. It was real this time, sustainable. The world crystallized. Makara was winding back his blade. Ren could see it in the twist of his left shoulder. The lightning pulse wasn't forming at the hilt, it was in the blade itself. A more powerful technique? Yuka's foot scraped slightly, she was adjusting her balance. A heavy attack coming. Shiba's shadow just twitched in the snow 3 meters to the left. Kankuro was slower, rotating to cut Ren's escape. All of it made sense. Ren stood straight. His breathing slowed. His pupils dilated slightly. They all moved in at once. Makara swung. Yuka spun. Shiba emerged. Kankuro charged. Ren moved. He ducked under Makara's blade, his head brushing past the hilt, and closed the distance between them with a palm to Makara's chest, not to injure, but to shove. Makara stumbled into Yuka, interrupting her spin and throwing them both off balance. Shiba's dagger lunged, Ren turned, caught his wrist mid-strike, twisted, and elbowed Shiba square in the chin. The assassin's body went limp for half a second as he tumbled away. Kankuro's punch came flying toward Ren's back. Ren didn't turn. He pivoted at the last moment, letting the punch pass beside his ribs, and drove a heel directly into Kankuro's kneecap. Crunch. Kankuro cried out and dropped to one knee. It had begun. The real fight. Back in the shadows, just beyond the reach of the fog-laced clearing, Yoro stood with the kind of stillness that could be mistaken for a statue. Not even the wind disturbed the long dark cloak wrapped around his armor. The golden lines etched on his maroon gear glinted faintly in the ambient light of the snow-covered treetops. His eyes, hidden behind the blank black mask, remained fixed on the battlefield below. He was watching everything, every motion, every twitch, every burst of chakra that flared in the snow. And so was Reiken. The current head ninja of Kumagakur was forced into silence, standing to the side with an increasingly grim expression carved into his face. Unlike Yoro, his presence felt restless, his fists clenched and unclenched every few seconds. His eyes, dark and weathered from years of bloodshed and command, were narrowed in growing disbelief. He watched as the 5-star masked child moved in ways that defied what a 10-year-old should be capable of. Not just in strength, but in flow. The way his footwork danced between enemy strikes, how his counters were timed with almost mathematical perfection, and the terrifying lack of hesitation in his movements. Reiken's voice finally broke the silence. He muttered under his breath, more to himself than anyone else. Hyperfocus. The Reikage's technique, he said. But this kid, this isn't something polished over years of war. This is like that damned fourth Hokage. He doesn't need time to grow into it. He was born to use it. A bitter taste coated the back of Reiken's throat. Damn those Konoha bastards, he thought angrily. One genius after another. It's like they've got a secret lab, or a goddamn genius farming cow. His eye twitched as Ren ducked under Makara's blade and retaliated with a precision strike to Kankuro's weakened side, sending the massive brawler tumbling again. It wasn't just speed. It wasn't just strength. It was timing. Intuition. The fluid synergy of thought and movement that even the best shinobi often struggled with well into their 30s. Reiken couldn't understand it. And that scared him. But why? He wondered, a crease forming between his brows. Why is this bastard letting him reveal everything so soon? He's showing too much. This kind of ability should have been hidden until it could no longer be stopped. He glanced sideways at Yora, hoping for some insight, some reaction, but the commander hadn't moved an inch. The man might as well have been carved from the earth itself. Raken's unease deepened. He clenched his jaw, then turned his eyes back to Ren, locking on the only part of the boy not covered by armor or mask, his blue hair, now slightly ruffled by the wind, strands sticking to his mask. That hair. A memory resurfaced. A report. From months ago. Classified distribution. A summary of the Chunin exams. A blue-haired boy. The winner. The one who made the Tsuchikage send 2 separate requests for intelligence. Raken stiffened. This kid, he muttered. It's him? The realization sank in like a boulder in water. His chest grew heavy. Ren wasn't just some elite trainee. He wasn't some high-potential Umbu candidate. He was the new weapon being shaped by Konoha. A weapon with chakra nearing S-rank levels, basic elemental ninjutsu, but taijutsu skills rivaling battle-hardened veterans, and now, hyperfocus. The technique historically associated only with elite warriors like the Raikages or the 2nd and 4th Hokage. If Konoha had been testing their new blade before, then today, it was fully unsheathed. Raken's instinct screamed at him. Kill him. Now. Before it's too late. He slowly reached a hand toward his side, fingers grazing the hilt of the short chakra blade hidden beneath his cloak. His eyes didn't leave the battlefield. I can do it, he thought. Even if Yoru reacts, even if I don't escape, if I can at least kill this brat, I'll be doing the world a favor. But his fingers froze. The hand never reached the weapon. Because Yoru spoke. His voice, calm and casual, slithered through the air like a whisper carried on the cold breeze. Stay where you are, Raken. Raken flinched. His hand dropped instantly. Yoru still hadn't turned his head. There's no need to act out of turn. You were told your role. Watch. Report. Don't interfere. Raken's face twisted in frustration. He started, voice low. You're letting your own subordinate be overwhelmed just to train him? What kind of man does that? What kind of commander lets a child dash? Yoru finally turned his head a few inches, his masked gaze meeting Raken's. I told you before, he said simply, don't talk so much. As he said this, he raised his hand slightly, and a deep gash appeared on Raken's arm and it fell down to his side. Raken shut his mouth as he tightly clutched his almost severed hand. He took deep breaths as he assessed his condition. Yoru turned back toward the battlefield and added, besides, I'm not worried. Raken scowled, still clutching his arm. He's just a kid, Yoru. No, Yoru said. He's the kid. Chapter 130, Operation Soft Launch, Part 5, How to Break a Man Using His Own Sword. The moment of shift was subtle. There were no flashy bursts of chakra or dramatic thunderclaps. But for Ren, the world changed again. Lines became sharper. Sounds slowed into clarity. He could count each heartbeat, each shift in the air as a foot pressed down on snow. Every muscle twitch of his enemies fed directly into his anticipation. He had fully entered the hyperfocus state. No more testing. No more dodging to learn. This was now combat at full capacity. The first to move again was Makura, his lightning blade humming to life with a buzz that split the frost-heavy silence. He lunged in with a horizontal arc that should have cut through Ren's upper torso. Ren didn't move in haste. Instead, his foot twisted subtly on the snowy surface, shifting his weight just enough that Makura's blade missed by millimeters. In the same fluid motion, Ren twisted and brought his elbow backward with precision and drove it into Makura's ribs. The crack of impact echoed sharply as Makura staggered, his armor breaking without any resistance. But there was no pause. Shiba, the stealth specialist, used the distraction to slip in. His form had been hidden beneath a genjutsu-enhanced shadow, and his dual daggers came slicing up from below, aiming for Ren's hamstrings. Ren stepped into it. Literally. One heel stomped down, pinning Shiba's wrist to the ground before he could pull the strike fully. Then Ren spun, bringing the heel of his other foot down on Shiba's elbow, forcing the joint to shatter with a sickening crunch. AGHH-. The scream was cut short when Ren kneed him in the throat and sent him rolling across the frostbitten earth. But Yuka was already closing in, her movements quick and erratic. Genjutsu laced her every step, a flickering image of herself to the left, then right, then vanishing completely. But hyperfocus didn't care about illusions. It saw breath patterns, the muscle twitches, the faintest displacement of snow underfoot. Ren ignored the fakes and drove forward into the real one. Yuka's eyes widened as his punch connected squarely with her abdomen, throwing her across the battlefield and smashing her into the side of a tree. The bark cracked. Her body went limp for a moment before she groaned, clearly still conscious. That's when Kankuro returned once again. With a furious bellow, the large brawler launched himself into Ren's flank with raw power. One iron-reinforced fist swung out with the intent to cave in Ren's ribs. Ren didn't dodge. Instead, he let the fist come, and at the last second, caught it between both of his palms. A normal person's arms would have snapped. But Ren had reinforced his arms with chakra the moment before impact. The earth cracked beneath his feet as he absorbed the blow, but he held his ground. Kankuro stared, disbelieving. You dash. He didn't get to finish. Ren twisted, pulled Kankuro's arm forward, and spun into a shoulder throw, using Kankuro's massive momentum to hurl him over the shoulder and slam him headfirst into the ground. The snow around them scattered violently from the impact. Ren exhaled slowly. The first wave had ended. But they weren't done. Makura had already risen again, blood trickling from his mouth. His eyes were wide now, not with arrogance, but alert recognition and subtle fear. This isn't a prodigy, he muttered under his breath. This is a damned monster. He wiped the blood from his lip and raised his blade. To hell with it. Full formation. Kill him. The others recovered quickly, bloodied, limping, but still elite shinobi. They circled him. Yuka retreated back slightly, weaving hand signs to prepare a wide-field genjutsu, while Shiba slunk into the fog again, his broken arm awkwardly hanging but his remaining dagger still sharp. Kankuro slammed his fists together, shaking snow off his body as chakra surged around his new reinforced knuckles. Makaru activated a more refined lightning chakra armor around himself and rushed forward again, aiming to pin Ren down. This time, they came together. Makaru from the front with high-speed blade strikes. Kankuro from the right, fists swinging like pile drivers. Yuka's genjutsu field settled over the area like a blanket, designed to hide movement and break timing. Shiba, hidden, closed in for another silent strike from behind. But it didn't work. Ren's body moved, just his mind issued the command. Hyperfocus made sure that his instinct and analysis worked together. He ducked under Makaru's blade, twisting his upper body mid-motion to avoid Kankuro's punch. Then, with his right foot, he kicked a small rock into the space behind him, clinking against Shiba's hidden foot, alerting Ren to his exact position. Spinning, he caught Shiba's dagger with the edge of his gauntlet, twisted the rogue's wrist mid-grip, and forced him to stab himself in the thigh. Then he spun again, leaned just enough to the side to avoid a shockwave from Makaru's blade as it hit the earth, and responded with a brutal elbow strike to the man's temple. Makaru staggered, blinded by the hit. Ren caught his sword arm and twisted it, driving the lightning-infused blade deep into the frozen ground, sending sparks into the air and neutralizing the electric current. Then he stepped on Makaru's back, driving him face-first into the snow. But Ren didn't stop. His movements blurred. In a single instant, he was in front of Yuka. She blinked once then coughed blood. She hadn't even seen the punch. She crumpled before she could even cast another genjutsu. Kankuro, furious and panting, tried to grab Ren from behind in a full-body grapple, but Ren slipped low just between his legs then rolled once, and launched a brutal uppercut straight into Kankuro's chin. The man's jaw snapped upward. His eyes rolled back. He dropped like a felled tree. Now only Makaru remained conscious, struggling to push himself up from the snow with one hand. Ren stepped forward slowly. The wind blew softly, carrying his breath out in mist. The battlefield had been reduced to cracked ground, craters in snow, and scattered blood. His own armor was nicked in places. A shallow gash on his arm still bled, and smoke wafted from his scorched sleeve. But his body moved without tremble. The hyperfocus was stable. He was fully synchronized. Makaru looked up at him, gasping. You're not normal. What the hell are you? Ren didn't answer immediately. He had to check if he could speak with hyperfocus active, so he cleared his throat a few times. I don't know if I can tell you my name, but it was my debut performance. Thanks for being good targets, he said simply. Then, he cracked his neck once and got ready. This one would be Makaru's last stand, so the man might just pull off something dangerous. That's why he had to finish off the rest of them first. Ren's breath misted faintly in the cold. He didn't pause. Makaru was still half upright, one knee in the snow, bleeding from the temple, lightning chakra flickering in and out around his arms. The others were injured but not dead. That needed to change first. Ren moved. He reached Shiba first. The rogue assassin was crawling away through a barely perceptible slit under the fog, trying to melt back into the white and regroup. Ren stomped on his back with just enough chakra in his boot to pin him in place. Shiba jerked. Ren's hand came down next, piercing his spine just above the waist with a sharp, rapid jab of chakra-enhanced strength. Shiba tensed and then stopped moving. No theatrics. No threats. One less variable. Next was Kankuro. Still breathing. Still twitching. Bones broken, but body intact. He had dragged himself behind the nearest boulder, biting his lips bloody to muffle his groans. Ren stepped around it and caught Kankuro's wide eyes. The brawler raised one arm slowly, fist still cracked, muttering something. It wasn't surrender, more like a dazed warning. Ren didn't wait. He gathered chakra into his right arm, twisted it across his body, and brought it down like a guillotine. Fangbreaker. His fist connected with Kankuro's chest. The blow snapped ribs instantly, caving the sternum and collapsing both lungs. There was no scream, only a gasp. Kankuro's head slumped to the side. Dead. 2 down. Yuka was next. She had pushed herself to a sitting position and was trying to string together hand signs, blood still leaking from her mouth. Her chakra shimmered faintly, trying to stabilize. Ren closed the gap in a flicker. She barely turned her head before his palm slammed into the side of her skull. Echo knuckle, double burst. A normal chakra-enhanced strike caused an internal rupture. This version, learned through trial, caused the chakra to pulse again just after the delayed pulse after the initial contact, so it was in fact a triple-layer attack. First strike. Concussion. Second pulse. Internal hemorrhage. Third pulse. Dead. Her eyes rolled back before her body even hit the ground. No movement followed. 3 down. Only Makaru remained. Ren turned, finding the man now standing fully. His eyes were locked on Ren's every step, and there was no more arrogance in his stance. The blade in his hand was trembling, not from fear, but from the static surging across his forearm. He had activated the full state of his chakra armor, lightning racing around his body in sharp arcs. Even his hair floated slightly, lifted by the energy coursing through his system. Ren immediately shifted into a low stance. Makaru didn't speak. He ran forward instead. His blade swung diagonally, then reversed immediately into an upward cut. Lightning trailed behind both motions. The speed was faster than before. Ren ducked under the first and twisted to avoid the second. He countered with a jab, but Makaro deflected it by twisting his shoulder and brought the pommel of his blade down toward Ren's collarbone. Ren caught the weapon's handle midair and turned it, locking the motion and kneeing Makaro in the stomach. The blow landed, but the lightning armor absorbed part of the impact. Makaro didn't stagger. He let go of the blade and slammed his elbow across Ren's temple. A dull thud echoed, but Ren rolled with it, minimizing the damage, but Makaro was already preparing another attack. Ren's vision caught it before it began. Makaro's hands blurred through seals. Lightning style, chain crash barrage. A net of linked lightning chains exploded from his hands, scattering in all directions like spears. They circled and converged, seeking Ren from all sides. Ren jumped up higher than normal and twisted midair, letting two chains miss his legs by millimeters. He landed on one of them and used the force to launch himself into the air again, moving toward Makaro instead of away. Makaro expected this. He jumped back, blade reclaimed in his grip, and slashed out 3 times. Bolts of lightning shot forward like arcs from a cleaver. Ren spun to the side, barely avoiding the first. The second grazed his shoulder, tearing a chunk of his armor. The third he deflected with a chakra burst from his palm. He closed the distance, but Makaro met him head-on. The next exchange was brutal with no subtlety. Makaro's blade met Ren's enhanced fists. Sparks and snow flew with each collision. Every time Makaro struck, Ren's body twisted to either absorb, deflect, or dodge. He answered with precise counterattacks by targeting joints, nerve clusters, and exposed muscle lines. But Makaro wasn't going down easily. He ducked under a hook and slammed a chakra-coated palm into Ren's ribs. Ren felt the static surge through his body, locking his muscles briefly. Makaro capitalized. A lightning-laced spin kick followed and connected with Ren's shoulder, sending him into the snow. Ren caught himself with one hand, flipped backward, and landed on all fours. The static was fading. The pain was manageable. His regeneration, boosted by vitality and yang chakra control, was already working. Makaro launched again. Ren rose into a stand and exhaled. He didn't dodge the next attack. Instead, he met it. Their fists collided. Ren's bare hand against Makaro's charged gauntlet. Focus pulse, core breach. This was a technique Ren had prepared during his clone experimentation. Hyperfocus allowed for precise chakra manipulation. At the moment of contact, Ren condensed chakra into a pinpoint pulse and released it exactly on the joint of Makaro's wrist. The lightning shattered outward, destabilized by the targeted strike. Makaro's gauntlet cracked. His blade jolted. Ren grabbed the weapon midair before it hit the ground. Then he moved again. He ducked low, avoided a wide arc swing of Makaro's other hand, and stepped into his blind side. One movement. One clean arc. Ren slashed Makaro across the back with the man's own lightning blade. The lightning bit through flesh and muscle. Makaro spun in pain, backhanding wildly. Ren ducked under it and stepped behind him again, grabbing the rogue ninja's collar and pulling him backward with force. Makaro landed hard. Ren drove the blade down. Makaro rolled. The blade hit ground. Ren followed. Makaro coughed blood and rolled again, dragging himself backward. He spat and shouted, "You think I'll go down to a kid? You think you'll bury me out here in some frostbitten field?" Ren didn't answer. He flicked his wrist, letting the lightning-laced blade reset into his reverse grip. Makaro charged again. No technique. No precision. Ren moved forward to meet him. In that final exchange, Makaro swung his remaining fist with wild desperation. Ren caught it cleanly. With his other hand, he buried the blade straight into the man's stomach. Makaro's body twitched. Ren pulled the blade out, rotated it, and stabbed again, this time through the heart. Makaro collapsed forward. Ren let the body drop, breath steady. He didn't gloat. He didn't look away immediately either. He stayed still for a second. Snow drifted gently around him. Then he turned. The fight was over. Chapter 131, Operation Soft Launch, Part 6, The Blue Menace and the Shadow War. As soon as the fight ended, Raken tried to escape. He knew that even though Yoro had said his role was only to observe and report, there was no chance he'd be allowed to leave in one piece. So he took the moment of Ren's victory to make his move. But Yoro wasn't someone who would allow that. The instant Raken moved, Yoro flickered in front of him. Raken tried to enhance his speed with lightning chakra, but before it could be of any use, Yoro had already driven a kunai through multiple tenketsu points in his right arm. His left arm had already been disabled by Yoro before. Now with both arms useless, Raken understood his shinobi career was over. There was no way he'd reach a village in time to heal himself, and he wasn't talented enough to use jutsu without hand signs. Still, as long as he had his life, he could run. Strangely, Yoro didn't continue to chase him. He just stood there as Raken stumbled away. Raken turned around once, glancing between Yoro and Ren. An idea flickered in his mind, then vanished. Ultimately, he still left, but not before shooting both of them a look filled with hatred. Ren, who had just finished cleaning up the remaining rogues, sat for a moment and slowly deactivated the hyperfocus. The world returned to its normal pace, and disorientation hit him like a wave. He pulled off his mask and touched his face. Immediately, he felt the blood streaming from his eyes. He sighed. Though it's somewhat less than before, there's still strain using hyperfocus for too long. I guess it's not something that can be solved in one battle. He started healing himself. Most of his injuries had already partially healed thanks to his passive regeneration, but he wasn't a monster with advanced healing abilities, so he still needed to put in effort. Within a few moments, he was back in functional shape. Once done, he began gathering all the bodies. Most of them were intact, except for Renji, who had been split in two. Ren felt a tinge of disgust at the sight, but since he'd done it himself, he forced himself to handle it. He pulled Renji's remains together too. He performed some quick tests on Renji's body, searching for anything that might explain the strange feeling he had earlier. But nothing unusual turned up. Ren frowned. Just what was that weird feeling? Still without answers, he was reassured by at least one thing: eliminating Renji first had been the right decision. The rogue's potential to heal the others mid-battle had been too dangerous. He shrugged slightly. As they say, deal with the healer before the dealer. As soon as he finished collecting the corpses into one place, Yoro appeared. Ren looked over. Boss man, did the head ninja show up? He had been too busy fighting to pay attention to anything else. Even if he had been free, he doubted Yoro would have allowed him to witness whatever happened. Yoro responded calmly, yes. Raken was here. He's gone now. Ren nodded. He didn't press for details. Anyone below S rank wouldn't last long against Yoro anyway. After all, even with Ren's current level at level 69, he still couldn't gauge Yoro's level at all. Yoro probably was already pushing into cage level. Ren glanced back at the corpses and sighed, well, my taijutsu got a good showing, but I didn't get the chance to show off my fire release. I ended up using lightning instead. But it felt more natural in that situation. Yoro spoke without concern, it's all the same, as long as you keep your wind mastery hidden. Just master lightning release instead of fire now. He spoke so casually that Ren was speechless. Does he even understand what he's saying? The way he talks about things that would give normal shinobi a heart attack. Ren sighed inwardly. Fortunately, I'm the great Ren Takahashi with the system. Otherwise, no one could meet this man's expectations. Once he finished his inner monologue of narcissism, he looked at Yoro and asked playfully, Commander, since I completed your requirements, don't I get a reward? Yoro looked at him for a moment before replying, though it doesn't make sense to reward you for something that already benefited you. Fine. You'll start training genjutsu with 3. I'll instruct her to free up some time. Ren instantly protested. No. What use is genjutsu? Didn't you see how badly Yuka failed? Though that's because it's me, but honestly, have you ever seen anyone use genjutsu effectively in a high-level fight till now? He added the last part reluctantly. Except for Itake humbling Suzuki, of course, but besides him, not many. He of course didn't include Madara's infinite Tsukuyomi. If he had the right Sharingan to cast it, he wouldn't be playing here. Yoro gave him a sharp look. Don't you want to begin with yin release? Ren frowned. No matter how much I practiced genjutsu, I couldn't use yin release. That was true. He'd received genjutsu mastery as a reward and trained it further. But even after weeks of practice, the yin release still didn't show up on his mastery list. So eventually, he'd shelved it. Yoro responded, that's because most low and mid-tier genjutsu, even up to B rank and some A rank ones, use only the spiritual component of chakra. Only a few A and S rank genjutsu actually require yin release. That's why you didn't unlock it. He paused, then asked, have you even tried learning high-level genjutsu? Ren quickly shook his head. This was new information. He hadn't come across it in any of the files or training materials he studied. Yoro concluded, well then, I think this should be enough of a reward. Let's go. With that, he flickered away, leaving Ren to pack up. Ren sighed as he collected the corpses into a scroll. Damn it. If I had kept up my genjutsu training, I probably could have unlocked yin release already. He sighed again, no point dwelling on it now. I'll start again. He gave himself a final once-over, nodded, and flickered away, chasing after Yoro, lamenting about wasted time and just one more clone. The return journey was just as silent and secretive as their departure. On the way, Ren also told Yoro about what the Rouges said about Kakashi being present, but Yoro dismissed it as handled. Within 2 days, Ren and Yoro were back in the Hidden Leaf Village, undetected and without fanfare. As they entered through one of the Umbu exclusive tunnels, Yoro gave Ren a brief nod and said, rest for a week and get used to hyperfocus. You'll have new assignments starting next week. Without waiting for a response, Yoro flickered away, vanishing from sight as usual. Ren didn't linger. He headed straight to his home and, upon arriving, immediately created a shadow clone. You'll be working on genjutsu. Even though he didn't need to, he still instructed the clone. The clone nodded and moved toward the training basement. As for Ren, he didn't even bother changing. He walked into his room, collapsed onto the bed, and was fast asleep within seconds. Yoro reached the Hokage's office soon after their return. Hiruzen was already waiting, and as Yoro entered, the third Hokage slid a book across the desk toward him. I assume the mission went well, on both fronts, Hiruzen said with a faint smile, puffing on his pipe. Yoro picked up the latest edition of the bingo book and flipped to the marked page. His eyes scanned the profile quietly. Alias, the Blue Menace. Bounty, 15 million Ryo from Kumagakuer, 10 million from Iwagakuer. Affiliation, Hidden Leaf Village. Threat level, A+. Abilities, Taijutsu Expert. Basic Ninjutsu Proficiency. Skilled with bladed weapons. Notable deeds, eliminated a team of elite Jonin level rogue shinobi. Of course there is no mention of hyperfocus, Yoro noted. Hiruzen nodded. There's a quiet understanding among the major players. No one wants the existence of hyperfocus to become common knowledge, not even the Cloud. It keeps the danger contained. Yoru closed the book and replied, they acted fast with the bounty, but they're still being cautious. Hiruzen gave a soft chuckle. Cloud couldn't list too many details without making themselves look incompetent. And Stone only added him because Oniki wanted to join in with Kumo to make a target on Ren's head. Still, not a bad first entry. I wonder how the others reacted when they got the news. 1.5 days earlier. Land of Lightning. Kumigakuer. Raikage's office. The fourth Raikage sat with a frown, arms crossed, listening to Raiken's full report. Once it ended, Raiken collapsed to the floor, unconscious from chakra depletion and travel injuries. The Raikage didn't even blink. Take him to medical. Heal him as much as possible, he ordered coldly. Mabi, prepare a list of potential replacements for the head ninja post. Even though it hurt the village to lose a potential S-ranker, it didn't affect them much. Though the Cloud didn't have many top-tier ninja, their army was the strongest of the 5 villages, so they still had 10 plus shinobi of Raiken's level. The only reason they aren't the strongest village is because the Leaf has very strong and a great number of top-tier power which could make Cloud's army helpless. To his right, Mabi nodded and began making notes. As Umbu flickered into the room and carried Raiken out, another figure in the office, Darui, spoke up. Boss, it's clear the Leaf used us to promote that kid. But if what Raiken said is true, couldn't they have kept it hidden a bit longer? A's frown deepened, and he leaned forward. It wasn't just about showcasing strength. It was a message. Konoha wanted everyone to know, if you plan to deal with their new genius, don't bother with squads of jonin or minor threats. That boy, if he really has hyperfocus, is already past that level. Sending anything less than an S-rank shinobi or a Jinchuriki would just mean more losses. No village can afford to throw such power around lightly right now. Darui looked contemplative. So, any plans for retaliation? A shook his head. No, we don't need to do anything. Darui frowned. Why not? The Raikage smirked, and an unsettling expression formed on his face. Because Konoha's foundation is already starting to shake. Darui's eyes narrowed. What do you mean, boss? Danzo, I said with a cold tone, the shadow of the third Hokage. And Yoru, the shadow of the fourth. Those two are about to clash. They've danced around each other long enough. But now, they can't coexist. A's gaze darkened. Raiken was working with Danzo to target Heitake Kakashi. That alone tells us how deep this internal conflict runs. But for Yoru to personally appear on the battlefield with his own subordinate? That means war. He slammed a hand down on the desk, splintering the wood beneath it and laughed loudly. Two shadows cannot survive in one darkness. There will be turbulence, and when that happens, even the light is affected. His voice dropped into a dangerous growl. Konoha still hasn't recovered from the Ninetales incident. If another internal shakeup happens now, their so-called stable tree will crack. When it does, we move. Turning to Mabi, he instructed, sell all the information Raiken brought back. Let every village know about their blue menace. Help them spread the propaganda they want, but twist it just enough. He looked at Darui next. It would be unlike us if we don't do anything, so send a few squads to destroy border camps and outposts near the fire border. Make it look like retaliation. Konoha will try to downplay it, but the unrest will only grow. Mabi and Darui both nodded and left the room to follow his orders. Left alone, the Raikage leaned back, cracking his knuckles with a chuckle. Minato, your village is going to collapse from within. Not from our hands, but from your own people. What a lovely tragedy. With that, only a sound of loud laughter remained in the Raikage's office. Chapter 132, rated A+ for violence and vibes. Once Ren woke up from his sleep, he took a quick bath and made himself some food. After finishing his meal, he headed straight to the basement where his clones were diligently working. Since he had been practicing weapons for quite some time, the number of weapons in active rotation had reduced. Only the more unique ones remained, such as the copies of the 7 Swords of the Mist, the Uchiha clan's gunbei, and a few other exotic pieces. With fewer weapons in the mix, many of the freed-up clones were reassigned to Funjutsu research. The results were evident. His mastery in Funjutsu had risen from 51% to 59% in a short span. Ren estimated that once he reached the advanced mastery threshold, he would finally be able to draw the spatial anchor seal without any flaws. Satisfied that the clones were progressing efficiently on their own, Ren turned his attention to the mission reward he had yet to open. Upon doing so, the system displayed his latest gain. Reward, 2 S-rank points. He sighed lightly. I wonder what the rewards would have been if my first S-rank mission had been a combat type instead of a diplomatic one, he thought. In his system, the intelligence plus 20 for 10 minutes boost remained unused. He'd kept it reserved, waiting for the perfect opportunity. Ren had already decided, when the clones could replicate the spatial anchor seal perfectly, he'd use the temporary intelligence boost to deduce the mechanics of the Flying Thunder God technique on his own. Still, doubt lingered. The boost was one of the best rewards the system had ever given him. It couldn't be wasted. I've still got some time before intelligence hits 79, so I'll think more about how to use this properly, he decided. He shifted his focus back to the 2 S-rank points he'd just received. The only reason I even got 2 S-rank points must be because my level is still under 70 and I handled the mission completely alone. If I was level 70 or higher, the system probably would have only given 1 S-rank point or a bunch of Jonin level points instead, he speculated. Though honestly, I would have preferred those bunch of points right now. Shrugging slightly, he allocated both S-rank points to his vitality, raising it from 83 to 85. No immediate change in chakra followed, and he hadn't expected any. His decision to invest further in vitality was deliberate. He'd already witnessed its positive effects during recovery. Looking at his still small frame, Ren nodded to himself. Having high vitality in a compact body is probably why my regeneration speed has skyrocketed. Add in the constant yang chakra nourishment, and it won't be long before I develop minor regeneration. If I keep pushing this path, I might even reach high-tier regeneration levels eventually. After reviewing his status screen one last time, Ren closed it and stood up. There was no point in waiting around. Even though Yoru had told him to rest for a week, Ren already felt fully recovered. In his view, taking missions was more beneficial than training at this stage. Missions offered guaranteed stat rewards, while training was a slow process with no clear outcome or timeline. With that, he made his way to the Umbu command base. Once there, he changed into his uniform and headed directly for Yoru's office. Ren arrived at Yoru's office and knocked. "Come in," came the usual clipped voice from within. Sliding the door open, Ren stepped inside with both of his masks clipped at his waist. "Reporting in, boss man," he said casually, strolling in with his hands behind his head like he was walking into a friend's house instead of the Umbu commander's office. Yoru didn't even look up. "You're supposed to be resting." Yeah, Ren shrugged, "but you know me. I'm restless and I heal fast. Besides, figured I'd come in and lighten your paperwork burden. I can carry some of it for you." Like, out the window. Yoru looked up slowly, the unimpressed stare from behind his mask practically audible. Ren surrendered. "I'm joking. Mostly." Yoru pulled open a drawer and tossed something across the table. It slid to a stop right in front of Ren. A well-worn, matte black book with a crimson insignia on the cover, the bingo book. Ren's brows rose in interest as he picked it up. "Oh, for me? You shouldn't have." "It's not a gift," Yoru replied. "It's your entry." That wiped the smile off Ren's face for a second. Then, curious, he flipped to the marked page. There it was. His own sketch, a crude but recognizable drawing of him in the numbers uniform, the mask included. Alias, Blue Menace. Affiliation, Kanahagakuer, Hidden Leaf Village. Classification, A+ rank threat. Bounty, 15 million Ryo, Kumagakuer, /10 million Ryo, Iwagakuer. Known abilities, Taijutsu Specialist, Chakra Enhanced Physical Combat, Blade Weapon Mastery, Possible Elemental Ninjutsu, Unconfirmed. Notable deeds, solo elimination of 5 elite rogue shinobi, Land of Frost incident. Caution, extreme physical response time and reflexes. High-speed combatant. Engage with overwhelming force or not at all. Ren stared at it for a moment, silent. Then, the Blue Menace. He looked up with an annoyed and betrayed expression. "Seriously, boss? You couldn't have stopped them from giving me a nickname that makes me sound like a particularly angry ocean current." Yoru gave a disinterested grunt. "Be grateful they didn't go with Blue Butterfly or something worse. I mean, at least that's got flair," Ren muttered. "Blue Menace sounds like I'm about to sell cough syrup in a scroll. What's next? Azure Annoyance? Sky-collared scamp." Yoru leaned back in his chair. "I'm sorry, I forgot the part where enemy villages consult you for branding approval." Ren opened his mouth to retort, paused, then pointed a finger in defeat. "Okay, fair. Still, they could have at least gone with Azure Phantom or Sapphire Storm, something cool. This just sounds like a weather report." "You're a ninja, not an aspiring actor," Yoru said bluntly. Ren held up the book like it had personally offended him. "You sure? Because with this name, I'm halfway to a failed theater troupe." Yoru ignored the quip. "The name's out. Bounties are real. Congratulations. You're officially on the hit lists." Ren gave a mock bow. "Dreams do come true." Yoru reached for a mission file without looking. "Now get out. Your week off isn't over." Ren didn't budge. "Or, hear me out, I could go on a mission." Yoru sighed audibly. "Did you sleep?" 8 hours. Full cycle. 8-2. Even threw in a bath. "I'm clean, fed, and," he gestured to himself, "battle ready. Mentally, more stable than I've ever been." Yoru grunted. "Physically." Ren replied, "That's debatable." Ren leaned forward on the desk, grinning. "Come on. You know you've got a juicy A rank sitting in that folder. Gimme a taste. I promise I'll behave." "You say that every time." "And I only sometimes mean it," Ren said brightly. Yoru stared at him for a long moment, then tossed a file on the desk. "One mission. With 4. You speak one word out of line on this op, I assign you to 3 months of Genjutsu theory under Itsuki." Ren clutched the folder dramatically. You monster, though he was going to focus on learning Genjutsu, but that was mostly high-rank Genjutsu and Yin release, his theory section was already solid, so if he was forced by Yoru to study theory for 3 months he would most certainly not be able to take. Yoru deadpanned. "That's not a no." Ren flipped the folder open and gave it a skim. A rank. Target monitoring and potential elimination. Suspected Suna cell posing as a traveling merchant group in the Wind Border. Oh, this one is identity change and subtlety. I like it. You're going because your last mission blew up your low-profile status. This will test if you can still operate under subtlety. Ren responded. "You think I can't be subtle? I'm the embodiment of discretion. You wear a black and red armor set and complain that your code name isn't flashy enough. Point taken." Yoro closed another report and looked up. 4 will be in charge. You follow orders. Don't get creative unless necessary. Ren raised his hand. Define necessary. Yoro ignored him and continued, you leave tomorrow morning. Standard infiltration gear, no clan weapons. You're going in as a caravan escort. Stay in character. Ren tilted his head. So, no mask. No mask. Ren raised his hand and touched his hair. But the hair. They'll think you're just a flashy genin. No one is going to think the 5-star mask has a face like this behind the mask, unless they have deeply investigated. It works in our favor. Ren narrowed his eyes. I feel like this entire plan hinges on me looking harmless. It does, Yoro said dryly. Which means you're perfect for it. Ren squinted at him. I can't tell if that was an insult or a compliment. Yes. Ren rolled his eyes. Old people humor. Got it. Any other complaints? Ren tapped the bingo book on the desk. Just one. Can we send a politely worded suggestion to change Blue Menace to something cooler? Please? Just a little nudge. Yoro stood up and started walking toward the wall of filing shelves. So, no, then. Ren asked. Yoro paused. You want to change your nickname? Yes. Do something more ridiculous next time. They might give you something worse. Ren blinked. You're not even pretending to help me, are you? Yoro looked over his shoulder. Your name's already in circulation, kid. Might as well earn the fear that comes with it. Ren gave an exaggerated sigh. Fine. But if someone starts calling me the Indigo Infant, I'm blaming you. Noted. Ren flipped the folder shut and tucked it under his arm. Alright then, I'll go prep. Gotta get into character for subtlety. Maybe practice my I'm totally just a merchant guard face in the mirror. Yoro shook his head. Just don't bring that ridiculous whip this time. Ren gasped. But it's become my favorite. Yoro turned back to his paperwork. You can bring it. Just don't use it unless you want people to think your merchant boss moonlights as a circus act. Ren backed toward the door. I'll take that as a yes. Yoro said nothing. Ren opened the door, waved lazily, and called over his shoulder, thanks for the mission, Commander. Even though your humor is questionable, you do listen to my request so I won't spread the word. Out. I'm going. The door closed behind. Outside the door Ren had a smile on his face and thought, it's fun to chat with Commander like this. Udakata-sensei was always serious and didn't respond to me and Dad was mostly absent. Yoro is the only one who gives appropriate response. He opened the door once again to speak something but a kunao was launched at the door so he instantly shut it and went away. Guess that's enough for today. Yoro paused for a moment, then gave a subtle shake of his head. Blue Menace, TCH. More like blue headache. The mission with 4 wasn't particularly difficult. Ren had handled similar assignments during his time with the Umbu, so both he and 4 completed the task and returned to the village within a week. After reporting in, they made their way to Yoro's office. Yoro read through the report with his usual quiet efficiency, stamped the completion seal, then glanced at Ren. 3 is back from her mission. You will begin your genjutsu training with her tomorrow. She also has other tasks to complete, so don't waste her time. Ren let out a low grumble. I learn fast, Commander. You've seen it yourself. Wasting time isn't part of the equation. Yoro looked up, completely unfazed. I'm not talking about your learning speed. I'm talking about your other nonsense. If you eliminated that, your learning would be even faster. Ren opened his mouth to protest, then closed it. He sighed internally. These guys just don't know how to have fun. But, I guess it's not their fault. Growing up in a world like this doesn't really leave much room for personality. Yoro narrowed his eyes briefly at Ren's uncharacteristic silence but said nothing about it. Instead, he gave a short nod. Alright, disperse. You won't be getting more than 48 hours of rest before your next mission. If you still need time after that, adjust your schedule accordingly. Ren gave a casual nod and left the room. Honestly, he didn't mind the back-to-back schedule. Staying busy helped. He could push himself on the field while letting his clones grind mastery. He preferred it this way, real-time combat for growth, clone time for knowledge. Back in his room, Ren sat on his bed and opened the system interface. You have received 1 Jonin level stat point. Without hesitation, he invested it into intelligence, raising it to 73. Originally, he had planned to keep investing in strength until it hit 70. But after observing how the system behaved with point rewards, he changed that plan. Once my level crossed 60, the system stopped giving 1 point per B rank mission. I'm pretty sure the same thing will happen with A rank missions when I hit level 70. If I wait too long, the stat point returns will drop. Better to clear as many A ranks as possible right now, rack up points, and let strength grow naturally through training. I'll resume investing in it later. Having confirmed his new plan, Ren leaned back and allowed himself to relax. Tomorrow, he'd begin learning high-level genjutsu with 3. A new branch of power, a new challenge. But tonight, there was no pressure. He closed his eyes and let himself drift into a deep, uninterrupted sleep but still alert for danger. Chapter 133, Giving Existential Crisis to Itsuki. The next day, after finishing his morning training, Ren headed to find 3. He knocked on her door, and a few seconds later, she opened it, already dressed in her full gear. 5, the commander informed me. Let's go to one of the training rooms, she said without delay. Ren followed her through the base to one of the 3 training rooms available exclusively to the numbers. While Ren typically focused on physical training and rarely used these rooms, today was different. Once inside, both of them sat down, and 3 began. I'm sure your basics are clear, but let's go through a few foundational questions first to make sure there are no misunderstandings. She proceeded to ask several questions regarding genjutsu theory. Ren answered each of them smoothly. Though he hadn't studied genjutsu in depth, the system reward that granted him genjutsu mastery ensured his theoretical base was solid. After the mini-test, 3 nodded. Alright. Your foundation is clean. So, let's move on to advanced genjutsu. But before that, I need to explain the difference between low-rank genjutsu and advanced genjutsu. Ren gave a light nod, signaling her to continue. As you know, chakra is composed of 2 parts, spiritual energy and physical energy. These 2 are also the foundations for yin and yang release respectively. I won't talk about physical energy or yang release as you're better versed in that than I am, even though I'm a medic. So let's focus on the spiritual aspect. She continued, spiritual energy is derived from the mind's consciousness. It increases through study, meditation, and life experience. Yin release is a more refined application of spiritual energy. It's used to create form from nothingness, manipulating imagination, perception, and illusion. While the 2 sound similar, they are fundamentally different. Yin is a specific and advanced channeling of spiritual energy. She paused. Even my mastery of yin isn't high enough to fully explain the difference, but try to think of it like this. It's like how water is the foundation for a river, but a river is not just water, it's water flowing in a specific channel, with its own characteristics. Ren nodded thoughtfully. I think I get it. Yin release is the advanced application of spiritual energy. It's created by deliberately using that component of chakra. 3 blinked in surprise. That level of understanding in just one explanation? When she had first learned it from her Karama clan elders, she had struggled. Even as someone considered a genius in genjutsu, she had needed a week just to grasp the basics. But Ren? One explanation, and he nailed it. Of course, for Ren, this wasn't a big deal. Understanding yin with a foundation in yang wasn't that difficult, he thought. He glanced at his mastery panel and, as expected, yin release, 3% had appeared. It was just a matter of grind now. 3 composed herself and continued. Once you understand yin release, using high-level genjutsu becomes much easier. The key challenge is learning how to convert normal chakra into yin chakra and then shaping it properly. She unfurled a scroll between them and pointed to the sequence of hand seals at the top. This technique is designed to help beginners stimulate yin chakra. Think of it like chakra control training. Until you can create and maintain yin flow, your genjutsu won't advance. She performed the hand seals slowly. After completion, she opened her palm. A faint black glow emerged and hovered over her skin. You'll need to maintain this glow for 10 minutes. That's your first goal, she said. Try it. Ren nodded. Okay. He scanned the scroll again, committed the hand seals to memory, and practiced them once before attempting for real. One by one, he executed the seals and opened his palm. A flicker of black glow appeared, but it vanished in less than a second. Ren frowned and quietly began analyzing the process. Yin chakra requires mental focus and delicate chakra control. Unlike yang chakra, which is stimulated through the heart and physical energy, yin comes from thought, imagination, and cognition. It uses the brain to stimulate chakra and produce yin chakra. But how interesting, even though I'm thinking of using my brain to stimulate chakra, it's still not working properly, brain not doing brain's work. As Ren began to analyze his usage of yin chakra and repeating the signs, 3 just stared at him. He did it on his first try, she thought, stunned. Even in the Karama clan, where genjutsu came as naturally as breathing, no one got that far in a single attempt. She herself had taken a full week before she could even flicker the black glow, and that was with clan heritage and focused guidance. Yet here was Ren, barely older than her daughter, and he had already begun manipulating yin chakra on his first attempt. She sighed softly. At this rate, he'll surpass me within a year or 2. Is this what the commander meant when he said Ren should become an all-rounder? It made sense. Most shinobi who trained in multiple disciplines ended up mediocre in all. But Ren was different. His strength lay in how easily he adapted to each domain. He wasn't just learning taijutsu and ninjutsu. He had knowledge of medical techniques and funjutsu. He could use different weapons with practical field effectiveness. Now, with the addition of genjutsu and yin release, his spiritual energy would also get polished, which means he would be able to learn sensory jutsu too. He was approaching something dangerous as someone who had no weakness. I pity his future enemies, she thought. Ren continued playing with the hand signs, trying to get the glow to stabilize longer. After a few minutes, 3 finally spoke. That's your homework for today. Once you can hold the yin chakra glow for 10 minutes, come find me again. Ren looked up and gave a polite nod. Thank you. I've been stuck with yin release for a while, and this really helped. If you ever need help with yin release or medical chakra control, feel free to ask. He rolled up the scroll, tucked it into his gear, and walked out without another word. 3 stood still for a while, watching the door. Who would have thought a boy just a bit older than my daughter would offer to teach me, she muttered to herself with a chuckle. Well then, maybe I can still grow a bit myself. She turned back to the scrolls in her pouch. Perhaps it was time she started pushing herself again too. Once Ren left the training room, he returned to his basement and immediately dispelled all the clones that were practicing weapons. Then, he remade them with a new task of practicing yin release. Now, 30 clones were solely dedicated to grinding the mastery of yin chakra. He looked at them and thought, I hope that with Yin release as a foundation, Yin release mastery increases faster. The moment it reaches intermediate, I can just dump points into it, just like Yin release. Satisfied, he left the basement and resumed his regular physical training while the clones continued their work. The next morning, Ren knocked on 3's door after his morning training. A few seconds later, the door opened and she appeared fully dressed in her work gear, even her umbu mask was on. She had assumed it was a mission call, but instead, it was Ren standing in casual clothes. Hello, Itsuki-san. Can we begin the next step? Ren said cheerfully as he raised his palm. A soft black glow flickered to life on his hand and stayed stable. Ren nodded to himself. Just as he'd expected, in the early stages, his advanced understanding of Yang chakra was helping him make quick progress with Yin. His mastery had already reached 15% in one day, and he estimated the speed would remain consistent until 30%, after which it would naturally slow down. He had already been able to create the glow with just 10% mastery, but since it was already evening by then, he had decided to come to Itsuki the next day. And here he was. Itsuki stared at the glow on his palm and stood still. Even though she had mentally accepted Ren's absurd level of talent, seeing it firsthand was still enough to make her freeze. Her eyes drifted from Ren's small figure to the doors of the other rooms in the command base, finally stopping at 4's. He needs to master sensory jutsu too, she thought. Only then can he complete his arsenal. She mentally began plotting 4's next few days. Then she looked back at Ren and said, if you don't even need hand signs to stimulate Yin chakra, then you already have the control needed to begin using it for advanced genjutsu. I had a few more basic exercises planned, but for you, they'll be a waste of time. You can go ahead and request advanced jutsu from the commander. Ren blinked, surprised. Is there no other exercise that helps polish Yin release? Itsuki nodded. There is, practicing advanced genjutsu. That's the only efficient way to grow from this point. Ren paused, then realized she either genuinely didn't know or wasn't willing to share any clan-based methods. He gave a respectful nod. All right then. Thank you again. He gave her a light bow and turned to leave. Itsuki watched him go, then closed her door and returned to her work, her mind still dwelling on her earlier thought. He must learn sensory jutsu next. Yora's office. Ren knocked on the door and a voice called out, come in. He stepped in and greeted bluntly, Commander, can I have a few advanced genjutsu techniques? Uncharacteristically, Yora stopped his work and looked up. He stared at Ren for a moment, seemingly thinking something over, then sighed internally and asked calmly, 5, no, Ren. How do you normally get a jutsu from the village? Ren, confused, answered anyway. You get them as a reward, a gift, or you ask for them. That's how it's been for you. Yora said flatly. Well, yeah. Ren responded, brows furrowed. Yoro exhaled sharply, muttering, it's my fault for assuming he'd know. He looked at Ren and spoke in a lecturing tone. When a shinobi wants to learn a village-held jutsu, there's a strict process. First, you submit an application for the jutsu you want. After that, the village verifies the request, and then you're informed of the price. Ren tilted his head. Wait, there's a price? You have to buy jutsu. Yoro gave a slight nod. Yes, the price is in mission points. Depending on the type and rank of the mission, you accumulate points. That gets recorded in your mission file. Ren's eyes widened. Wow, I didn't even know we had mission points. How many do I have? Yora's calm demeanor cracked. He picked up a brand new ink bottle and hurled it at Ren, who quickly ducked. How the hell am I supposed to know your mission points? Yora yelled. Ren rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the barrage of flying objects that followed. Chill, boss man. It's just a minor oversight. No need to get so dramatic. Ren said as he dodged a paperweight and ducked behind a chair. The aerial assault continued for another full minute until Yora's desk was empty. As the dust settled, Ren peeked out and said, so, is there a way to bypass all that red tape? Maybe a loan system? I mean, by the time I officially get these jutsu, I could have learned them myself. Yoro exhaled heavily and gave him a long stare before motioning toward the door. Get up. Chapter 134, Divine Sense? In this world? Upon hearing Yoro's words, Ren immediately stood up. Yoro rummaged through one of his desk drawers, pulled out a scroll, and tossed it across the room. Ren caught it with ease. There should be a few in it and some other things too, Yoro said. Going forward, if you want something, you go through proper procedure. Ren glanced down at the scroll. It was thicker than most and looked like it could cover his immediate needs. As he weighed it in his hand, a grin crept onto his face. By the time I finish everything in here, I'll just do the same thing again, he thought. He'll eventually cave and give me what I want anyway, as long as it's within reason. And if he doesn't, well, I have other routes. His grin widened. If Hiruzen wants to play the grandpa card, then he should at least give his grandson some gifts. Ren looked up at Yoro and nodded with mock sincerity. Of course, Commander. I'll definitely go through proper procedures next time. Neither of them believed a word of it, but neither said anything more. With that, the matter was settled, at least on the surface. Ren left Yoro's office and made his way home. He still had time before the 48-hour window Yoro had given him for genjutsu practice expired, so this was the perfect opportunity to dive into the scroll. Once inside, Ren went straight to the basement and opened the scroll. It was packed with content. Just as Yoro had said, there were a number of genjutsu techniques, ranging from simple D-rank illusions to more advanced A-rank ones. At the very end of the scroll were 2 S-rank genjutsu techniques. Definitely enough to start building a solid arsenal. The scroll also contained lightning-style techniques, likely because Yoro had planned for Ren to use lightning release as his new official ninjutsu focus. Just like the genjutsu section, there were lightning techniques from D rank to A rank, with 1 S-rank lightning jutsu included. Ren stared at the scroll and nodded slightly. He must have already prepared this. There's no way he just had something this curated lying around in his drawer. With a sigh, he sat down and started reading. If he already had it ready, why didn't he just hand it over instead of going through all that drama? Still, Ren couldn't complain too much. Yoro had been unusually generous lately, with the hyper-focus training, weapons, and now this scroll. Every weapon Ren used in his missions so far had been high quality and durable. Most of them would last a long time before wearing out, and thanks to the variety, he had something suitable for almost any situation. Of course, Ren had been wary of Yoro's generosity at first, but so far, Yoro hadn't done anything manipulative. No power plays. No forced loyalty. No sneaky tracking seals, and especially not some sealing formulas like the root. Just relentless expectations and practical support. He definitely has his own goals, Ren thought. But at least they don't get in my way. If anything, they've been helping. So it's fine for now. He turned his attention back to the scroll and schemed through the lower rank genjutsu first. As expected, most of the D to C rank techniques used only spiritual energy and didn't require actual yin chakra. However, with some modifications, Ren figured he could rework the chakra flow to use yin release, increasing their effectiveness. That would be for later, though, once his mastery increased. He kept scrolling until he reached the A-rank section. There were 10 A-rank genjutsu techniques in total. While a few were standard illusions, some stood out. Internal collapse was the first to catch his attention. It inflicted the sensation that the victim's internal organs and systems were shutting down one by one. It wasn't just painful, it was mentally debilitating. The perfect tool for interrogation or disabling already weakened enemies. Then came false world activation. It generated a visible dome that triggered unique illusions for each enemy within. The main limitation was the visibility of the dome itself. Any shinobi with awareness could detect it. Otherwise, this would easily be an S-rank technique. Still, it had excellent battlefield utility. Crushing Sky was the next one. It made enemies feel as though gravity around them had suddenly intensified, pinning them down. On its own, it wasn't very threatening and was easy to detect, but Ren immediately saw the potential. If I combine this with gravity seals, it'll stack and delay their reaction time, opening them up for a finishing move. Of course, he didn't need genjutsu to win most fights, but it was always better to have layered strategies. Especially if he ever found himself in a scenario where physical strength couldn't be relied on. Ren made a mental note to master all 10 of the A-rank techniques. Even the less flashy ones still contributed to his yin release mastery. There were only 2 S-rank illusions listed. The first, Final Embrace of the Flame, was a single target illusion. It made the victim feel like they were engulfed in sacred, never-ending fire, burning without consuming. The environment around them appeared untouched, creating a stark contrast that only amplified the illusion's psychological torment. Ren nodded thoughtfully. That would pair beautifully with fire release techniques, burn their senses first, then hit them with the real thing. The second was a large-scale technique, Shattered Sky Dome. Within a certain radius, everyone affected would experience a sky that collapses. Meteors fall, the earth cracks, lightning rains down. Total chaos. It wasn't just visual, it disrupted perception, causing targets to misread terrain, flail wildly, and attack friendlies. That one's brutal, especially in group combat. He stared at the scroll for a moment, imagining what it would be like to be caught inside one of those illusions. Even though I'm immune to genjutsu, I kinda want to experience it, just once. Must be trippy. Having reviewed all the genjutsu, Ren flipped to the lightning section of the scroll. Most of the jutsu listed were standard techniques, even the A-rank ones were simply more powerful versions of their lower-rank counterparts. None stood out much. Except one. Lightning Style, Thunderstep Blitz. It was an S-rank movement technique. According to the description, it allowed the user to convert their body into pure lightning, enabling near-instant dodging, teleportation-like attacks, and the creation of lightning clone after images. It was noted as one of the fastest escape techniques the village had under elemental-style jutsu. However, there was a catch. Because of the unstable nature of lightning, the direction of landing after using the jutsu was unpredictable. The scroll included a warning: until high control over lightning chakra is achieved, this technique should be used sparingly. As Ren read through the jutsu notes, his eyes sparkled with excitement. This one's incredible. Sure, it's hard to control at first, but once I increase my mastery and in it with my reflexes, it could become one of my best cards. He rolled the scroll back up and reviewed it one last time, making mental notes of the training paths ahead. Afterward, he looked at all his clones still practicing. Without wasting any time, Ren dispelled all the existing clones and began redeploying them with updated priorities. He created 4 high chakra clones, each assigned to practice elemental releases: fire, lightning, earth, and wind, excluding water for now. Then, he made one more clone, but this one had barely enough chakra to sustain itself. It was assigned to water release. The reason was simple: Ren still remembered a particular system reward. Once he achieved 90% mastery in both lightning and water release, he had a chance to unlock the storm release Kekkei Jinkai. Initially, he had planned to wait until the system granted him an affinity for water. But so much time had passed, and the system still hadn't done so. Now that he was actively pushing lightning release, it made sense to start with water too. Even if it would be slow to practice without affinity, at least he could create a base. He sent the water clone to the village library to gather foundational knowledge before beginning chakra control exercises. After that, he created one more clone with high level of chakra for genjutsu, which would, by extension, also contribute toward yin release mastery. He could have made more, but one dedicated clone practicing advanced genjutsu would be more effective than multiple clones doing surface level work. Next, Ren deployed 15 low chakra clones to resume weapon training, primarily for exotic or high-level weapons like the 7 ninja swords and Uchiha's gunbei. Lastly, he created 20 more low chakra clones to work exclusively on funjutsu, hoping to raise the mastery past 59%. Had his chakra not already reached S-rank level, managing this number of clones would have been impossible. But now, it was manageable. With the clones hard at work, Ren went off to continue his personal training. By the time the day passed, a mission assignment came through. Coincidentally, he was to be paired with number 3, Itsuki. Once again, during their mission, Itsuki noticed something Ren had overlooked, his lack of sensory abilities. After the mission, she bluntly told him, "For someone learning everything else under the sun, you're surprisingly blind when it comes to sensing chakra. Fix that." Ren agreed without protest. He was already learning so many things, what was one more? As soon as they returned, he went to Yoru's office and brought it up. Yoru considered it for a moment before calling number 4 and assigning Ren to him for 24 hours to learn sensory techniques. Since it was just for a day, 4 didn't complain. And that's how Ren found himself sitting in one of the training rooms of the Umbu command base, directly in front of number 4, dressed casually and listening intently, one day before his 11th birthday. 4, named Inajin Yamanaka, served as the primary sensor of the numbers. While all of the numbers had some basic sensory skills for emergency situations, Inajin was undoubtedly the most proficient when it came to true sensory jutsu. He began the session with a calm, matter-of-fact tone. "You already have a sensory base, since you learned wind-based sensing from 1. But that method, while good, isn't viable at higher levels. In fact, it can become a problem. If you encounter someone with high wind affinity, they might instantly notice your sensory field. It's like waving a flag in front of them. Of course, the same risk applies to standard chakra sensing, but the odds are different. For every 1 in 100 wind-style specialist, there might only be one sensor in 500. So you should understand the benefit of proper sensory jutsu." Ren nodded, indicating he understood the point. Inajin continued, "Learning sensory jutsu isn't difficult if you have the talent. High-level shinobi can brute force it through experience, but it's much easier if you're naturally inclined. That's what we'll be testing today. If you have talent, we'll continue. If not, we'll stop for now." Ren gave another nod. Inajin explained, "Sensory jutsu relies on the spiritual energy component of chakra, similar to genjutsu. But there's a key difference. In genjutsu, you mold chakra inwardly. In sensory jutsu, you channel raw spiritual energy outward, forming a sensory field. Any questions so far?" Ren shook his head. "All right then," Inajin replied. He pulled out a small scroll and began demonstrating the hand seals designed to assist with channeling spiritual energy externally. Once Ren had memorized the sequence, he performed the hand signs. Instantly, his perception changed. It wasn't like seeing or hearing, at least not in the traditional sense. Even when he closed his eyes, he could still sense the room, as if his awareness had detached from his physical body. Shapes and outlines pulsed around him. Faint flickers of chakra signatures brushed his senses. He focused on the outline of Inajin in front of him. Gradually, the form sharpened, not as a visible image, but a sense of presence. Then, just as he was beginning to delve deeper into the experience, it faded on its own. A wave of fatigue washed over him. This is straight-up cultivation nonsense, Ren thought, snickering. Divine sense, huh? Now where are the foundation establishment cultivators? Inajin, on the other hand, had jolted upright the moment he felt Ren's sensory field brush over him, specifically when it started probing his internal chakra network. He blinked once, then looked at Ren seriously. "That was your first time, so you wouldn't know," he said, voice firm but not angry. "But understand this, scanning someone's internal chakra like that is taboo unless they're an enemy. Got it? Don't ever do that again to an ally." Ren nodded quickly. "Yes." Inajin's tone returned to normal. "Good. Then let's move on to the next step." Chapter 135, October 10th. Inajin took out a few sealing tags from his pocket and explained, "These are sensory dampening seals. They temporarily dull your 5 senses so you can focus entirely on perceiving with your spiritual energy instead of your sensory organs." He handed one to Ren and added, "Just place it on your forehead. It'll activate on its own." Ren took the seal and examined it briefly. With his funjutsu mastery, he could tell it wasn't harmful, just a layered chakra suppression seal targeted at sensory input. He applied it to his forehead. Instantly, Ren felt a subtle chakra layer settle over his eyes, ears, and other senses. He tried to look around but could barely make out vague shapes, let alone see clearly. He nodded in the general direction of Inajin, signaling that the seal was working. Inajin moved on to the next step. He took out a small ball, attached a few additional seals to it, and let it roll across the floor until it stopped in a corner of the room. You can start now, he said. Ren formed the hand signs he'd been taught earlier and spread out his spiritual energy. Slowly, the vague world around him began to sharpen, not visually, but as a field of awareness. He focused for a few seconds before speaking. There's something about 30 degrees to my left. He narrowed his perception further. It's a ball. Inajin smiled. Correct. Stop now. Ren ended the technique but left the seal on. Inajin placed several more chakra-suppressed objects around the 10-meter training room and stepped back. Now, tell me how many objects you can detect. Ren went through the signs again and closed his eyes. His field expanded outward slowly as he focused on each signature. 5 total, Ren said after a few moments. The furthest one I can sense is the shuriken. Inajin nodded and asked for him to remove the seal. Ren did, and immediately his physical senses returned to normal. He looked down at the tag in his hand thoughtfully. This could actually be helpful for practicing hyperfocus too. Inajin spoke up again. Your sensory range is about 6.5 meters right now. That's where the shuriken was placed. Ren looked to confirm and nodded. It was exactly 6.5 meters away. Well, Inajin said, that's all I can teach you. You already know how to stimulate spiritual energy, how to spread it, and how to identify chakra-suppressed objects. From here on, it's about refinement. Until your spiritual energy is highly polished, you won't be able to learn advanced sensory techniques anyway. So keep practicing. Ren nodded. Well, that was easier than I expected. He gave a short bow. Thanks for taking the time to teach me. No problem, Inajin replied, then turned back to his notes as Ren left the room. A few minutes later, Itsuki, number 3, entered the room. She looked around, then asked casually, so, how was it? Inajin responded calmly, he learned it, of course. She studied his face for a moment, her brow furrowing. He sounds normal. Didn't Ren show enough talent? No, he said he learned it in one go. Inajin glanced at her and chuckled. You expected me to be shocked. She pouted slightly. You used to be more expressive. I've known you since the academy, Inajin said, chuckling. We got married, had a daughter, and you still expect me to be surprised by you. Itsuka sighed, you're getting numb. I should try new things to shake you up. Inajin laughed again. Waiting. She tilted her head thoughtfully. How about we ask Ren to help Shizuka after she graduates? Not as a Jonin sensei, just someone who can help her manage her condition. You know how hard it is for her to control her yin chakra since the quantity she has is very large. If something goes wrong. She didn't finish the sentence, but Inajin understood. I was thinking of asking Shinku-san's daughter, Kurane, he replied. She's the newest genjutsu prodigy in the village. But, Ren would indeed be a better fit. He thought for a moment, then nodded to himself. Let's keep both options open. Shizuka's only a year younger than Ren. She might not feel comfortable learning from someone that close in age. But if Ren's mastery of yin release continues at this pace, by the time she graduates, he'll have surpassed Kurane by a large margin. If that happens, he'll be the better choice regardless. Itsuki nodded. All right. 2 more years to go. Though they were husband and wife, both maintained professional boundaries inside the command base. Their conversation ended with a mutual understanding, and Itsuki quietly left the room. Once Ren returned home, he began outlining his training plan for sensory jutsu. As part of his usual routine, he created a clone to test whether the technique could be practiced in parallel. The clone formed the necessary hand signs and attempted to spread out a wave of spiritual energy. However, the moment it tried to expand its range, the clone dispelled with a puff of smoke. Ren narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking, as expected. Clones with low chakra reserves can't handle the strain. Sensory techniques rely heavily on spiritual energy, and spiritual energy consumption is tied directly to chakra. If I want clones to practice this, they'll need at least 20% of my chakra, but that's too costly. He dismissed the idea for now. It's more efficient if I handle sensory training myself. The technique isn't complicated and doesn't demand full concentration, so I can train it in parallel with my physical routines. With his plan set, Ren stepped outside and resumed his intense physical training. At regular intervals, he activated the sensory technique, pushing his limits with each attempt. The next day arrived in the Hidden Leaf Village, but it was not greeted with sunlight. Instead, dark clouds loomed overhead, and a steady downpour blanketed the village in gray. The date was October 10th, a day already marked by a somber atmosphere in Konoha, but the rain made it feel even heavier. Silence pervaded the streets. Shops remained closed, and even the hawkers, usually persistent in any weather, were quietly packing their goods and preparing to leave. For Ren, however, the day was entirely normal. Even though it was his birthday, his routine didn't change. He had already checked with Yoru and found out that both Yujeo and Hitachi were out on missions and not in the village. So, even if he had wanted to celebrate, there wasn't anyone around to invite. Rather than dwell on it, he stuck to his usual schedule, training. The rain was an added challenge, but not an unwelcome one. With nearly 800 kilograms of weighted gear strapped to his body, Ren continued running laps around the village. The rain poured down relentlessly, drenching his clothes and causing his hair to stick to his forehead, but he didn't stop. There was something calming about running in the rain. It should rain more often in Konoha, he thought as he inhaled deeply, enjoying the earthy scent of petrichor. The smell of wet earth is truly enchanting. As he continued sprinting through the village, he passed by Might Guy, who was running in the opposite direction, upside down, of course, and wearing his ever-vibrant green jumpsuit. The two crossed paths with nothing more than a shared glance and an exchanged thumbs up. It was a routine sight. They had encountered each other many times during their training laps around the village, but not once had they stopped to chat. This time was no different. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the Hidden Leaf village, a small boy with bright yellow hair was running through the streets with a wide grin plastered across his face. His white shirt, adorned with the Uzumaki clan symbol, was stained with colorful paint that the rain struggled to wash away. Behind him, two Chunin were chasing after him, their expressions a mix of exhaustion and frustration. Damn it, one cursed, panting, how is a kid who hasn't even entered the academy running this fast? The other grumbled in agreement, TCH Lord Third better punish him properly this time. That fox brat painted all over the library entrance. Naruto Uzumaki laughed gleefully as he turned to shout at them, you'll never catch me. He leaped up and over a cart, using every obstacle in the street as a springboard to maintain his lead. Gramps can only do something if you guys catch me first. As he reached an intersection, he came to a brief halt, glancing quickly down each of the 3 roads ahead. Which way should I go? He mused aloud, before pointing to the middle path with a smirk. I choose you. With that, he dashed forward, oblivious to the blue blur that sped past him in the opposite direction. For the briefest of moments, their paths crossed. Both turned their heads to glance back. The yellow-haired boy thought, was that guy also running after pranking someone? The blue-haired boy glanced over his shoulder, had a different thought, so we finally meet, Naruto Uzumaki. Neither said a word. Neither stopped. They simply continued running, each unaware of the full weight the other carried. A little distance away, as Ren continued his sprint through the rain, he glanced back once more and sighed internally. Even if I wanted to talk to him, there's no way those guys would allow it. The moment he crossed paths with Naruto, his observe picked up the 6 Umbu operatives shadowing Naruto's every move. Among them, he had no doubt that at least 2 or 3 were from Root. The moment I stopped to talk or made any suspicious movement, they would surround me in an instant. Not like they could do anything to me, but it's still not worth the trouble. He let the thought fade as quickly as it had come and focused back on his run, the sound of rain masking his footsteps, and the scent of the wet earth grounding his mind. Today was just another day. The rain hadn't stopped for the entire day. Fortunately, this was a world filled with chakra-wielding superhumans. Otherwise, the village might have been halfway underwater by now. Every few hours, whenever the water level began to rise too high in any part of the village, Ninja would flicker to the area and quickly dry the excess moisture using various fire or wind techniques. At one point, Ren had paused mid-run to ask one of them who they were. The ninja had responded proudly, we are the capital-inspired, save the village from getting very wet department. Appointed personally by the 4th Hokage, we mobilize in situations like this. Ren had blinked at that. What a great name. The 4th really was a genius when it came to naming things. He had even offered to help, but was quickly, though politely, refused. Since he wasn't officially part of the capital-inspired, save the village from getting very wet department, he couldn't be trusted with critical moisture control duties. Ren had sighed at the rejection but didn't dwell on it. Instead, he continued with his training, drenched in rain but focused as always. With no missions assigned for the day, he just kept going until the sky began to darken and the lamps around the village flickered to life. By evening, he finally called it a day and headed toward a very familiar destination, Ichiraku Ramen. Pushing aside the curtain at the entrance, he found the place unusually empty. No customers. No one even manning the counter. He leaned forward slightly and called out, Old man Tuki, are you here? A moment later, Tuka poked his head out from the kitchen and broke into a wide smile when he saw Ren. Haha, happy birthday, Ren. I thought you wouldn't come by today with all this rain. Ren stepped inside and used a small burst of fire release to dry himself off, steam rising briefly from his clothes as the moisture evaporated. With a grin, he replied, my birthday wouldn't be complete without your ramen. Tuka laughed warmly. Well, since you're the only customer right now, and the birthday boy, you get 2 bowls on the house. Ren nodded as he took a seat at the counter. Thanks. I'll go with the usual. With a hum and a nod, Tuka turned and disappeared back into the kitchen, humming a familiar tune. As Ren waited, he let his thoughts wander. It's already been 6 years since I came to this world. So much has happened, but I survived. No, it's better to say I thrived. From a scared, fragile kid to this, I've done well. Let's hope it continues like this. Soon, Tuka returned with 2 steaming bowls in hand, which he set down in front of Ren with a smile. Happy birthday once again. Ren smiled back, placed his hands together briefly in thanks, and dug in. Tuka leaned on the counter, watching with a faint smile as Ren slurped down the first bowl. His thoughts wandered, drifting back to a time a few years ago, a time when the shop bustled with a very different set of regulars, loud voices, and laughter echoing beneath these same awnings. He looked back at Ren and his eyes shone with emotion and thought quietly, how times have changed. His gaze drifted around his humble stall, walls still strong despite the years, and his eyes eventually landed on the entrance. A small boy stood there, drenched from the rain, fists tightly clenched, and eyes locked onto something in his palm. He opened his hands and seemed to be counting something. Tuka blinked, then gently waved him in. The boy froze for a moment, clearly startled, but slowly stepped into the shop. Ren paused mid-slurp and turned around slightly, raising an eyebrow at Toka's gesture. Then he saw the boy. Blonde hair, whiskered cheeks, a shirt with the Uzumaki clan symbol, soaked head to toe, a bit of mud clinging to his sandals, and in his hand, a handful of crumpled notes and coins, just enough for a meal, probably counted a dozen times. Ren stared for a second. What a strange game the universe plays, he thought. Looks like we were meant to meet today. Naruto Uzumaki Chapter 136, Blue and Yellow. Naruto stopped at the entrance as he spotted Ren. Normally, he could easily tell what people thought of him, it was always in their eyes. But this time, he couldn't feel anything and Ren's eyes were hidden behind a pair of dark sunglasses, and there was no scorn or judgment in his posture, just calm neutrality. Ren, still halfway through a bite of noodles, glanced up at the soaked boy standing awkwardly near the entrance. A noodle hung from his mouth as the two locked gazes, or would have, if Naruto could see through those sunglasses. After a second, Ren slurped the noodle back in and took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of sharp, light blue eyes. We have the same eye color, Ren remarked. Naruto flinched slightly. No one ever really looked at him like that. Normally, they looked through him. So he hesitated, then asked cautiously, are you talking to me? Ren tilted his head slowly, as if reconsidering the very idea of conversation. Then, dramatically raising his chopsticks, he pointed them, not at Naruto, but at his shoulder. In a deep voice, Ren said, no, I'm talking to the bug sitting on your shoulder. Don't you feel it? It's heavy. Naruto's whole body stiffened. Then, his face twisted in horror. He shrieked, jumping in panic. Where is it? I hate bugs. In his panicked frenzy, Naruto leapt forward and landed directly on Ren's face. Get it off? Get it off? I hate bugs. Naruto wailed, clinging to Ren's head like a terrified koala. Startled, Ren nearly activated chakra-enhanced strength on reflex. Jiga, get off my face, you brat. Noo, get off the bug first. Naruto yelled, still attached like a limpet. The two of them wrestled awkwardly, Ren trying to pry Naruto off his face, and Naruto refusing to let go until he was sure the imaginary bug was gone. Why is your grip this strong? Ren groaned, struggling. And there's no bug. Get off. Naruto peeked up, loosening his grip slightly but still clinging to Ren's neck. Really? Taking the opportunity, Ren grabbed Naruto by the collar and held him up like a soaked kitten. Panting, he glared. You overreacted that much to a joke. What would you do if there really was a bug? Naruto flailed his legs slightly and shrieked again. You shouldn't joke about bugs. They're the worst abomination. Except dragonflies. Dragonflies are okay. Ren nodded solemnly. You're right about dragonflies. But other bugs aren't so bad. You get used to them with time. They both finally calmed down. Ren sat back down and placed Naruto gently on the stool next to him. Really? Naruto asked again, skeptical. Ren raised his hand and quickly dried Naruto's soaked clothes using a burst of low-grade fire release. Yeah, one of my teammates is from the Abarame clan. I spent enough time around him, and eventually, the bug stopped bothering me. What now? Naruto blinked. Ren waved his chopsticks like a wand. You'll learn it when you join the academy. He pushed the second ramen bowl toward Naruto. Here. It's my birthday today, so you can have it. Naruto looked at the warm bowl in front of him, then back at Ren. It's my birthday too, he said quietly. Today. Ren paused mid-bite, glanced at Naruto again, and said, then, happy birthday. Naruto froze. Then he lit up. Lit up, as if someone had flicked a switch and turned his body into a beacon. His eyes shone, his face glowed, and his entire being radiated joy. Thank you, he said, voice bright and stunned. No one's ever wished me happy birthday before. Ren quickly put his sunglasses back on, muttering, too damn bright. When Ren met Naruto, many people moved. The 6 observers assigned to monitor Naruto Uzumaki acted the moment contact was made. Of the 6, 3 flickered away instantly to report. Hokage office. An Umbu ninja knelt in front of Hiruzen Sarutobi and reported, Lord 3rd, Naruto Uzumaki is in contact with Chunin Ren Takahashi. He then explained the circumstances of the meeting. Hiruzen took a long puff from his pipe, exhaled slowly, and waved the Umbu away. The shinobi flickered out silently. Hiruzen opened a drawer in his desk, pulled out a crystal ball, placed it on a red cushion, and passed his hand over it. Slowly, images began to flicker and finally stabilized, displaying the interior of Ichiraku Ramen. What he saw was chaotic. Naruto flailing about in panic, landing on Ren's face, the two of them wrestling in the middle of the shop. The sandame nearly choked on his smoke. He sighed, holding his forehead as he muttered, why did I expect their meeting to be any less chaotic? Still, his eyes remained on the crystal ball. This was inevitable, but I can already see the upcoming headache. Umbu Command Base. Yara's office. An Umbu stood before the commander. Naruto Uzumaki has made contact with Ren Takahashi. Yara paused, glanced up from his paperwork, and dismissed the Umbu with a wave of his hand. Once alone, he muttered to himself, let's see how this turns out to be. And then, in a flicker, he too vanished from the office. Root Headquarters. Danzo's office. In the shadows of the underground Root base, a Root shinobi kneeled before Danzo Shimura. The Jinchuriki and the second priority are currently in contact, the agent reported. Danzo narrowed his eye. Explain. The shinobi detailed the encounter. Danzo remained silent for a long moment. Then he gave a cold snort and stood up, his coat swaying as he stepped out of the room. Ichiraku Ramen. The shop was quiet except for the sound of slurping noodles. Ren had just offered his second bowl to Naruto, who practically lit up like a 1000-watt light bulb at the gesture. Ren, blinking through the radiance, slid his sunglasses back on and muttered, "You set the bar for getting happy way too low. You should at least be that happy after someone gives you a gift." Naruto tilted his head, confused. "What's a gift?" Ren stopped mid-motion. Even Tuke, who had been quietly watching the exchange with a smile, now wore a faintly sad expression. Ren glanced at Naruto's face. The confusion on it was genuine. He sighed softly and slurped more noodles, motioning for Naruto to eat as well. "A gift," Ren began, "is something you give to someone without expecting anything in return." Naruto nodded slowly, trying to understand. Ren then pointed to the ramen bowl in front of Naruto. "By the way, that's not a gift." Naruto froze and quickly shifted away from the bowl. I don't have that much money to give you in return," he said, voice growing small, glancing at the bowl as if it had betrayed him. Then came laughter. Ren clutched his chest, trying not to fall off the stool. "Pfft, gosh, you turned serious so fast?" "I was joking, calm down." Naruto flushed red. "Hey, what's with you?" Ren finally caught his breath, still grinning. "But it's true. That's not a gift." Naruto glared, ready to jump again. "It's not a gift, it's a treat," Ren explained. "I'm treating you today since you don't have money and it's both our birthdays. But next year, it'll be your turn to treat me. Deal?" Naruto blinked, stunned. "You'll talk to me again." "Of course," Ren said casually. "I always collect my debts. I'll be waiting for that ramen next birthday." Naruto nodded slowly, and then his face crumpled. Soft sobs began to escape him. Ren looked over, ready to offer comfort but reeled back in disgust. Naruto was crying his eyes out, with a massive snot bubble hovering precariously above his ramen. Ren jumped back, snatching both bowls with him. "What the hell is wrong with you? You wanna eat snot-flavored ramen, go do it at home. Not when I'm treating you." Naruto, now completely snot-faced, sniffled, "I'm just so happy. You said you'd talk to me again." "People never talk to me again." He wiped his face with his sleeve, only smearing the mess further. Ren groaned and walked over with a handkerchief. He wiped Naruto's face clean with clear reluctance. All right, I get it. Stop crying or I'll cancel your treat." Naruto stopped immediately, blew his nose hard, and tried to hand the used handkerchief back to Ren. Ren looked at it like it was a cursed scroll and immediately incinerated it with fire release. "Ugh, you are nasty." Naruto gave a sheepish smile, his eyes still a little puffy. "Thanks." Ren just sighed, sitting back down and keeping a healthy distance from the snot kid. "Next year, ramen's on you. Got it?" Naruto nodded with a huge grin. "Yup, it's a promise." By the time Ren and Naruto finished eating, a sizable stack of empty bowls had formed beside them. Ren had 7, while Naruto, impressively for a 5-year-old, had polished off 5. Naruto had initially tried to stop after the first bowl, but Ren kept ordering more, knowing a single bowl wouldn't fill the boy's stomach. Naruto hesitated at first, glancing at Ren with uncertain eyes. But hunger always wins. After the 5th bowl, his belly was visibly bulging under his shirt in a comically exaggerated way. Ren paid the bill, and while it looked like a lot to Naruto, Ren's wallet barely felt it. From his academy days until his promotion to Chunin, most of his expenses had been covered by his father. Meanwhile, his own income from missions kept piling up. Even after his father's departure, the only regular expense he had was food. Weapons and consumables like kunao, shuriken, and tags, those were essentially free for him. He just fulfilled the village's funjutsu scroll quota in exchange. At this point, Ren didn't even know how much he had saved in the bank. "Maybe I should go and check. Who knows, I might already be rich," he thought. He turned his head to glance at Naruto, who was happily chatting away, swinging his legs on the stool like a pendulum. Ren asked, "Hey, do you have a dream?" Naruto quieted down at the question, then looked at Ren and answered softly, "I don't want to be hated. I want people to smile when they see me, not curse or yell." Ren studied Naruto's face, thinking, so he hasn't decided to become Hokage yet. He stayed silent for a moment, sipping the orange juice Tuke had placed in front of him at some point. Then, with a serious expression, Ren spoke. "You know, people only hate others for 2 reasons. Naruto looked at him curiously. Ren raised one finger. "First, because they did something wrong." "So, have you done something wrong?" Naruto scrunched up his face and thought hard. He remembered all the angry looks he'd gotten ever since he could remember. Except for Gramps, though even he sometimes felt cold. Naruto shook his head slowly. I don't think I did. Maybe I forgot. I've got a bad memory, you know." Ren nodded. "If you don't remember, it wasn't your fault." He raised a second finger. "Second reason, people hate someone who's better than them. If you didn't do anything wrong, then the only reason they hate you is because you're better than them." As soon as Ren said that, he felt several chakra signatures ripple in the air, subtle but unmistakable. "Looks like that's all I can say for now. Any more and someone might escort him away." Naruto frowned. "How am I better than them? I don't have friends, or siblings, not even a mom or dad. They're all better than me." Ren was about to reply, but at that exact moment, a wave of chakra swept over the area. "The commander's here too, huh? Guess that's my cue." He stood up, looked over at Tuki, who met his eyes and smiled faintly, then disappeared into the back. Ren turned to Naruto, who was still frowning in confusion. You might not get it now, he said softly, but maybe one day, you will. He glanced out. Well, rain stopped. Let's go. Naruto perked up and looked out the curtain. Sure enough, the skies had cleared and the setting sun was visible. But he still didn't move, clearly reluctant to leave. Ren sighed and picked him up by the collar like a kitten, carried him outside, and plopped him down on the street. Alright, run along now. And don't forget, you owe me a ramen treat next birthday. Naruto nodded energetically, still not wanting to leave. That's when Ren smirked and added, hey, there's a bug on your face. Naruto scowled. You already used that Joa because this time there actually was a bug on his face. The blonde shrieked like he was dying and bolted down the empty street, his howls echoing across the village. Ren watched his retreating figure with amusement and then turned his gaze around. The Umbu had vanished. Except one, of course. A voice came from behind him. That was not needed right now. Ren didn't turn around. Come on, boss man. What are you talking about? I just stumbled on a poor kid and did a good deed for my birthday. Yora stayed quiet for a moment. Then, everything has a time, Ren. Not everything can be pushed. That made Ren pause. He glanced back toward the shadows where Yoro was hidden and replied, Commander, that's not like you. If you really believe that crap, I might just lose the bit of respect I had for you. He folded his hands behind his head and started walking away when Yora's voice called out once more. I'll handle the aftermath. Ren smiled faintly as he kept walking. I knew it. You're different from the rest of those old fossils. The setting sun bathed the street in warm gold as Ren disappeared around the corner, his figure framed in fading light. Chapter 137, When the Guardian Speaks, the Tower Shakes. Naruto, who had finally freed himself from the bug abomination, panted slightly as he felt a water drop on him and looked up, just to see that rain had begun once again, so he quickly ran back to him home. Suddenly he stopped, as if remembering something, and shouted, I don't his name. Hokage office. Late evening. Rain drummed softly against the windows of the Hokage tower, but inside, the tension was suffocating. An impromptu meeting had been called, and seated in his usual place was the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Before him stood two of Konoha's most powerful and controversial protectors, Danzo Shimura, the leader of Root, and Yoro, the commander of the Umbu. Danzo began, his voice cold and sharp, why was Chunin Ren Takahashi in contact with the Jinchuriki? Neither Hiruzen nor Yoro responded. Danzo frowned ever so slightly at their silence. It was agreed and even approved by the daimyo, that the Jinchuriki would not be approached by high-profile individuals or specific persons of interest. His voice turned colder. Now that the precedent is broken, does this mean the Jinchuriki is open to contact? Are we to expect others to approach him as they please? A few seconds of silence passed before Yoro finally spoke. Looks like hiding in the dark for too long has rotted your brain, Danzo. The temperature in the room dropped as the air turned hostile. The unspoken pressure between Danzo and Yoro became almost tangible, but Yoro remained composed and continued. What you people decided, he said, eyes flicking between Danzo and Hiruzen, in a secret meeting with the daimyo, without the presence of the Umbu commander, the Sunin, or the clan heads, was this, that the Jinchuriki, who has a name, Naruto Uzumaki, shall not be approached by the following groups until he becomes a genin, members of Minato's team, the Sunin, any of the elders, any clan head, and any clan member. Yoru tilted his head slightly. So, tell me, which of those conditions were broken? Ren isn't part of Minato's team. He's not a Sunin. He's not a clan head. And, he scoffed, he's not a clan member either. Danzo's eyes narrowed. How noble of you, Commander Yoro. Twisting words to protect your subordinate. Was it not discussed that even the families of Minato's team should refrain from approaching the Jinchuriki? As if anticipating that very line, Yoro casually pulled a folded document from within his uniform and placed it lightly on the desk before Hiruzen. You should really take better care of your memory, Danzo. This is the original agreement, copied and sealed the same day the third informed me of that so-called secret meeting. It contains no such mention of family members. Danzo picked up the paper and scanned it. His face remained expressionless, but his silence betrayed the truth. The chakra seal on the paper unmistakably belonged to Hiruzen. He turned and handed it to the Hokage, who frowned slightly as he read. Has he been preparing for this all along? Both Hiruzen and Danzo wondered simultaneously. Yoro retrieved the document and carefully tucked it away. Of course, he added with a casual tone, you could always bring it up to the council. It sounded like an invitation. But both Danzo and Hiruzen knew what came next. You could argue that a clan member approached Naruto Uzumaki, Yoro said with mock openness. Then his tone dropped. But are you ready to acknowledge his true lineage as a senju? Danzo tensed, and Hiruzen's face grew more serious. Yoro didn't stop. I know you don't care for Sayaka's words. But are you willing to let him bear the name Ren Senju? Are you ready to return the senju heritage you've safeguarded all these years? Yoro. Hiruzen warned. But Yoro pressed on. Are you willing to hand back the land deeds, the property, the rights that belong to one of the last living heir of the first Hokage's bloodline? Why are you? Hiruzen's voice thundered, and his chakra surged. But Yoro didn't flinch. His chakra surged just as fiercely, matching Hiruzen's pressure point for point. Their power weighed on the air like a vice. Sarutobi. Then the room cracked. Literally. The four Umbu guards stationed in the rafters dropped from their perches, gasping for air under the overwhelming pressure of the two titans. Even Danzo was visibly sweating, gripping his cane more tightly than usual. Yoro leaned forward, his hand pressing on the Hokage's desk as it splintered under the pressure. Third Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi. His voice was low and steady, but the anger in it was palpable. I commend you for the decades you've served this village. For that, I have turned a blind eye to your failure to stop this man from the deeds he does in the name of the village and even colluding with your rogue student. Danzo's eye twitched. But I, too, have my limits. Yoro stood tall now, fully erect, as his chakra flared to its peak. The chairs, table, the furniture, the office, and even the whole tower trembled faintly. Do not forget my title as the Guardian of the Leaf, bestowed upon me by Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara themselves. I was tasked by them to protect the village, to guard its future. Even when the Hokage fails, I shall do my duty for the village. The only reason I've stepped into the light again is because the village that my mentors built is being degraded from within. Hiruzen's chakra began to withdraw, and he leaned back in his chair with a weary sigh. Yoro didn't stop. Clean the disease, Sarutobi, before someone else does it for you. The roots of the tree have begun to rot. Then he turned around and made his way toward the door. As he passed by Danzo's chair, he gave it a casual push. The old warhawk stumbled slightly, catching himself, then shot a hateful glare at Yoro's back as the commander disappeared into the corridor. However, Yoro once again entered the room and spoke. By the way, your friend here tried to get Kakashi Heitake's Umbu squad, which includes Itachi Uchiha and Yujiro Uzuki, killed, that too by joining hands with the head ninja of Cloud Village. With that he slammed the door shut. Silence fell over the office. Only the faint sound of rain remained. Hiruzen sat motionless, his hands steepled under his chin, staring out at the darkening sky beyond the window. After a long silence, broken only by the patter of rain on the windows, Hiruzen spoke softly, his voice heavy with age and weariness. Danzo, my old friend, how much further are you willing to go? His eyes remained fixed on the storm outside. Colluding with Orochimaru, attempting to eliminate 3 of this village's talents, and you got caught doing it. Danzo responded immediately, tone unyielding. Hiruzen, Orochimaru's research still holds great value for the village. As for Kakashi's squad stop. Hiruzen cut him off firmly, finally turning his gaze on the other elder. I'm not interested in your justifications. Cease Root's activity by 60%, for at least 1 year. Danzo's eye twitched. Wait, Hiruzen interjected again, voice sharp. Just wait. Wait until Yoro cools down. You saw it, Danzo. You felt it too. His expression turned grave. He was truly angry this time. Angry enough to invoke his title as the Hidden Guardian, something he hasn't done since the day the Ninetales was sealed into Kushina. Danzo fell quiet. His gaze fell to the side and looked at his arm, which was wrapped in bandages, though it was different now. The original reason his arm got broken and twisted and mauled was due to what he had done at the time of sealing. Yoro was angry that time too, just like now, and he suffered the consequences. He didn't deny the weight of Yoro's warning. After a moment, he stood and walked to the office door. Just before leaving, he spoke without turning around. Don't pretend you're above all this now, Sarutobi. You've benefited far too much from my presence to push me away. If anything, instead of distancing ourselves, we should be planning together on how to handle him. Only once we deal with Yoro can either of us truly rest. Hiruzen didn't reply. He merely exhaled a slow puff of smoke and said flatly, get your affairs in order by tomorrow, Danzo. Danzo glanced back at him, nodded once, and offered a shallow bow. As you command, Hokage-sama. With that, he turned and exited the office, closing the door behind him with an eerie quiet. Left alone, Hiruzen remained seated, staring out at the rain-soaked village. The smoke from his pipe curled upwards, the lines on his face deepening as his thoughts weighed heavier than ever. In that moment, the third Hokage looked not like the god of shinobi, but like a tired old man bearing the burdens of a legacy which had decayed in his hand. Ren, completely unaware that his superior had just unleashed a storm fiercer than the rain clouds soaking the hidden leaf, lay flat on his bed, arms tucked behind his head, eyes blankly tracing the wooden ceiling above. The room was silent except for the soft patter of rain outside, a rhythm that seemed to echo the slow tide of his thoughts. He sighed, just a whisper of breath escaping his lips. I wonder, he thought to himself, was it really too soon to talk to Naruto? He turned his head slightly and stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. The interaction still played over in his mind, Naruto's confusion at something as basic as a gift, his awkward smile, the desperation masked behind excitement, the snot-filled tears of gratitude. It was sad enough watching it through a screen in my last life, Ren thought, but meeting him face to face, it hit differently. He closed his eyes briefly and let the weight of it settle. Naruto Uzumaki. A child who should have been cradled by warmth and love, instead abandoned by circumstance, hated by ignorance, and starved of human connection. Ren had seen glimpses of this reality in the anime, but that was fiction. This was real. Too real. He clenched his fist and slowly raised it above his head, staring at it, motionless. I guess I was better off than him in my last life, he thought. Back in his previous world, he'd known loneliness well. The constant silence of an empty house, the glow of the monitor in a dark room, the warmth of imagined friendships on a screen that never reached into the cold reality he lived in. Friends? None. Family? Gone. Being ignored was his default state. People didn't look at him, they looked past him, like he was just a background NPC in their lives. But being hated, that was worse. And that's what Naruto had to endure from the day he was born. No kid should be treated like that, he said softly, the conviction threading through his tone. Especially not someone as young as him. He exhaled heavily and thought back to Naruto and Sasuke, two sides of the same coin. Both had more than enough reasons to become villains, to destroy, to lash out. The only difference was how long they could keep holding on. Sasuke couldn't hold out long enough, Ren thought, and Naruto just kept holding on. He rolled over and lazily opened the system panel, half expecting some minor stat notification or clone update, but what he saw made him freeze. Congratulations, host, for changing the canon, making Kid Naruto truly happy for the first time. Reward, special stat unlocked, Charisma, Cha. Note, this stat does not increase with system points. It increases based on the host's reputation, interpersonal influence, and ability to attract others through words, deeds, or presence. Ren blinked, then blinked again. He didn't even look at the stat itself, his eyes remained glued to the notification's first line. Making Kid Naruto truly happy for the first time. Those words hit harder than he expected. Slowly, he sat up on his bed, his feet hitting the wooden floor as his hand loosened and fell into his lap. Truly happy, he echoed aloud. His thoughts began to spiral, not out of control, but deeper. Beyond missions, beyond stats, beyond his goals of being free, reaching S rank, unlocking Kekkei Genkai, mastering techniques, or building the perfect shinobi arsenal. This was something else. The image of Naruto laughing, beaming through his tears with puffy red eyes and stained sleeves, Ren didn't know why, but that image stuck. It lingered longer than the rewards, longer than his training, longer than even his own ambitions. It left a mark. He didn't realize it yet, but something inside him was shifting. Quietly, subtly, the kind of shift that begins as a seed and grows into something vast. Maybe, just maybe, his goals were going to change. Maybe it wasn't just about survival anymore. Not just about power, or outgrowing the story, or breaking free of canon. Maybe, he thought, it was also about people. He didn't know yet what kind of path this change would lead him to. But for now, as the rain softened into a gentle drizzle and the darkness of the night pressed against his windows, Ren felt a faint warmth in his chest. A new goal had begun to take root. One he hadn't planned for. And for the first time in a while, Ren smiled, not for power, not for planning, but for something else entirely, something that was still unknown to him. Chapter 138, The Light, the Shadow, and That One Kid Who Won't Shut Up. It was only the next day, after Ren woke up in the morning, that he finally looked at the newly gained special stat, Charisma, Cha. On the status screen, a newly added column had appeared after the regular attributes. It was titled Special Stats, and there was only one stat listed in it. Charisma, Cha 52. He looked at it for a moment and asked the system in his mind, System, what are the special stats? What is the use of this stat, and what does the 52 in Charisma mean? Even though he already had a few guesses, it was better to get everything confirmed directly. The system responded quickly. Special stats, unlike normal attributes, do not quantify the user's physical performance. They quantify qualitative traits and have no direct combat effect. 52 in Charisma means that the user's ability to attract or influence people through words is slightly better than a normal Jonin. It is advised to continue exploring the stat for better understanding. Ren nodded as he read the message. As I thought, Charisma is just like in those other systems. I probably got this as a reward since I used my words to talk to Naruto, or maybe it was because of Naruto's inherently high charisma and ability to convert villains just by talking to them. He tilted his head in thought. Either way, this could be useful in the future. Higher charisma means people will be more willing to listen to me. He looked back at the system's explanation. But this is also a bit confusing. Charisma doesn't necessarily relate to rank or strength, though those things are a part of it too. Naruto himself is the best example. Despite being just a genin, his charisma was through the roof. He continued mentally, I guess what the system said is right. My charisma is just better than a normal Jonin. A Jonin with this level of influence might sway Genin and Shinin, but Takubitsu Jonin would be harder to convince without status or strength. Same applies to me. My fight with Itachi means my face is known to some, but the only ones who'll listen to me easily will be academy students, Genin, and maybe some Shinin. He gave a thoughtful hum. This reward is somewhat unexpected. Never thought there could be anything beyond the basic stats. But it's a good addition. Though I don't really need charisma right now, it might become useful later on. Still, if I want to increase it, I have to talk to people. He paused. Wait, that came out weird. What I mean is, if I want to increase my charisma, I need to influence people. Lead them. Make them willing to listen to me. Is that it? A sudden thought struck him. Then Hiruzen must have the highest charisma in the entire village. He asked again, System, are there any other special stats? Yes. That's it, he thought, disappointed. Well, not like they help in direct combat. They're just quantifications of my personality and reputation. With that, he closed his status screen and got ready. Today was another mission day. After finishing his morning routine, he left for the command base. Upon reaching, he headed directly to Yoru's office and knocked. Come in, came the response. Ren pushed open the door and stepped in. He was about to greet Yoru as usual, but something felt off. He paused. He seems in an unusual mood. Ren noted internally. Still, he spoke, albeit cautiously, Hey Commander, you got any missions for me? Yoru didn't respond immediately. He continued working, flipping through papers, scribbling, signing documents. It was a long, silent 25 minutes before he finally spoke. I'm assigning you a combination mission, he said flatly. It will be a long-term S-rank mission that'll keep you out of the village for the next 6 months to 1 year. During that time, your task is to eliminate rogue ninja camps spread throughout the Land of Fire. Each camp you destroy will count as a separate A-rank mission. Additionally, for every 10 A-rank level rogue ninjas or infiltrators you eliminate, that will count as 1 A-rank mission. Understood. Ren stayed silent, processing the information. Then, after a moment, he asked, Boss man, everything good? Yoro paused, then motioned for Ren to sit. Ren obeyed. Yoro leaned forward and began in a serious tone. What has your father told you about the man named Danzo Shimura? Ren's eyes narrowed. The name took him slightly by surprise, but only slightly. Is he going to tell me about Danzo? Finally, he answered calmly. He told me to be cautious of that man, but not afraid. That I should stay away from him as much as possible. Yoro nodded. Do you know why? Ren tilted his head slightly and thought, I know way too much, but I'm not supposed to know. He shook his head and said, no, he didn't tell me why. Yoro's tone turned instructional. When the second Hokage established the Umbu, he also set up a foundational training program called Root. It was meant to train shinobi who would later be inducted into the Umbu. Root was essentially an academy, but for black ops. Ren nodded as he listened, letting the pieces settle. This continued for a few years, Yoro went on, until the third Hokage took office. At that time, he changed recruitment policy. Umbu would start pulling from the regular academy, just like other departments. That should have ended Root's purpose, right? Ren nodded again. Yoro's voice grew dark. But it didn't. Root didn't end. It went underground, becoming more secret than even the Umbu. Their missions were things that even Umbu weren't allowed to touch. Things that, if revealed, would cause all the nations to unite and destroy the leaf. Ren remained silent, listening. But that changed, Yoro continued, his tone darker now, a few years into the third Hokage's reign. The Root was under temporary leadership by Hiruzen himself, but after some events, one of his friends, a shinobi who'd retired from active duty, took over Root permanently. Ren finished the sentence for him. That man was Danzo. Yoro nodded grimly. For a while, they operated as expected. The darkness covered the leaf, protecting it from the outside. But as the saying goes, if you stare too long into the abyss. Ren finished the thought in his mind, the abyss stares back. Yoro spoke once again. Danzo stayed in the darkness for too long. It changed him. His mind twisted. He became obsessed with the Hokage seat, and slowly, the things he did, while still for the village, began crossing even the baselines set by the darkness itself. He leaned forward, his voice low, and no one stopped him. Bit by bit, Root transformed. It stopped being the village's shadow arm. It became Danzo Shimura's personal force. Yoro continued, his tone calm but edged with bitterness. By the time the others got to know what was going on, it was already too late. They approached the third Hokage, of course, but due to Danzo being his old friend, Hiruzen didn't say much. He simply reduced the scope of Root's activity. A symbolic gesture, one that left many others deeply dissatisfied. Ren leaned in slightly, listening with complete attention. But no one could really act, Yoro said, voice steady, because the third was always backing him. His shadow gave Danzo room to move unchecked. This imbalance continued all the way up until the time came to select the fourth Hokage. Orochimaru was the most obvious candidate at the time, talented, powerful, a war hero, but there were whispers. Unclear connections between him and Danzo. People were suspicious. Yoro gave a dry chuckle. But the turning point came when Hiruzen chose not Orochimaru, but Minato Namikaze. The Jonin Council followed that recommendation, and Minato became the fourth Hokage. Ren frowned slightly, that must have pissed off Danzo. Yoro gave a nod. You can't even begin to imagine. Since Danzo couldn't be the Hokage himself, he wanted someone who would listen to him to be the Hokage. The fourth was no fool. He wasn't just a genius in combat, he was politically sharp too. Once he took office, he contacted all of his trusted connections, many of them people who supported his ascension and many who didn't, and they began working quietly behind the scenes to limit Danzo's influence. They cut him off from several major information routes and blocked his attempts to interfere with the Umbu. Yora's tone darkened. But somehow, Danzo found out. He didn't retaliate openly. He stayed quiet. But then, he paused, his voice turning cold. Just a short time after that, the Ninetales attacked the village. Ren's eyes narrowed sharply, his back straightening. Does that mean? Yoro shook his head slowly. To this day, there's no concrete evidence. But every clan head, every single one of them, believes Danzo was involved. Even if he didn't orchestrate it, he used it. And once again, the third did nothing. Ren's eyes tightened at the information. This time, Yoro continued, the other leaders had greater leverage. With the village in shambles and the fourth gone, they forced the third to take a step back. Even then, Danzo was only lightly punished. Root was shut down, but only for 2 years. That was all. Ren whispered, just 2 years. Yoro nodded. And coincidentally, during those 2 years, the village saw one of its fastest recovery periods in history. Medical support stabilized. Mission success rates went up. Internal conflicts dropped. Of course, that excludes Orochimaru's defection, but still, Root being gone helped the village breathe. Yoro leaned back in his chair. But once those 2 years were up, Danzo came back. And this time, he was hungry. He needed new manpower. For reasons no one knows, Hiruzen didn't allow him to recruit publicly. Maybe guilt. Maybe caution. Who knows? Yora's voice dropped into a growl. And so Danzo turned to blackmail, threats, manipulation. He forced or cornered geniuses into joining him. He revived his force built entirely on shadows that bled our village dry. Ren sat silently, absorbing the flood of new information. This wasn't like the anime or manga. This was raw, messy, real. There are countless atrocities I could list, Yora said, but that's not the priority right now. What matters is this: thanks to your little incident with Naruto Uzumaki, he glanced at Ren, I found an opportunity to corner Danzo. He was forced to suspend 60% of Root's operations for a full year. Ren's eyes widened. You managed that. Yoro nodded calmly. So that's why he was in such a strange mood yesterday. Ren realized. He's planning something massive. If I support him, maybe, just maybe we can eliminate Danzo for good. And the rewards would be something else entirely. Yora's voice broke his thoughts. You, Ren, are also a top priority target for Root. Your abilities, they make you dangerous to him. So you need to be extremely cautious. But with Root weakened, you now have a window, a year. During this year, go out. Complete missions. Eliminate camps. Kill infiltrators. Get stronger. Earn your Jonin promotion. After that, I'll tell you more. Ren leaned forward. Commander, he asked with a grin, do you want me to kill Danzo? Yora stared at him. Ren's eyes practically glowed with excitement. No, Yora replied. Finally. The darkness must be handled by the darkness. You're not to stain yourself with that? Ren frowned slightly. Your role is different, Yoro continued. During this year, I'll send Umbu squads to you for joint ops. You'll lead them, gain their respect, build your reputation. When the time comes, I want the Leaf's elite to see you as a capable leader. Ren opened his mouth to speak, but Yoro cut in. I know you don't want to be Hokage. I'm not asking for that. But I am asking you to be the light. Ren blinked. The light. Yoro nodded. When the people begin doubting the third due to his connection with Danzo, they won't trust the old faces anymore. They'll want someone new, someone clean, someone strong, maybe a Hokage, maybe a strongman, but someone they can believe in. He looked directly into Ren's eyes. Ren, will you be that light? Ren looked back, thoughtful. As long as you don't try to force me into that stupid chair, I'm fine. But are you sure I'm the right one for this? Yoro leaned back. There is no right one. I'll be giving this speech to a few others. Whoever does best, becomes the right one. Ren groaned. Ugh. Can't believe I almost got swept up in your speech. He stood, brushing imaginary dust off his cloak. But are you really ready for a potential fight with the third Hokage? Yora didn't flinch. If it's for the village, then not even the Hokage can be spared. Ren raised an eyebrow but nodded. I'll go with your plan. But don't expect me to win against the third, alright. Before Yoro could respond, a side door opened, and 3 figures stepped into the room. One of them spoke immediately. No one's expecting you to fight the third Hokage, Ren Takahashi. Ren turned, his body which was ready for action relaxed. At the front stood Fugaku Uchiha, Mangekyou Sharinon faintly glowing. Beside him, yawning lazily, was Shikaku Nara, the Jonin commander of Konoha. And behind them, stood Udakata, Ren's former sensei. Ren grinned. Hello, sensei. Long time no see. Udakata gave a small nod, face calm as always. Yora stood. These, he said, are some of the others involved in the plan to neutralize Danzo Shimura. Just Danzo. There should be no further mention of the third Hokage unless we have confirmation of complicity. Understood. Everyone nodded. Yoro looked at Ren. Get your things in order. You leave in 2 days. Ren gave a mock salute and turned to leave. As he walked through the doorway, he called out cheerfully. Bye Commander. Bye Sensei. Bye cool Nara Uncle. Bye Leader of Losers. The door slammed shut behind him. Inside, silence. Shikaku choked mid-yawn and began coughing, glancing nervously at Fugaku, whose face had turned red, nearly the color of his eyes, as he trembled in place. Udakata sighed, clearly used to his students' antics. Fugaku turned to Yoro. Is that boy necessary to this plan? Can I not kill him? Right now. Yoro exhaled. I want to kill him every single day, but I've learned to hold back. You should too, it builds character. Udakata let out another long sigh. Just what did he do to make even the Umbu commander like this? He wondered. Chapter 139, The Rogue Hunter's Guide to Cardio, Chaos, and Cash Flow. Couldn't update yesterday due to some functions at home. Though rare such situations might arise, and whenever that happens I'll make a post on Patreon, so whenever there are no chapters or delayed chapters just check the pat. The 2 days passed by in a flash, as Ren continued his routine of intense training. With no missions assigned during this period, he focused entirely on his physical conditioning. And now, 2 days later, he stood at one of the Umbu exclusive exits from the village, facing his ever-stoic commander, Yoro. Yoro studied him for a moment, then slowly asked, Why do you have a bag on you? Indeed, Ren had a small backpack slung over his shoulders. He tooted softly and replied, Commander, you don't understand, it's in the spirit of traveling. If you travel, you have to carry a bag. Otherwise, it's not a proper journey. Yoro didn't miss a beat. This is not travel. You are going on a mission. Ren shook his head and answered confidently, it's called multitasking, boss. You should learn it, it's a very useful skill. Yoru sighed in resignation, then turned serious. I'll give you 2 months to adjust. Use this time to understand the rogue ninja system. There are several bounty houses operating under neutral jurisdiction. We've tolerated their presence for now, but make no mistake, they also fuel the rogue ninja network. Familiarize yourself with their workings, and don't let yourself get caught off guard if you ever have to confront one. Ren nodded attentively as Yoru continued, outlining a series of cautions, expectations, and strategic suggestions. Once your name spreads as a rogue hunter, Yoru added, I'll start sending umbu squads to you for coordinated operations. It'll be up to you to handle the chain of command diplomatically. Don't insult the captains when you take charge. Again, Ren nodded, absorbing every word. Finally, Yoru warned, during this period, there will likely be assassination attempts. Be alert. Ren gave a casual nod and responded lightly, as you know, not many below S rank are a threat to me. And if I do run into an actual S-rank ninja, I'll take my cue and get out. That S-rank lightning jutsu you gave me is pretty amazing for escaping. Yoru gave a rare approving nod, then said, all right. Move out. Be on alert if I send you any urgent directives. Without another word, Ren vanished from the spot, leaving Yoru alone at the gate. The commander turned around and walked away, speaking to seemingly no one. You won't be able to keep up with his speed, so just monitor his general location. But whatever happens, do not interfere with his missions. Far beyond the walls of the hidden leaf, Ren dashed through the thick forests, his form nothing more than a blue blur. He moved through the trees with monkey-like agility, leaping, spinning, and flipping. When a shimmering lake appeared below, he used a high branch to launch himself into the air and dove headfirst, spinning mid-air before splashing into the water with a large crash. He surfaced a moment later, floating on his back as he peeled off his umbu mask and looked up at the overcast sky. A satisfied smile curled on his lips. I'm finally alone, he whispered. This was the first time he'd experienced such genuine freedom outside the village, and he was enjoying every second of it. More than that, he had come prepared. Before departing on this extended mission, Ren had made an important decision. He invested 3 of his advanced mastery points and 1 master level point into Shadow Clone Jutsu, pushing its mastery to 90%, officially elevating it to master level, his first such achievement. With this, he unlocked the system's special skill tied to master level clone mastery, restoration. It was a unique ability that allowed shadow clones to regenerate chakra naturally, just like the original body. This was groundbreaking. Previously, clones dispelled upon chakra depletion, requiring Ren to remake them repeatedly. Now, with restoration, they could maintain operations indefinitely, as long as their chakra didn't run dry. However, there was a catch. With the clone's chakra constantly regenerating, their dispelling no longer transferred their accumulated mastery back to him. But Ren found a workaround. When a clone reached its chakra limit, it could create another clone with slightly less chakra and dispel itself, ensuring its training experience was passed on. The process would continue like a relay, keeping the grind loop functional. Yet even with this breakthrough, another limitation revealed itself, one he hadn't anticipated until his mastery hit 90%. Clones had a maximum operational lifespan of 3 months. It didn't matter if they retained chakra or avoided combat, they would still dispel automatically after that period. It was an inherent failsafe in the shadow clone technique. Ren surmised it was a backdoor restriction implemented by the jutsu's original creator, Tobirama Senjo, to prevent clones from gaining independence or deviating from the original mind. 3 months. Ren whispered as he floated in the lake, staring up at the cloudy sky. Makes sense. If a clone can stay alive indefinitely and regenerate chakra, there's a risk it could evolve beyond its original programming. The restriction, while frustrating, was a logical security measure. But it works out, he muttered. I'll just go back to the village every 3 months to remake them. And the system hadn't left him unrewarded either. As soon as the mastery reached master level, it awarded him 3 master level points, keeping his point balance steady. The benefits of this decision were immense. His training output was now on a completely different level. With perpetual clones capable of generating chakra and passing on their mastery through a renewal loop, his growth would soon reach a new high. Still floating in the lake, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He'd left the village behind for the longest and most important mission of his life yet. He was alone. Free. Ren remained afloat in the calm waters of the lake for more than 2 hours. The ripples had long since settled, and now the surface was a still mirror reflecting the thick canopy above. Clouds moved slowly in the sky, forming patterns that dissolved just as soon as they took shape. A gentle breeze blew across the forest, but Ren remained unmoved, arms spread, body relaxed, eyes closed. This was the first time in years he felt such peace. The endless waves of missions, the looming presence of Yoru, and the ever-shifting chaos of hidden agendas, all of it, for the moment, faded into the background. Eventually, his eyes opened. He blinked up at the overcast sky, then chuckled softly to himself. Enough peace. Time to get to work. With a graceful motion, he flipped over and swam to the edge of the lake. Water rolled off his umbu uniform in heavy sheets. Once on land, he moved slowly, his pace unhurried, and lifted one hand, making a subtle hand seal. A quiet sizzle filled the air as steam began to rise from his clothes. Ren's fire chakra circulated through the weave of his fabric, rapidly drying his entire body. He exhaled as the warmth enveloped him. His pace remained casual as he strolled along the forest floor, hands tucked behind his head, gaze drifting upward through the trees. This world, he thought, has changed a lot from the original canon I remember. A slow grin crept across his face. But somehow, it's even more interesting. He leapt up to the branches of the nearest tree and began to move forward through the forest, the rustling of leaves accompanying his rhythm. Unknown elements like Yoru's role in the Uchiha massacre, his rivalry with Danzo, and even his coordination with other high-level operatives. This definitely isn't just some altered timeline. This feels like a new reality altogether. He paused on a particularly thick branch, squatting down. His fingers tapped lightly on his knees as he thought, I wonder if this is just an alternate path or if the universe will still try to course-correct itself eventually. But then his expression turned determined. No matter what happens, I'll make sure that those I want to protect are safe. That's non-negotiable. He leaned forward slightly, the wind picking up as he prepared to move again. But that doesn't mean I won't enjoy myself in the process. I'll change canon. I'll twist the story into my own version of events. He grinned. And I'll take the rewards while I'm at it. One image flashed through his mind, Danzo Shimura. A scowl crossed Ren's face. That man hadn't wronged him directly. Not yet, anyway. But it was a universal law. If you were a transmigrator in the Naruto world, you had to deal with Danzo at some point. Some did it early. Others waited until the plot thickened. But it was a rite of passage. Besides, Ren thought, just imagining the kind of reward the system will give for eliminating that cockroach makes me salivate. He dramatically wiped away non-existent drool and jumped down from the branch. His feet landed with a soft thud on the forest floor. He reached into his backpack and took out a tightly sealed scroll. Despite having plunged into a lake earlier, the scroll was perfectly dry. Ren had used a custom seal specifically designed for waterproofing high-value items. Unfurling the scroll carefully, he revealed a meticulously detailed map of the Land of Fire. Dozens upon dozens of red markings dotted the map. Each one represented a known or suspected rogue shinobi camp. Most were clustered near the borders, especially those areas farthest from the capital and from Konohagakure. A few were marked closer to the village, but those were the rare exceptions. Ren's eyes scanned the locations, memorizing clusters and possible travel routes. Among the markings were a few purple ones which represented the bounty centers. These centers were neutral grounds, typically run by low or mid-level shinobi with allegiance to no particular village. They existed to facilitate bounty claims from all shinobi, especially rogues who couldn't safely return to major villages to turn in their kills. Yoru had explained it well. The bounty system was one of the greatest hypocrisies in the shinobi world. The 5 great nations allowed these places to operate, even though they indirectly supported rogue activity. But they served a critical function. If rogue ninjas had nowhere to turn in bounties or conduct underground dealings, they'd band together into dangerous militias or warbands. The bounty centers acted like controlled outlets, allowing shinobi to release their aggression in semi-predictable ways. The money exchanged was split quietly, villages took their cut, the centers kept a portion, and the hunter received the rest. Ren, as an official shinobi, would benefit on all fronts. He'd receive system stats and mission credit from the Leaf, money from completed missions, and additional Ryo from the bounty center. Triple profit. This 1 year will be one hell of a grind, Ren thought with a grin. Stats, money, reputation, I'll grow in every possible direction. He looked back down at the scroll. Time to decide my route. He looked around the ground until he spotted a stick. He picked it up and held it above the scroll like a compass needle. All right, he said, channeling a small pulse of chakra to balance the stick vertically in his palm. Let fate decide. He let it drop. The stick landed, pointing southeast, toward the land of tea. Ren's eyes lit up. Ah, perfect. That region is farthest from the village, and it's littered with rogue activity. Perfect for laying low, but also perfect for targets. Though referred to as camps, these rogue settlements weren't permanent buildings. Most were mobile clusters, safe houses, rendezvous points, or hideouts. But the village had enough intelligence to mark the hot zones, and Ren could use that data to hunt efficiently. The further I stay from the village, he mused, the more relaxed the Leaf's oversight will be. I can take out the worst of the bunch and stack my numbers without too much interference. He glanced up at the cloudy sky. The weather was still humid from the previous day's downpour, but now the air was dry. He rolled the scroll back up and reset it carefully, then tucked it back into the waterproof compartment in his backpack. Just as he was about to dash off, he paused. Wait, he muttered, hopping back down to the ground. He rolled his neck, cracked his knuckles, and began to stretch. This journey's going to be long. Might as well make it double as training. With a familiar click of chakra, he activated the training seal embedded into his body. The seal instantly flared with weight, multiplying the resistance across his muscles and joints. Boom. A muffled shockwave echoed as he kicked off the forest floor. His form blurred as he began sprinting across the landscape, now moving faster than most shinin could track, with weights magnifying his output. Each leap, spin, and dash doubled as combat form practice. Each flip across a tree branch trained his balance. Each chakra step on the tree trunk refined his control. He wasn't just traveling. He was training himself. But most importantly, he was having fun. As he ran, his mind remained active. The clones back in the village were still grinding away, on elemental mastery, fuinjutsu, genjutsu, yin release. His own task now was to increase his combat performance and reaction timing in actual mission conditions. He passed by a few abandoned camps and old hideouts that had been cleared months ago, but he didn't stop. The land of T's rogue cluster was his first goal, and once he reached it, the hunt would begin. Chapter 140, The Real Rogue Ninja were the friends we incapacitated along the way. Maintaining a swift, efficient pace, even without relying on chakra to enhance his movement, Ren moved deeper into enemy territory. His breathing remained steady, muscles fluid, and his steps light against the soft grass below. Every now and then, his hand would reach behind to check the scroll compartments on his belt or to adjust the bag on his back, still clinging to the traveler aesthetic that he insisted was crucial to the spirit of long-term missions. He had been moving non-stop for several hours now, and as he neared the location of the first known rogue ninja camp marked on his map, Ren gradually began to slow down. I can't go in like a maniac, he thought, hopping onto a low tree branch. Even if it's a low-level rogue camp, being overconfident is how shinobi die young, and I'm too handsome to die young. He let his body relax as he jumped down and began to walk with measured steps, actively focusing on recovery. His chakra levels were still high, thanks to both his vast reserves and consistent control training, but he knew better than to underestimate fatigue, especially with potential multiple engagements ahead. The forest began to thin, and soon the thick, towering trees gave way to a wider, more open expanse filled with soft moss and waist-high bushes. The path ahead led into a clearing where a modest lake reflected the pale mid-afternoon sun. The surface was so smooth it looked like polished glass. Ren's eyes, however, were drawn not to the lake's beauty but to the lone figure crouched beside it. A man, appearing to be in his late 30s, was crouched low, filling his canteen from the lake. He wore no village headband, though his clothes bore the dusty hues and layered plating reminiscent of Uegaku's older standard shinobi wear. His body language was relaxed, too relaxed for someone hiding in enemy territory. Ren approached quietly, but not stealthily. He stopped a few meters behind the man and casually asked, "Hey, are you a rogue shinobi?" The sound of the sudden voice made the man flinch violently. His hand darted toward the kunao pouch at his hip, and he half-turned, clearly ready to launch a counterattack. But the moment he actually saw who had spoken, an unarmored, blue-haired kid, his aggression faltered. His eyes narrowed, and a scowl appeared on his weathered face. "Who the hell are you, brat?" Ren blinked innocently. He was dressed like a normal traveler, simple navy blue clothes, a short jacket, and a cloth belt tied around his waist. His hair was ruffled, and his sunglasses were perched on top of his head like some wandering tourist. Completely ignoring the tension, Ren replied cheerfully, "I'm looking for rogue ninja. Are you one?" The man looked genuinely baffled. He stared at Ren as if trying to determine whether this was some elaborate prank or just the most suicidal child on earth. A short, tense silence passed. Then the man scoffed and waved a hand dismissively. Yeah, I'm a big, bad rogue ninja. Now go home to your mommy, kid. I'm in a good mood, so I won't kill you. But if you stick around, maybe I'll change my mind. Might even kill your parents while I'm at it." Ren nodded slowly, absorbing every word. So, you're Kurosaki, right?" The man blinked. "What?" But before he could process it, his world tilted. Literally. One moment he was standing upright, and the next, he was face down on the ground with his cheek pressed against the dirt. A crushing weight pressed into his back. Wadash. Ren was now sitting on his back, legs casually crossed as he flipped through a well-worn bingo book. Let's see. Kurosaki, where are you hiding?" he muttered, licking his finger and turning the pages. "Why are all these guys so ugly? You'd think a rogue ninja would at least maintain a dramatic aesthetic." The man's eyes widened as the realization hit. Bingo book? Kid? Blue hair? Oh no, I'm going to die, he thought, terror washing over him like a tidal wave. Beads of sweat rolled down his temple as he tried to lift his arms, but Ren's legs were locked over his shoulder blades, pinning him like a veteran grappler. Please, Kurosaki stammered, listen, I was just kidding. I didn't mean what I said about killing your parents." Ren ignored him, flipping another page. Found it. He squinted at the small sketch and the name beneath it. Kurosaki, rogue ninja, formerly of a random village from Land of Earth. Rank, B bounty, 3 million ryo. He blinked in confusion. That's pretty low. Kurosaki, who had already resigned himself to his fate, tried one last desperate gamble. The bounty's average for a B rank? Honest? I'm not dangerous? I just, skipped out on a few missions and ran away. I swear, I've never done anything truly evil. Ren tilted his head, unimpressed. Wait, so you're saying the bounty doesn't just reflect strength, but also crimes committed? Yes, exactly. Kurosaki nodded frantically, now clinging to that one hope. It's not just power, it's your record. Like, if you burned down villages or assassinated clan leaders, that would increase your bounty. Me? I'm clean. Squeaky clean. Morally questionable, maybe, but legally harmless. Ren made a thoughtful noise. That's good to know. I was wondering how a guy like you ended up so cheap. 3 million's not even enough to buy a mid-sized summoning scroll these days. I could disappear. Kurosaki said quickly. You'll never hear from me again? Cross my heart, I'll vanish into a cave and take up knitting. Ren ignored him and reached into his pouch. With one smooth motion, he flicked a senbon needle into Kurosaki's heart. The man's breath hitched, his muscles twitched once and then he slumped completely. Silence. Ren stood up and dusted off his pants. That's one down. 9 to go before I get a free ramen reward from myself and a point from the system. He stared at the body for a moment, then scratched his head. How am I supposed to prove I killed him again? He remembered the bounty center system. Most wanted the head or an identifying feature, but some preferred the whole body to confirm chakra signatures and unique jutsu signs. With a resigned sigh, Ren pulled out a clean storage scroll and opened a compartment. Sorry buddy, into the scroll you go, he muttered as he sealed Kurosaka's body into the scroll. You better not smell weird when I unseal you. That done, he tucked the scroll away and adjusted his bag. Then, without another word, he turned and resumed walking along the trail. His pace was slower now, more deliberate. He wanted to make sure he approached the next camp cautiously, but inside his mind, the gears were turning. So 3 million for a clean B rank. That means if I start wiping out camps, some of them are bound to have higher bounties, especially if they've caused trouble for the great nations. More money, more rewards, same stats, but probably more interesting fights. A smile formed on his face. He was getting into the groove of things now. This wasn't just about missions or objectives anymore. This was a hunt and he was going to be the apex predator. The forest grew denser as Ren moved deeper southeast, following the general direction chosen earlier by his highly scientific stick method. His pace was moderate now, not because he was tired, but because he had started humming a tune as he ran, which he refused to ruin with high-speed movement. He jumped from one tree branch to another with the ease of a jungle monkey, then finally stopped as he landed on a thick branch and sniffed the air slightly. Campfire, he muttered. That meant one of two things: either some rogue ninjas were cozying up for story time, or a really lost civilian had decided to set up shop in one of the most dangerous parts of the Land of Fire. Either way, it was worth checking out. Ren knelt on the branch and narrowed his eyes. He spread a light sensory field around him, not enough to alert anyone trained, just a light pulse, and sure enough, he felt multiple chakra signatures in the distance. 9 in total. Bingo, he whispered. 1 big fish, 2 medium fries, and 6 nuggets. He jumped down and walked the last bit on foot. The camp came into view after a few minutes, a half-cleared glade with 3 tents, a smoldering campfire, and several rogue ninja lounging around like they owned the place. One of them was sharpening a kunai on a whetstone. Another was roasting something suspiciously shaped like a squirrel. 2 others were mid-argument over what counted as proper loot from their last ambush. And near the center, leaning casually against a tree stump, sat the leader, a tall man with a jagged scar across his neck and gray-blue hair tied back in a knot. His presence was heavier than the rest, his chakra thicker and colder. Ren walked right into the camp like he was out on a Sunday stroll. Hey guys, he called out, waving casually. Every head snapped toward him. Half the camp stood up immediately, weapons half drawn. The rest exchanged wary looks. The A-rank leader narrowed his eyes. Who the hell are you? One of the B-rankers growled. Ren ignored the question and reached into his jacket pocket, pulling out his bingo book. He squinted at the camp as he flipped it open. Don't mind me, just looking for your entries. Let's see, what do we have here? The rogue stared. Kid, are you lost? One of the C-ranks asked, clearly more confused than aggressive now. This ain't the kind of place for sightseeing. Ren pointed at the speaker with his free hand. You. Brown hair. Ugly scar on your chin. You're Kiri no Daisuke, right? The man blinked. Yeah. Ren smiled. 500,000 bounty, C-rank, missing nin from Rain Country. Confirmed kill count of 6 shinobi, including 1 civilian traitor. The man tensed. Wait, how do you know dash? You're number 2 on today's punch card, Ren interrupted as he flicked a small kunai. It hit Daisuke clean through the throat, and he dropped like a sack of bad decisions. Instant panic. It's a hunter, one of the B ranks shouted, and the camp erupted into chaos. Ren sighed and calmly put his bingo book down on a stump, then stretched. You'd think they'd react better after getting a chance to run. The other C ranks leapt into action, 5 of them rushing him from different angles, clearly trying to overwhelm him with numbers. Ren didn't even move from his spot. He let them come. One tried a flying kick. Ren stepped slightly to the side, caught the man's leg, and swung him midair into the next attacker like a baseball bat. They both went down groaning. The third one tried a stabbing strike with a tanto. Ren twisted around him, stepped on his back, and pushed off, launching himself into a midair flip before stomping down on the 4th rogue's head with surgical precision. That guy crumpled with a satisfying crack. The 5th rogue actually had some sense and stopped short, looking around for an escape route. Ren casually picked up a rock and flicked it with his finger. It hit the guy in the temple, knocking him out cold. 5 down, Ren muttered. Okay, back to the book. The 2 B-rankers had regrouped and were standing side by side, clearly more cautious now. One of them shouted, don't engage recklessly. Use the formation. Ren groaned. Please don't tell me you people actually practiced formations. The duo began to circle him, trying to get behind him. Ren calmly flipped through his book again and muttered, let's see. Oh, found you. Jenga and Rado, twin blades of the West, huh? Your bounty pictures really don't do justice to how ugly you are in person. The 2 snarled and charged in perfect sync. Their movements were tight, coordinated, they had obviously been fighting together for years. Ren met them head-on. What followed was less a fight and more a rhythm exercise. Jenga's dual kunao slashed in, Rado followed with a spinning kick, and Ren ducked under both in one seamless motion, grabbed the nearest wrist, dislocated it, flipped Jenga over his shoulder, and slammed him into Rado's face like a sack of laundry. Then he just stepped on both their heads at once as they struggled to get up. Teamwork is important, Ren said, dusting off his hands. But only if both team members are, competent. Now only the A rank was left. The man had remained in his spot through most of the chaos, watching quietly. Now, he stood up slowly, his eyes fixed on Ren. "You're not normal," he said. His voice was gravelly, like someone who had been chain-smoking since birth. Ren beamed. "Thanks. That's the nicest thing anyone's said to me today." The man drew a massive cleaver-like blade off his back and pointed it forward. "I'm Kiriko of the Mist, former captain of the Bloody Bell unit. And I'll be your death today." Right, dramatic entrance and all," Ren said. "Let's check your stats real quick." He pulled out his bingo book again, flipped to a marked page, and grinned. "Aha, Kiriko, A rank. Level 57. Bounty of 5 million ryo? That's it." Kiriko didn't answer. Instead, he vanished in a blur. The cleaver came down with a savage roar, but Ren was no longer there. He had sidestepped without even a hint of chakra. Kiriko spun and slashed again. The blade tore through the air, but again, Ren wasn't there. In fact, he was behind him now, arms folded, looking disappointed. "You swing like a man who was trained by other men who died too quickly." Kiriko snarled and began attacking wildly, each swing stronger than the last, and each one missing by a hair. Ren ducked under one, weaved through another, hopped on the cleaver and backflipped over Kiriko's head, landing gracefully behind him. Kiriko whirled, ready to swing again, but Ren was already moving. His fist met the man's gut like a battering ram. Crack. Kiriko's body folded in half midair before crashing into a tree trunk, snapping it cleanly in two. He groaned, tried to get up, but Ren was already there, squatting next to him, scribbling something in his book. "What are you doing?" Kiriko wheezed. Ren tapped the page with his pen. "Just writing a note next to your bounty. Extremely disappointing. No chakra needed." Sad face. Kiriko raised his hand weakly. Wait. Ren stabbed his heart cleanly with a chakra-coated finger jab. 10 out of 10 for dramatic presence, he muttered. 0 out of 10 for results. He stood up and looked around the camp. Bodies were strewn everywhere. 9 unconscious or dead. 1 A rank, 2 B rank, 5 C ranks. Ren reached into his pouch and pulled out several scrolls. "This is gonna be annoying," he muttered as he began sealing the bodies, one by one. "Wish I had a servant for corpse collection. I swear the real villain of this world is paperwork." Once all the bodies were sealed, he walked to a nearby rock and sat down, stretching. That's 1 A rank mission and 1 claim toward the kill count target done. Not a bad start. He leaned back, hands behind his head, smiling. Wonder if the next group will be more entertaining. Chapter 141, I didn't choose the shinobi life, but I did monetize it. A month had passed since Ren first stepped beyond the walls of the Hidden Leaf, and the forests of the Land of Fire had long since lost their novelty. In that time, he had wiped out 3 full rogue shinobi camps and hunted down 12 individual missing nin that met the bounty criteria laid out in his mission assignment. All of that amounted to 5 jonin level points, the fastest point gain he'd seen in a long while. But of course, all good things must come to an end. Just yesterday, Ren's strength stat had crossed the long-awaited threshold of 70 points. That number had hovered tauntingly at 69 for nearly 2 months. Now that his strength stat had officially crossed into the 70s, the system's reward output had changed. A-rank missions would no longer provide 1 jonin level point by default. That benefit, apparently, was only granted while his strength was below 70. He had no one to blame but himself for the timing. And if that wasn't frustrating enough, the most recent mission, a rogue camp he had almost fully cleared the day before his strength breakthrough, was robbed of its final reward due to 1 slippery survivor. Ren glared down at the now unconscious missing nin lying at his feet. A C-rank nobody with a specialty in sensory suppression, the man had managed to escape during the initial attack and had somehow remained hidden for nearly 2 days. Ren only found him because the guy got cocky and tried to sneak out toward a nearby stream. "Damn it, you just had to run away, didn't you?" Ren muttered, glaring at the unconscious man. If this one had died with the rest of his squad during the initial camp raid, Ren would have completed the mission before hitting 70 strength. That one tiny detail, the man's inconvenient survival, meant losing a full jonin level point. A single point that now required 9 more completed A-rank missions. He killed the man cleanly and without fanfare. No need to draw it out, as Ren wasn't one of those protagonists who delivered emotional speeches before the final blow. He was a realist, and wasted time could mean the difference between reward and regret. Mission progress, rogue camp destroyed, 1/10. Individual rogues eliminated, 3/10. Ren looked at the notification and sighed. The system's mission tracking was efficient, at least. Since the conditions of the mission were pre-approved and outlined clearly by Yoro, Ren didn't need to run back to the village to file paperwork after every successful kill or cleared camp. The system recognized his kills based on Yoro's parameters, and the tracking would update automatically upon completion. It was the only reason Ren wasn't already halfway dead from exhaustion. If he had to sprint back and forth between the Hidden Leaf and these distant rogue camps just for mission credit, he might as well have taken up postal work. Ren knelt next to the dead missing nin and dragged a new scroll out of his bag. He labeled it quickly with a seal indicating the camp name and serial, then stored the body neatly inside. This particular scroll joined a dozen others already stacked neatly in his backpack, one for each camp and individual rogue taken down this month. As he slung the bag back over his shoulder, he winced slightly. I'm going to need a second backpack soon. Or a summon that acts as a storage vault. Storage slug? That sounds horrifying. He shook the thought away and checked the horizon. 1 month in the field had taught him a few critical lessons. First, rogue shinobi camps, while often dangerous, rarely overlapped with the active paths of solo missing nin. It seemed most loners avoided the camps entirely, likely to dodge forced alliances, betrayal, or just petty territorial disputes. That meant Ren had to widen his search pattern significantly to track individual rogues. It also meant increased travel time, slower accumulation of stats, and more strategic routing to hit as many targets as possible without burning out. Still, he couldn't really complain. Despite losing 1 Jonin level point due to the late kill, his overall growth had been stellar. Even the system's data agreed. He had killed nearly 50 missing nin in just 30 days. Not to mention his constantly improving technique and combat adaptability. The fights weren't always challenging, but they were consistent, and consistency bred excellence. He ran a quick mental check of his current tracker. Rogue camps cleared, 5. Individual rogues killed, 13. Jonin points gained, 5. His only regret beyond the missed point was the presence of certain rogue shinobi who had extremely annoying abilities. Like this last one, who specialized in stealth and sensory negation. It had taken Ren nearly 2 full days of methodical search just to track the guy down. These stealth types are the worst, Ren muttered as he glanced once more at the scroll in his pack. Give me some freak with 10 arms and a demon sword any day over some rat hiding under a bush for 2 days. Still, with that last rogue dealt with, it was time for the next step in his routine, bounty collection. The bodies weren't just trophies, they were worth cold hard cash. And Ren was very much looking forward to that cash. He had memorized the map and locations of the bounty centers provided to him by Yoro before leaving the village. Each center was marked at a strategic distance from both rogue camps and major shinobi outposts, making it just far enough to avoid unwanted confrontations from either side. It was a delicate balance. Despite being a meeting ground for killers, bounty centers operated under a kind of unspoken neutrality. Most rogue ninjas, while being lawless, respected the concept of the bounty network, if only because they wanted to collect bounties too. Starting a fight in or near a bounty center often meant becoming the next bounty or worse, getting blacklisted. Still, trust was a fickle thing in the shinobi world, especially among criminals. That's why the bounty centers were often located far from rogue-dense regions and heavily warded with seals, traps, and hired mercenary guards. Most centers also avoided building permanent structures and preferred mobile, tented operations that could vanish overnight if needed, unless of course they had the strength to keep the building, like the Central Bounty Office, which was the biggest one in the Land of Fire. Ren's nearest bounty center was 2 days' travel from his current location, on the outskirts of the Land of Noodles. The country was small and mostly peaceful, which made it a perfect place to discreetly exchange corpses for Ryo without drawing too much attention. 2 days isn't so bad, Ren muttered as he adjusted his pack again. I'll be rich by the end of it. He took a long look around the clearing one last time, making sure he didn't leave any tracks or evidence behind. Not that he feared being tracked at this point, but it was just a natural way of operation. With a nod to no one in particular, Ren turned eastward and began his trek to the bounty center. As he ran, he began humming again. Same song, different battlefield. 2 full days passed in the blink of an eye. Ren, traveling at a consistent pace while conserving chakra, finally arrived at the location of the nearest bounty center. And honestly, it was underwhelming. The so-called bounty center looked less like a neutral financial hub for the world's most dangerous freelance assassins and more like an abandoned field camp left over from a long-forgotten battle. Nestled between a sparse patch of forest and a bend in a dried-up riverbed, the entire setup was a ramshackle cluster of tents and wires, surrounded by barely their perimeter seals. The main tent, a sagging black thing torn at the edges and flapping wildly in the breeze, stood at the center like the heart of a rotting animal carcass. What passed for a flap entrance hung off one side, limp and worn, doing very little to keep the outside world from looking in. Behind the main tent was a smaller one, slightly more intact, connected with ropes and seal tags. Ren could make out several chakra threads running from the small tent to the larger one, security triggers, no doubt, but they were basic and only functioned under manual activation. Looks like the kind of place you'd get scammed, stabbed, and robbed, probably in that order, Ren thought as he stepped closer. He paused outside the entrance, casually glancing toward the tree line. Up in the branches were at least 4 chakra signatures. Hidden, yes, but only barely. These were the guards, likely mercs, or low-level missing nin paid to act as lookouts. Ren stared directly at one of them and raised his hand in a mock salute. The watcher flinched. Ren smiled. No dangerous intent coming from the tent. Guards are mediocre. Seals are weak. Yup, feels safe enough, he thought as he activated his spiritual energy scan, or what he liked to call divine sense, because honestly, if you're going to have a chakra radar, it might as well sound cool. Satisfied that no traps were immediately going to reduce him to ash, Ren stepped inside. The inside of the tent was as bad as the outside. The air smelled faintly of mold, unwashed bodies, and money, mostly the kind that hadn't been laundered in any sense of the word. What little light existed came from the sun shining through the holes in the roof, giving the place a patchwork of grimy sunlight and thick shadows. There were 3 counters arranged in a rough U-shape, each staffed by a different person. On the far left sat a man with a face like a bulldog that had lost a bar fight. In the center was someone who looked like he hadn't slept in a decade, his eyes sunken, teeth yellowing, and one hand idly twitching. On the far right was a man who looked relatively normal. Clean shirt, neatly combed hair, fewer twitchy nerves. Ren made a beeline to the 3rd counter. The man behind the desk gave Ren a look, not quite annoyed, not quite curious. Just that classic, dull stare of someone who'd seen far too much and cared far too little. Ren responded with a bright, casual smile. "I'd like to exchange for bounties," he said cheerfully. The man grunted, an all-purpose noise that meant go ahead, "I don't care, and please don't stab me," all at once. Without hesitation, Ren reached into his bag and began unloading. 1 scroll, 2 scrolls, 5 scrolls, 10, 18 scrolls in total, 5 for the rogue camps he'd wiped out and 13 for the individual bounty heads he'd hunted. The stack covered nearly the entire surface of the counter. The man's eyebrow twitched ever so slightly as he looked down at the pile. Clearly, this wasn't a typical delivery. But to his credit, he didn't ask any questions. Instead, he wordlessly opened the first scroll and began verifying the contents. Ren crossed his arms and leaned on the counter, watching him work. Since each scroll was meticulously labeled with camp name, shinobi name, bounty amount, and identification, so there was very little manual work involved. The man only needed to check for forged bodies, stolen kills, and bounty validity. Still, it took time. 20 minutes passed in near silence, broken only by the occasional squelch of an unrolled scroll and the faint scribble of notes being made on a ledger. Once all scrolls had been checked and verified, the man stood up and disappeared into the back tent, carrying the whole lot with him. Ren didn't follow. He just waited. And 5 minutes later, the man returned, dragging a black suitcase with reinforced corners. He dropped it on the desk with a thunk and popped the locks. Inside was money. Stacks upon stacks of tightly bound bills, high-grade currency, printed with official seals and the faint glow of legitimacy. The kind of cash that could pay for a mansion in Konoha's inner district or fund a personal war in a smaller country. The man cleared his throat and began speaking, finally breaking the silence. Total bounty confirmed at 93.7 million ryo. Ren's eyebrow twitched. That was higher than he expected. Must have been some bounty adjustments due to recent activity or village updates. The bounty center's fee, the man continued dryly, is 20% 18.68 million. The Hidden Leaf Village's cut, also 20% 18.68 million. Which leaves your payout at 56.03 million ryo. He reached down, preparing to count out the payment, and stopped, because a toothpick was now embedded in the center of his hand. The man froze. Slowly, he looked up to see Ren smiling pleasantly, head tilted just slightly. "You better calculate that again," Ren said cheerfully, "or your whole body might become numb." The toothpick had hit a tenketsu point. Ren hadn't even moved visibly, just flicked it forward between 2 fingers mid-breath. The man grunted and pulled it out, massaging his hand as he recalculated. Bounty center fee is 5% 4.7 million. Leaf Village cut is 10% 9.4 million. Total payout, 79.6 million ryo. He began carefully counting out the money, this time under the watchful gaze of Ren, who casually hummed a tune from a foreign cartoon no one in this world would ever recognize. Once the full amount was placed neatly on the desk, Ren nodded. Better. He pulled the suitcase closer and checked the stacks. Exactly 79.6 million. Not a ryo more. Not a ryo less. He nodded again. "I heard you folks like to test new bounty hunters. Try to take advantage of the first-timers. I guess it's part of your whole cutthroat reputation deal." The man said nothing. He just stared. Ren didn't leave immediately, though. Instead, he kept his hand on the suitcase and stared at the man, eyes expectant. The man's lips thinned. With a sound somewhere between a groan and a sigh, he reached under the counter, pulled open a drawer, and removed a modest pile of notes, exactly 18,000 ryo. The payment for the storage scrolls Ren had submitted with the bodies, minus the usual discount. They didn't like paying for those, especially not when the scrolls could be reused and resold. Ren took the cash happily and pocketed it. "Pleasure doing business with you," he said with a grin as he turned and walked out. The man watched him go, not saying a word. But as Ren pushed the tent flap open, he heard a faint mutter behind him. "Weird kid." Outside, Ren exhaled deeply, feeling the breeze hit his face as he adjusted the suitcase under one arm. 79.6 million ryo richer. 1 center down. Many more to go. He smiled to himself as he stepped away from the bounty center and into the woods, already plotting his next move. Time to start hunting again. There's still a long way to go. Chapter 142, When you're too efficient and the government tries to kill you. After leaving the bounty center with a heavier wallet, Ren returned to his tried and tested method of decision-making, the sacred stick toss. Standing just outside the perimeter of the clearing, he looked around to make sure no one was watching, then dramatically took out a thin twig from his bag. He held it like a ceremonial relic, whispered, "Guide me, O mighty wooden oracle," and flung it into the air with the flair of a drunken monk. The stick landed with an anticlimactic plop, pointing vaguely northeast. Ren squinted and bent down, rotating his head to get a better angle. Land of rivers, southern border it is, he muttered, brushing imaginary dust off his hands. He could have returned to the area near the land of tea as he'd already cleared out several camps in that region, but that was precisely the kind of thing Yora had warned him about. Yora's lesson in political economics of rogue hunting 101 had been long, intricate, and mind-numbingly boring. The gist of it, as Ren understood, was simple: don't clean the whole house if the landlord's still collecting rent for the mess. That is, wiping out too many rogue ninja in one region made the local people too comfortable. Once peace returned, they'd stop hiring Konoha for protection, reducing the volume of paid mission requests. For the sake of a steady stream of commissions and thus, Ren's point accumulation and village income, he had to rotate areas. The location the stick had pointed toward would take around 2 days to reach at his regular bounty hunting pace. But that pace was too slow. After a month of leisurely camp raids, half-serious hunts, and body collection, he felt bored. He needed speed, wind in his face, and some muscle stretch. He was just about to bolt when a thought hit him like a rogue shuriken to the back of the head: his jonin points. He hadn't spent them yet. He sat down cross-legged on a nearby rock and opened his system panel. 5 jonin level points blinked at him. He could have dumped all 5 into strength, pushing past the recent bottleneck at 70 points. But no, he had a better idea. Agility. His agility was already sitting pretty at 75, but he hadn't reached that beautiful 80-point milestone where S-rank agility began. He spent 4 points immediately, raising it to 79. Only 1 point shy of S-rank. Just one more and I'll be a blur even the Sherinon would cry about, he thought. The last point? He threw it into strength, bumping it from 70 to 71. Every bit helped, especially since most of his raw damage output still depended on physical blows, and strength scaling got ridiculous after 70. He briefly considered throwing something into intelligence, but stopped himself. He still had that special reward sitting unused, a plus 20 intelligence boost that capped at 79. Until he planned to use that, there was no need to push intelligence closer to 80. Let it rise naturally. In the meantime, he could use his points to maintain the physical dominance that had served him so well. As soon as the stats locked in, a familiar wave of disorientation washed over him. It felt like someone had unplugged and replaced his brain in a new socket. Muscles twitched, balance shifted subtly, and his perception of motion flickered for a moment like a skipping frame in a movie. Fortunately, he was still out in the open. No high-level chakra signatures nearby, no curious onlookers to question why a child suddenly started staggering like a baby deer learning to walk. This was his perfect adjustment window. By the time he reached the new location, he would be fully used to the boost. He hopped off the rock and did a quick series of stretches, rolling his shoulders, cracking his neck, bending at odd angles that would make even a medic nin concerned. Then, with a sharp exhale, he activated his training seal, suppressing a portion of his chakra and increasing the weight load he carried. And just like that, he was off. The wind screamed past his ears as his body launched into motion, a blur of motion so fast he startled a flock of birds mid-flight. And this was without chakra. Just raw, baseline speed. The trees began to blur, branches bending behind him like bending reeds under a storm's wind. A few thin branches cracked beneath his footfalls, unable to handle the sudden pressure, but Ren was quick to stabilize. He slowed slightly, more out of caution than necessity. Even though his agility had jumped significantly, there was always a need for recalibration. High speed without precise control was like wielding a sword with no hilt. It looked flashy, but you were just as likely to cut yourself. But the joy in his chest didn't dim. If this is my base speed, what'll happen when I activate chakra flow? Or the gates, he thought to himself, giddy with anticipation. The thought made him laugh as he zipped from tree to tree, a light blue streak barely visible even to the birds who tried to follow his movement. He was practically invisible in the foliage, like a living shadow that had discovered a need for cardio. He continued his full-speed run for more than half a day, cutting through the forest like a blur of wind and blue. It wasn't exhaustion that made him stop, far from it. His recovery rate had long surpassed the level where mere high-speed travel could wear him down. No, the reason he came to a halt now was something else entirely. He stood atop a large branch, looked ahead with narrowed eyes, and called out calmly, "Come out now. If I ran again, you wouldn't be able to catch me even if you trained for one more lifetime." Holy shit, this actually feels really cool to say in real life, he thought, doing his best to suppress the grin pulling at the corner of his lips. He shook off the excitement quickly and refocused, his eyes scanning the trees and terrain in front of him. 3 squads, 5 with levels over 75, 7 more in the 70 to 75 range and that one. His gaze flicked to a shadow lurking deeper within the woods, a subtle but well-concealed presence. Though his chakra signature has changed, he couldn't fool the system. Ren thought. He's definitely the one commander sent to keep a check of my location. For the first time, Ren activated the chain observe function, a reward from his first completed S-rank mission. His eyes focused on the mysterious observer, and the names linked to the chakra signature began to materialize in glowing script. Kimura rightward arrow Dingo rightward arrow Yoro rightward arrow Ringo rightward arrow Mingo. His eyes locked on to Dingo, the name marked for deeper inspection. Curious, he traced the chain further. Dingo rightward arrow Akamura rightward arrow Butsuma rightward arrow Komi rightward arrow Danzo. Ren raised a brow. As expected. He narrowed his eyes slightly. So even in the people commander assigned, there are still flies. I wonder if Yora did this knowingly or if it was a mistake. He thought about it for a moment, then shook his head internally. No, definitely intentional. He wouldn't miss something this obvious. With those thoughts filed away, Ren turned his attention back to the now revealed threat. 2 of the 3 squads emerged from the trees in synchronized movement, forming battle formations with precise coordination. 1 squad, however, remained hidden, and Kimura, the mole, hadn't moved either from the beginning. Ren readied himself. This was his first real assassination attempt, and with a force this well coordinated, it was clearly meant to test him, if not outright eliminate him. The enemy formation was wide, careful. They maintained their distance. So they won't close in. Smart. This might get tricky. But before the thought even settled, all of the root ninja simultaneously formed hand signs, their movements sharp and well practiced. A moment later, the forest was lit ablaze with multiple simultaneous fire release techniques, each one distinctly A rank, and each one launched with lethal precision from different angles, targeting Ren in a massive area of effect bombardment. Ren's reaction was immediate. His foot slammed into the ground with a sharp crack, and an earthen cylindrical wall shot up around him, surrounding him in a dome just as the firestorm hit. Flames roared. The explosion rocked the trees. Smoke and heat exploded outward, lighting the entire forest in a vivid orange glow. The dome collapsed instantly under the pressure, but Ren was no longer inside it. While the flames still danced across the forest floor, Ren had already burrowed underground, shifting through the earth like a mole, completely unharmed. Moments later, he emerged from the soil near the base of a tall tree. His hands gripped the trunk silently, and he darted up the side of the tree with the fluid motion of a shadow, unseen and unfelt. Atop the tree, a root operative stood with his guard up, eyes scanning the battlefield for any signs of movement. However, he never got the chance. Ren appeared behind him like a whisper of death, and with one swift motion, ended the ninja's life without a sound. Ren crouched silently on the tree branch as the still warm body of the root ninja beside him began to slump. He caught it before it hit the branch, lowered it down softly, and then flickered away again. He didn't stay in one place. That would be stupid. The moment the initial attack failed, the 2 visible squads had regrouped and repositioned themselves further apart, keeping a triangle-like formation to cover Ren from 3 sides. They maintained elevated positions on the trees and some high ground nearby, their eyes constantly moving, their chakra signatures well suppressed, and their strategy clear: contain and eliminate from range. They weren't here to fight. They were here to kill. Assassination squads for real, huh? Ren thought as he moved from branch to branch, his footsteps too light to disturb even the most sensitive sensory jutsu. They've got a good formation, distance control, and multiple chakra types to layer attacks. Not bad. Suddenly, a whistling sound split the air. Wind style, piercing fangs. 3 root ninja in perfect sync launched razor-sharp wind bullets toward Ren's general direction. Even though they couldn't see him, they had deduced his movement pattern through instinct and calculation. Ren's head snapped to the side as he picked up the trajectory. He leapt back into motion immediately, zigzagging midair, chakra still suppressed, his movement so rapid it looked like flickering after images. Boom! The branch behind him exploded. Wood splinters scattered into the air as the wind jutsu tore through multiple layers of tree bark and trunk. He landed lightly and slid backward on the ground, eyes narrowing. In the moment of stillness, he responded. Lightning style, arcing blades. 2 thin arcs of blue lightning shot from his fingers, humming with lethal intent. He aimed not at where the enemies were, but where they would be based on their prior movement and formation. Crack! A short yelp was heard in the distance. One of the enemies had caught the lightning to the shoulder as he transitioned trees and slipped. Before he could correct himself. Thud! Ren's kunao found his throat before gravity did. 2 down, Ren counted. In that moment, another barrage came. This time from the other side. Fire style, twin dragon comets. 2 spiraling fire dragons curved through the trees like serpentine comets. Behind them, a secondary jutsu flared. Earth style, fragmented spikes. The ground around Ren burst with sudden sharp stone pillars aimed at impaling him from below while the fire closed in from above. Classic sandwich technique. Elemental suppression from below and above. Ren made a hand sign as the ground cracked under his feet. Lightning style, rolling burst. A dome of arcing lightning exploded from his body, disintegrating the rock spikes and scattering fragments in all directions. The lightning clashed against the fire dragons just enough to weaken them. Ren backflipped twice, letting the fire dissipate in front of him, brushing off the smoke. The attacks, however, didn't stop. From the left flank, 5 shuriken coated in lightning chakra were thrown, following a curved trajectory. Ren ducked one, then slid under 2 more and raised a kunao to deflect the remaining 2. Sparks flew in the air. They're not wasting a second. This formation's meant to keep me off balance, force my movement, and let them wear me down. It might have worked for someone else, but Ren's mind was quiet. All hail the hyperfocus. He surged forward. He didn't just run, he launched. Using the residual lightning from his rolling burst, Ren pushed chakra into his feet and kicked off, flying through the trees like a human missile. The 2 root operatives in the far left position barely had time to react. One of them shouted, "He's coming." Too slow. Ren flickered between them and launched 4 senbon in 2 different directions at once. One senbon hit the ninja in the knee, crippling his leg and causing him to fall from the tree. The other 2 caught the second in the neck and shoulder, forcing him to dodge midair. Mid-dodge, Ren appeared above him, spinning once and a single axe kick drove the man's head into the branch. Crack! The branch broke. So did his skull. Ren twisted in the air, falling toward the injured one below, kunao already out. He landed in silence. 3 down. Chapter 143, Ninja Hide-and Seek-ends and Fatalities. Ren didn't even look back as he vanished again. Up above, the remaining route squad leaders were issuing quiet signals. Their seamless communication had faltered slightly. 2 full formations had already lost half their manpower, and their attacks weren't slowing him down, they were delaying the inevitable. Still, they pressed on. That was their order. Kill or die. Water style, piercing stream. Wind style, pressure burst. A two-way combo attack came this time. Water shot out from 2 different directions, converging midair, and followed by a sudden gust of pressurized wind. It atomized the water into fine mist, and then the real jutsu activated. Lightning style, storm veil. Another member's lightning crackled across the mist, forming a massive pseudo-electric field around the battlefield, hoping to stun or disorient Ren into stopping for just a second, as that was all they needed. But Ren had already moved. He had seen the tell, a slight vibration in the air right before the lightning activation, and he had no intention of getting caught. He flickered forward, not back, but forward, toward the source of the lightning style. The man using it was a mid-rank among the team, but clearly positioned behind cover, thinking the other jutsu would buy him time. Ren appeared beside him in a blink. Wrong direction. He plunged a tanto into the man's chest and vanished again before the man's teammate could counterattack. The remaining root ninja shouted, "Fall back, regroup." But it was too late as Ren leapt into the middle of their retreat arc and flung 3 chakra-enhanced shuriken in wide angles. The metal screamed through the air and then curved back toward each other with guiding wire. One of the shuriken pierced through the enemy's midsection. The other 2 detonated with explosion tags. A dull boom echoed in the forest. Only 3 visible root members remained, and all of them paused. They didn't speak. They merely repositioned, silent now. 2 took the high ground, while the third vanished completely. Ren stood still in the clearing, visible. Dust clung to his shoulders, and blood stained his kunao, but his breathing was calm. He flicked a senbon between his fingers and spoke aloud. "Well, you're persistent. Credit where it's due." His eyes scanned the tree line. "And I know at least 4 of you are still hiding. I haven't forgotten about the squad that hasn't shown themselves yet." There was no reply. What they wanted was not a battle, not an engagement. They wanted an assassination. A hit. A quick, clinical, cold assassination in which they had failed, but they couldn't return. That wasn't the order was to kill, and that's what they'll do. Ren readjusted his gloves, rotating his shoulders lightly. His movements had begun to sharpen now, even more so than before. He looked up through the breaks in the leaves. The sun was beginning to tilt, casting long shadows across the ground. "Let's end this," he muttered softly. The air in the forest grew heavier. The wind stilled. Birds had long fled the battlefield. Even the dust in the air seemed to hesitate, as if nature itself was holding its breath for what was to come. Ren stood silent in the clearing, eyes flickering across the treetops where the remaining root operatives had taken position. The sun dipped lower, casting shadows that split the light like fractured glass. Then, without a signal, they moved. Not only the 3 who were visible but all 7. From behind the tree line, the hidden squad emerged in synchrony, converging on Ren's position with brutal precision. 7 black-clad figures, masked and silent, flowed like a tide of death. No opening remark. No shout. No chakra flare. Just cold and exact movement. The tempo shifted instantly. 2 came from the front. 1 from above. 2 more flanked from each side. 1 rose from the earth beneath him. The last remained distant but raised both hands, forming rapid seals. Ren's eyes narrowed. "Here we go," he muttered. Hyperfocus pulsed through him like a second heartbeat. The world slowed to a crawl. He saw muscle twitches, subtle shifts in weight, air pressure displacements. Perfect clarity. He moved. The ground beneath him exploded as the root ninja from below surged upward, aiming a chakra-infused tanto straight for his gut. Ren twisted his torso slightly and caught the wrist mid-thrust, snapping it backward with a sickening crunch. Before the attacker could scream, Ren drove his elbow into the mask, cracking it and caving in the man's face. He didn't watch him fall as the 2 from the front were already upon him, slashing with short blades crackling with lightning chakra. Ren dropped low, letting the first blade whistle above his head. The second came sweeping at his side. He parried it with the hilt of his kunao and used the clash to launch himself backward into a somersault. As he landed, a funjutsu seal struck the ground beneath his feet. Ren's pupils dilated as he jumped. The seal glowed purple and snapped shut, forming a 6-pointed containment field, but he was already airborne only a breath too late. From above, one of the root dropped toward him with an extended blade aimed for his shoulder. Ren didn't dodge as he leaned into the blade, letting it graze his arm, then slammed his heel into the man's face mid-descent, using the momentum to drive him straight into the ground. Blood sprayed upward. The root's partner was already behind Ren, aiming for the neck. This time Ren twisted and caught the incoming kunao barehanded, fingers bleeding slightly from the blade's edge. He ducked low and struck the enemy's inner thigh with a precision nerve punch, crippling his footing. With a backhanded slice, Ren cut through the tendon of the man's knee. He collapsed, silent, as Ren jammed a senbon into his neck. One of the flankers lunged forward at that moment, both arms crossed. He detonated 2 explosive tags wrapped around his forearms, but Ren ducked into a tree's shadow. The explosion rocked the clearing. The fireball tore through the air and blasted the landscape apart. Smoke billowed. Trees fell. The area around Ren lit up in orange and black. But the real attack came from behind. Through the smoke, a root operative wielding twin chakra threads tried to bind Ren's arms. Each thread was reinforced with lightning, paralyzing on contact. Ren spun midair, body coiled like a spring. Nice trick, he said quietly. He threw 2 kunao into the ground to redirect his motion, evading the threads. As they passed, he yanked them upward and used the trajectory to find their source. The hidden operator barely had time to flinch before Ren appeared beside him and drove a palm strike into his chest. Ribs shattered audibly as the man coughed blood and collapsed. 3 down. 4 to go. However, they didn't retreat. Instead, the remaining root pushed harder. They abandoned ranged combat entirely. The 3 remaining frontline fighters surged forward together. The final operative in the back launched continuous funjutsu scrolls, hurling them in arcs to create fields of suppression. The trees bore seals. The dirt beneath Ren's feet glowed with ink. He felt a faint pull on his limbs. Chakra suppression. Nothing too strong, but enough to be annoying. One of the root flickered behind him and tried to punch a seal directly onto his back. Ren tilted his head. You think I'd let that stick? He slammed his elbow backward into the man's ribs and delivered a reverse axe kick that shattered the mask. The attacker fell back with a muffled grunt, and another root used the opening to come in low, blade aimed at Ren's thigh. Ren used the downed root as a stepping stone, pushing off his back and flipping high above the slash. While airborne, he threw 3 shuriken down, each embedded with a minor explosive tag. Boom. The dust scattered, but the other attacker charged straight through the blast. Blood leaked from his forehead, but he didn't stop. He punched. Ren blocked the punch with his forearm, but a small chakra spike activated from within the glove. It sparked on impact. A surge of lightning jolted Ren's arm as his body convulsed slightly. The root used that moment to tackle him. They crashed through a tree, snapping the trunk. Mid-air, the root wrapped both arms around Ren, binding his arms. From inside his vest, he pulled another explosive tag and pressed it to Ren's chest. The seal glowed and Ren's eyes sharpened. Not enough. He kicked upward using the enemy's body as leverage and twisted them both mid-air. At the last moment, he flipped the root downward and used the impact to bury the man in the ground. The explosion went off half a second later. Dirt and debris shot up. Ren had already spun out of the blast radius, arm twitching slightly from the lingering shock. 2 left. The next attacker didn't hesitate. He used his partner's death as cover. While Ren was landing, the next root was already upon him. This one didn't carry weapons. Instead, his hands were glowing, coated in raw chakra like knives. He struck with a flurry of open-handed swipes. Each strike aimed to slice rather than bruise. Ren blocked the first, parried the second, twisted under the third. But the fourth grazed his ribs, drawing blood. His coat tore slightly, but his eyes never wavered. He caught the attacker's wrist and broke it in a clean snap. The man didn't flinch. He just used his other hand to grab Ren's shoulder and pull himself closer. From inside his mouth, a funjutsu tag activated. A black mark extended toward Ren's collar. Ren bit his lip and headbutted the man at full force. The impact sent cracks down the root's mask and the tag burned out prematurely. Persistent little freaks, Ren muttered, exhaling. He looked to the last one. The only one who hadn't moved much. The only one still standing on a tree branch some distance away. Ren stepped over the body of the attacker he just knocked out and stared up. You gonna do something or just keep playing support? The last root made a hand sign and every tree in a 50-meter radius suddenly flared with ink. Ren thought, the seal looked new so I let him make it, but this one's not that interesting. The ground beneath him cracked and 5 suppressing tags flared to life. Ren's body locked momentarily. The final attacker blurred forward. He had no weapons, but his hands formed a jutsu Ren hadn't seen so far. Wind style, final pierce. A straight line thrust, wind compressed into a narrow spike from the extended index and middle finger. Not flashy, but piercing. The seals had reduced Ren's chakra flow by half. His limbs felt slightly sluggish. The enemy closed in. Ren breathed in as hyperfocus took over. Observe. The angle. The timing. The breath. The wind pulse. He leaned just a little and the spike passed beside his neck, slicing through a tree behind him and cutting it in 2. Ren reached out and grabbed the attacker's wrist. Nice move. Then he rotated, used his momentum, and dislocated the shoulder in one seamless throw. The attacker flipped midair and tried to recover, but Ren was already there, waiting on the other side. He thrust his fist into the man's abdomen. A geyser of blood shot out of the mask as the body folded around his fist and crumpled to the ground. Ren stood still as the seals fizzled out one by one. The air calmed. A breeze passed through the trees, rustling leaves like faint applause. Ren looked around the field. 7 bodies. Burned. Broken. Silent. None of them had spoken once, but their actions had screamed cooperation, sacrifice, precision and commitment to the mission. They were never meant to survive. Just ensure that he didn't. Ren exhaled slowly. His muscles buzzed from exertion. There were minor cuts along his ribs, a few scorch marks along his sleeve. Blood dotted his coat, but none of it was his own anymore. Hyperfocus deactivated. His breathing became heavier as the world rushed back to normal speed. He took a few steps back, sat on a tree stump, and looked up at the sky as he started healing himself. As he healed he thought, my fighting style is becoming a bit reckless. I can see what attack is coming with hyperfocus, but that also gives me the opportunity to attack, so I just let it come knowing that it would just heal on its own with my recovery speed. That was a pain, he muttered. But thanks for the practice, I guess. Ren reached into his backpack and pulled out a water bottle, uncapping it and taking a slow sip. His fingers trembled slightly from the residual effect of the chakra suppression, but nothing permanent. There wasn't even a single scratch that wouldn't heal in a minute or two. He glanced once more at the fallen root corpses. Next, he muttered. He could already sense the remaining presence he hadn't dealt with yet. Chapter 144, Butterfly Uber delivers corpses now. Ren stood still for only a minute longer, his body recovering at a ridiculous rate thanks to his mastery over physical training and chakra flow. His injuries were already fading, the muscle strain healing, the slight exhaustion dissolving into clarity. He took one last breath, then silently activated all 4 gates in a seamless motion. A deep red aura exploded around him. Seals spread, muscles surged, nerves sparked, blood vessels expanded. He flickered forward and vanished from the clearing in a blur of red and blue. He didn't need to search as he already knew the direction of his chase. Only one man had stayed until the very end, watching from the shadows even as the last root operative fell to Ren's hand. Only once it was certain and only once Ren delivered the final strike had the man begun to retreat. He was Kimura. With the gates active, and his agility already at 79, Ren's speed was nothing short of monstrous. Within seconds, the forest blurred around him like streaks of green and brown. He caught up to Kimura in less than a minute and landed smoothly in front of him, cutting off the escape. The man skidded to a halt, his cloak fluttering behind him as he instinctively reached for his weapon only to freeze when he recognized Ren. Hey, Ren said cheerfully, casually deactivating the 4 gates. His aura disappeared in a whisper of wind and light. Why are you running? I just have a few questions. Oh, and a message. Kimura didn't speak immediately. He just stared at Ren, his brows slightly furrowed, lips pressed into a thin line. His chakra flared subtly, not with aggression, but unease. The man wasn't strong. Ren could see that at a glance. His level was 52, a standard jonin. Nothing remarkable. Certainly not a threat to someone like Ren. Ren's tone turned casual. First question, are you with Danzo, or with Commander Yoro? There was no accusation in the question. Just curiosity. Kimura exhaled. I was sent by Lord Danzo to infiltrate Commander Yoro's ranks. Specifically, his close subordinates. Ren raised an eyebrow. But, Kimura continued, I was discovered. On the very first day. He looked almost embarrassed saying that. I was prepared to die, but Commander Yoro didn't kill me. He placed a seal on me, one that prevents me from divulging any of his secrets. Ren crossed his arms, frowning slightly. When I returned to Lord Danzo, Kimura went on, I reported everything. He examined the seal thoroughly. Then he did nothing. He just told me to carry on. And left me be. Ren blinked. Kimura added with a sigh, now I jump between Root and Umbu missions. Both of them have seals on me. I can't tell either of them anything about the other. They know I exist. They just don't seem to care. There was a long silence. Ren stared at him like he'd grown 2 heads. What kind of weird situationship are you in? Kimura shrugged helplessly. I don't know. Honestly, I wish one of them had just killed me. This limbo is exhausting. I keep thinking today might be the day I get erased, but it never comes. He looked genuinely frustrated. Aggrieved even. His chakra was calm, controlled, but his voice had that edge of someone who hadn't had a full night's rest in years. Ren was quiet for a moment as he waited for Kimura to finish ranting, then softly said, You've worked hard. Surviving under both of them, that couldn't have been easy. Kimura's eyes watered instantly. He looked away, his shoulders stiff. That's the nicest thing anyone said to me in 5 years. Ren snorted then asked, Want me to kill you? Kimura actually paused to consider it. His expression brightened with a kind of twisted hope, but then fell. I don't know. I think I want to live. But sometimes, I'm not sure why. It's confusing? Ren tilted his head slightly, thinking. Well, how about this instead? Kimura looked up. Why don't you tag along with me? Ren said, grinning now. I'm alone on this mission. I could use someone to help with collecting bodies, looting scrolls, or gathering intel. You wouldn't be fighting, though. The kills are mine. He wouldn't even let the clones have the kill as the system only recognized the kills and the missions he completed on his own as a completed missions. Otherwise, if he could finish missions through clones, then he would have been a god already. Kimura blinked. You'd let me come with you. Sure. You won't have to risk your life every day, and you won't be sitting in this weird political limbo alone anymore. And best of all, no seals from me. Kimura's eyes narrowed. Aren't you worried I'll tell Danzo about your skills? Ren shook his head. Not really. His tone was almost amused. Kimura didn't understand it, but Ren had already thought this through. His true strength wasn't something anyone could understand from watching a few fights. The important things, the clones, the basement training, the system progress were all locked behind layers that not even a spy living in his pocket could uncover. Besides, the real body, the one Kimura would be traveling with, didn't train any advanced skills. It trained physically and moved like a regular ninja. The rest? The clones handled that. All underground. All hidden. That's for me to worry about, Ren said, brushing off Kimura's concern. So you coming? Kimura hesitated for a long moment, then slowly nodded. Okay, Ren smiled. Nice, then from now on you are dead to them, until we return to the village of course. As he said this, he thought, this guy was left alive by both Danzo and Yoro. No one gets that lucky. He must have a secret, or something fun. Let's see what you're hiding, Mr. In-Between. Alright, Ren said, stretching his arms lazily. Let's get back to the clearing. I've got bodies to deliver. The commander would want to see them. They made their way back in relative silence. Once they returned to the battlefield, Kimura immediately got to work without Ren saying a word. He moved with practiced efficiency, gathering up the 12 root corpses and sealing them into a large scroll. It took less than 10 minutes. His movements were quiet, clean, and professional. He even took the time to tag each scroll with the date and location of the kill just like bounty centers did. Ren was impressed. Meanwhile, Ren sat at a tree stump writing a letter, his brush gliding over the paper with deliberate strokes. He folded it carefully and slipped it into the scroll holding the root bodies. Once Kimura handed him the scroll, Ren turned and walked into the deeper forest without a word. Out of Kimura's sight, he formed a hand seal. Poof. A shadow clone took his place and quietly re-entered the clearing, watching Kimura from the trees. The real Ren went further into the forest and knelt down, and with a few hand signs, he pressed his palm to the ground. Poof. A slightly large pink butterfly appeared with a soft flutter. Her wings shimmered with faint chakra as she circled Ren's head before hovering in front of him. Ren, Ko said gently, her voice soft as always. What can I do for you? Ren held up the scroll. This has a letter and some packages. Can you deliver it to Umbu Commander Yoro? Ko flapped twice in place, then tilted her wings in confirmation. The one with the black mask. Ren nodded. Ko took the scroll delicately in her 6 legs, and the scroll vanished from sight with a poof. She looked at Ren again. Do you want me to deliver a message too? Ren shook his head. The letter says everything. He'll understand. Ko nodded again and flew off, vanishing into the trees. Ren stood up and walked calmly back to the clearing. The clone faded with a puff of smoke as he re-entered, replacing it seamlessly. Kimura was still hard at work. He had already cleaned up the scorch marks, used earth release to flatten the uneven terrain, and was carefully dragging a broken tree out of the clearing. Kimura, covered in soot, turned around. Oh, you're back. Ren crossed his arms. You're really good at this. Kimura blinked. At what? Erasing evidence. Kimura looked at the cleaned battlefield. Well, when you've worked under the subordinates of 2 of the most secretive men in the village, you tend to pick things up. Ren smiled and said nothing more. He watched the man continue working methodically and quiet, and of course hiding something. He didn't know what it was yet, but he would find out. Soon. Back in the Hidden Leaf village, tucked into one of the smaller districts that connected directly with the open fields, lay the quiet, shaded territory of the Nara clan. They were known for many things: their intelligence, their deep connection with the deers, and perhaps most famously for their legendary laziness. In the wide, sun-dappled backyard of the Nara clan head's residence, under the shade of a tall tree, a young boy lay fast asleep. His pineapple-shaped hair barely moved with the breeze, and wrapped snugly in his arms was a small, golden-brown baby deer, just as content as the boy who hugged it. A soft fluttering butterfly entered the yard. A delicate pink butterfly, shimmering slightly with chakra, and floated gently down and perched on the boy's nose. However, he didn't even twitch. Still fast asleep, the boy exhaled slowly, shifting slightly to hug the deer closer. The butterfly tilted its head, as if confused. Perched quietly on a long wooden porch connected to the house were 2 men sitting cross-legged across a traditional shoji board. One of them was Nara Shikaka, the current clan head. The other, wearing the distinct black uniform of the elite Umbu, was none other than Commander Yoro. Neither of them had spoken in a while, too focused on their game to engage in idle talk. Yoro made a move on the board, his hand calm and calculated. Then, as noticing something, he raised his other hand slightly. The pink butterfly, recognizing the gesture, fluttered off the boy's nose and glided to Yoro's outstretched hand. It landed softly, folding its wings with elegant stillness. Shikaka, not even looking away from the board, asked lazily, he made a contract with the butterflies. Yoro replied non-committally, eyes narrowing slightly. Still holding the butterfly, Yoro raised his other hand and spoke, must be important if he sent you, Ko. The butterfly, Ko, fluttered her wings once and then spoke in a soft, polite tone, I don't know either. He just said it was important and explained everything in the scroll. With that, she lifted slightly and poof, a scroll appeared in Yora's palm. Ko hovered nearby briefly, then with a final nod-like flutter, vanished into the air. Yoro unrolled the scroll with practiced ease. A folded note slid out first, so he set the main scroll aside and opened the note. His eyes scanned the message, and a slight twitch formed at the corner of his mouth. He held the note out to Shikaku. The Nara clan head leaned lazily over, took the note, and read aloud. Hi, Danzo, Root, Assassin, all dead, love, Ren, Red Heart, Red Heart. There was a long moment of silence. Then Shikaku leaned back and muttered, was this his first time dealing with Root? Yoro nodded, eyes back on the shoji board. Yes. I've blocked 3 previous attempts before they got close enough, so he doesn't know yet. Shikako made his move on the board. If you told him about Danzo, he said, then maybe it's time to tell him about his Senjo lineage too. Yoro didn't hesitate. He made his move and said flatly, doesn't matter whether he knows or not. Even if I told him, he'd just say. He shifted his voice slightly into a deadpan mimicry of Ren. Cool. You got some missions. Shikako let out a chuckle at the impression and leaned back, stretching his arms with a yawn. That does sound about right. I still don't think I'll fully understand him until we've played a proper match. There was a pause, then Shikako casually asked, any luck with the Sunin? Yoru responded as he moved a piece on the board. Jiraiya hasn't given a definite response. Princess Tsunade, on the other hand, seems interested. That's something, Shikako muttered as he slid a shoji piece forward. We'll need at least one of them if we want this plan to work. Doesn't matter if your prodigy reaches S rank in a year, which, by the way, I'm still skeptical about. Yoru's next move came instantly. I'll push it with Princess, she is already hostile since she found that Dan died due to Danzo, so she is our best choice. Jiraiya is not a good choice, he is too emotionally attached with the third. He paused then added, also, he'll make it, he said without a trace of doubt. He'll most definitely be S rank before the mission ends. Shikako scratched his head and sighed, an 11-year-old S ranker. That'll ruffle more than a few feathers. Yoru gave no reply. He made his next move, perfectly calm. Their game continued in silence once more, the quiet clack of shoji tiles the only sound breaking the calm afternoon. Not far from them, the pineapple-haired boy was still dozing peacefully in the grass, arms curled protectively around the sleeping baby deer. The butterfly's visit had done nothing to disturb his nap. In the distance, the leaves rustled softly in the breeze and the two shadows who shaped the future of the village continued their game, plodding quietly with a child sleeping behind them, and a storm slowly brewing beyond the walls. Chapter 145, I put a bounty on myself because therapy's too slow. Another month soon passed as Ren continued to hunt down the rogue ninja, but this month was far more fast-paced than the previous one. During this month, Ren had begun to actively use butterflies to locate rogue camps. Though this could cause others to speculate about his summoning contract, he felt it was worth the risk. With the help of the butterflies, he could easily identify the locations of rogue camps and rogue shinobi alike. Thanks to this, he was able to destroy one rogue camp per day and sometimes even two. During this single month alone, he cleared out a total of 34 rogue camps and more than 15 individual rogue shinobi. From all this, he earned 4 Jonin level points, all of which he invested into strength, raising it to 75. However, the greater benefit came not from the stat growth but from his hyperfocus. This month, whenever he engaged with rogue camps, he deliberately chose to fight the entire camp at once rather than taking them down one by one. He also never used his full power. Limiting himself to basic taijutsu and a kunao, he trained under immense pressure, pushing his mind and body to adapt. Thanks to this, he honed hyperfocus to a terrifying degree. He had even eliminated the dangerous side effect of blood leaking from his orifices. This intense hyperfocus training also raised his intelligence stat by 2 points, bringing it to 75. Just 2 months away from the village had brought about such explosive growth. But he knew that this pace would soon slow down, especially once Yoru started sending squads to him. At that point, his freedom would be limited. He wouldn't be able to recklessly throw himself into danger anymore, not while leading others. Unfortunately, he hadn't encountered another rude assassination attempt either. He would have definitely welcomed it. Rogue camps, no matter how many, couldn't match the coordination and precision of Root Ninja. Testing his refined hyperfocus in that context was something he quietly looked forward to. Right now, he and Kimura were walking out of yet another bounty center. Since he had destroyed so many camps, he had to frequently exchange the bounties. He never allowed the body count to pile up beyond 10 camps because he wasn't sure whether a single bounty center could handle too many transactions at once. Plus, repeated exchanges helped keep the logistics smooth and maintain his mobility. This repeated exchange cycle also began to spread his reputation. Since bounty centers frequently did business with rogue ninja, they inevitably leaked information. Word got around that a blue-haired kid from Konoha was slaughtering rogue ninja left and right. Some dismissed the rumors as nonsense. Others were enraged that even a kid from the Leaf dared to hunt them. However, most became wary. If the bounty centers themselves were spreading the news, it had to be legitimate. That would mean Konoha had produced another terrifying genius, one being polished through the blood of the criminal underworld. To capitalize on this momentum, Ren had several clones disguise themselves as rogue ninja and place an evolving bounty on his own head. This was the type of bounty where many small-time rogue shinobi and mercenaries pooled money together to place a shared bounty on a common target. The goal was to build up the reward so high that it would attract higher-level rogues to take action. This was undeniably dangerous, but Ren did it on purpose as he wanted to test his strength. With the 8 gates, he was confident that he could contend with even an S-rank ninja, but he still wanted the proof. So, the clones placed the bounty and it was Kimura, of all people, who spread the news. Strangely, he turned out to be extremely good at underground communication. As they exited the bounty center, Ren casually glanced at the board and saw that the bounty had climbed to 39 million ryo. That was higher than the combined bounty of 35 million placed on him by the Cloud and Stone villages. It might not have been huge on the global scale, but Ren had front-loaded it with a significant amount of his own funds. At this point, money wasn't an issue. He had over 200 million ryo in cash. Spending a bit to achieve his goals was a trivial matter. He smiled slightly and looked over to Kimura, asking cheerfully, "Hey Kimura, do you think any S-rankers would come after me?" Kimura sighed deeply. Over the past month, he had gained a solid understanding of Ren, or at least, as much as anyone could. If he had to summarize the boy, he would say this: the boy had several screws that were definitely loose. After all, what kind of sane person jumped into the center of a rogue camp with just a kunao, one hand tied behind his back, and a chakra suppression seal on his body, and most of all still win? And that wasn't the worst of it. Sometimes Ren got badly injured, so badly that Kimura's heart nearly gave out. But after finishing the fight, Ren would casually heal himself and laugh through the blood on his face, saying, "That was damn good practice. If only another assassination attempt came my way, I could perfect it." Kimura didn't know what Ren wanted to perfect, but he was absolutely certain he didn't want to find out. A menace. That's the only way to describe him. He finally responded, "With a total bounty of 74 million ryo, there's a high chance that the S-rankers will start moving soon." His voice held a trace of fear. After all, he was just a normal jonin. Though Ren's training had helped him improve, he doubted he could even survive a second in a true S-rank fight. Ren noticed his discomfort and waved it off casually. "You don't have to be afraid. If I can't fight them, I'll just escape. My strength might not match theirs, but I can run very fast." He sounded completely confident, but Kimura's face twisted in frustration. "Yes, you can escape. I'm not as fast as you. My chances of death are higher with you than with either of those two." That was his honest thought. Danzo and Yoro might kill him depending on their moods or goals, but with Ren, death was inevitable, just due to exposure. Ren laughed brightly and waved him off. "Don't worry. I'll make sure to escape with you two." Then he perked up and looked around. "Now let's go." "We finally reached Tanzakugai. I heard there are tons of gambling dens here and I want to see the Tanzaku castle." He pulled up his backpack with boyish excitement and dashed off toward the entrance of the famed city. Kimura looked at Ren's back and muttered inwardly, "Who would guess this overexcited tourist is actually a merciless killer?" With another sigh, he hurried after Ren, struggling to keep up now that the kid had started using chakra to speed up. As Ren crossed through the gates into the bustling town of Tanzakugai, he took his time looking around, his eyes scanning the streets with interest. After all, this very place would one day host the iconic battle between the three Sunin. That futuristic historical significance was part of the reason he chose to visit, but the primary reason was simpler: he needed rest. A real bed, an actual roof, a door with a lock. Sure, he had a bed and every possible piece of furniture sealed away in his belt, but nothing compared to the comfort of a proper room in a proper building. Without wasting time, Ren made his way straight to the most luxurious inn in the town and confidently booked the most expensive room available. Then he placed the seals and without even bothering to unpack, he collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep, uninterrupted sleep. It was the first time in over 2 months that he slept without that lingering edge of alertness. While sleeping outdoors or in enemy territory, he'd practically trained himself to keep one eye open, body tensed, ready to spring into action at the slightest hint of danger. Sure, he had hyperfocus and exceptional reflexes, but he wasn't arrogant enough to let his guard down in the wild. Even here, inside a secure room in a luxury inn, he had placed multiple layers of seals before allowing himself to rest. And rest he did, longer than even he had expected. By the time he finally woke up, more than 2 days had passed. Stretching out on the plush bed, his joints popped in satisfaction as he muttered, "That was really needed. Once this last month passes, I'll return to the village and take an even deeper rest. Somewhere with hot springs, maybe." After a bit more stretching to loosen the stiffness from his muscles, Ren finally stepped out of his room to explore the town. As he descended the staircase of the inn, he was greeted by a familiar sight of Kimura, waiting patiently with his arms crossed and a slightly exasperated expression. Kimura sighed in relief upon seeing Ren after 2 days. "Are you sure you've rested enough this time?" he asked. "If not, it's better to take another day or two. You've been traveling non-stop for 2 months, and if you keep operating under even the slightest pressure, it'll catch up with you." Ren paused for a moment, his eyes examining Kimura thoughtfully. With his mask off, Kimura's face was clearly visible and Ren had to admit, the man looked like that aura farming protagonist straight out of that hunter-themed manhwa. Handsome, cold-faced, with sharp features, black hair, and striking purple eyes. The kind of guy that made people wonder why the heavens hadn't handed him a golden halo at birth. Clicking his tongue, Ren muttered with mock seriousness, "Damn, Kimura, you're ridiculously handsome. Maybe that's why those 2 psychos didn't kill you." He then added with surety evident in his tone, "Your face saved you." Kimura's face remained impassive, but a faint twitch betrayed that he was used to Ren's antics by now. Snickering, Ren continued down the stairs. "And don't worry, I got enough rest. It wasn't physical, it was my mind that needed the break more. But now I'm fully recharged. Still, you're right. We can't have the great me getting bogged down by exhaustion." He adjusted his sunglasses dramatically and flashed a smug grin. "So we'll spend a few more days in this town. A short break before I go back to making a name for myself." Kimura, having long accepted Ren's flair for theatrics, simply fell into step beside him. "Do you want to eat something? There isn't much this town is known for besides gambling and sake, neither of which are ideal for you right now." Ren gave him a side glance, lips quirking. He didn't comment on his actual gambling experience and said instead, "Well, that's unfortunate. But fine, let's eat at the inn. They're the best in town, right? Their food can't be that bad." With that, both of them made their way to speak with the innkeeper, heading for a well-earned meal. In another part of the bustling town, an area infamously dubbed the Gambler's Haven within the Land of Fire, business was about to begin in earnest. Here, people didn't sell food or weapons or clothes. No, the currency they traded in was luck, or more accurately, the illusion of it. The storekeepers, casino runners, and dice masters of this area had a single goal: to drain every last ryo from the pockets of their enthusiastic, and often naive, customers. And while their methods might not be the most ethical, none of them cared. After all, money had no eyes, and if people were willing to part with their fortunes in exchange for some momentary thrills, who were they to refuse? One such man was diligently sweeping the road in front of his establishment. He wasn't just any worker, he was the kind who took pride in his role, because to him, this dusty street was sacred. This was their battlefield, their arena, and appearance mattered. The cleaner the street, the more respectable the house of ruin looked. He continued to sweep with practiced movements until something caught his eye. A glint, a flare, sunlight reflecting sharply off something ahead. He paused, one hand shielding his eyes as he squinted toward the source of the light. There, at the far end of the road, stood two figures with the bright sun positioned perfectly behind them, casting long, dramatic shadows that stretched toward him like the prelude of destiny. The street cleaner leaned forward, squinting harder as his eyes tried to adjust. Boing, boing, boing. The unmistakable bounce. Recognition slammed into the man like a jackpot. His broom fell from his hand as his face lit up like fireworks on festival night. Aniki, come out, he shouted toward the shop behind him, voice filled with urgency and barely restrained joy. A moment later, the door burst open and several other men appeared, clearly confused but curious. The worker excitedly pointed down the street. Look, look, it's her. The small crowd turned to see what he meant, and then they saw it too. That trademark saunter. That aura of impending financial sacrifice. That deadly combo of bright hair, confident stride, and the bounce. Boing, boing, boing. They didn't need another word. Joy flushed their faces. Smiles bloomed all around. The air was filled with excitement and ryo signs. The legendary sucker is back. Chapter 146, Unmarried Elder Woman vs Kid Menace. In a private room of a club nestled deep within Tanzakugai's gambler's haven, chaos was brewing, though for now, it looked deceptively peaceful. On one side of a low table, two women lay passed out. One of them, a striking blonde, snored softly with her head pressed against the table, a sake cup still loosely held in her fingers. The other, a gentle raven-haired woman, was curled up on the floor mat, hugging a plump pink piglet to her chest. All three of them, woman, and the piglet were in the throes of deep sleep, completely undisturbed. That peace was shattered in an instant as the door to the room slammed open with the force of a charging bull. The sleeping occupants didn't even flinch. From the doorway entered two figures. The first was a lean, sharp-eyed man with spiky brown hair combed to one side, wearing the standard uniform of a cloud shinobi. The second was a massive, towering man with blondish white hair swept back, a small mustache, a heavy goatee, and the overwhelming presence of a mountain on the move. He wore a white haori over his bare, muscled torso, baggy pants clamped in place with a championship-style belt, and a distinct hat hanging behind his back marked with the unmistakable kanji of Reikage. Reikage of the hidden cloud was furious. His teeth ground together audibly as he stormed into the room, glancing down at the drunken women with narrowed eyes. She actually had the gall to ignore me, he growled, his voice deep and heavy with fury. He marched forward, each step heavier than the last, then roared. Wake up, Tsunade. The blonde woman stirred slightly at the call of her name, her eyes fluttering halfway open. She groaned, "HN? Who am I?" The shinobi behind A stepped forward quickly and introduced with a sigh, the shadow of the cloud village, Reikage sama. Tsunade blinked, squinting through her haze of intoxication. Then a bright smile formed on her face. Oh, what a surprise. A nearly exploded. We had this talk just last night, he yelled, slamming his massive fist down on the table. The table, to no one's surprise, exploded into splinters under the force of the impact. Only then did they realize something truly unexpected. Amid the shattered remains of the table, curled up in a ball, was a blue-haired boy with tinted sunglasses, clutching a sake bottle to his chest and snoring lightly. Everyone froze. Ren, barely stirred by the commotion, blinked sleepily as he sat up, squinting first at Tsunade, then at A. His head tilted once, then again. His brows furrowed in sleepy confusion. Then, with all the grace of someone still mostly unconscious, he muttered, "Nah, dreams too weird," and flopped back down, snuggling unconsciously closer to Tsunade as if drawn by comfort. A blinked, then turned to Tsunade and asked bluntly, "Isn't this your brat?" Tsunade, still a bit hazy, nodded automatically. Then she frowned, blinked rapidly, and shouted, "He's a brat from my village, not my brat, you brat." I snarled back, "Huh." At that moment, the door opened again and Kimura stepped in, immediately assessing the scene. His shoulders dropped slightly at the sight of the destruction, but he still walked forward calmly. He gave a respectful nod and addressed Tsunade directly, "I'm sorry about Ren, Tsunade-sama. I'll take him away now." He moved to collect the unconscious boy, but just as he reached down, Ren vanished from his grasp. In a flash, Tsunade had pulled Ren into her arms, adopting a guarded posture with her eyes narrowed coldly at Kimura. Her gaze locked on the root symbol visible on his shoulder. Her tone was deadly calm. "What do you want with him?" Kimura immediately raised both hands in a placating gesture. "Ah, Tsunade-sama, don't worry, I'm not here to kill Ren. I mean, I was originally sent to kill him, but that was 2 months ago, and I don't want to kill him anymore. I just follow him everywhere." That did not help his case. Seeing Tsunade's expression grow colder by the second, Kimura quickly added, please. Let's just wake him up. He'll explain everything, he always does. You'll understand once he talks. I swear. As a last-ditch effort to show his sincerity, Kimura removed his mask. The effect was immediate. Shizun, who had just woken up, turned bright red the moment she saw his face. Even Tsunade faltered, blinking at Kimura's surprisingly handsome features. Finally, she sighed, then gently shook the boy in her arms. Oi, brat. Wake up. Ren stirred, eyes fluttering open as he looked up groggily. His light blue eyes met Tsunade's warm brown ones, and he gave her a soft smile. Morning. Tsunade stilled, staring closely at his eyes, then at his hair, then at his smile. Her eyes widened slightly as realization sparked, something familiar, something very familiar. But her thoughts were interrupted. Kimura, sensing the awkward silence, stepped in and said quickly, Ren, please clarify to her that I'm not here to kill you. Ren blinked sleepily, rubbing his eyes, then muttered in a drowsy voice, yeah, Kimura is mine. He smiled again. Then he vomited. All over Tsunade. A moment of stillness passed in the room, just long enough for everyone to process what had just happened. Then, Tsunade's scream could have shattered windows. In fact, a nearby glass of sake actually trembled as she suddenly froze in place, eyes wide in horror as she slowly tilted her head down. On her expensive, pristine green kimono, directly over her chest and lap, was a generous helping of Ren's stomach contents. A mostly half-digested blend of fish, rice, and whatever exotic liquor had been in that bottle he'd been cuddling. Some of it still clung to her necklace. Tsunade blinked slowly. Shizun blinked twice. Taunton gave a faint oink of distress and immediately scuttled under the futon. The temperature in the room dropped several degrees. Wawa the you little. With a mighty yell, Tsunade launched Ren across the room like a ragdoll, tossing him with all the fury of a woman who'd just been slimed. Ren's limp, half-conscious body flew through the air, but his reflexes kicked in. Supine air rotation, Ren mumbled midair, twisting like a falling cat and landing on his feet in a perfect crouch. Then promptly keeled over and threw up again. Blayarg. Onto the floor. Tsunade-sama, please calm down. Shizun pleaded, holding back her enraged master, who looked moments away from hurling the broken table like a discus. He vomited on me, Shizun? Me? Do you know how many people in this world have done that and survived? None. I think your brother might have when he was a baby. He was a baby. Meanwhile, Ren had finished his Technicolor performance and was now leaning back on one hand, healing himself with a light green glow. He dabbed his lips with a corner of his sleeve, blinked blearily around the room, and finally seemed to become aware of the situation. His gaze fell on Tsunade, her sake-stained kimono, her hair disheveled, and her expression one tick away from full-on blood rage. Then, he pointed a shaking, accusatory finger. You elder woman, unmarried elder woman, he declared with exaggerated emphasis. Do you know no shame? Forcing drinks down a poor, innocent kid like me? You corrupting influence? You are what's wrong with the shinobi world. He had coincidentally encountered Tsunade in the club they found for food, but he quickly realized that the woman was completely drunk, so he tried to escape, but to his surprise he was held against his will and forced to drink sake. Though he was also curious about sake, he knew his childlike body wouldn't be able to handle it, but he still drank a little then everything went blank. Everyone froze. Tsunade's left eyebrow twitched. Unmarried elder woman, she repeated slowly, a vein in her temple pulsing dangerously. You, little brat? You dare say that to me? After that last time? After throwing up your whole pancreas onto my lap? I still stand by what I said, Ren replied solemnly, slowly rising to his feet and adjusting his sunglasses, looking like a battle-worn samurai facing his doom with dignity. You lured me into your den of sin under the pretense of food and then, like a siren, pushed bottle after bottle of vile poison into my hands. I gave you one bottle. And I'm 5 years away from being allowed to hold one. Ren countered. You took it. You gave it. You. Tsunade was full-on vibrating at this point. Meanwhile, Kimura was seated in the corner, now fully convinced he was going to die in this room. Shizun had given up trying to mediate and was merely restraining Tsunade with both arms, though her master was strong enough to drag her across the floor like a sled. And then there was the Raikage, who had stood like a statue this entire time, face slowly turning more purple with every passing second. He finally tried to speak. Can we just dash? Shut up, musclehead. Both Ren and Tsunade snapped in unison, turning on him with identical expressions of annoyance. A froze mid-sentence, his lips twitching. Ren turned back to Tsunade. You know, I thought the legendary sucker title was just gambling related. But now I realize it refers to dragging unsuspecting victims into death. Oh ho ho. Tsunade barked, cracking her knuckles. You've got a big mouth for someone who literally cried while trying to down a shot. It was sizzling. Why does your sake bubble? It's expensive. It's poisonous. At this point, Ren and Tsunade were nose to nose, staring each other down like two alpha wolves. The tension was palpable. Shizun had given up all attempts to restrain her master and was just sipping water from a nearby gourd. I'm not apologizing, Ren muttered. Neither am I, Tsunade snapped. Your necklace smells like shrimp now, and whose fault is that? Suddenly, boom, the ground beneath them trembled. Dust fell from the ceiling. A's fist was now embedded in the floor, cracks spidering out from the impact like a miniature earthquake. His face was furious. His aura was trembling with chakra. I have had enough, he roared. I am the Raikage of the Hidden Cloud. I came here to discuss the healing of my subordinate, not to watch an underage drunk argue with a Sunin over who gave who what booze. Finally there was silence, even Ren and Tsunade paused, blinking at A, slightly impressed. That was pretty good, Ren admitted. Yeah, Tsunade nodded. Nice projection. I've been working on my diaphragm control, A muttered. For a brief moment, there was peace again. Until Ren muttered just loud enough for everyone to hear, still unmarried though. Tsunade grabbed a chair. Shizen screamed. A ducked. And Kimura, whispering a final prayer to any god listening, decided he would be better off back in Danzo and Yora's war. It took a good while for things to calm down in the chaos-laced room. Ren, now firmly muzzled by both Kimura and Amai, who were using their full strength to keep the blue-haired menace's mouth shut, who was still grumbling incomprehensibly. Meanwhile, Tsunade was seated with her arms outstretched as Shizen wiped her clean, mumbling apologies every few seconds as she scrubbed at the still visible stains with increasingly potent cloths and what looked like military-grade soap. A stood to one side, arms crossed and tapping his foot impatiently as he once again reiterated the situation to Tsunade, who had, unsurprisingly, forgotten everything after a full night of emptying the bar's reserves. And I'm telling you again, A said through gritted teeth, my subordinate, Karui, is in critical condition. You're the only person with the skill to save him. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, giving her signature disinterested sigh. She leaned back against the wall, lifting one leg over the other. And, she asked lazily, why would I heal a shinobi from another nation? I scoffed, throwing a glance toward Amai, who was still holding Ren down with all the grace of someone keeping a wild animal from biting their hand off. I told you, I said bluntly, she's not gonna come peacefully. We'll have to force her to do it. Amai groaned softly, rubbing his temple with his free hand. You said we'd try to do this diplomatically first. I did, A muttered, and now I'm watching a kid call a Sunin an unmarried elder while vomiting on her lap. So forgive me if I adjust my expectations. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. You think I'm just some weak woman you can grab and carry away whenever you feel like it. A didn't flinch. Maybe not you, he said with a slight smirk, but your brat dash. He didn't finish the sentence. Because at that exact moment, wham, Amai was sent flying into A's chest courtesy of a sudden haymaker from Ren, who had broken free of the hold. The cloud ninja wheezed as he slammed into his Raikage, who grunted and caught him with both hands. Ren dusted off his shirt dramatically, walking with exaggerated calm to Tsunade's side as Kimura wordlessly followed, clearly done intervening. Tsunade, ever the dramatic, crossed her arms and leaned slightly toward A confident smirk tugging at the edge of her lips. You were saying? She asked sweetly. A's left eye twitched. He put Amai down like a sandbag, the latter already applying healing chakra to his jaw. Tsunade clapped once, feigning innocence. Now, no need to get worked up, big guy. You want my help, right? A didn't respond. He was still contemplating if hurling a chair would get him any diplomatic victory. Tsunade didn't wait for him to respond. How about a bet? A bet? A asked with a raised brow. Tsunade stood up slowly, her height and confidence matching the raw power she radiated with every breath. You said you were going to force me to come with you, right? Well then, how about we make it simple? An arm wrestle. A's face flickered with interest. If I lose, Tsunade continued, I'll go with you. No complaints, no resistance. I'll heal your subordinate myself. Shizen gasped. Tsunade-sama. But, Tsunade held up a finger, ignoring her assistant, if you lose, you walk away. Quietly. No posturing. No threats. No broken furniture. Just a nice walk back to the border without a single bark from you. After all, we can't let someone like you in this land for long. There was a moment of thick silence. Then A snorted, turned on his heel, and said, meet me in the clearing, before stomping off. The door slammed behind him with all the force of a thunderclap. Ren, watching all this with glittering eyes, gasped in delight. Oh, this is gonna be good. A lady brute versus a male brute. Wonder who's going to win. Before anyone could stop him, he ducked with unnatural speed and dashed out the door, laughter trailing behind him. A pillow smacked into the closing door with a soft thud, followed by Tsunade's furious shout. Get back here you damn brat. Kimura stood silently behind her, now very much reconsidering every decision that led him here. Chapter 147, Sunin vs Raikage, the grudge match nobody authorized. Soon, everyone had gathered in the clearing behind the club. Two massive stones had been pushed together to create a makeshift platform for an arm wrestling showdown. On one side stood Tsunade, her arms crossed, her expression unreadable. Behind her were Shizen and Kimura, and further behind, a crowd of random mob spectators, all cheering loudly for Tsunade while booing the other side. On the opposite end, A, the fourth Raikage, arms folded stood like a fortress. Behind him was his subordinate, Amai, and behind them, another crowd of enthusiastic nobodies, cheering for A and loudly booing Tsunade. Standing on the stone table in the center was Ren, arms stretched wide in theatrical flair. Welcome, everyone, to this prestigious arm wrestling competition between the fourth Raikage A and one of the legendary Sunin, Tsunade Senju. Now place your bets because we're about to begin. Tsunade's eye twitched. Her hands clenched. Through gritted teeth, she hissed up at him, get down, you brat. And dispel your clones. Ren glanced at her, then at A. Both looked plenty pissed now. Perfect. Without another word, he jumped down from the table and snapped his fingers, dispelling all the disguised clones in the crowd. The cheering mobs on both sides vanished in bursts of smoke, leaving just a confused silence. All right, Ren said, grinning, let's begin. Tsunade and A stepped forward, each placing an elbow firmly on the stone slab. Their hands locked together, muscles tensing. Ren reached out, gripping both of their hands. Begin on my mark. 1, 2, 3, go. He released their hands and hell broke loose. Electricity sparked violently around A's body, lightning chakra flickering and snarling across his skin. On the other side, Tsunade's chakra surged, becoming nearly visible as a golden, dense aura that radiated raw strength. Ren stepped back and began his commentary with mock gravitas. Both participants appear evenly matched at first glance. However, a trained eye would clearly notice that Tsunade Senju of the Leaf holds an obvious advantage due to her inhuman strength. The woman can punch through mountains, folks. Will the Raikage manage to turn the tides and get the Lady Brute to heal his subordinate? As he spoke, the concentration of chakra around both fighters thickened, especially around Tsunade, whose arm was beginning to press A's downward. Oh my, even after employing all his power, it seems the Raikage is losing ground? Tsunade's arm is pushing his down, but what is this sudden twist? Ren pointed theatrically. The Raikage loosened his grip for just a millisecond, converting an insane amount of chakra into speed in that one instant. That sudden burst disrupted Tsunade's flow and she faltered. A loud thud echoed as Tsunade's fist slammed into the stone slab below. And with that, the winner of this arm wrestling competition is the 4th Raikage A. Give a round of applause for the winner. There was only one clap from Amai, standing loyally behind A. Shizun gasped. Lady Tsunade lost? In a contest of strength. Ren turned to her with a mock teacher tone. Tut tut, Miss Shizun. That wasn't a contest of strength. That was arm wrestling. The Raikage won through clever chakra control, not raw power. Tsunade blinked, her expression shifting to surprise. His observation skills have improved. He must have learned nullification too. A also looked at Ren thoughtfully. The blue menace, his intelligence is highly surprising. He figured that out just by watching. Interesting. Tsunade exhaled slowly, then turned toward A with a shrug. Well, I won't make any excuses. You beat me fair and square. That's my loss. Amai brightened. Then, you'll heal Kare. Tsunade nodded. Yeah, lead the way. With that, the group, Tsunade, Shizun, Taunton, A, Amai, Ren and Kimura followed the Raikage's lead. Their path wound through cracked cobblestone streets until they reached a dilapidated compound, half swallowed by time and neglect. Only one building still stood within, and even that had its upper floor wall broken, revealing old wooden beams and stone supports barely holding together. As soon as the group stepped into the room, their eyes landed on a man lying on a makeshift bed in the center. His torso was bare, and at first glance, everything looked still, until the eye caught it. A lump. A grotesque, bulging lump shaped unmistakably like a spider shifted on the man's chest. It expanded and contracted rhythmically, pulsing as though breathing. The man, Kare, opened his eyes slowly. They lit up barely when he saw the Raikage enter. Kare, don't worry, Amai said, rushing to his side. You'll get well soon. We've brought Lady Tsunade, the best healer in the world. Kare's gaze flicked toward the others in the room. His eyes landed on Tsunade and held there, a strange mix of relief and frustration flashing through them. Tsunade ignored the expression. She walked up calmly and crouched beside the bed, her hand glowing softly as she began examining Kare's chest. Minutes passed in silence, broken only by the quiet hum of chakra. She eventually stood up and turned to A. I need you to explain exactly what happened that led to this. Without context, I can't recommend or begin proper treatment. I stayed quiet for a few seconds, then gave a curt nod and began recounting the events of their last mission, especially the encounter with the Nakazaru group and their use of exploding insects. Tsunade's brow furrowed. The lump's structure matches the known behavior of Nakazaru insects. Once inside a host, they latch onto the chakra network and feed, growing larger. Eventually they explode. Her eyes narrowed slightly. But the real concern isn't just the chakra drain. It's the size of the larva. She paused. Then, her gaze shifted to Ren. All right, brat. You can't hear the rest. Get out. Ren blinked once. Then his expression shifted just slightly, thoughtful. She must have figured A is infected too. She can't say it out loud with me here. Not bad. Rare to see someone heal the leader of the enemy like this in this world. She's a good healer, though the same can't be said if someone from the Leaf knew this. He shrugged and casually turned. I'll deal with some bugs in the meantime. He leapt up, caught a fly between his fingers mid-air, then landed smoothly and walked out. Let's go, Kimura. Kimura followed him without a word. Once the two were out of range, Tsunade spoke again, voice lower now as she explained that A's infected too. The larva's probably much smaller, which is why he hasn't felt anything yet. But it's there. Amai's face paled slightly. A and Kare from Kumo looked grim. A looked toward the door Ren had exited through, then gave a slow nod. Thanks, Tsunade. He understood now why she'd sent Ren out. She might be keeping her word to heal them without conditions, but Ren might not be as agreeable. If something went wrong during the procedure and Ren made a move, things could spiral quickly. Tsunade waved a hand dismissively. Don't thank me yet. I'd bet he's already guessed you're infected too. She rolled her shoulders slightly and stepped toward Kare. Let's get started. He's in the most urgent condition. Kare tried to protest, weakly sitting up. I'm fine, treat Lord Raikage dash. Quiet, A said firmly. You're going first. He looked toward Tsunade and gave a tight smirk. As payment for my surgery, I'll let your brat live today. Tsunade snorted. Like you could do anything with me here. Shizun, prep the room. Shizun moved quickly, opening her pack and starting the setup. Despite the banter, Tsunade felt a flicker of relief. A's words, while arrogant, meant he had no intention of escalating. That made it easier to treat him later. Because while she was confident in her skills, she couldn't be sure about Ren surviving if A shifted his energy to deal with him first. The boy wasn't just a talented ninja anymore. She didn't know everything about him yet, but she was beginning to get an idea. A dangerous one. Her eyes shifted to the window, watching where Ren had gone. Why does he remind me of you, Sayaka? Once Ren and Kimura stepped out into the compound, Kimura looked up and asked quietly, should we report this to the village? He wasn't being disloyal, just honest. From a purely strategic standpoint, what Tsunade was doing wasn't ideal. Healing a potential enemy was not something the village would typically overlook. And for someone like Kimura who'd grown up under the words of Hiruzen, Danzo, and Yora, this felt wrong. But he followed Ren now, so he couldn't act on his own. Ren hummed in thought, casually fiddling the fly in his hand. Even if the village knew, they couldn't and wouldn't do anything to her. First of all, if they tried punishing her and ended up pushing her away, they'd lose a cage-level combatant and the best healer in the world. Second, she's the last Senju. She's allowed to be unruly now and then, and besides, she's not healing the Reikage. She's just patching up a Jonin who could be killed later if needed. He didn't mention that Tsunade was likely treating A as well. Kimura wouldn't understand, hell, 90% of people wouldn't. On the surface, it was an incredibly stupid decision. But even if Tsunade hadn't stepped in, the poison in A's body wasn't critical. Someone of his caliber could suppress it long enough to return to the hidden cloud. Kimura nodded slowly, accepting the logic. They walked in silence for a while, until Ren's mind wandered. So, is she really hemophobic? Or was it, like in all those fanfics, just a convenient excuse to get out of the village? Soon they reached the outer wall of the compound. Ren halted, pressed his back to the stone, and peeked out. Boo! The 5 figures crouched behind the wall jumped in alarm. They hadn't sensed anyone approach. That meant whoever had found them was dangerous. All 5 instantly shifted into combat readiness, their bodies moving with practiced coordination. Ren stared at them calmly. These were the ones responsible, the Nakazura group, the culprits behind the poisoning of the Reikage. Each of them wore sashes shaped like monkey tails. Their faces were painted, and their clothes were split in designs striped on one side, solid color on the other. Ren pointed lazily to each one. Red, blue, yellow, purple, green. So, who sent this? He opened his hand and revealed the now crushed fly. The group stiffened. Purple turned and snapped, Red, you said your insects were watching the room. Red's face darkened. I thought it was just a disconnect. The fly was still alive, so I didn't cut the link. I don't understand how he broke our connection. Ren smiled lightly. You tried to replicate the Abaramaze technique, but you're not them. My friend's one of the best with insects, so of course yours wouldn't fool me. Purple kept his calm and gave a sharp order. Retreat. We don't fight in the open. His body immediately melted into a puddle of water and began sliding away. Yellow's body dropped into a shadow, which connected with Blue's. A moment later, Blue vanished from sight. Green ignited, his body bursting into flames as he began retreating. Red tried to break apart into a swarm of insects, but before he could disperse fully, Ren's hand clamped around his neck. Ren's voice was calm, almost pleasant. You've got some impressive techniques. From different villages, too. Could you be so kind and share them with me? Then, without pause, he twisted Red's neck sharply and let the lifeless body drop to the ground. Red. It was Green who shouted first, his voice cracking with fury. The remaining 4 members of the Nakazura group suddenly reappeared, their bodies emerging from smoke, flame, and shadow alike as they looked down at their fallen comrade. They weren't blood brothers, not technically, but they had lived and bled together for years. Fought, escaped, survived, always as one unit, and now, Red was gone. For a brief moment, they were frozen in place, just staring. Then their expressions hardened. Kill this brat. Purple roared, and in an instant, they vanished again, but this time not to retreat, but to strike. They melted into their elements, slipping into hiding. Not running. This time, they were hunting. Ren rolled his neck slowly. A faint crack popped out from the side. He didn't even glance around as he spoke with a smile. Kimura, don't let anyone interrupt, I'm going to perfect that today. Chapter 148, Standing Between a Legend and a Dumb Idea. This fight might feel weird, but keep reading, and everything will become clear. The system's observe function lit up with 4 flickers in the distance. Shibayama level 76. Raku level 77. Genji level 78. Saiha level 75. Ren didn't blink as his breathing slowed, becoming more controlled and narrow, heart rhythm already syncing with his perception. Hyperfocus wasn't just active, it was running deep, each frame of motion feeding directly into his muscles. His steps were silent on broken concrete, one hand held low and loose while the other hovered near his thigh. The 4 signatures vanished. Visuals gone. Chakra's signature gone. Nothing but those glowing names hovering in his field of awareness. Good, Ren muttered. Let's get hyperfocus done with this fight. He didn't need them to talk. They were already doing what they were best at. Vanishing. There was a ripple. A blur near the puddle 2 meters ahead. He pivoted. The heel of his foot slammed down in a low turning sweep. Something cracked as a grunt was heard. Raku flickered into partial visibility, tumbling back. The puddle he'd emerged from lost shape. Ren shot forward. A single step carried him into a dash, fist pulled back. Raku vanished again before the strike landed. The air behind Ren shifted but he dropped just in time as a blade slid through where his neck had been. Saiha visible for a flash, cloaked in heat mirage and shimmered distortion. Fire-based camouflage. Ren twisted. His palm slammed against his hip as he tried to retreat. The hit didn't land clean, but it pushed him back. They were fast. Not faster than him, but better hidden. More angles. More unknowns. There was another shift but he moved instantly. A roundhouse kick intercepted Shibayama as he erupted from the shadow under a tilted wall. The assassin's kunai skittered off Ren's bracer. Ren struck again with a straight punch to the chest. Shibayama bent with the hit and vanished into the shadow before Ren could finish. Something burned along Ren's flank. Genji was above him, dropping from a flickering invisibility with a blade dragging sparks as it carved down. Ren blocked with his forearm. The blade caught and left a shallow cut through his sleeve. He countered with a knee but Genji vanished before it connected. All four. They were cycling in and out, never staying long, never engaging fully. One at a time with quick strikes and no wasted motion. Hyperfocus was active, but something was off. His body moved right, but the sensory edge wasn't catching them in time. Their suppression techniques were more refined than expected. Even his sensory pulses only told him what he already knew. They were near. Everywhere. The observe function kept updating, showing names blinking in and out as they attacked and disappeared. Ren stayed still. He rotated his neck. Cracked his knuckles. You guys move like you're scared of trading real blows, even the rouges were better than you. There was no reply of course. He crouched and then shot forward, directly toward a cluster of low concrete walls. Mid-movement, he kicked a loose rock to the side. The motion masked a feint. He spun off the false momentum and struck upward. Raku had been preparing to intercept him mid-motion but Ren's uppercut landed with a solid hit. Raku's head snapped back, his camouflage breaking for a heartbeat. Ren followed up. But the strike was blocked. Genji dropped in, intercepting mid-motion with an elbow against Ren's wrist. The blow didn't hurt, but it diverted his force. Then the puddle behind him hissed. Saiha launched a chain of fire needles. Ren dodged right. One grazed his arm. The burn bit deep. He grit his teeth. Hyperfocus read their motions, but something was too subtle. Timing. His mind predicted, but not perfectly. There was delay. Just a brief moment of hesitation. His thoughts were clear. His reactions were fast. But they weren't complete. He stepped forward and engaged again. This time, he pushed a fence. He moved unpredictably. Wide strides, sudden dips, forward pressure. He swept low at the wall, baited another attack from Shibayama, then twisted and caught the shinobi by the ankle as he emerged. A hammer fist to the gut and Shibayama crumpled. Ren didn't stop. He rolled him across the floor and turned, only to take a fire javelin to the ribs. Saiha's aim was sharp. Ren tumbled back, smoking from the wound, coughing once. He dropped and recovered in the same breath. Hyperfocus kicked in as he moved again. Another flicker and Genji's blade came for the back of his knee. He raised a foot and stomped. The blade schemed under. He twisted and caught Genji's arm but Genji let go of the weapon and turned fluidly, slamming his shoulder into Ren's chest. Ren absorbed it, pivoted, and punched the side of Genji's head. The man stumbled back, visible just long enough to disappear again. Ren muttered to himself. You bastards really are good at this. His left arm was bleeding. Right rib burned. Minor damage. Not enough to change the outcome. Yet something in the back of his mind itched. This wasn't flow. He was reacting fast, yes. Predicting well, yes. But there was a margin. A space. A sliver between prediction and action. The perfect hyperfocus had no sliver. Another shift. He ducked, turned, and struck. Nothing. A feint. Raku appeared behind and stabbed. The blade scraped his side. Blood sprayed. Ren turned and elbowed. Raku vanished again. He needed to push. Harder. Another attack. Shibayama came through the broken door, a flicker of shadow splitting across the frame. Ren spun and tackled him through the opening and they hit a wall. Shibayama vanished on impact, shadow scattering. The moment Ren turned, fire burst from the left. He blocked with crossed arms but it still burned. Genji came from above again. Ren met him in midair. Fist to fist. Genji's chakra burst flared, throwing Ren back. He skidded across stone. His knuckles bled. Breathing heavier now, Ren narrowed his eyes. He was on the back foot. He was fighting with hyperfocus but not perfectly. He was limiting himself. Still following safe rhythm. Still thinking in rules. They weren't. They used angles. Delay. Layered attacks. His sensory was blocked. His reactions weren't enough. He crouched, wiped blood off his jaw. This wasn't working. Raku level 77. Genji level 78. Saiha level 75. Shibayama level 76. All still up. Only a bit slowed. He was bleeding more than he'd like. One more strike to the spine or thigh would reduce movement. He looked up and exhaled. I need to push further. Not faster. Not harder. Deeper. Let's try something. He pulled his breath in and stilled. He suppressed his sensory field. He narrowed his perception. Less noise. No analysis. No planning. Just flow. He stood. His eyes half-lidded. The next attack came from the shadow of a window. He moved before it began, pivoted on the ball of his foot and slammed his palm into the emerging wrist. Shibayama gasped and fell backward. Ren followed and drove a knee into the man's chest, then twisted as Saiha's fire/cut past his side. Missed. He stepped into him space and punched straight into his sternum. He flew back. A cut appeared across his thigh. Raku. Ren grabbed the man's sleeve before he could vanish, threw him overhead but Genji intercepted and the two collided midair. Ren blurred forward, 1 foot up, then down. He crushed both of them into the wall with a reinforced stomp then turned. All four were regrouping now. Ren cracked his neck. I thought you guys were supposed to be stealth masters. You fight like those guys I fought in the academy. He then shook his head. Nah, he was way better than you. The words didn't get a reply, but he saw it. All four went still. There was a brief delay, then motion again. Harder, faster. They began to circle again. Their movements sharper, less retreat, more power. Raku's blade stabbed out of a column. Ren blocked, but the delay caught him. Saiha's next fire shot burned his shoulder. He grunted. Shibayama emerged low. Kunao aimed for his Achilles. He jumped, but Genji tackled him midair. They rolled. Dust scattered. Ren came up first, blood trailing his arm. Now it started. He couldn't keep the edge anymore. They weren't winning, but they were drawing blood faster. Ren crouched, panting slightly. He wasn't broken, but he saw it. The flaw, the sliver. He looked at his hands. Blood mixed with dust. His vision locked in. Hyperfocus was holding but not peaking. The peak would hurt. He would need to burn something away. Maybe more than pain. His fingers tightened. Then I'll burn it. Ren stood and around him, the four approached again, weapons out, illusions primed, stealth systems running. He tilted his neck. All right. One more round. Let's raise the stakes. He pressed his hand to his own chest. With a deep breath he opened the gates. Gate of opening. Gate of healing. Gate of life. Gate of pain. Hyperfocus was not supposed to work with the 8 gates as it disturbed the body internal system too much, however he forcefully kept his hyperfocus active, as, the greater the pressure, the sharper the blade shall be. As soon as the gates opened his mind once again overloaded with information. Right now he was not just getting feedback from the outside but from inside his body too. Usually his body was in a normal state while he used hyperfocus so he didn't focus on it too deeply, but right now he felt all the changes, inside out. It was at this moment he understood something. The hyperfocus tackled the flow, and that flow comprised of 2 things. The external factor and his own body. Without understanding the flow of his own body he wouldn't be able to use his body to the greatest extent. His body was his greatest asset and if he didn't utilize his body to the full extent, everything, reflexes, intelligence, experience, every single thing would be useless. His eyes opened wide and everything became visible to him, even the airflow felt visible. He didn't know if it was an illusion but he knew, if he utilized his body to the extreme, he could follow the flow. He could manipulate the flow. He could own it. In the open compound just outside the ruined building, Kimura stood silently, arms crossed, watching Ren clash with the 4 remaining Nakazura members. His face was shadowed by concern, brows furrowed deeply as he observed Ren's erratic yet relentless movements. This isn't his usual style, Kimura thought, his gaze narrowing. Even when he puts himself in danger to push his limits, he always has the fight under control. And he always heals himself but now, Ren wasn't healing. Despite the clear damage accumulating from burns, cuts, stab wounds, he simply kept fighting. No seals, no green chakra glow, not even a pause. Just motion. Constant, brutal motion. Kimura clenched his fists. From his vantage point, it was obvious. Ren's condition was critical. His clothes were torn and soaked in blood, his own blood. Usually, Ren came out of fights painted in his enemy's blood, clean and efficient. This was the first time Kimura had seen the opposite. Ren looked like a demon clawing forward on sheer will alone. His thoughts were broken by a voice low, shaken, but familiar. What's going on? He turned quickly. Tsunade stood beside him, blood smeared faintly across her cheek. Her stance was off, there were subtle tremors in her arms, and her expression strained. Kimura frowned slightly. What's with her? Still, he answered. Ren is fighting the Nakazura group. Tsunade's eyes widened. What? Why is he fighting them? Does he not know how dangerous they are for him? She looked toward Ren again. Her gaze locked on the bloodied figure now darting between flickering shadows and streaks of fire. The shivering in her arms intensified as she stared, not blinking, until her pupils shrank slightly. Then she understood. He's trying to catch the flow. A jolt ran through her spine. Tsunade knew about hyperfocus, nearly every high-level shinobi knew about it. But this was different. It wasn't just reflexive awareness. He was pushing deeper. She'd read about it once, years ago in the classified scrolls. Beyond hyperfocus lay something even rarer, barely documented. The flow. A technique so precise and demanding that only 3 names in shinobi history had mastered it. The first Reikage. The second Hokage. The fourth Hokage. Everyone else, even the most elite warriors, stopped at hyperfocus. Tsunade herself, despite her legendary understanding of the human body, had never been able to go beyond it. And now, Ren was attempting it in the middle of a 4-on-1 fight while using the 4th gate. She stared harder and what she saw made her heart sink. His body was breaking down. With her knowledge, she could see the signs instantly. The clash of the fourth gate and hyperfocus was overloading his internal systems. Muscles tearing, organs straining, veins dilating, his body was eating itself. The blood loss wasn't just from enemy attacks. It was internal damage, creeping toward collapse. Ren, who was trying to catch the flow, couldn't be unaware about his situation, but he kept on moving. She gasped sharply. We have to stop him. He'll die at this rate. She took a step forward, but Kimura's figure appeared in front of her, calm and silent. You can't, Lady Tsunade. Ren made it clear, no one is to disturb him. Her eyes turned cold, voice frigid. You think you can stop me? Kimura's hand moved. A kunai was already in his reverse grip, his posture lowering. His expression was unreadable, but resolute. I was ordered to not let anyone disturb him, and I will stand by that order until I die. Chapter 149, Where Loyalty Ends, Madness Begins. Purple water, yellow shadow, green fire, blue invisible. If it's wrong somewhere, please mark it. Everything clicked. Ren's body, battered and bloodied, no longer felt like a collection of torn muscles and cracked bone held together by sheer will. Now, he could feel the heat of friction between his joints, the pulsing rhythm of blood through collapsed veins, even the micro-twitches in his fast-twitch muscles as they realigned mid-motion. His awareness no longer just absorbed the world, it commanded it. He stepped. The air bent around his shoulder as his muscles preloaded the movement. His footfall was silent, yet the displacement of air caused a faint swirl in the dust nearby. To others it would seem like he vanished. No blur, no boom, no flicker of chakra. Purple struck first again, launching from a newly emerged pool of stagnant water. But this time, Ren didn't just react. He felt the shift in the air before Purple even broke the surface. He pivoted mid-step, twisting at the hip, and slammed his heel straight into Purple's jaw before the man could fully rise. The impact cracked the side of the building wall 10 meters away as Purple's body pinwheeled into it, cracking mortar and concrete. That was one, Ren muttered, eyes flicking to his left. Shadow surged from the corner of a building. Yellow was next, trying to attack from behind. Ren didn't even look. He let the flow guide him. He dropped his weight and spun, elbow extended backward. It smashed into Yellow's sternum before the blade even left its sheath. The man choked on the force and stumbled back, but Ren didn't give him the chance to recover. He snapped around, caught Yellow by the collar and threw him over his shoulder into the air, then leapt after him. Yellow barely raised his arms in defense before Ren kicked straight through his guard, midair, sending the man crashing down with a trail of blood. 2. Ren breathed, eyes shining. Green shimmered into view above him, descending with a kunai wreathed in fire. He must have activated his fire concealment midair, expecting Ren to be grounded. But Ren wasn't grounded. He had already jumped again mid-arc, pushing off debris in the air that no one else would have even considered a foothold. He met Green head-on in the sky. Their clash was brutal. A flurry of taijutsu in midair, fire crackling with each blow. Green was skilled, even among elite jonin. He weaved around Ren's blows with clinical precision. But Ren had something more now. He read the flex in Green's wrist half a second before his blade came. He shifted his balance accordingly, deflecting the blow before it began. He was fighting a fraction ahead of time, guided by the flow that connected his motion with the enemy's intention. He locked Green's wrist with one hand, kneed him in the stomach, then rotated the elbow until it cracked. The kunai dropped. Ren caught it midair, spun around, and plunged it into Green's shoulder, using him as a springboard to flip back to the ground. 3 down. 1 left. Invisible blue. Ren stood straight now, breathing heavy, chest rising and falling with rapid pulses of energy. The fourth gate raged through his body, burning his skin from the inside, but his mind was stable. His vision didn't shake anymore, it flowed with clarity, like water finding its course. Still, blue remained. No puddles, no fire shimmer, no shadows, invisibility. But Ren was no longer depending on vision, chakra sensing, or sound. He was feeling the subtle resistance of his own motion against the world and theirs too. He slowed his breath and began to walk, injured leg dragging slightly. Not out of weakness, but as bait. He let blood drip from his fingers. Let his head tilt as if dazed. Blue took it. There was the faintest shimmer and a distortion in airflow behind his back. The kunai moved before the hand did. Ren twisted, grabbed the arm mid-stab, then snapped Blue over his shoulder and slammed him into the ground hard enough to crater it. He followed with a heel into the spine, disarming Blue in one precise, brutal stomp. Blue gasped, trying to flicker out again, but Ren didn't let go. You're not hiding anymore, he growled. He lifted Blue up by the face and slammed him into a nearby wall, then again into a metal pipe. The man's camouflage sputtered off completely. Ren stepped back, blood rolling down his side. 4. But they weren't done. Despite shattered ribs, dislocations, and broken limbs, the Nakazero members began to rise one by one. Their faces bloodied, movements slower, but eyes focused. Silent coordination. They circled him. He didn't move. The wind curled around his frame like threads of wire, each strand feeding him minute updates about their shifts in stance, in tension, in weight. He could feel when a hand tightened around a hilt, when a foot slid back for balance. They all attacked at once. But this time, they didn't vanish. They tried overwhelming him with speed and feints, and for a moment it worked. Purple's punch grazed Ren's cheek as he blocked Green's kick. Blue spun with a sweep that tripped him to one knee, and Yellow slammed down with both fists. The ground cracked from the force. Ren spat blood. He looked up and grinned. Thanks for confirming that I can indeed read you guys, he muttered, his voice low and rough. He burst forward like a shockwave. Purple threw a kunao, but Ren weaved under it and closed the distance in a second, striking Purple in the solar plexus with a palm. He followed with a triple combo of palm, elbow, roundhouse, cracking Purple's ribs and slamming him into a broken wall. Green tried to catch him mid-combo, but Ren grabbed the arm and twisted, dislocating it with a savage crack. He didn't stop. He turned with the movement and drove a fist into Green's nose, flattening it. Blood exploded in the air. Yellow and blue came in together, one from each side. Ren ducked, grabbed Yellow's leg as it passed over his head, and spun him into blue like a battering ram. Both crumpled. He stood amidst them, panting, bloody, trembling from the intensity. They staggered back up. 4-on-1 again. This time slower. Their stances were loose, broken, breathing ragged. Blue limped forward first, breathing harshly, chakra flickering. He took 2 steps before a blur crossed his vision. A palm strike to the throat. Then a fist to the heart. Ren twisted as he delivered the final strike, sending Blue flying into a collapsed beam. The man didn't move again. Ren turned without pause. Yellow was charging with a kunao, hand over his ribs. Ren allowed him close, then stepped inside and drove his shoulder into Yellow's jaw, launching him up. He followed, grabbing Yellow's ankle and slamming him back down, hard. Green and Purple tried a pincer again. Ren stepped back, letting them close in, then ducked under their combined slash. He pushed upward between them, twisted in midair, and axe-kicked Purple down. Green tried to back away, but Ren grabbed his collar mid-fall and spun, slamming his head into the ground. Purple twitched, hand raised as he tried to crawl. Ren walked up slowly. No words. No flourish. He raised his foot and stomped. Purple stopped moving. Yellow's hand trembled as he tried to pull himself away, leaving a trail of blood behind. Ren followed, walking slowly. Yellow turned his head and croaked, eyes wide, one arm extended as if in surrender. Ren's hand blurred. A kunao pierced Yellow's temple before he could speak. Only Green remained now, drenched in blood, breathing in gasps. He turned and ran. Ren didn't rush. He walked after him, boots thudding softly on broken stone. The wind was silent now, the flow steady. He could feel the path Green would take. He cut him off at the alley exit. Green skidded to a halt, eyes wide. He looked ready to beg, but Ren didn't wait. He closed in, driving his knee into Green's gut, then grabbed the man's collar and headbutted him twice. Blood exploded from Green's nose and mouth. Ren threw him up and twisted his body midair. One punch. That was all. One final, perfect punch. Into the throat. Green landed in a broken heap. No more movement. The compound was silent. Ren stood in the center, body swaying slightly. He was drenched in blood, most of it his own. His skin was cracked. Veins bulged along his arms and neck. He was shaking, but not out of weakness. His body was still burning. The gates were still open. His nerves were fried. His organs damaged. But his mind was clear. He dragged in a breath. It rattled through him like a windstorm through broken glass. Then he tilted his head and looked at the blood, the corpses, the quieted world. A grin spread across his face. Damn, he said, breathing out as he straightened his spine. I really am awesome. The words echoed quietly as blood dripped down his chin. His grin didn't fade. And somewhere in the shadows, even the wind seemed to hesitate. In the open compound stood 2 figures, one bleeding, one wheezing with anger. Tsunade's fury erupted as she glared at the bloodied figure of Kimura. You bastard! He'll die if you keep getting in the way. She had tried to reach Ren multiple times, but every time she stepped forward, Kimura intercepted her with reckless, almost suicidal attacks. She could have taken him down as her strength far surpassed his, but something stopped her. She didn't know the connection between Kimura and Ren. Kimura's voice came in a quiet rasp. You can't go, he ordered. No one can disturb him. Again, and again, he repeated the same words, like a prayer, like a curse. You can't go, he ordered. You can't go, you can't. Suddenly, dull thuds broke the tension. Both turned sharply, instinct tensing. Then they saw him. Ren. The boy's small, blood-soaked figure emerged from the ruins, dragging himself toward them. His sunglasses were cracked, his arms hung limp at his sides, and one leg was barely functional, scraping behind him in a slow, uneven rhythm. Cuts, bruises, and wounds marred every inch of visible skin. His body looked barely human. But one thing remained. That grin. That bloody, broken grin that cut through the pain and silence like a blade, shining through the carnage as if everything in the world was perfectly fine. He staggered toward them slowly. Tsunade froze. Her breath caught in her throat. Her shivering, already bad, intensified until her hands trembled uncontrollably at her sides. Still, she began to move, hesitantly, slowly, as if trying to wake from a nightmare. But Kimura was faster. Despite his injuries, he reached Ren first. He dropped to his knees beside him, chest heaving. Ren tilted his head up, eyelids fluttering weakly. He couldn't fully open his eyes, but he recognized the presence. A grin tugged wider at his face. You look like shit, Kimura. And then his body gave out. He collapsed forward. Kimura caught him instantly, his breath hitching. You're not someone I want to hear that from, he muttered with a soft sigh. Carefully, gently, he laid Ren down on the broken stone. His chest rose and fell with shallow, broken breaths. Tsunade reached them moments later, eyes wide with horror, lips moving but forming no sound. Her gaze locked on Ren, then flicked upward. A sudden puff of smoke erupted around Ren's body. Both Tsunade and Kimura tensed, instinct readying for battle, but they didn't attack. They just watched. As the smoke cleared, a gentle light shimmered in its place. 2 butterflies fluttered just above Ren. One had wings painted in a soft mix of green and blue, colors shimmering like dew on leaves. The other's wings were white, nearly translucent, catching the light like moonlit snow. Tsunade's knees buckled. She dropped behind Ren's head, her eyes locked onto the butterflies. No. Her voice broke. You too, that means. She shook her head violently, trying to deny the truth unraveling inside her. No, he was dead. I saw his body. I cremated the 2 of them myself. It can't be him. It can't be. Her eyes began to dim, breath catching in her chest. Then, a voice came. Soft, kind, gentle like rain after a drought. Please calm down, child. Tsunade's head jerked slightly as the words resonated in her ears. He is indeed who you think he is, the voice continued. But right now, it is necessary we save him first. There was a pause. The butterflies hovered lower, wings glowing with chakra now, one warm and nurturing, the other pulsing with a quiet, profound strength. Could you please help me? The voice asked again, softly. I have not recovered my powers since the first time I helped him. Chapter 150, When the World Tries to Erase You. As soon as Tsunade heard the words, she stilled. Her gaze shifted toward the speaker and saw that it was the white-winged butterfly. But when her mind registered the words, her eyes drifted helplessly back to Ren's bloody figure. Blood. Blood. So much blood. There was a constant screeching in her mind. Blood. It screamed. Blood? Her hands rose involuntarily, covering her face, as she kept muttering, no. And yet, her eyes remained locked on Ren's body. His blue hair. That familiar, almost annoyingly cute face. His small figure, it overlapped with a memory. A figure who always pestered her to call them aunt, even though they were much younger than her. A torrent of memories surged through her as if the gates of her mind had been kicked open. She kept staring at him, his broken, limp form, as she tried to crawl backward in panic. Shizune. She whispered, voice trembling. I need Shizune. She'll heal him. He can't die. I need answers. He can't die. Even as she tried to escape, her eyes stayed unblinking, locked on Ren. Then the same voice as before rang out, this time stricter, firmer. Calm down, child. The white butterfly flew in front of her, glowing softly as her words struck Tsunade like a slap. You should know best, she continued, that aside from you, no one can save Ren now, not even me in my current state. Tsunade flinched as she hovered close, her presence no longer soft and soothing, but commanding. Ancient. Come to your senses, child, she said gently, but insistently. Remember who you are. Her wings pulsed softly in the air as her voice deepened with quiet sorrow. Are you going to let yet another person who is the closest to a relative you have, die again? Think of Sayaka, my child. Think how Sayaka would feel if she learned you let her child die. For what? A pesky weakness. Tsunade's whole body trembled as she shook her head, tears beginning to fall freely now. Remember your heart, my child. Are you willing to be defeated again? Are you willing to lose your closest relative when you still have the chance to save him? Tsunade sobbed. I can't, Psycho, she whispered, voice cracking. I can't save anyone. If I try again and fail, I don't know what I might do. She broke down further, muttering no over and over again, curled on her knees beside Ren's body. Psycho, the white-winged butterfly sighed, her wings dimming. Then a voice interrupted. Uncertain but strong. I don't know what's going on, but I know that only you, Lady Tsunade, can heal Ren right now. So please, heal him. Tsunade's tear-filled eyes snapped toward the speaker. Kimura. He was kneeling, head bowed to her, posture respectful, unmoving. Still shaken, she managed to ask, why? Why are you willing to go to such lengths for him? Didn't you say you tried to kill him just months ago? Still kneeling, Kimura responded with a solemn, steady voice. That's because I've recovered my memory. The memory which was sealed and locked at the time of Ren's birth. Tsunade's breath caught in her throat. The trigger was this. His bloodied figure, similar to the one at the time of his birth. I don't know who placed the seal on me, but once I find them, I swear. His voice turned as cold as ice as he spoke, I'll make sure the birds in the Senju graveyard get the best meal of their lives. He lifted his head, then slowly removed his mask and got down on one knee. Please forgive me for my offense, he said, eyes unwavering. Let me introduce myself once again. My name is Kimura, the shadow of Ren Senju. I have been separated from him for 11 years, but now, I am willing to dedicate my life to him once again. Tsunade's eyes widened. She knew exactly what that meant. A Senju's shadow was born to serve the royal lineage of the Senju clan, her lineage. A Senju's most loyal protector, secret keeper, and confidant. She herself had a shadow once, long ago, but like all true shadows, hers had died before she could. She had lived and they had perished. Kimura's voice broke through again. Please, Lady Tsunade. Heal Ren. He is your brother. That word, brother. It hit her like a bolt of lightning to the soul. A jolt surged through her body, chakra rushing like a geyser from within. Her vision sharpened. Her limbs, which had felt so weak moments ago, now burned with purpose. She looked at Kimura, then at Psycho, finally at Ren, and she understood. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. And when she opened them again, they weren't the eyes of a broken woman anymore. They were the eyes of a shinobi, of the woman who had once struck fear into the battlefield. She was no longer Tsunade, the traumatized gambler who flinched at blood. She was Tsunade Senju, granddaughter of the first Hokage, the strongest medical ninja in the world, and without question, the strongest kunoichi alive. She stood then knelt beside Ren. Her hands began to glow with a soft warmth of yang chakra. She pressed them to his body, scanning his vitals, analyzing every internal injury in seconds. Kimura, she commanded, her voice crisp and focused, summon Katsuyu. Even if your memory was sealed, you should have made a contract with her when you started the Shadows training. Kimura nodded sharply. Without hesitation, he formed a string of hand signs and slammed his palm onto the ground. With a puff of smoke, Katsuyu appeared. Before she could speak, Tsunade barked her order, "Katsuyu, I need you to stabilize his condition as I prepare for surgery." Katsuyu paused as she looked at Ren, then at Tsunade's blood-stained hands. "Lady Tsunade, you." Tsunade turned, her eyes softer now. A smile formed on her lips, tears still streaming down her cheeks. "Please, Katsuyu. I need to save him." Katsuyu stilled. Then without a word, the great slug slid forward and placed herself gently on Ren's chest, her chakra pulsing outward to slow the bleeding and soothe the damage. Tsunade turned to Kimura. "Make sure the Raikage doesn't arrive at the scene." Kimura vanished immediately with a flicker, ignoring his own wounds. He understood that if the Raikage saw Ren in this state, he might take the opportunity to eliminate him. The Leaf's rising prodigy would be vulnerable and Kumigakure might not hesitate even with the favor they owed to Tsunade. Tsunade continued scanning Ren's body, hands still glowing with chakra. Her focus narrowed. She was about to get up when Saiko's voice rang again. "There should be tools you need in his space belt." Tsunade paused, then quickly unbuckled the bloodied belt around Ren's waist. The sealing technique placed on it was no joke, even a level 5 Fuinjutsu master would struggle with it. But for her, it opened like water under a hot knife. She searched quickly, until her eyes fell on a compartment labeled medical. She opened it and froze. So many tools. Bandages, scalpels, chakra threads, healing vials, sutures, extraction devices, everything. It was as if Ren had looted an entire hospital. Without another thought, Tsunade got to work. She had no time to question where he had found them. Now was the time, to save her brother. To save her last living relative. To save Ren Senju. As Tsunade continued to operate on Ren, she asked Saiko without breaking her focus, "Saiko, why did you appear here?" Though she was glad for the butterfly sage's presence, the question still demanded to be asked. Saiko replied, "That is because the mark I placed on him was triggered." Before Tsunade could inquire further, Saiko elaborated, "Ren was born with the ability to control the flow, just like his grandfather, your granduncle. However, unlike Tobirama, he had the power not just to control the flow, but to make it his own. But that is not acceptable to nature. Owning the flow, in a sense, means owning the world, and such a thing violates the balance of existence. That is why the world tried to rectify the problem by forcing Sayaka to incur nature's wrath during childbirth. It pushed Ren to the brink of death within minutes of his birth. At that time, I used my powers as a sage to save him. However, I couldn't completely succeed. His bloodline, the very reason he could own the flow, was sealed by the will of the world itself." She continued, "However, when Ren was 6 years old, something happened. A far greater force took over the original seal and began to break it, piece by piece. At that time, I could not summon myself freely, as we had no contract holder. So I placed a mark on him that would trigger the moment he once again tried to own the flow." Tsunade's expression turned grim. "That means whenever he tries to use the flow, he'll suffer such injuries." Saiko gently shook her head. "No. As long as he only controls the flow, he will not suffer. But the moment he tries to own it, he'll have to fight for dominance with the world itself." She ended with a weary sigh. Tsunade finally closed up Ren's wounds as she finished the surgery and replied, "Then isn't it fine if he doesn't try to own it, as you said?" Saiko responded, "Even I don't know all the details. But it shouldn't be that simple." She paused, then added, "The great sage from Mount Mayaboko might be able to shed more light on this as he dash." Before she could finish, Katsuyu, who had just slid down from Ren's chest, suddenly pulsed with a glow before returning to her normal state. Though nothing visibly changed, something in the air shifted. Katsuyu's voice was calm but firm. "That should be enough information. You have broken the rules for the second time, Saiko. Though I understand your intention was to save your summoner, the rules of the world are not something to be spoken of so casually. I hope you understand that there will be consequences." With that, she puffed away in a plume of smoke. Saiko let out a quiet sigh at Katsuyu's words. Tsunade turned to her with concern. "Will you be fine?" Saiko replied, "Once Ren becomes a sage, it'll be fine. But for now, his body is not yet capable of handling senjutsu. His chakra and vitality are sufficient, but the seal hasn't broken enough for him to learn it." Tsunade nodded slowly and gently rubbed Ren's head. She didn't understand everything, but one thing was clear, her cousin brother was a great force of mystery. Her gaze hardened as she shifted the topic. "Right. Can you now tell me about his birth? I thought he had died. Why was his survival kept from me?" Saiko shook her head. "I cannot stay for too long. Cho can explain the rest." With that, Saiko vanished in a quiet puff. From the shadows, a blue and green-winged butterfly fluttered into view. Cho had been present since the beginning, silent until now. She greeted gently, "Hello, Tsunade-san," and began. At the time of Ren's birth, the Third Shinobi War was nearing its end. You were stationed on the Suna front. As the great sage explained, complications occurred. Sayaka died, but Ran survived. Juaki took him back to the village for emergency care. However, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, learned of the situation. Since Sayaka had already decided not to let Ren know about his Senju heritage, the third Hokage chose to keep the truth from you as well. A message was sent to you saying both Sayaka and her child had died. She continued, I don't know much more about that time. I had already overstayed my presence in this world without a summoner, but after Ren formed a contract with us, I sent KO to investigate. What we found was conflicting. Jiraiya-san believed you knew of Ren but didn't return to the village after Sayaka's death, instead choosing to vanish from the sand front. Yudakata-san knew similar details. I later managed to speak to Juaki himself. He admitted he knew everything, but said the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura ordered him to remain silent. The village couldn't afford your return from the front lines. For the sake of the village, he kept quiet. However, later, every time he tried to contact you, there was no response. He had his suspicions but didn't act on them. My guess is that Juaki feared for Ren's safety, from whom, I think you can understand. As soon as she finished, the atmosphere turned icy. Cho glanced at Tsunade and saw her expression had changed to that of a raging lioness. Tsunade slammed her fist lightly into the ground, but even that caused a tremor. Through clenched teeth, she muttered, when did I not return to the village? I cremated the bodies of Sayaka and that dead baby myself. I thought Juaki not being there meant he couldn't handle the pain, but... She cursed, damn it. I expected Danzo to have his schemes about a male Senju heir, but Sensei too. Cho intervened gently, Tsunade-san, it's not my place to say, but I support Juaki's decision. After trying and failing, staying silent may have been the only way to protect Ren. Tsunade exhaled slowly and shook her head. Juaki was right, Cho. He wouldn't have been able to protect Ren alone. I'm not angry with him. But those two dash. Her chakra burst out like a wild tide as rage surged within her. Damn those old men. The Senju had already blended into the civilian population. Couldn't they even leave the grandson of their teacher alone? Her chakra flared like a tempest when suddenly, a voice interrupted her fury. Ugh, keep quiet, you elder woman. I'm trying to sleep here.